C-500 killed with one finger within the Soaring Dragon battleship master control room. And Jingxuan and the rest of the upper echelons of the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce were dumbfounded. How could the protective shield of the battleship be broken? Although Uncle Fu was in a dangerous situation, he still firmly held onto the black-scaled horned dragon. He was unable to draw out his strength to attack the Soaring Dragon battleship. Furthermore, even if it was the attack of the black-scaled horned dragon, it was absolutely impossible to break the protective shield in an instant. Otherwise, this energy barrier had already been broken by the black-scaled horned dragon from the very beginning. Right at this moment, an exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Eldest Miss, look, there's a situation at the bottom of the sea, the bottom of the sea." And Jingxuan's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She had only been paying attention to the black-scaled horned dragon just now, but had neglected the bottom of the sea. 2,000 miles away from their Soaring Dragon battleship, several thousand feet deep in the ocean, a huge monster appeared. It was over 10,000 feet long, and it looked like an ancient black dragon. How is this possible? How is this possible? And Jingxuan was shocked when she saw the black dragon that appeared in the crystal screen. Wasn't a true dragon a legend? In this era, how could a true dragon appear? Even the second-tier flood dragon had become a legend. No, miss. This isn't the divine beast black dragon. It's a submarine warship. Suddenly, the upper echelons of the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce seemed to have discovered something. The trade in Martial God continent was extremely advanced. There were countless warships, and there were even water-level warships like the Soaring Dragon battleship. There were also submersible warships that could dive deep into the ocean. There was even a type of aerial warship. Not only could they sail on the surface of the ocean, but they could also encounter any danger. It could also fly in the sky. It's really a submarine warship. After being reminded by the higher-ups, and Jingxuan also reacted. Her heart slightly relaxed. It was good that it was not the legendary divine beast True Dragon. The legendary divine beast True Dragon had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It was the supreme king at breaking space stage in front of her. It was just an ant that could be killed with a casual swipe of its claw. He could kill millions of tiny amphioxus with just a casual swipe of his claw, let alone these tiny amphioxus. There was no need for them to resist. They could just close their eyes and wait for death. However, before she could catch her breath, the exclamation of one of the higher-ups made her heart jump to her throat. This Black Dragon Sea Pirates Black Dragon Warship. What? Black Dragon Sea Pirates? Uncle Mo, you didn't see wrongly. And Jingxuan's delicate body swayed. She almost fell to the ground on the endless ocean. There were many big and small pirate gangs and some weak ones. They were just bullying fishermen and robbing small merchant ships. The big ones, even a big trading company like the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce would have to look at them. The Black Dragon Sea Pirates were the sea pirates among the sea pirates. In the endless ocean, there were thousands of sea pirates. They could not be called the best, but they could definitely enter the top 10. Miss, I also want to make a mistake. Unfortunately, everyone should have heard that the leader of the Black Dragon Pirates, Black Dragon King, was born with the ability to control sea monsters. At this moment, a voice completely dispelled the last trace of hope in Jingxuan's heart. Everyone on the ship, listen up. I am the leader of the Black Dragon Pirates, Black Dragon King. I will give you 10 breaths of time. Quickly put down your weapons and kneel down to surrender. I can still give you a way out. Otherwise, everyone on the ship, men and women, young and old, no one is left alive. It's really the Black Dragon Sea Pirates. It's really the Black Dragon Sea Pirates. What should we do? What should we do? No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It's over. We're really finished this time. In an instant, endless despair spread throughout the Soaring Dragon battleship. Wails and wails rose and fell without end. Even Jingxuan, the eldest daughter of the Yan family, felt the same way. Her eyes were filled with despair. A single black-scaled horned dragon was enough to torture them to the point that they didn't want it anymore. In addition to that, there was also the ferocious Black Dragon Sea Pirates. How could they still have any way to live? As one of the top sea pirates in the endless ocean, the Black Dragon Pirate Gang was not an undeserved reputation. Their leader, Black Dragon King, had already broken through to the mid-sky break king 100 years ago. 100 years had passed, and even if he hadn't really broken through to the upper king at breaking space stage realm, besides that, there were also 3 lower king at breaking space stage leaders. If the battleship's defense system hadn't been broken, they were not entangled by the countless sea monsters. They were relying on the soaring dragon battleship's speed to gain the upper hand. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope that they could break out of the encirclement. But now, what could they use to fight the Black Dragon pirate gang? Right at this moment, Miss N, what do you think? Should we offer 100 billion exquisite quality primeval stones, or should we hire someone else? Yang Fann's voice gently drifted over and swept across the entire master control room. What, Brother Yang, can you help me? Upon hearing this, Jingxuan was like a drowning person who had caught onto a life-saving straw. Her dull eyes immediately lit up, but very quickly, it dimmed down again. An intermediate void-shattering Saber King was indeed powerful. Even among them, and clan, there were very few people who could defeat him. However, it was really too difficult to turn the tide of the battle. It could be said that there was no hope at all. Putting aside everything else, just Black Dragon King alone was enough to kill its side brother Yang. Forget it, you can't help me. Miss N, don't come to a conclusion so early. If you don't try, how will you know that I can't help you? Yang Fann smiled lightly. The Black Dragon Sea Pirates were not weak. A quasi-high-grade king and 4 lower kings. The number of half-step king warriors who were below the first grade was more than 30. An ordinary super first-rated sect would come out in full force. However, to him, it was just a joke. Brother Yang, can you really help me? A glimmer of hope once again surged up in Jingxuan's hopeless heart. Perhaps we have underestimated that master. He is not an intermediate void-shattering blade king at all, but an upper king at breaking space stage. Whether it is true or not, you will know once you try. At this point, we can only fight with our lives on the line. Gritting her teeth, Jingxuan's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. As for surrendering, she never thought about it. A woman, especially a peerless beauty like her, if she really fell into the hands of those pirates, the outcome would definitely be worse than death. Brother Yang, just like what you said, 100 billion exquisite quality primeval stones. Please help us get through this tribulation. However, I only have 30 billion exquisite quality primeval stones with me, and the remaining 70 billion can only be given to you in capital. Don't worry, my soaring dragon chamber of commerce's golden signboard will never be able to rely on your 70 billion highest grade spiritual stones. 100 billion top-level kings was not a small number. Even some top-level king warriors might not be able to take it out in a short period of time, so it was normal that Jingxuan could not take it out. Hearing this, Yang Fann did not make things difficult for Jingxuan. I can still trust the reputation of the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. I will give you the remaining 70 billion when we reach the capital. As for going back on his word, was it that easy to renege on the debt of this Yang? He even hoped that they would go back on their word and use the entire Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and even An clan as compensation the next moment. Yang Fann's gaze turned to Yunuo, who was at the side, and said, Yunuo, take care of them. Yes, Master. Yang Fann was speechless. What, you actually let Yunuo take action? You, and Jingxuan pointed at Yang Fann with her jade-like fingers and was so angry that she could not speak. I spent 100 billion yuan to invite you to help me. Is this how you fool me? Or, you want to use the beauty trick to seduce that Black Dragon King? You want him to show mercy and let us go? What the hell is this Yang Fann doing? Instead of sending the Saber King to attack, he sent that little maid. Isn't he just messing around? The expressions of the rest of the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce's higher-ups changed. If they didn't know that Yang Fann had an intermediate Saber King by his side, they would have already cursed him. They wouldn't have known when this was the right time for him to mess around. In a split-second rumble, Yunuo twisted her delicate body and directly crushed the void. In the blink of an eye, she appeared above the black-scaled horned dragon's head. The next moment, her delicate hand moved and a finger was pointed out. This finger was so casual, and it completely contained some sort of profound martial skill. It was a direct and straightforward finger. However, in the eyes of the black-scaled horned dragon, it was like the finger of a god, causing it to be unable to arouse the slightest interest in the resistance thought. Ow! An ominous omen that was about to collapse engulfed the black-scaled horned dragon, causing it to let out a miserable cry before it died. In the time it took to breathe, the invincible finger force instantly penetrated the black-scaled horned dragon's forehead, killing his dragon soul. Rumble! The enormous horned dragon's body crashed heavily onto the surface of the sea, causing huge waves that were tens of thousands of meters tall to splash out. It then powerlessly sank to the bottom of the sea. One finger the black-scaled horned dragon had fallen. C-501 The brothers turned against each other. SS's. Hiss. In the huge master control room, the dissatisfied voices suddenly stopped and were replaced by gasps. What did they see? One finger in the black-scaled horned dragon that made them despair was crushed to death. Fuck I didn't see it wrong, right? Black-scaled horned dragon. Fell just like that. Yes. Are you for real? This is too absurd, isn't it? That's a made this. This is really that fierce king level sea monster. Black-scaled horned dragon. It's not that low-level sea monster, the black-scaled sea snake, pretending to be it. One by one, the upper echelons of the soaring dragon chamber of commerce were shocked and dumbfounded. I can't believe this, and I can't believe this. What was the black-scaled horned dragon? It was a legendary king-level sea monster. Even the high and mighty king at breaking space stage couldn't guarantee that he could kill him with a single strike, yet he ended up falling at the hands of such a lowly maid. And he still killed him with a single finger. If this were to spread out, who would believe it, and who would believe it? Dead. Black-scaled horned dragon will die just like that. How is this possible? How is this possible? She's just a maid. Unwillingness and frustration. All kinds of negative emotions suddenly swept across Jingxuan's heart, thinking of her, and Jingxuan. She was born noble and had been doted on since she was a child. She was the most proud daughter of the capital, and Yunuo. She was just a lowly maid, but in the end, it was one thing that her appearance and temperament were not as good as hers, but even her cultivation was far inferior to hers. Heavens, can you be any more absurd? In a daze, Jingxuan's eyes caught a glimpse of Yang Fann, who was lying leisurely on the beach chair. Her heart could not help but tremble. All kinds of negative emotions were swept away and replaced by endless shock. This Yang Fann, just who is he? How can he make such an expert his slave? Yunuo was able to kill the black-scaled horned dragon with a single finger. She was extremely powerful. She was at least an upper king at breaking space stage, and amongst all the higher king at breaking space stage, she was the strongest. An expert like this, even the top king at breaking space stage had to give him some face when he saw it. He didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect, no matter which great family he was in. Every major power of sect was a high and mighty old ancestor. How could he stay below Yang Fann and acknowledge him as his master? To be that lowly servant. She couldn't figure it out. She really couldn't figure it out. As a high-grade king, she was proud of her dignity. Could it be that she was eaten by a dog? 800 miles away from the soaring dragon battleship, on the surface of the ocean. Uncle Fu's body swayed and he almost fell from the sky. It wasn't that his injuries were too severe, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Instead, he was scared. He had been fighting with the black-scaled horned dragon for so long. He was well aware of the scariness of the black-scaled horned dragon. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't hesitate to consume his vital energy and use the forbidden arts. If he forcefully increased his speed, he would have been swallowed by the black-scaled horned dragon a long time ago. The result was that such a terrifying beast couldn't withstand Yunuo's light finger. He could clearly feel that Yunuo did not use any martial skill secret technique. It was just a casual finger attack. It was terrifying. It was truly terrifying. An ordinary mid-sky break king. In his eyes, he was afraid that she wouldn't be much stronger than that lowly ant on the ground. He even had a feeling that even the old ancestor of their family, who was only a step away from the top king at breaking space stage, might not be a match for Yunuo. That Yunuo has such strength. Could it be that the Saber King is really just like what we have imagined? Thinking of this, the corners of Uncle Fu's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Eldest miss, you were wrong, really wrong. To be able to make two supreme elders, or even the top king at breaking space stage their slave, the terrifying power behind them could be imagined. It was absolutely not something that An clan could compare with. It wasn't even impossible for them to surpass the imperial family of Da Qi. In the eyes of most of the people, the imperial family of Great Qi was the number one force in martial god continent. There was no sect family that was a match for them, but these disciples of top-grade families were well aware of it. There were still some ancient families in the martial god continent that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Even the ancient families that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years had a strong foundation and strength. They were not comparable to these new families. Even the imperial family of Dachi might not be able to compare with them. It was just that their clansmen rarely moved about in the world, causing the world to rarely know of their existence. As for Yang Fann, it was very likely that he came from an ancient family. Moreover, his status in the family was definitely not low. Otherwise, he would not be able to slay such an expert. If they could befriend him, perhaps it would be a chance for the Yan family to soar into the sky. Unfortunately, it was missed by the eldest miss just like that. 2,000 miles away from the soaring dragon battleship, within the master control room on the Black Dragon warship, bitch she actually killed my black scale and my black scale. A figure wearing a black dragon scale armor. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he was an enraged beast. He wanted to eat someone, but his voice was like the cry of a cuckoo, a blood-crying ape. His heart was filled with blood and hatred. Roar, lowly servant, you're courting death. Your father and I are irreconcilable enemies, and I won't kill you. Your father isn't Black Dragon King. In the eyes of others, the black-scaled horned dragon. However, in Black Dragon King's eyes, it was his best brother, his right-hand man, the one who could dominate the endless ocean. Even if the other 4 leaders were to join forces, they still wouldn't be able to match the status of the black-scaled horned dragon in his heart. In the martial artist world, there was no end to the slaughter. The pirate world was even more so. There was no need to eat black, but what was strange was that almost no pirate group dared to attack the Black Dragon pirate gang. The reason for all of this was that the Black Dragon pirate gang was the Black Dragon pirate gang, and the Black Dragon pirate gang was the Black Dragon pirate gang, and the Black Dragon pirate gang was the Black Dragon pirate gang. It was because Black Dragon King had the ability to control sea monsters. On the endless ocean, he lacked everything except sea monsters. The reason why he was able to control sea monsters was because of the black-scaled horned dragon. It could be said that without the black-scaled horned dragon, there would be no Black Dragon King. Yunuo crushed the black-scaled horned dragon with one finger. This was directly breaking his foundation. This enmity, this hatred. He could not live under the same sky as her. Even if he used all the water in the world, it would still be difficult for him to wash up. Go move forward at full speed. I'm going to kill that slut. Kill that slut. The fury had already destroyed Black Dragon King's rationality. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Yunuo and avenge the black-scaled horned dragon. However, these words frightened the other 4 leaders. My good eldest brother, even if you want to die, you don't need to drag us along. Is that person someone we can deal with? Eldest brother, please think twice. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge 10 years later. Regarding the matter of revenge, we need to think about it carefully. Eldest brother, Lu and the others are right. Regarding the matter of revenge, we need to think about it carefully. We must not act rashly. The 4 leaders tried to persuade eldest brother. The strength of the black-scaled horned dragon. They were well aware of the huge Black Dragon sea pirates. Only their boss, Black Dragon King, could barely suppress them. The 4 of them, however, none of them were a match for him, even if the 4 of them joined forces. As for that woman, however, she had crushed the black-scaled horned dragon with a single finger. At this moment, they rushed forward anxiously. It was like giving away 1,000 miles of their lives. Shut up, all of you, die then. You must die. Black Dragon King, who was so angry that his heart was pounding, could not hear these words. His face twisted like a devil from the nether hell. If anyone dares to speak any more, don't blame me for disregarding the brotherhood. Crazy. Eldest brother must be crazy. That witch is someone we can deal with. The 4 leaders were anxious. With their meager strength, they were afraid that they would not be able to withstand a single finger from witch. Could it be that they will accompany boss to his death like this? No, I haven't had enough of my life yet. The husband and wife were birds of the same tree, and they flew away when a great disaster befell them, not to mention, they were sworn brothers. The 4 leaders' eyes turned rapidly, and there was a faint trace of fierceness in them. In the next moment, the 4 leaders looked at each other, and then nodded their heads in an unnoticeable manner. Eldest brother, don't blame us for being heartless. You asked for it. Attack C502 Tiandu Tianchi Divine Palm Fist Suppression of the 4 C's Destruction Finger. The 4 leaders of the Black Dragon Sea Pirates looked at each other and attacked without any hesitation. They did not hold back at all in this attack. It was their strongest killing move. At this moment, it seemed like Black Dragon King wasn't the eldest brother who had been with them for hundreds of years, but the man who had killed their father. You. An ominous sign of falling apart enveloped Black Dragon King's soul, causing his expression to change drastically. He wanted to dodge the fatal attack, but he didn't have time. The attack of the 4 leaders was too sudden. He had never thought that his good brothers would suddenly attack him without any preparation. Arg puff! Black Dragon King's blood splashed across the sky. His entire body was like a torn cloth sack as he fell to the side. The terrifying sound of bones cracking could be heard continuously. In an instant, Black Dragon King was severely wounded by his 4 good brothers, and was on the verge of dying. If it wasn't for the fortuitous encounter he had during the past few years, the body would have been far more powerful than any ordinary mid-king. At this moment, he was afraid that it wasn't as simple as a serious injury. He was killed by a single strike. After all, it was the ultimate strike of the 4 lower kings. If he wasn't prepared for it, even the high-grade king might be killed by them in one strike. What a ruthless hard cough, cough, cough. Large mouthfuls of blood flowed out continuously, but Black Dragon King acted as if he didn't feel it at all. He stared at the 4 leaders, wanting to eat them. If looks could kill people, the 4 leaders would have been cut into thousands of pieces. Tearing into thousands of pieces, the 4 of them were his sworn brothers. He thought to himself that he had never mistreated the 4 of them. He had even saved them more than once. How could they be so cruel? Repaying kindness with ingratitude. Eldest brother, don't blame us for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame us for not knowing your own limitations. We don't want to die yet. The Xianxia King, the second leader of the ancient Xianxia, glanced at Black Dragon King with a slightly guilty expression, but in next to no time, that wisp of guilt was replaced by traces of ruthlessness. It's fine if you want to die, but why did you drag us along? No matter who it is, I'll kill you if you want my life. Second brother, stop talking nonsense. Quickly retreat, otherwise, when which comes over, it will be difficult for us to leave even if we want to. The other 3 leaders urged one after another. They did not even look at what time it was, and they were actually wasting their time. Yes, let's go immediately. Hearing this, the Xianxia King also reacted. At this moment, they weren't truly out of danger. That witch could come and kill them at any time. The next moment, the Xianxia King wanted to turn the bow of the ship and flee far away from him. He didn't want to stay in this place for even a second. He was scared out of his wits. He was really scared out of his wits. However, right at this moment, a slightly cold voice sounded in Master Control Room. Where are you going? As soon as the voice faded, an unparalleled beauty with a lofty and cold temperament, a face that could topple cities and cities, who looked like an otherworldly fairy, appeared in the eyes of all the leaders. Who could it be if it was not Yunuo? You, how did you come in? All the leaders were shocked. They looked at Yunuo as if they were looking at a ghost. One should know that the Black Dragon warship was a top-class warship that they spent a lot of money to build. In some aspects, the Black Dragon warship was more advanced than even the Soaring Dragon battleship. Even the top-class king at breaking space stage would not be able to sneak into the Black Dragon warship without a sound. How did you get in? Of course you walked in. Yunuo smiled lightly. Even some of the quasi-sovereigns of the big sects of the quasi-6th stage could enter as they pleased. If she wanted to, she could just leave and sneak into a mere Black Dragon warship. What the heck, it's just a small ship. Suddenly, Yunuo's voice became cold. Okay, don't waste any more time. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to send you on your way? These words were like bone-piercing ice water, immediately waking up all of the leaders. Now was not the time for them to doubt how the other party came in. Pung pung bang. Almost at the same time, the 4 leaders fell to their knees in front of Yunuo. The dignity of a king and the backbone of a human being were all thrown away by them. The world was big, and they had the biggest life. They did not even have a life, so what if they had backbone and dignity? Fairy, please spare my life. Fairy, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Woo woo woo. I have 80 mothers on top of me. The little one has a baby waiting to be fed. Fairy, please show mercy and spare the little dog's life. The 4 leaders were obviously the ones with the most strength, and their acting skills were wild. It was the same for the average movie king. Those tears, it was like rain falling down. It would fall at any time. His voice was extremely miserable. It was really sad to hear it. People who heard it shed tears. Unfortunately, Yunuo was not that ignorant hair-raising boy. She even had 80 mothers. She had babies waiting to be fed, so she had to be more reliable in lying. Each and every one of them had lived for at least 200 years. Your great-grandchildren must be bigger than your mother. It seems like you are unwilling to do it yourselves. Then let me send you on your way. Killing intent flashed across her beautiful eyes and Yunuo sneered. Do it. Absolute God. Palm fist suppression of the 4C's destruction finger. Seeing that their pleas for mercy were futile, the ferocity in the hearts of the 4 leaders completely erupted. As the pirate king who ran amok, he was someone who killed without blinking an eye. How could he really be that weak and incompetent person? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Fist force, palm force, finger force. Swept through the heavens and the earth, sweeping through the world. This strike was a peerless strike from the 4 leaders. They didn't even hesitate to burn their bloodline potential to forcefully increase their combat strength. The terrifying power contained within it was several times stronger than when they ambushed Black Dragon King. Even a high-grade king might suffer a great loss in their hands if they were careless. Puny tricks, break it from me. The corner of Yunuo's mouth curled up, and a wisp of deep disdain appeared on her face. She casually struck out with her palm. This palm was the same as the finger that killed the black-scaled horned dragon. It was just a casual swing, and there was no profound meaning to it at all. It could be said that he did not even use 1/10,000th of his power, but who was Yunuo? Even if she didn't use any assassination techniques, she was still the real invincible king. The power contained in this palm far exceeded the 100 billion power of true Dans. It could easily suppress a top high king. Not to mention these few quasi-intermediate monarch cultivation aphids. Rumble, wherever the palm force passed, all the fist force, palm force, finger force would be reduced to dust. In the blink of an eye, the violent force had completely engulfed the 4 leaders. Not even their bones were left behind. They were completely destroyed. Ha ha ha. Well done, retribution. This was retribution. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. Black Dragon King, who had been watching coldly from the corner, suddenly burst into wild laughter. His voice was filled with the joy of getting revenge, and there was even a trace of gratitude in it. It had to be said that it was somewhat ironic. Just now, he really wanted to eat Yunuo's blood and flesh. Noisy Yunuo frowned slightly and pointed at the wildly laughing Black Dragon King. In an instant, Black Dragon King's laughter stopped. Ah, don't kill me, spare me, fairy spare me, save me, save me. Very quickly, mournful cries rang out endlessly within the Black Dragon warship. 10 breaths later, the tens of thousands of Black Dragon pirates, leaders and underlings on the Black Dragon warship were wiped out by Yunuo. There was no distinction between the old and the young. Not a single one was left alive. It was in line with Black Dragon King's previous words. It was just a change of target. Rumble. With a wave of her jade hand, the 10,000 feet long Black Dragon warship was kept into Yunuo's universe ring. In the next moment, her delicate body moved and continued to shuttle through the endless sea. Every time she flashed, she would take away the life of a high-level sea monster. 30 breaths later, Yunuo once again appeared on the top floor of the soaring dragon battleship and returned to Yang Fann's side. She said respectfully to Yang Fann, Master, the Black Dragon pirate gang and all the high-level sea monster maids have been taken care of. Yang Fann nodded without any surprise. With Yunuo's strength, she was merely a group of ants that were at most intermediate monarch cultivation. That would be a piece of cake for them, but these words were heard by Xianxia and the others. However, it was like a clap of thunder, causing their emotions to surge. It was difficult for them. How long had it been? However, from Yunuo's appearance, it was clear that she was not lying. Furthermore, through the battleship's detection system, there was no trace of a high-level sea monster. Even the Black Dragon warship had disappeared without a trace. Is it really all solved? After a long while, Xianxia and the others finally accepted this shocking fact. The next moment, victory, we won, ha ha ha, we won, ha ha ha, I survived, ha ha ha. A deafening cheer erupted from the master control room, and soon, it swept across the entire soaring dragon battleship. Countless martial artists were crying tears of joy. They didn't need to die anymore. Woo woo woo. Miss N, I have done what I promised you. Don't forget the remaining 70 billion exquisite quality primeval stones. Although there were still quite a number of middle and low-level sea monsters, they were no longer strong enough. With the strength of the soaring dragon chamber of commerce, they could easily take care of them. Brother Yang, don't worry. When you arrive at the capital, you will be able to see the 70 billion exquisite quality primeval stone. And Jingxuan looked at Yang Fann gratefully. Without Yang Fann, all of them, including her, wouldn't be able to escape death. 6 hours later, all the sea monsters were slaughtered, and the soaring dragon battleship set sail once again. 5 days later, a huge city appeared thousands of miles away from the soaring dragon battleship. It was unknown how many miles it was, but it was surrounded by thousands of meters tall city walls. It was so majestic the Great Qi Sacred Dynasty, capital's Xianxia city had finally arrived. C503 Get lost you lowlife. After half a month of sailing, the soaring dragon battleship finally arrived at its destination, capital's Xianxia city. During the last 5 days, the journey was quite smooth. Apart from a few waves of small-scale sea monsters, there were almost no dangers. That's right, not every pirate group was as bold as the Black Dragon Black Bandit group. They dared to plot against the soaring dragon Chamber of Commerce. Typically, when a pirate ship saw the soaring dragon battleship from afar, it would flee far away from them. During this period of time, Jingxuan seemed to have changed into a different person. She treated Yang Fann warmly. Whenever she had something to do, she would go to Yang Fann's first courtyard and wanted to restart her old relationship with him. Unfortunately, Yang Fann had always been indifferent to her. An estrangement had been formed between them. It was not that easy to pacify her in fact, and Jingxuan was not the only one. The other daughters of the other families were the same. As long as Yang Fann went downstairs, he would immediately be like a shark that smelled blood. He would swarm up at once and let Yang Fann deeply understand what it meant to be fat and skinny. Some of the bolder ones even winked at him. It seemed that as long as Yang Fann was willing, he could make Yang Fann do whatever he wanted. If he could do something shameful, that would be the best. No one was a fool, just a maid. She had the power of an upper king at breaking space stage, or even a top king at breaking space stage. One could easily imagine how noble his identity was. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even the current emperor of Great Qi Dynasty didn't receive such treatment. If they could get close to him, even if it was just a night's worth of pleasure. Even the family behind them, they would also benefit a lot from it. The day of their ascension was just around the corner. Yang Fann didn't dare to go downstairs in the end. If it was an enemy, he could start a massacre. However, these young ladies were different. He couldn't kill them just because they were pursuing him. Yang Fann wasn't that bloodthirsty yet. The soaring dragon battleship was very fast. In less than 3 breaths' time, it had already traveled 300 miles into the ocean of Xianxia City. As expected of the capital of a country, this Xianxia City does have some skill. Standing in front of the courtyard, Yang Fann looked into the distance and looked at the Heaven Qi City that was surrounded by thick and heavy city walls. He nodded his head in an unnoticeable manner. The entire Sky Qi City was covered with layers of formations. Once all of these formations were activated, Hong Long, all of them would be killed. Apart from that, on top of the city wall, there was also a Yuan stone cannon that was more than a circle bigger than the one on top of Dragon Cliff City. It should be a huge Yuan stone cannon that was as powerful as a lower king's all-out attack. With a rough look, there were more than 10,000 of them. Once the 10,000 cannons were fired at the same time, the sky and earth would be destroyed. Should I take some time to get some back? Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. These huge Yuan stones were unnecessary. As long as there were more than 1,000 of them, it would be enough to fortify the 7 Stars mountain range. After a round of strict inspection, the soaring dragon battleship finally stopped at Sacred Dragon Port in Xianxia City. The capital was an important place, far more important than a city like Dragon Cliff City. Even though the Yan family was one of the top families of capital, there were no exceptions. This Heaven Qi City is really rich in spirit of heaven and earths. It's not much weaker than Fire Dragon City, the capital of Fire Beacon City. I'm afraid this city is built on exquisite grade spirit veins. As soon as he boarded the Sacred Dragon Pier, Yang Fann nodded thoughtfully. Compared to the other cities in Martial God Continent, the density of the spirit of heaven and earth in the Heavenly Qi City was more than 10 times stronger. The exquisite grade spirit vein is a good thing, isn't it? With just one exquisite grade spirit vein, he was confident that he could transform 7 Stars mountain range into a first-class blessed land in North Wasteland. If there was another one, even if it couldn't be compared to the Holy Spirit Mountain, it was still far from being comparable to the headquarters of a peak 5th grade sect. However, it was just a thought. There was only one exquisite grade spirit vein in the Martial God Continent. It could be said that it was the ancestor of all spiritual bloodlines. If Yang Fann dared to touch this exquisite grade spirit vein, it would be the root of the world within the divine severing world. He was afraid that the moment he extracted the exquisite grade spirit vein, the sky law of this world would descend upon him. Currently, although his combat strength had already surpassed most quasi-emperor at peak, he didn't have much confidence that he could withstand the suppression of the world will. Unless his combat strength was comparable to Emperor Sovereign's, it was better not to take the risk. After handing over the rest of the matters to Uncle Fu, and Jingxuan wiped the jade ring on her index finger. Countless runes flickered, and 9 horned unicorns flew out from the jade ring. Behind them was a luxurious palatial carriage. Very quickly, it carried Yang Fann and the rest to the inn residence. The capital was tens of thousands of miles wide. There was an outer city, and the inner city was divided. Although the inner city only had a circumference of 10,000 miles, which was far less than the 11 miles of Xianxia City, it was the essence of the entire city. The residences of all the royal families and aristocratic families were located there. King Wuwei Prefecture was located in the center of the inner city. It was a mansion that occupied tens of thousands of hectares of land. It was like a small, independent city. Inside the palace, there was a large and luxurious palace. Rumble. A kneeling guard was torn into pieces by the furious King Wuwei, Qi Zhe. The news of Qi Wei's death finally reached Qi Ji's ears. Ah Wei my poor Wei King Wuwei's eyes spurted out blood. He roared in a low voice, like an enraged beast. The voice that wanted to eat someone was the cry of the Dorians, weeping blood ape. His heart was filled with blood, and his hatred was monstrous. Roar little brute, you're going to die a horrible death no matter what background you have. Die, there's no place for you, little brute. In the heavens above and earth below men, gather the guards of the imperial residence. The unicorn's speed was not slow. In the time it took to make a cup of tea, it had already arrived in front of the inn residence. As one of the top families in the capital, the inn residence had already arrived. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce, which controlled one of the 10 major trading companies, was wealthy enough to rival an entire country. Naturally, their mansion wasn't any worse than the King Wuwei residence. In fact, it was even better than King Wuwei's mansion. Without 100,000 hectares, it wouldn't be much worse. Isn't this my dear big sister? Big sister just came back. I'm not talking about you as a sister, but you're the eldest daughter of the Yin family. Your words and actions represent the Yin family. It's better to avoid contact with these scoundrels. Just as Yang Fann and the others were about to enter the main entrance of the Yin family, they heard a sarcastic voice coming from the side. The next moment, they saw a hot and sexy beauty with a seductive aura walking towards them under the spotlight of a dozen princes. That woman looked like she was in her early 20s, just like in Jingxuan. She also had indigo long hair. Even her appearance was somewhat similar to in Jingxuan. In Jinyu, and Jingxuan's half-sister, and Jingxuan's gaze turned cold and her voice immediately became cold. And Jinyu, my matter is not up to you to interfere. Now, apologize to my friend immediately. HMPH and Jingxuan, I'm too lazy to care about those lousy matters of yours. And Jinyu's expression also turned cold. She coldly snorted and said, but if you want to bring them into the estate, I have no choice but to intervene. My inn residence is not a place where any Tom, Dick, and Harry can enter. And Jinyu, shut up. And Jingxuan immediately became anxious. Although she did not know the exact background of Yang Fann, she was certain that it was not something that the Yin family could afford to offend. If they were not careful, the entire Yin family would have to bear the consequences. Right at this moment, Miss Jin Zan, Miss Jin Yu is right. Not everyone can enter the dignified High Duke's public house. That's right, those who enter and exit the Yin residence are either royalty or heroes of their generation. When will these lowly peasants be able to enter and exit as well? This Miss Jin Zan is the same. She is willing to degenerate. It is one thing for her to interact with these lowly people of the 9 paths, but she actually wants to bring them back to the Yin residence. If something were to happen, who would be to blame? Laughter and laughter were heard from the people behind and Jinyu. All of a sudden, contemptuous gazes were focused on Yang Fann and the other two. Why don't you take a piss and take a look at yourself? You want to enter the house of High Duke just like that? Do you really think you're a high grade just because you're with Miss Jin Zan? Pa criminals, get lost, you're looking for a beating, aren't you? C504 8,000 cuts in front of the capital's Qian prefecture. The noble disciples of the Great Qi sacred dynasty laughed and cursed, their eyes filled with contempt. They called Yang Fann and the other two peasants, and did not take them seriously at all. Many people's eyes were filled with traces of lascivious light. If it was not in front of Ingenue, perhaps they would have already started to touch Yunuo. Such a beauty, even with their status and identity. It was not something that they could take as long as they wanted. Especially when they noticed Jingxuan's pale and colorless face, Gongzi started cursing even more fiercely. From top to bottom, everyone knew that the two young ladies of the Yan family did not get along well. Jingxuan was unhappy and Ingenue became happier. As Ingenue's suitors, they naturally wanted to think of ways to please Ingenue and step on the young lady of the Yan family to take the position. It was undoubtedly the best choice. Little did they know that Jingxuan was not angry at all but was scared. Others might not know how terrifying Yang Fann was, but she knew. He was the master who could enslave King at breaking space stage. He wasn't someone An clan could afford to offend. It didn't matter if he was courting death for this bunch of ignorant fools. If they let Yang Fann vent his anger on their family because of this, the consequences would be. Just the thought alone made her shudder. Brother Yang, all of this is. She carefully looked at Yang Fann. Jingxuan opened her mouth and wanted to say something. No matter what, they had to pluck the Yan family out first. However, when she saw Yang Fann's cold and emotionless eyes, she immediately trembled. It was as if he had fallen into a dead ice zone, and he couldn't say the rest of his words. In the next moment, Yang Fann said coldly, "Old Wu, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Don't let the most arrogant one die too quickly. Cut 18,000 blades and let him die. With your saber technique, it shouldn't be difficult, master, don't worry. Forget 18,000 cuts. Even 36,000 cuts would be a piece of cake for me with my saber technique," Wu Chengkong replied respectfully. These people were not ordinary people. Each and every one of their vitality was incomparable to ordinary people. Combined with his blade Dao cultivation base, it was really too easy to cut them into pieces. If he used some secret medicine, it would be difficult for these people to die even if they wanted to. What a daring dog, just a few lowly peasants like you want to kill us. You simply don't know the difference between life and death. The young master wearing a blue robe let out a ferocious laugh. Then, he suddenly exploded, and lunged at Wu Chengkong with his finger. "Ant, you are courting death." The cold shine in Wu Chengkong's eyes flashed, and his body moved. Immediately, a blade beam shot up into the sky, and slashed towards the blue-robed noble young master. Rumble! The blue-robed noble young master didn't even have the time to scream before his entire body was minced into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Dead, dead, Lu Feng, died just like that. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ingenue and the rest of the noble disciples were horrified. Although Lu Feng was not heaven's pride, he was heaven-defying and enchanting. However, he was also a slightly famous genius in their circle. In addition, he was nurtured by the Lu family with all their strength. He had already stepped into the martial grandmaster realm a few years ago. Even if he was a peak martial grandmaster, it was impossible for him to kill him so easily with just a single strike. This old fellow was a half-step almighty, or was he a true heaven and man supreme elder? But very quickly, the shock in Ingenue's eyes was replaced by surprise. Ha ha ha. Jingxuan, these lowly peasants are dead for sure. No one can save them. Ha ha ha. To her, as long as she could strike Jingxuan down, everything else was unimportant. It was just a pursuer. If he died, then so be it. She had nothing by her second Mrs. side except that she did not lack suitors. In the Great Qi sacred dynasty, the hierarchy was clear. Killing a noble without permission was a serious crime. Even those half-stepped king who had one foot into the king stage would die if they dared to slaughter a noble. Right at this moment, a loud slap landed on Ingenue's face. Jingxuan, you dare to hit me. Ingenue covered her face with one hand and looked at Jingxuan in disbelief. Although the two of them did not get along since they were young, they could at most scold each other. They had never really fought before, and this was the first time Jingxuan had attacked her. The next moment, raging flames of anger surged within Ingenue. In her long life, she, the second miss of the Yan family, had never been beaten up by anyone. Moreover, the one who beat her up was Jingxuan, who had always been an eyesore to her. Jingxuan, you actually did it for the sake of these lowly peasants. In response to her loud and clear slap, Jingxuan, I'll fight you to the death. At this moment, the fury in Ingenue's heart completely erupted. Like a billion volcanoes erupting, it could not be stopped. Jinyu, shut up. Do you really want to drag our and family along with you? What? Jingshuan's words were like the heavenly thunder that struck Jinyu, causing her to be stunned on the spot. The anger in her heart dissipated in an instant. Jingshuan, you, don't talk nonsense here. Their family was one of the top families of the Great Qi sacred dynasty. There were many experts in the family, and the experts rained down like rain. King at breaking space stage alone was more than the number of hands he had, and he was blessed with honor. Who could overturn their family so much? But looking at Jingshuan's serious expression, the following words unknowingly paused. The person who understood him the most was none other than his old enemy. Sometimes, these words were not without reason. In the Huijin family, if one were to say that the person who understood Jingshuan the most was she, Jinyu recognized number 2. It was afraid that no one would dare to acknowledge number 1. Jingshuan's serious look told her that those words just now were not a joke. Just based on this alone. These few lowly peasants, this. How is this possible? How is this possible? At this moment, Wu Chengkong took a step forward, and with a grab of the void, a handsome young master wearing a golden robe was caught in his hand. Peasant, what do you want? The young master struggled with all his might and shouted. You were the one who shouted the loudest, weren't you? A fierce light flashed across Wu Chengkong's eyes, and he let out a ferocious laugh. You better not mess around. Let me tell you, my father is the northern general, Zuo Yuhei. If you dare to touch my hair, my father will definitely not let you off. The thought of 18,000 cuts sent chills down his spine. Gulp. This lowly commoner won't come for real, right? The remaining princes swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. This Zuo Zhiji was different from Lu Feng. His father, Zuo Yuhei, was one of the 4 generals of the Holy Empire. He was a rank 2 official. He was a marquis, and he was one of the top figures in the entire Great Qi dynasty. Northern General, what a big name! Wu Chengkong smiled coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. He had even killed the prince of the Wuwei divine court. A mere Northern General was truly a joke. Don't worry, Master told you to have enough of 18,000 blades to die, so you won't have one more blade, and you won't have one less blade. Young man, enjoy the feast I prepared for you. Don't let me go. I beg you, let me go. I know I was wrong. I really know my mistake. It was a pity that Wu Chengkong wasn't moved by it at all. How dare he scold the 3 of them like that? He only wanted to cut them into pieces by cutting them into pieces. In his opinion, it was still a light punishment. The next moment, a cold light flashed in Wu Chengkong's eyes. An abstruse chain appeared out of thin air and pierced through Zuo Zhiji's shoulder blade, nailing him to the ground. Poochie poochie poochie. One saber light after another tore through the void, slashing at Zuo Zhiji's body. It sliced his flesh and blood into pieces. In an instant, extremely miserable wails kept sounding out from Zuo Zhiji's mouth, causing one's hair to stand on end. It's really happening. How dare he? How dare he? Even though they had witnessed all of this with their own eyes, the descendants of the noble families were still in disbelief. The northern general, Zuo Yuhei, was the real king at breaking space stage, and he held a large number of troops in his hands. Wasn't this peasant afraid of the northern general's revenge? At this moment, Wu Chengkong's gaze turned, and his cold gaze swept towards the remaining scions. In an instant, all the scions shivered, and their souls almost left their bodies. They recalled what Yang Fann had said earlier. This lowly peasant wouldn't even let go of Zuo Zhiji, let alone the sons of Count like them. Don't kill me, Lord, we know our mistakes, we really know our mistakes. Woo. I just turned 30, I don't want to die. Collapse. All of the noble disciples felt their guts rupturing and their minds collapsing. Resist. What a joke. Zuo Zhiji had the highest cultivation among the 10 of them. In the end, he was still easily captured and resisted by the other party. That was because he felt that his death was too slow. Wu Chengkong sneered, and killing intent flashed across his eyes. Go to hell and repent. Stop, this is the in public house. Who dares to kill someone here? Along with a deafening roar, a terrifying half-step king aura burst out from the in public house and soared into the sky. C505. He started a massacre rumble. The tightly shut gates of the public house slowly opened, and soon, golden armored guards leapt out from the public house. The person in the lead was a valiant man wearing a tiger head full of armor. His aura was tyrannical and wild. Just by standing there casually, he gave off the charm of an ancient wilderness. Gao Yuan, one of the 5 commanders of the Yan family's guards, had already stepped into the half-step king at breaking space stage realm 60 years ago. 60 years had passed, and although he hadn't truly broken through to the king at breaking space stage realm, he was still at the peak of the half-step king at breaking space stage realm. It was rare for him to meet a worthy opponent. Behind him were 1,000 golden armor guards. They were elite guards that had been carefully selected from the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Golden Dragon Guard. Any one of them would be the captain of 100 men in the Golden Dragon Guard, and the weakest among them would be a high-rank martial Grand Master. When the dozen or so princes saw Gao Yuan, they were like drowning men who had found their life-saving straw. They were immediately delighted and roared crazily, "Commander Gao Yuan, help, help, it's these lowly peasants who started a massacre in front of the public house. Even the son of the northern general was killed by these lowly peasants. Commander Gao Yuan, you must not let them go." They were well aware of Gao Yuan's strength, one of the 5 protectors of the Duke of An's public house. With the addition of the golden armored guards, it could be said that King at breaking space stage would not be able to defeat them. They would definitely be able to take down this group of audacious lowly peasants. Roar, Commander Gao Yuan, kill them, I want them to die, I want them to die. Zuo Jiji, who was suffering from the pain of being dismembered into thousands of pieces, seemed to have forgotten the pain in his body. His face was extremely twisted, as if he was a ghost from hell. It made people feel fear from the depths of their souls. The hatred in his heart was so deep that he couldn't wash up even if he used all the water in the world. If he didn't kill these 3 peasants, he wouldn't be called Zuo Jiji. How dare you commit murder in my and public house? Men, take them down for me. A fierce light flashed in Gao Yuan's eyes. He knew all of these Gongzi. They were all disciples of major families in capital. If anything were to happen to them, he was afraid that he would be at the end of his days as the leader of the guards. Right at this moment, Gao Yuan, what do you want to do? Scram back, and Jingxuan's expression changed and she hurriedly reprimanded. This Gao Yuan was simply pushing the Yan family into a fire pit. Miss, these, Gao Yuan said hesitantly, these were not ordinary people. All of them were descendants of noble families, especially the northern marquis. Even family lord had to be wary of him. If all of them died here, then it would be very fun. A count was nothing, but a dozen or so counts and a marquis were a terrifying force that all forces had to pay attention to. In the huge capital, there were not many families that could withstand their anger. Even the Yan family would have to pay a hefty price. But before Gao Yuan could finish his words, and Jingxuan mercilessly interrupted him. Are you deaf? Go back. A dozen aristocrats were not to be trifled with. However, with the strength of the Yan family, at most, they would only harm some benefits. If they could not harm the foundation of the Yan family, Yang Fann would be different. He was a terrifying existence that could annihilate the Yan family. A trace of anger flashed across Gao Yuan's eyes when he heard this. Not once, but again. Do you really think that lowly servant in my family can be scolded by you? No matter what, I am still a half-step king at breaking space stage, and my status is only below the elders of the Yan family, king at breaking space stage. Although you, and Jingxuan, are the eldest daughter of the family, and the first successor of the Yan family. But you are only the heir, and not the head of the family. The next moment, Gao Yuan's voice suddenly turned cold. Eldest miss, it's best that you don't interfere in this matter. With that, Gao Yuan did not even look at Jingxuan and directly gave an order. Go, take them down for me. Gao Yuan, stop right now. Gao Yuan acted as if he did not hear Jingxuan's shout and chose to ignore her. He had already offended Jingxuan anyway, so there was no harm in offending her to the end. She was not the only heir of the Yan family, and it was not certain who would laugh in the end. Still not making a move. If there is anything, I will bear it for you. On one side were a few peasants who came from some unknown place, and on the other side were the sons of more than 10 aristocrats. He believed that even if this matter was exposed to Family Lord would still stand on his side. Brother Yang, please show mercy. And Jingxuan immediately became anxious. The golden armor guards were the backbone of the Yan family. In the entire Yan family, there were only 5,000 troops. No matter which one was lost, it would be the Yan family's greatest loss. Wu Chengkong turned around and looked at Yang Fann. When he saw that Yang Fann didn't have any intention to speak, a fierce light flashed across his eyes. Using his hand as a blade, he unleashed a blade light. Rumble. Wherever the blade light passed, everything was minced into pieces. Gao Yuan and the 1,000 golden armor guards didn't even have time to react before they were all minced into pieces. Not even their bones were left. It was as if they had never appeared in this world. Yang, and Jingxuan opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Blame Yang Fann for being too ruthless. It was all their fault. They were the ones who shouted at Yang Fann to kill him first. They deserved to die, and what right did she have to blame Yang Fann? In the end, she and Yang Fann were just passengers and the owner of the ship. At most, she could add a debt between the creditor and the owner, and the one who owed the debt was still the Yan family. It's all because of that Hai Yuan. It's all Gao Yuan's fault. Your own death is not to be regretted. Why did you implicate the golden armor guards? Dead. Commander Gao Yuan and the golden armor guards died just like that. How is this possible? And Jinyu was shocked. Commander Gao Yuan and the 1,000 golden armor guards. Even an ordinary lower king would have to put in a lot of effort to kill them. King at breaking space stage. This old man is definitely king at breaking space stage. He might even be a mid-sky break king. And Jinyu's pretty face immediately turned pale when she thought about how she might have offended a mid-sky break king. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic. Although she was An Clan's second successor, if her father knew about this, even if she didn't hand him over to calm his anger, her status in the Yan family would drop drastically in the future. It wasn't impossible for her to be directly disqualified from the position of heir. However, besides fear, she was also terrified. Although a mid-sky break king was strong, it was not enough to destroy their family. Not to mention mid-sky break king, they, An Clan, even the stronger king at breaking space stage was. We actually called king at breaking space stage a lowly commoner. It's over this time, it's really over. The noble children's legs went soft. They collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, their eyes lifeless. Their faces were ashen, and the great Qi dynasty had a clear hierarchy. However, in the end, strength was still the most important thing. To king at breaking space stage, there was no such thing as nobility. It was a complete joke. The dignity of a king was sacred and inviolable. Insulting a king was equivalent to killing them. The family behind them would not say a single word of disagreement, and they would even prepare a generous gift to calm down the king's fury. Right at this moment, rumble, a terrifying aura of king at breaking space stage erupted from within the public house, engulfing the entire world. Friend, what a ruthless method. As the saying goes, good. You still have to look at your master when beating a dog. Aren't you looking down on me, An Clan, too much? The next moment, rumble, a panicked sword light descended from the sky, and a middle-aged man in white clothes walked out from it. His entire body was covered in surging sword intent, and it seemed as if he was able to erupt with a terrifying power that could destroy stars in a breath's time. It's the third elder, and Jinyu's beautiful eyes immediately lit up when she saw the middle-aged man walking in the air. The third elder was one of the few experts in the Yan family. He was already a mid-sky break king 100 years ago. That old man was definitely no match for the third elder. And Jingxuan, who was standing at the side, was the opposite. Her pretty face turned pale and scary. Third elder, oh third elder, why are you causing trouble at this time? Do you think that the number of people who died today is not enough? Who do you think your Yan family is? You just don't put your Yan family in your eyes. What are you going to do about it? A hint of ridicule flashed across Wu Chengkong's eyes. With Yang Fann's support, not to mention the Yan family, even the imperial family of Dachi, and all the major powers in martial god continent, he had the right to not put them in his eyes. How dare you? You are courting death. Cold killing intent flickered in the eyes of the Yan family's third elder. No matter who it was, even if it was king at breaking space stage, he would have to pay a heavy price for provoking their dignity. In the next moment, rumble, a brilliant sword light was slashed out. As soon as the sword light flashed, it immediately sent out a kind of supreme sword intent that was almost above the 9 heavens. In an instant, it broke through the void and slashed towards Wu Chengkong. Ha ha ha, we are saved, old man, you asked for it, ha ha ha. A glimmer of hope appeared in the hearts of the princes who were in despair. The Yan family was different from the small families. Even if king at breaking space stage offended An Clan, he would have to pay a heavy price. Third elder, no, stop, brother Yang, please show mercy. And Jingxuan's face turned pale. Although the third elder had already stepped into the mid-sky break king 100 years ago, she still didn't think that he was a match for Wu Chengkong. At that moment, this sword strike is quite interesting. If it was before meeting my master, I might have to put in some effort. But now, you're just a slightly stronger ant. Wu Chengkong smiled disdainfully. The current him was no longer the same as before. He was no longer the same as before. The next moment, rumble, the violent and incomparable blade force soared into the sky like a surging river. In an instant, the wind and clouds moved, and the world changed color. Poochie poochie poochie. In all directions, large tracts of space were like mirrors, completely collapsing. The terrifying sword light that could severely injure a mid-sky break king was shattered into pieces, turning into powder in an instant. The insufferably arrogant third elder, who looked like a sword god that had descended to the mortal world, changed his expression drastically. He looked at Wu Chengkong as if he was looking at the legendary prehistoric berserk beast. Upper King at Breaking Space Stage. You are the Upper King at Breaking Space Stage C506. I am bullying you. The Upper King at Breaking Space Stage was right. He was the Upper King at Breaking Space Stage. In just half a month's time, Wu Chengkong's cultivation base had broken through a huge realm, from the peak mid-sky break king to the Upper King at Breaking Space Stage. All of this was because Yang Fann had given him a third cycle pill breaking stage, the third cycle pill breaking stage, 4th grade high-grade golden core. It had given mid-king a chance to break through to the high-grade king, and with Wu Chengkong's talent, he had a chance of breaking through to the 8th layer. As long as he wasn't too unlucky, breaking through was just a matter of time. A good reincarnation, a good birth, and a few decades of hard work. It could also help him become a good master. Actually, it's the same. Without a doubt, Yang Fann was a good master. 1/3 cycle pill breaking stage. It was worth tens of billions of highest grade spiritual stones. Not everyone could be so generous as to give a slave. What? Up King at Breaking Space Stage. Ingenue's body swayed and she fell to the ground. A mid-sky break king was already enough to make people despair, let alone that terrifying Upper King at Breaking Space Stage. It's over. It's over. It's all over at this moment. Ingenue only felt that her future was dark. Upper King at Breaking Space Stage. That was a peerless expert that stood at the peak of all living beings. Even if it was the Yan family, apart from their old ancestor who was in secluded cultivation all year round, not to mention that she was only one of the many successors of the family. Even if she had already inherited the position of family lord and offended an Upper King at Breaking Space Stage, it wasn't impossible for her to be stripped of the position of family lord. My God, what have we done wrong? I just wanted to please Ingenue. Why did you have to be so cruel to us? The biggest blow to the world. It was no better than giving himself hope and mercilessly killing him. And they had been tortured twice, to the point where they were on the verge of collapse. All the noble disciples had a mental breakdown. In the air, the third elder of the Yan clan was no longer as arrogant as before. He was like a completely different person. A trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes from time to time. He even had a faint flattering smile on his face. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. As for Wu Chengkong's provocative words, they seemed to have been thrown to the back of his mind. It was as if the words of an Upper King at Breaking Space Stage had been thrown to the back of his mind. That was no longer something that the Yan family could easily crush. A moment of carelessness would be enough to topple Yan clan. If it wasn't necessary, it would be better not to tear off all pretenses of cordiality. The third elder wanted to turn the big matter into a small matter, but Wu Chengkong did not want to stop. He raised his eyebrows and smiled coldly. There is no misunderstanding between us. Be a good boy and repent in hell if there was something wrong. He would say that it was a misunderstanding and want to let it go. How could there be such a good thing in the world? The next moment, without waiting for the Yan family's third elder to say anything, Wu Chengkong unsheathed his void-shattering divine saber. A peerless saber light that could tear apart the sky and destroy the earth and sky appeared out of nowhere, slashing towards the Yan family's third elder. Master, please don't. Jingxuan was scared out of her wits and screamed involuntarily. The third elder was different from those golden armor guards. That was Yan clan's true core strength. If the main pillar of the Yan family fell just like that, it would definitely be a great loss to the Yan family. It would be enough to shake the foundation of the Yan family. Unfortunately, Wu Chengkong didn't move at all. The destructive blade light continued to crush towards the third elder of the Yan family. Yang Fann didn't say anything. And Jingxuan's words were not a fart in his ears. A wave of disintegration suddenly enveloped the third elder's heart, causing him to let out a miserable cry before a wild beast died. In an instant, the sword chi, sword intent, sword movement. All of a sudden, it was brewed to its peak. A golden sword chi suddenly burst out from his body. This was his most powerful sword attack. It had condensed all of his sword intent and sword force, and with the help of the endless sharpness, it seemed as if it could kill anything, shatter anything, and destroy everything. Even King at Breaking Space Stage, who was at the peak of the intermediate, would suffer a great loss if he didn't have the protection of a high-grade secret treasure. However, his opponent wasn't a peak intermediate king at Breaking Space Stage, but a true superior king at Breaking Space Stage. There was a difference of one realm between them. It was a complete heaven and earth, cloud and mud in the time it takes to breathe. Poochie poochie poochie. The door-sized, over 1,000 feet long, brilliant sword beam was directly crushed into pieces by the destructive sword beam. In the next moment, the speed of the destructive sword beam did not decrease at all. With a terrifying speed that was several hundred times faster than the speed of sound, it sliced the third elder in half and destroyed his soul. His flesh and blood were completely minced. Third elder, he fell. Woo 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 woo. It's my fault. Everything is my fault. I shouldn't have brought him back. I shouldn't have brought him back. A line of clear tears flowed down in Jingxuan's beautiful eyes. Those were tears of regret. She only wanted to befriend Yang Fann. She really didn't want to see what would happen next. If she had known earlier, she would have done so. She would rather have someone send those 70 billion exquisite quality primeval stones to the Holy Dragon Pier than bring Yang Fann and the other two back to the High Duke's public house. Dead. Third elder, he's dead. How could this be? How could this be? And Jinyu felt the sky collapse and the earth sink. Her eyes turned black. She was completely frightened and fainted. If she were to really talk about it, she was the main culprit. If she did not hate Jingxuan, provoking her with words, there wouldn't have been any consequences. It could be said that the death of the third elder, she had to take the main responsibility of stripping him of his position of successor. There was no doubt about it. In fact, whether or not he could save her life, it was still a big mystery. At that moment, Shishang, a heart-wrenching scream that sounded like mourning came from inside the inn residence. The next moment, rumble rumble rumble, one escape light after another descended from the sky. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 13 of them, and each escape light represented a king at Breaking Space Stage. As expected of top families of the Great Qi Sacred Dynasty, his foundation was far more powerful than those second-rate and third-rate families. The person in the lead wore a plain long robe. He had white hair and a youthful face, and his aura was terrifying. He was even stronger than Wu Chengkong. In his eyes, the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter were constantly circulating, and strange phenomena were appearing. It was as if with just a glance, one would be able to make one stay in the endless illusory world forever. Juyu, Jingxuan's great-grandfather, was also the only senior king at Breaking Space Stage in the Yin family other than the old ancestor. However, the current Juyu was no longer as calm as before. He was so angry that his eyes were split open, and blood was flowing out from his eyes. A gurgling sound burst out from his throat. He was angry, and he was baring his teeth, as if he was in a mourning state. A mid-sky break king, and a mid-sky break king who had the potential to advance to the next level. This was a huge loss. Although the Yin family had more than a handful of king at Breaking Space Stage, there were only 2 people who had the potential to advance to the next level. Sir, you have gone too far. Do you really think that there is no one else in the Yin family? Juyu's eyes were fixed on Wu Chengkong. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. Wu Chengkong frowned slightly, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Compared to an old senior king at Breaking Space Stage like Juyu, he, as a newly promoted king at Breaking Space Stage, was still a lot weaker. Right at this moment, a disdainful voice came from behind Wu Chengkong. You are going too far. I'm bullying you. What are you going to do about it? C507 billions of stones to buy your whole family's life. Who? Juyu was already burning with anger, but he was still afraid of Wu Chengkong's powerful strength. As for the Juyu who was trying his best to suppress him, he was instantly ignited. His raging fury erupted like a million volcanoes. His voice was bone-piercing cold, as if it could freeze anything, even his soul. Rumble rumble rumble. Incomparably terrifying killing intent burst out from Juyu's body. In all directions, a large area of space seemed to have been condensed all of a sudden. The spatial crystal wall was cracked and shattered. Boundless air currents were raging, collapsing, flowing backwards. All of the light rays were distorted. Yang Fann's footsteps moved, and he slowly walked over from behind with Yunuo. His footsteps were very, very slow, and it was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. However, it was as if he had some kind of magical power, and wherever he went. The shattered space. Boom, who are you? Enjuyu frowned, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. This man was definitely not a simple person to be able to release his violent chi so easily. It was very likely that he was also an upper king at breaking space stage like him. Yang Fann didn't hide anything from him. He calmly reported his name. Yang Fann. Enjuyu murmured, but no matter how hard he thought about it, he still couldn't recall who Yang Fann was. Logically speaking, with their cultivation base, they shouldn't be nameless people. More or less, they had left their own legends in martial god continent. In the end, he could only treat Yang Fann as the bitter cultivator who only knew how to cultivate bitterly. The next moment, Enjuyu's expression turned serious. He looked at Yang Fann with a warning look. He said, "Brother Yang, this is a personal grudge between the Yan family and him. Brother Yang, it's better if you don't interfere in this matter." An upper king at breaking space stage was already enough to give them a headache. If another one came, even if An Clan won, he would have to pay a heavy price. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yang Fann seemed to have heard a funny joke and laughed wildly. "Do you know who he is? You haven't asked him for guidance." Enjuyu's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have a slight uneasiness in his heart. At this moment, Wu Chengkong's figure flashed, and he silently retreated behind Yang Fann. He respectfully said, "Master WH. What? Master. Master. He is actually your servant. How is this possible? How is this possible?" Enjuyu was horrified. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Wu Chengkong's power. He had a deep understanding of it. Even if Wu Chengkong wasn't as strong as him, such an expert, which one of them wasn't a proud, arrogant, and unruly lord? If it were him, even if he were to die, he wouldn't acknowledge someone as his master and become that lowly slave. He would be at the mercy of others. However, facts speak louder than words. Wu Chengkong's loyal servant attitude could not be faked. What kind of background did he have? Could he be a top-notch king at breaking space stage? The upper king at breaking space stage was already standing at the top of the continent. There were only a few top king at breaking space stage that could subdue them. Enjuyu's killing intent was gradually withdrawn. His tone was slightly relaxed as he said, "Sir, although our Yan family is weak, we still have some status in this city. You killed an elder of my family for no reason. Isn't this a little too much?" At this time, Enjuyu no longer had any hopes of keeping Wu Chengkong. A supreme king at breaking space stage was not someone the Yan family could afford to offend. As long as Yang Fann could give the Yan family a way out, his matter would be resolved. As for the third elder, and Shishang, he could only admit that he was unlucky. "Old man N, you should take a look at this and say this," he sneered. Yang Fann waved his fingers and started to form profound seals. Soon, the void began to distort, and images began to appear. It was the scene of Enjinyu and the group of noble disciples cursing Yang Fann, master and servant, and the other two. Shadow recovering spell, a little useless arcane art. Although it could replay everything that had happened in this place, the limit was to replay what had happened 15 minutes ago. This time was too short and it was basically useless. Unfilial daughter. At this moment, Enjuyu's heart felt like it was going to slice Enjinyu to pieces. What did this unfilial daughter do? Why didn't she go and die when she scolded a top-level king as a lowly commoner? Among the group of king at breaking space stage, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Enjingxuan and her sister almost staggered and fell from the sky. This unfilial daughter's strength was truly a scam. Was she trying to cheat him to death? This old man, would never let this matter rest. Taking a deep breath, Enjuyu smiled bitterly. He could no longer say the words that Yang Fann wanted to apologize to him. The dignity of a king was sacred and inviolable, let alone the supreme king at breaking space stage who stood at the peak of all living beings. No matter where this matter went, the one who was at fault was the Yan family. Not only that, he also had to find a way to calm Yang Fann's anger. It's all her fault. It's all her fault. If it wasn't for her, how could 1,000 golden armor guards have died? If it wasn't for her, how could Shishang have died? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The surging killing intent was like a surging killing intent. If it wasn't for his rationality telling him, It would be best to let Yang Fann handle Jinyu, this unfilial daughter. At this moment, he might have already killed Jinyu with a palm strike. The next moment, a flash of ruthlessness flashed across Jinju's eyes. He then said respectfully to Yang Fann, "Master, you have to understand that all of this is the fault of this unfilial daughter. It has nothing to do with me, and clan. Master, if you want to kill this unfilial daughter, you can do whatever you want. We have no complaints at all. No, great-grandfather, no, no." Jinyu, who had just woken up, heard Jinju's ruthless words. Immediately, her delicate body trembled and she almost fainted again. If that person were to deal with her, how could she still be alive? She was still young and far from having enough life. If she didn't want to die, she really didn't want to die. Vile creature, shut up! I don't have a granddaughter like you from now on. You will no longer have any connections with my family. Jinyu shouted coldly and immediately expelled Jinyu from the family. No, great-grandfather number. Granddaughter knows her mistake. I won't dare to do it again. I won't do it again. Tears fell uncontrollably. After leaving the family, she would be nothing. At that time, even if Yang Fann showed mercy and spared her life, she would still end up in a miserable state. All these years, with the identity of the second young lady of the family, she had offended more than one or two people right at this moment. Yang Fann's cold gaze swept across Jinyu. In an instant, Jinyu's voice froze. Her entire body seemed to have fallen into the bone-chilling nether hell. Even her soul and thoughts seemed to have been frozen in an instant. The next moment, Yang Fann's lips moved and he said coldly, "This lowly servant must die. No one can save her." The dignity of the expert was inviolable. Anyone who dared to insult and trample on his dignity, regardless of gender, would only die. However, it's impossible for your family to understand this matter. All of a sudden, Yang Fann changed the topic. Regarding the family, similarly, Yang Fann didn't have a good impression of them, regardless of whether it was the guard, Grand Commander, or Gao Yuan. The third elder, and Shishong, didn't leave a good impression on him. If they weren't strong enough, master and servant and the other two would have been beheaded by now. Jinyu smiled bitterly and said, "Master, what other requests do you have?" The family did not have the upper hand in terms of strength and reason. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to hold it in. At the same time, they were getting more and more dissatisfied with becoming an acting head of the family. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a good daughter and the old ancestor had to be so aggrieved, the family would have suffered such a huge loss. "I'll give you 10 billion exquisite quality primeval stones and let this matter go. Otherwise, there's no need for your family to continue existing. C508 kill them all. What? Give me 10 trillion exquisite quality primeval stones." Juyu's first reaction was that he had misheard. One must know that in the 108 states of the Great Qi Sacred Dynasty, every year, the tax was only a mere 100 billion exquisite quality primeval stones. A trillion exquisite quality primeval stones. Many top families had emptied his savings and sold all his assets, but he might not even be able to take them out. He had misheard. I must have heard it wrong. How could it be a trillion exquisite quality primeval stones? After some self-consolation, Jinyu asked, "Master, how many primeval stones did you just say? Hand over the trillion exquisite quality primeval stones. This matter shall be settled here. Otherwise, from today onwards, there will be no An clan in this world." What? It's really a trillion exquisite quality primeval stones. Jinyu finally confirmed that he didn't hear wrongly. In an instant, his eyes widened and almost popped out of his eye sockets. How dare he? How dare he? There was no way he could ask for an exorbitant price. Did they really think that their family's primary stones were coming from a strong wind? They could get as many as they wanted in the next moment. Juyu's expression turned cold as he said, "Sir, this joke isn't funny at all." Gradually, traces of cold shines flashed in his eyes. If he only wanted a few 100 to 100 billion exquisite quality primeval stones, he gritted his teeth and agreed. A top-notch king at breaking space stage. It was better not to provoke him if he could, but a trillion exquisite quality primeval stones. Even if the family was wealthy enough to rival an entire country, it was enough to completely shake the foundation of the family. Are you kidding me? Who's joking with you? Either hand over trillions of exquisite quality primeval stones or die. Yang Fann glanced at Jinyu with disdain. There was a faint trace of impatience between his brows. Giving them a chance to live was already his benevolence, yet he was still so picky. Did he really think that he wouldn't dare to start a massacre? Yang Fann, don't you go too far. Our family isn't someone to be trifled with. A hint of anger flashed across Enjuyu's eyes when he heard this. Although he was afraid of a top-notch king at breaking space stage, he was only afraid of him. It wasn't because he was afraid. The Yan family had existed for nearly 10,000 years. How could they not have some trump cards? If they really used those trump cards, even if it was a top-tier king at breaking space stage, they still had the strength to fight him. It seems like you all want to die. A cold killing intent flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Yang Fann, don't be so aggressive. This is the capital, not a place where you can act recklessly. Enjuyu suppressed the anger in his heart and said, although the top king at breaking space stage is strong, he is not invincible. There is more than one top king at breaking space stage in this world. You won't shed tears until you see your coffin. I hope you won't regret it later. Yang Fann smiled coldly. An ordinary top-level king really didn't have the qualifications to act recklessly in this city. Unfortunately, he wasn't a top-level king at all. Right at this moment, Jingxuan finally recovered from her shock. She initially thought that Yang Fann only had a strong background, but she never thought that his strength was so earth-shattering. He was one of the greatest martial god continents in the martial god continent. Brother Yang, please calm down. My family has no intention of becoming your enemy. Seeing that Yang Fann was about to make a move, Jingxuan immediately became anxious. Enjuyu was not sure, but she knew that the little maid who had been following Yang Fann closely was also a peerless expert. It was very likely that she had already reached the peak of king at breaking space stage's realm. A supreme king at breaking space stage was enough to make An clan use all of his trump cards. If there was another one, it wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Their family definitely wouldn't be a match for them. While speaking, Jingxuan kept winking at Enjuyu. Could it be that Yang Fann still has something to hide? It touched Jingxuan's anxious gaze. Enjuyu's heart tightened and a trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes. Jingxuan was different from Jinyu. She was the #1 genius of An clan's generation. The reason why she was able to become the #1 successor of the Yan family was not because of her identity as the boss. Most of it was because of her outstanding abilities. Otherwise, she would not have been appointed as the person in charge of a merchant group and controlled a soaring dragon battleship. One had to know that a top-grade warship like the soaring dragon battleship could be used by the entire Yan family. There are only 5 of them. You knew. Yang Fann acted as if he did not see Jingxuan begging him. He wanted Yunuo to destroy the Yan family and give them a chance. They did not know how to cherish it, so who could be blamed? At this moment, Roar the treacherous little brute actually dared to offend his superiors and kill Wei today. I will make you beg for death. Roar, an extremely loud voice of enmity came from the eastern horizon. It rumbled and exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth. The next moment, rumble, 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 one after another, terrifying figures descended from the sky. Their auras were so overwhelming that it seemed as though the entire world would be overturned in an instant. They were incomparably terrifying. There were over 100 of them. The weakest of them was a half-step king who had just broken through to the king stage. The chi of the strongest one was much stronger than Enjuyu, who was an old high-grade king. He was almost on the same level as top high king. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man wearing a 5-clawed dragon robe. His face was sculpted like a rock, and his eyes were like the eyes of a god. It was as if he was born with the ability to attract light. His entire body was filled with a terrifying and domineering aura, as if he was the sole ruler of the world. King Wu Wei, why is he here? A trace of doubt flashed across Enjuyu's eyes, but he quickly remembered the enmity's blunt words. Could it be that this Yang Fann Duken, this little brute actually has the guts to do such a thing to my Wei? He will definitely die today no matter who it is. Anyone who dares to save him will be my Qi Ji's mortal enemy. King Wu Wei and Qi Ji first gave Enjuyu a warning look. The Yan family's strength was not ordinary. If he used all his strength to protect little brute, it would be difficult for him to take revenge today. Obviously, Qi Ji didn't know that the Yan family had fallen out with Yang Fann. Upon hearing this, Enjuyu gave Qi Ji a strange look. Qi Ji had brought a lot of people with him, and their strength was also quite extraordinary. King at breaking space stage alone had 10 people, and there was even a top-ranked king at breaking space stage. But to a top-ranked king at breaking space stage, it was just a little troublesome. Besides, Yang Fann also had an upper-ranked king at breaking space stage to help him. However, Enjuyu didn't remind Qi Zhe of anything. Instead, he brought the experts of the Yan family and retreated 300 meters. This was to show that they wouldn't interfere with their personal grudges. King Wuwei, Qi Zhe, would like to test Yang Fann's strength. If King Wuwei wasn't careful, he would die in Yang Fan's hands. That would be even better. As the younger brother of Emperor, King Wuwei was deeply trusted by Emperor. If anything happened to him, at that time, even if Yang Fann was a supreme king at breaking space stage, you'll be in big trouble. After giving Enjuyu a knowing look, Qi Ji's gaze turned. He looked at Yang Fann, and in an instant, his eyes turned red, like an enraged beast. He wanted to eat someone. Roar, little brute, today, no one can save you. How dare you kill my way? Or not only you, little brute, want to die, but I also want to kill all of your family and friends. Anyone who has anything to do with you will die. Shut up, you Nuo, kill them all. A cold light flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. He said indifferently, as if killing them was as simple as crushing ants on the ground. His tone was full of disdain. Kill them all. You want this lowly servant to kill us? Little brute, you really have a big tone. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue? Qi Zhe was so angry that he laughed instead. This time, he had brought all the experts from the imperial residence with him. King at breaking space stage alone had 10 of them, plus over 100 half-step king warriors. Even the Yan family wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to keep them here. Not to mention such a lowly maid. Even Enjuyu, who had retreated to the side, widened his eyes. It wasn't because he didn't believe that Yang Fann had the ability to eliminate them, but because he couldn't believe that Yang Fann had sent such a weak maid instead of personally attacking them. He really thought that King at breaking space stage was a cabbage on the roadside, and that he could get as many as he wanted at this moment. Yang Fann seemed to have thought of something. He looked coldly at Qi Zhe and said, "You Nuo, this old dog is still useful. Let him live for now. The rest of you, kill him." C509 Slaughtering kings like slaughtering dogs. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The surging killing intent seemed to be like a surging killing intent. It was like a great river surging in King Wuwei's heart. He, Qi Zhe, had never been humiliated like this in his life. Die, this little brute must die. No, killing this little brute was too easy for him. I must let him know what it means to wish for death right at this moment. Yes, Master, Yu Nuo answered respectfully, her voice faintly carrying a trace of excitement. She did not kill anyone for half a month, even she was somewhat hungry and thirsty. She was patient. Who will take down this lowly servant for me? Killing intent flashed across Qi Ji's eyes. Behind Qi Zhe was a white-haired old man who was wearing a green robe and had the cultivation base of lower king at breaking space stage. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Your Highness, look at my means." "Hold on, Master Bai. Killing a chicken with a butcher's knife is not necessary. This lowly servant should have a future to take care of for her." Before the silver-haired old man could move, a half-step king wearing black armor had already rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 300 meters and arrived in front of Yu Nuo. The long saber at his waist was unsheathed, and in an instant, he slashed out thousands of times. Thousands of knife light merged into one and turned into a terrifying astral blade that crushed towards Yu Nuo. "Bitch, die!" The black-armored general grinned hideously, as if he had already seen the beautiful scene of Yu Nuo being killed with a single slash. How much ability could a mere maid have? This was all a reward for free. At that moment Yu Nuo's lips parted, and with a flick of her jade-like finger, a brilliant finger beam shot out in the blink of an eye, and the one that dissipated along with it. Along with the disappearance of the terrifying astral blade and the black-armored general, it was as if the black-armored general was an illusion that did not exist in this world. Dead, Lang Feng, died just like that. The white-haired consecrate, who was a little dissatisfied that the black-armored general had snatched him away, in an instant, his body trembled, and faintly. There seemed to be a hint of happiness mixed within. That Lang Feng was not a weakling. Among the hundreds of half-step king at breaking space stage in King Wuwei Prefecture, he was one of the best. He could even be ranked in the top 10. Even if he faced an ordinary lower king at breaking space stage, he would still be able to withstand a few strikes. But in the end, he couldn't block the finger of that lowly servant. King at breaking space stage. This lowly servant was definitely king at breaking space stage and not an ordinary lower king at breaking space stage. As for him, he was only a temporary king at breaking space stage. If he really met that lowly servant, he really did not have full confidence that he would be able to take down that lowly servant. At that time, it would be a small matter for him to lose face in front of the prince. If he did not do well, it would not be good for him to lose his boat in the sewers. This lowly servant, could it be that? Really? A hint of surprise flashed in King Wuwei and Qi Ji's eyes. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart, although the person who sent the message earlier. He had reported to him that Yang Fann was standing beside Little Brute. Not only was there an intermediate void-shattering Blade King, his maidservant had also destroyed one of the 10 great pirate groups of the Endless Ocean, the Black Dragon Ocean Pirate Gang. However, he didn't believe all of this. What a joke, a mere maidservant had the power to destroy the Black Dragon Ocean Pirate Gang. Why the fuck didn't you go to heaven? If she really had that power, who would still be that lowly maid? Impossible. How could a mere servant girl have that power? Lower king at breaking space stage should be her limit. The next moment, Qi Ji shouted again, who is willing to take down this lowly maid for me? Your Royal Highness, I'll do it very quickly, a hearty voice sounded from behind Qi Ji. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. His body was surrounded by lightning. In his eyes, there was a world of lightning. With a slight movement of his body, he was struck by lightning. It caused the surroundings to be filled with thunderous rumbles. The feeling of lightning breaking through the sky. Good. With High Official Tang taking action, we will definitely be able to take down this lowly servant. When Qi Ji saw this middle-aged man who looked like a thunder god descending from the heavens, he was immediately delighted. Tang Lei was one of the 4 great mid-sky break king in his worship hall. His 9 heavens thunder art was world-shaking, and his attack was so powerful that even many peak-level mid-sky break king would look at him in surprise. Servant, accept your death. 9 heavens thunder technique. A fierce light flashed in Tang Lei's eyes. In an instant, countless mysterious thunder patterns appeared all over his body, and he turned into 100 jong tall terrifying great gods. He pointed his finger at the sky and stepped on the ground, and lightning flashed around his body. It was as if the ancient thunder god had come back to life, and he was enforcing the law on behalf of the heavens and judging the world. Rumble, a brilliant thunderbolt descended from the sky, and it carried a world-shocking divine might as it rushed towards Yunuo. Wherever it passed, large areas of the space in all directions exploded like glass, inch by inch. The power of lightning is indeed worthy of being one of the strongest powers in the world. This strike is almost as powerful as King at breaking space stage's full-powered strike. I'm afraid this maid called Yunuo is in danger a few hundred meters away, and Juyu's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, a mere lightning energy, break it. Yunuo smiled contemptuously. Her jade-like hand moved and pointed again. Rumble, the dazzling finger light flashed again. It was no different from Lang Feng. The heavenly lightning and Tang Lei disappeared without a trace. There was no trace of their existence anymore. True monarch Thunder Tang Lei, died just like that. Can this woman be any more ferocious? And Juyu swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. True monarch Thunder Tang Lei was a mid-sky break king. Even in the capital, where capitals were as numerous as the clouds, he was ranked among the top experts. Even he, the veteran king at breaking space stage, might not be able to kill him with a single strike. At this moment, Juyu vaguely understood why Jingxuan was so anxious and uneasy. Bitch, it really. This lowly servant really has the power to destroy the Black Dragon Sea Pirates. At this moment, even if Qi Ji didn't want to believe it, he couldn't. True monarch Thunder Tang Lei was one of the top experts under his command, and could be said to be one of the top 3 in the imperial residence. In the end, he still wasn't a match for that lowly servant. His strength could be imagined. If he was the upper king at breaking space stage, then that lowly servant would definitely be the upper king at breaking space stage. Bitch, little brute, I have somewhat underestimated you. Qi Ji gave Yang Fann a fierce glare. He turned his gaze and said to an old man in white who had a sage-like demeanor but an incomparably evil gaze, Elder Chu, I will leave this lowly servant to you. The white-robed demon sword, Chu Yi, one of the top evil path experts of the great Qi sacred dynasty, and also the #1 expert that Qi Ji had recruited. A soul crystal. However, Chu Yi did not directly agree to help. Instead, he stated the conditions. It was different from the other consecrates. He said it was a consecration that Qi Ji had recruited, and it was more like Qi Ji's partner. A trace of hesitation and anger flashed across Qi Ji's eyes. Chu Yi was simply taking advantage of the situation and taking advantage of the situation. That was the supreme treasure of Martial God Continent, the ultimate treasure of King at breaking space stage after he passed away in meditation. His entire body was condensed from his spirit, and it contained the essence of the martial arts. If an upper-level king at breaking space stage could refine a soul crystal, he would have a pretty high chance of breaking through to the peak level in one go. He would be able to enter the ranks of the expert in the martial god continent. Even with Qi Ji's status, he only had one soul crystal. He was still waiting for the time when he could break through to the upper king at breaking space stage realm, so that he could borrow the power of this soul crystal. He took the last step in one go and handed it over just like that. He was really unwilling to accept it, but if Chu Yi didn't make a move, they were not a match for that lowly servant at all. Tang Lei's bloody lesson was still vivid in his mind. These people, even if they joined together, they probably wouldn't be able to stop the finger of that lowly servant. The higher the cultivation base, the greater the gap between each realm. Besides the experts of the same level, the number of people was nothing. Your Highness, how is it? A wicked smile appeared on Chu Yi's face. Forget it, forget it. Isn't it just a soul crystal? If I can get one, I can get a second one. Clenching his teeth, a resolute look flashed across Qi Ji's eyes. He said, Elder Chu, as long as you can kill that lowly servant and take little brute down, my soul crystal will be yours, Your Royal Highness. Rest assured, just leave them to me. Chu Yi laughed evilly and promised Qi Ji solemnly. There was a faint trace of excitement in his voice. He had been looking forward to that soul crystal for a long time. Now, his dream was finally coming true. Right at this moment, old thing, are you done nagging? A cold light flashed in Yunuo's beautiful eyes. She pointed her finger out. Rumble, a dazzling finger light flashed and disappeared. Chu Yi's voice suddenly stopped, and he directly followed the footsteps of Tang Lei and Lang Feng. Silence. The area within a few miles was terrifyingly silent. Qi Ji and the group of King Wuweis from King Wuwei Prefecture turned pale with a swoosh. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. Dead, dead, Elder Chu, he will die just like that. How is this possible? How is this possible? One finger, just one finger, and he killed Elder Chu, this peak upper-level king at breaking space stage. Gulp. Is she a human or a ghost? Is she a human or a ghost? Unfilial son, why didn't I put you on the wall back then? C510. Who the hell do you think you are in front of the public house? King Wuwei and Qi Ji's faces were so pale that it was scary. There was not a trace of human color in their eyes. Apart from fear, there was also deep regret. It was just a son. If he died, so be it. He didn't only have Qi Wei as his son. Now, he had also lost his life. Unfilial son, oh unfilial son, I have seen people who are cheating, but I have never seen someone as deceitful as you. If I had known this would happen, I would have just killed you. It's better to be on the wall than to give birth to you, unfilial son, and bring harm to me. White sword demon Chu Yi fell just like that. Gurgle. Looking at Yunuo's back, and Jingshuan swallowed her saliva with some difficulty, although she already knew that Yunuo's strength was frightening. Even if she was compared to their old ancestor, and clan, she was still not the slightest bit inferior. However, she had never thought that she had still underestimated Yunuo. How could this not be bad? There was no comparison at all. It was simply a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Top-grade king at breaking space stage. This Yunuo was definitely the top-grade king at breaking space stage, and among the top-grade king at breaking space stage, she was the top. The white-robed sword demon Chu Yi was a top-grade upper-grade king at breaking space stage who was only second to the top-grade king at breaking space stage. He was an ordinary top-grade king at breaking space stage. It was easy to defeat him, but he could instantly kill him with a single strike. It wasn't that simple, let alone a casual finger. He would be crushed to death. Hiss. What is the origin of this Yang Fann? To actually be able to slave such an expert. And Juyu stared at Yunuo. He opened his mouth wide and his eyes widened. A top-tier king at breaking space stage. That was the highest grade expert in the martial god continent, a great figure that stood at the peak of all living beings. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone in the world who could slave them. Even the greatest Saint Martial Emperor of the Great Qi Sacred Dynasty was at his peak. None of them had ever enslaved a supreme king at breaking space stage. Suddenly, a trace of fear welled up in Njuyu's heart. Just a little bit more and the Yan family would have completely fallen out with Yang Fann. When that time came, the result would be hiss. Just thinking about it made him despair. Unknowingly, Njuyu looked at King Wuwei with a trace of indescribable gratitude in his eyes. King Wuwei, oh King Wuwei, It was always me who was blind and did not know what was good for you in the past. A good person, a great good person. He was simply a model that would sacrifice himself for others in the blink of an eye. The cold shine in Yunuo's eyes flickered. She took a step forward and pointed her finger at another mid-sky break king from King Wuwei Prefecture. A brilliant finger light flashed past. The mid-sky break king didn't even have the slightest reaction before he was ruthlessly crushed into powder. King at breaking space stage, a top expert of martial god continent, was a complete joke at this moment. He wasn't much stronger than the chickens and ducks that were kept by those people. He could be killed however he wanted. Devil, she is a devil. Run. The expert in King Wuwei's mansion collapsed completely, and they couldn't summon any resistance thoughts. All of them fled like rats, and they only hated their parents for giving them 2 legs. Yunuo's beautiful eyebrows moved, and a deep disdain flashed across her face. If I let you all escape, how am I going to report this to my master? All of you come down. The next moment. Rumble. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from Yunuo's delicate body and instantly sealed the area within a 100-mile radius. Bang bang bang. The group of King Wuwei's that had just soared into the sky fell down from the sky like dumplings. They crashed heavily onto the ground and broke their arms and legs. The unlucky ones had their heads hit the ground and exploded like watermelons. Brain matter and blood splattered all over the ground. Woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Spare me, fairy, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. In an instant, the land was filled with wails, cries, and pleas for mercy. At this moment, enough. Friend, King Wuwei is Emperor's younger brother after all. Please give me some face and let this matter go. How about it? A terrifying chi of King at breaking space stage and a dignified voice were transmitted from the eastern horizon, sweeping across all directions. The next moment, rumble, a brilliant sun, slowly descended from the sky. Within the scorching sun was a magnificent god's residence. Its appearance was unclear, mysterious, and extremely majestic. With just a glance, the crowd could not help but kneel on the ground and pay their respects to the god. Under the sun, a human figure could be seen walking. He held his head high and was unparalleled, his aura engulfing the entire world. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a golden robe. His facial features looked like they were carved from jade, cold and resolute. As soon as he appeared, he seemed to be the only one in the world. He was the only one who stood at the top of the world. His entire body was filled with an invincible spirit and confidence. He controlled the charm of spring and autumn, spreading out in all directions. He swept through everything. It's the Imperial Advisor. We can be saved, we can be saved. Looking at the golden-robed middle-aged man who was walking in the air, Qi Zhe and the others immediately felt like the drowning person had grabbed onto a life-saving straw and cried out in alarm. The Imperial Advisor, Exalted Solar Illumination, was the current sect chief of the Sacred Sun Clan, the #1 sect in the Great Qi Sacred Dynasty, one of the expert in the martial god continent. He had already stepped into the realm of the Supreme King at breaking space stage 300 years ago. It was likely that which would definitely give him face with his presence. Giving you face? Who do you think you are, to be worthy of me giving you face? A hint of ridicule flashed across Yunuo's eyes. A top-level king who was the most ordinary in the heavenly desolate domain actually wanted her, ghost apostles, to give him face. This was a huge joke. Such a person had died in her hands. Even if there weren't 100 of them, there would still be 50 to 60 of them. What? This witch residence? She actually did not even give face to the Imperial Advisor. This. How is this possible? Qi Zhe and the rest of the expert from King Wuwei Mansion were shocked. Friend, this is the capital, not a place for you to mess around. The Sunshine Sage's voice instantly turned cold. Ever since he became the Imperial Advisor of the Sacred Dynasty, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. So much nonsense. Die! The killing intent in Yunuo's eyes flashed and disappeared. Her delicate body moved and directly crushed the void. In an instant, she appeared there. In front of the Sunshine Master, her jade-like hand moved and pointed at the Sunshine Master. Yunuo used a bit of her true ability with this finger. No matter what, he was still a top-level king, one of the expert in the martial god continent. Of course, she didn't use much strength. It was just that level of strength. He didn't even use any martial skill secret technique, but even so, he still couldn't use it. The amount of energy contained within it was far greater than 100 trillion power of true Dans. This was a terrifying energy that even Top King could suppress. It was far beyond the imagination of the barbarians in martial god continent. It could shatter the starry sky and destroy the sun and moon with ease. After killing God and Devil was sent flying away. In all directions, there were large patches of spatial crystal walls. Like glass, they were completely shattered into powder. Everything was destroyed into nothingness. An ominous omen of collapse swept through Guru Sunshine's heart, causing him to suddenly let out a miserable howl before a wild beast was on the verge of death. In an instant, his entire body shone with a brilliant light, and the huge sun above his head exploded with a loud bang. Along with the mysterious divine residence, it entered Guru Sunshine's body in an instant. At this moment of life and death, Guru Sunshine no longer cared whether or not his origin potential would be damaged. He directly used a forbidden technique to forcefully increase his combat strength. In an instant, Master Sunshine transformed into a 300-meter-tall giant of sunlight. It shone with a brilliant light, as if the legendary sun god had been revived. He pointed his finger at the sky and stepped on the ground. His divine might was unparalleled. Break it, brilliant godly fist rumble. The brilliant finger light finally collided with the endless sunlight. It was like the collision of ancient stars. Countless mushroom clouds were rising in all directions in just a breath's time. Poochie poochie poochie. All of the sunlight exploded and evaporated. The resplendent finger light instantly blasted into the chest of the giant of light rumble. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The giant of light, which was over 1,000 feet tall, exploded. Its skin, flesh, and bones all exploded, splattering in all directions. Even the soul had been completely destroyed, and it could not be more dead. How could this be? How could this be? Exalted Sunshine is a top-notch king at breaking space stage, one of the greatest experts of the sacred dynasty. How could he have fallen just like that? This isn't real, it's not real. C517 White Tiger Crown Prince. Although many martial artist warriors have been bullied by other races, however, their blood was still not cold. They cheered for Wu Chungkong. They wished they could take their place and cut off the heads of the other races. They wanted to take revenge for those human girls who had been ruined by them, but there were even more of them. They had long since gotten used to the rule of the foreign races and were completely heartless. They didn't know what was right and what was wrong, and they didn't have the courage of a martial artist warrior. All they had was that indelible slavery that was deeply branded in their bones. Not only did they not thank Wu Chungkong, they even cursed him loudly, blaming Wu Chungkong for being a good-for-nothing and dragging them into this mess. If they didn't know that a high-grade king wasn't someone they could deal with, they might have already gathered together and captured Wu Chungkong. It was used to apologize to their master, hoping that he could save his own life at this moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rays of black light descended from the sky, and a middle-aged man wearing a black Qilin armor and holding a strange demon blade walked out. He had a silver horn on his head and 2 furry wolf ears, and he was emitting a terrifying top-level king aura. Behind him were 10 other terrifying black king stages that were wearing black armor and had the aura of an upper king stage warrior. It's the law enforcement unit, and it's the Silver Moon Howling Firmament who personally took action. He's dead for sure. This human expert is definitely dead for sure. The hearts of all the foreign races in the square trembled when they saw the majestic silver horn warrior. In an instant, all of them looked at Wu Chungkong as if they were looking at a dead man. The law enforcement unit was the infamous and violent mechanism of the White Tiger Holy City. Every member of the law enforcement unit was a famous expert. They were at least lower kings, and the 3 captains. All of them were peerless top-level king experts, as well as the 10 great high-grade kings. Not to mention a mere top high king, even the top king. Hong Long. Bitch beast, I told you to stand up for me. Alright now, karma has come. You actually dare to harm all the great ones. Beast, your death date has arrived. Lord, it's this beast, it's him. Who killed all the young masters? Countless humans were gnashing their teeth in anger, as if the one who just died was their father. If looks could kill, Wu Chungkong would have been torn into pieces by them. Master, you must not let this beast go. Human, this is our human race. Yang Fann's eyes were blank. He felt an indescribable pain and bitterness in his heart. If you are not of my race, your heart must be different. It is fine if you are of the foreign race, but you are all human. Have your conscience been eaten by dogs? No wonder there are so many traitors in this world. With this bunch of things, how could there be less of those bastards who have betrayed their ancestors and left their sects behind? Suddenly, Yang Fann's expression turned cold. This bunch of unscrupulous things were not worthy of being called humans. They were simply beasts who wore human skin. In an instant, Silver Moon Howling Sky had already brought 10 law enforcement units from the law enforcement unit to 100 feet away from Wu Chengkong. He looked down at Wu Chengkong from above and said with a voice that sounded like a high and mighty god, "How dare you, human, harm a noble family of the empire? Do you know that this is a serious crime? Kneel down and surrender all. Kneel your mother." A hint of disdain flashed across Wu Chengkong's eyes. So what if he was a top-level king? Behind him was Yang Fann, a peerless and fierce man. Hiss. How dare he speak to Captain Xiaoshan like that? Countless foreign tribes gasped. At this moment, as long as one had some rationality, it was impossible for them to be so forceful with the law enforcement unit. What a reckless human bastard! If I don't skin you alive and rip you into pieces, I won't be called Silver Moon Xiaoshan. Silver Moon Xiaoshan's eyes shone with a fierce light, and his killing intent was boundless. Ever since he stepped into the top-level king, he had never been contradicted like this. He was still that lowly human. Right at this moment, at the edge of the square, killing intent flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. You Nuo, kill them. Although the peak high-grade king and top-level king were only one step away, furthermore, Silver Moon Xiaoshan was not as simple as a beginner top-level king. He was not the slightest bit weaker than old man with tears in his eyes. It could be said that he was infinitely close to top king. Wu Chengkong couldn't compare with him. Not to mention, there were also 10 high-grade king experts behind this Yinyu Xiaoshan. If they really wanted to attack him, Wu Chengkong was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would be mercilessly killed. In the middle of the square, human trash, you bastard, pay the price for what you said. Silver Moon Xiaoshan gave a sinister smile. In the next moment, rumble, the incomparably violent fiendish chi soared into the sky like a great river. Silver Moon Xiaoshan's 10 feet tall body instantly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 30 feet tall triton. Vaguely, it was like a terrifying Silvermoon skywolf was roaring at the sky above his head. Its ferocity was monstrous. Before he could finish his words, Silver Moon Xiaoshan let out a miserable shriek. It was a miserable and tragic cry. In an instant, Shozhang's body rapidly shriveled like a deflated balloon. In the end, it exploded with a loud bang, and his flesh, skin, and bones splattered all over the ground. What exactly is going on? How could Lord Howling Sky? How could he? Countless alien experts were shocked and their eyes were filled with disbelief. How could the arrogant Silver Moon Xiaoshan turn into a pile of corpses in the blink of an eye? They couldn't figure it out. They really couldn't figure it out. Right at this moment, an exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. It's her! It must be her who killed Lord Xiaoshan unknowingly. A purple-clothed girl with a perfect appearance appeared beside Wu Chengkong. She was enough to make countless women hate her. Hiss. This can't be true, right? Gulp. What is her cultivation base, invincible king? Or is it the quasi-emperor? Silvermoon Xiaoshan had already stepped into the top-level king 3,000 years ago. His strength, even if it was a sneak attack, however, it was not something that top king could kill with a single strike. In the next moment, many of the alien experts' faces revealed a hint of understanding. No wonder that human killed all the nobles so decisively. It turns out that he has someone backing him up. Bitch it, how can there be such an expert in the human race? The various large clans' experts that had arrived late hesitated for a moment. Although they had brought quite a number of experts, they were true top-level king warriors. There were only 3 of them. Top-level king was not some random cabbage on the roadside. They could get as much as they wanted, even if it was one of the 10 great royal families. There were only 1 or 2 top-level king in nearly half of the royal families, and each of them was the patron saint of the family. Unless it was a matter of great importance to the family, he could not be moved lightly. Furthermore, these 3 top-level king warriors weren't any top warriors either. They were all ordinary top-level king warriors, and the strongest one among them was weaker than Silver Moon Howling Sky. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they still had the ability to fight top king. If they fought invincible king, or even the stronger quasi-emperor expert, they had no chance of winning at all. Right at this moment, a mighty voice that sounded like a supreme heavenly god looking down on the world came from the eastern horizon. In an instant, it swept across the entire square in the center of the White Tiger. How dare you, lowly human servant, how dare you harm the law enforcers of the empire? This is an unforgivable crime. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Kneel down before me now and swear to be my slave. I can still give you a way out. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming to this world. C519 Crazy Yang Fann rumble. A brilliant white light tore through space, revealing a terrifying figure. It was a middle-aged man wearing a scale battle robe and a white tiger helmet. Just like White Tiger Crown Prince, his silver hair danced in the air. There was a clearly visible word, King, on his forehead, and his face was extremely cold and proud. He looked down at the sky from above. Every cell in his body was emitting a terrifying aura of death. It was as if the god of death from hell had descended upon the world. Every move he made, it seems to give birth to an instinctive fear. Third Imperial Uncle, save me. Seeing the middle-aged man who looked like the god of death, White Tiger Crown Prince, who was in despair, immediately had a glimmer of hope. The third Imperial Uncle was one of Golden Crystal White Tiger clan's top-grade expert, and he had already stepped into the quasi-emperor stage 5,000 years ago. This lowly servant wouldn't dare to disrespect the third Imperial Uncle. But soon, the ray of hope was replaced by shock. Lowly servant, how dare you? He couldn't understand, he really couldn't understand why she would dare to continue this ruthless attack. Could it be that she didn't want to live anymore? I'm unwilling to accept this. With a cry filled with despair and unwillingness, White Tiger Crown Prince's soul was instantly shredded to pieces by the cloudy cloud's devil dagger. There was no way for him to resist at all. Although a king could separate his soul from his body, without the protection of the body, he would be like a tiger that had lost its claws, and his strength would drop by more than a level. Not to mention an invincible king like Yunuo, even an ordinary high-grade king could easily take his life. Kill her, she really killed His Highness the Crown Prince. How dare she? How dare she? Around the square, countless alien experts didn't dare to believe all of this. This was their White Tiger Empire's His Highness the Crown Prince. Kill him. This was a battle that would never end until the death of their White Tiger Empire. The consequences of this, let alone a mere invincible king. Even the quasi-emperor expert wouldn't be able to bear it. Bitch, you. All of a sudden, the third prince, Bai Xiaohai, let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if he had just lost his life. His voice was filled with a hint of disbelief. He, a median quasi-emperor, had come here personally. How could this lowly servant dare to attack him? When he finally realized what was going on, it was too late to save him. He could only watch helplessly as his crown prince was killed by Yunuo's sword. Roar, lowly servant, you deserve to die 10,000 times for your crimes. Traces of blood flowed down from Bai Xiaohai's tiger eyes. He had killed the crown prince of White Tiger Empire right in front of him. Such an act was like a slap to Bai Xiaohai's face. It was the same as opening one's left and right, and this was the capital of the White Tiger Empire. It was Golden Crystal White Tiger clan's great ability, but in the end, His Highness the Crown Prince was killed just like that. If this was spread out, White Tiger Empire would become the laughing stock of the other empires. How would the people of the world view Golden Crystal White Tiger clan? If they couldn't protect the Crown Prince in capital, who else could they protect? Roar, bitch, come and die for me. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and the entire sky seemed to turn dark. All of a sudden it was as if the entire world had suddenly fallen into the terrifying nether hell. Even time seemed to have stopped in an instant. A terrifying large hand descended from the sky and crushed towards Yunuo. This huge hand was larger than anyone could imagine. It was unknown how many acres of farmland it was. It blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun. Its entire body was in a dark color, this kind of black. It seemed to represent the origin of darkness, which could absorb all light, wiping away all hope, as if the entire world had been blinded. It caused the entire world to fall into endless darkness and panic. Wherever he went, all the space was destroyed. Everything would be obliterated into nothingness. By Xiaohai, who had attacked furiously, unleashed 12 layers of energy. This attack could even cause a median quasi-emperor to suffer a great loss. Such a terrifying strength. It's like Devil God's furious attack. A mere breath of aura was enough to crush us thousands of times. She's dead. That witch is definitely dead. In all directions, countless alien expert revealed a victorious smile. He looked at Yunuo as if he was looking at a dead man. He dared to kill His Highness the Crown Prince in capital. It was an unforgivable crime. He deserved to die 10,000 times over. In a split second, rumble. The heavens shook and the earth shook. The entire White Tiger Square seemed as if it was going to explode with a single blow. Rocks flew everywhere, and dust flew everywhere. Gulp. She's dead, right? Then which should be dead? The group of alien experts stretched their necks, wanting to see everything in the smoke. Of course, the third prince will personally take action. How could witch still live? HMPH. HMPH. However, a purple light flashed across the area of the dust cloud as a graceful figure walked out from the dust cloud. It was shockingly Yunuo, who they regarded as a dead person. At that moment, Yunuo's body was spotless and clean, as if she had not been injured by that shocking palm. Ah, this. How is this possible? How is this possible? Is she a human or a ghost? Is she a human or a ghost? Countless alien experts who were looking at Yunuo from all directions were extremely shocked. He looked at Yunuo as if he was looking at a ghost from the legends. They had all seen how terrifying that palm strike was. Even from afar, it still made them feel despair deep in their souls. That power was not something a king could resist. Even invincible king couldn't withstand that power. Hong Long. Bitch, you actually possess the sacred nether body. The others didn't see it, but Bai Xiaohai saw it clearly. Just as his palm was about to kill Yunuo, Yunuo turned into a void and made his furious palm strike into the air. There was nowhere to use his strength the next moment. Bai Xiaohai frowned. Although this lowly servant's strength was insignificant, she was innately undefeatable with the help of the netherworld's sacred body. With his median quasi-emperor cultivation base, it was almost impossible for him to injure her unless his cultivation base could advance further and break through all techniques with just a single strike, breaking the limit of the netherworld's saint body. Could it be that I have to ask those old fogies to help me? As one of the top-grade foreign races in Heavenly Desolate Domain, Golden Crystal White Tiger clan had countless experts in his clan. Not to mention the upper quasi-emperor, even top quasi-emperor. It wasn't as if there weren't any quasi-emperor at peak experts, but if they really asked for help, that would make him, Bai Xiaohai, useless. He wouldn't even be able to deal with a mere invincible king. He would surely be laughed to death by those old men. Suddenly, Bai Xiaohai's body trembled. It was as if he had discovered a terrifying prehistoric berserk beast. His eyes stared at Yunuo. To be precise, it was the cloudy cloud devil dagger in Yunuo's hand. His voice was slightly trembling and faintly revealed a trace of fear. Nether sacred body, cloudy cloud devil dagger. You are ghost apostles. I'm not seeing things, am I? 3. The Third Royal Highness. He seemed to be afraid of this. How is this possible? An illusion, it must be my illusion. Many alien expert rubbed his eyes hard, not daring to believe what he had just seen. The third prince, Bai Xiaohai, was a median quasi-emperor. How could he be afraid of a puny king? This was totally illogical right at this moment. A calm voice rang out from a corner of the square. In an instant, it swept across the entire White Tiger Square. Little tiger, weren't you arrogant just now? What, now you know fear? In the next moment, a young figure slowly walked into the plaza. His steps were very slow. He had a leisurely stroll, but his speed was not slow. With every step he took, he would cover a distance of a few li. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the center of the square. This man was none other than Yang Fann. It was time for him to make a move himself. Although Yunuo had successfully assassinated a median quasi-emperor before, it was still just an assassination. If they were to fight face to face, she would at most be able to save her life. I didn't see wrongly, right? The one who spoke just now was this little brat. Gulp, gulp, madness, madness, this kid must be crazy. Kekekeka, there are lunatics every year, especially this year. If this brat doesn't die, I'll eat the rice fields together. Alien expert looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a madman. What nonsense did he say? Who did he think he was? Emperor Sovereign? Many alien experts' eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty light. They could already see the beautiful scene of Yang Fann being torn into pieces by the furious Bai Xiaohai. Kakaka, just watch, this little devil will definitely die a miserable death. 2C 525 Battle God White Tiger within the Five Elements world. Blood spurted out from Great Emperor Bai Hu's eyes. Both of his eyes were fixed on Yang Fann. His face was extremely twisted, as if he was a ferocious ghost from the nether hell, causing one's soul to tremble. The price he had paid this time was too great. A single drop of his natal blood had completely cut off Verbal Emperor's path, stopping others from achieving their Tao. This hatred was no different from killing one's parents. It was an irreconcilable hatred, not to mention that Yang Fann had truly killed his father, brother, and son. The hatred in his heart was indescribable. If his gaze could kill Yang Fann, the current Yang Fann would have been sliced into thousands of pieces by him, and he would have been executed by dismembering his body. At that moment rumble, the endless blood-red light transformed into a brilliant pillar of light that pierced through the world crystal wall and into the clouds. In an instant, it was as if a door of fate had been opened. In the next moment, an incomparably mysterious long river appeared in the void. Suddenly, the entire mysterious long river set off tempestuous waves. It was as if a terrifying monster was about to be born from that river. What exactly is this? A trace of fear flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. In the mysterious river, he could feel a terrifying qi. Compared to that qi, Great Emperor Baihu, who was a quasi-emperor at peak, was like a weak baby. There was no comparison between them. Right at this moment, arg, a shocking tiger roar that could shake the heavens and earth erupted from the mysterious river. In an instant, a giant figure broke through the mysterious river and descended into this world. The white tiger, a white tiger that only existed in legends and legends, had appeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. The mighty aura of the archaic wilderness completely erupted, engulfing the entire world. Puchi. The entire five elements small world could no longer withstand that terrifying aura. The world crystal wall exploded like glass, and extremely dangerous aura filled up the entire world in an instant. This aura was incomparably violent, and it exuded a ferocious killing intent. It was also so high and mighty, and it represented nobility, supremacy, and disregard all lives. It was supreme and above all living things in the world. Bang bang bang. In all directions, countless alien experts, including Great Emperor Baihu, who had just escaped from the prison, were kneeling on the ground and worshipping the enormous creature in the sky. It was the suppression of their bloodline, and they instinctively surrendered. God, white tiger, how is this possible? Looking at the huge object in the sky, Yang Fann swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. He was extremely shocked. White tiger was not a creature from the ancient era. He had become a legend in the ancient era millions of years ago. How could there be white tiger and divine beast in this world? It's over, it's really over now. At this moment, Yunuo's heart sea also stirred up waves in the raging sea. Apart from despair, there was also despair in her beautiful eyes. Although she had absolute confidence in Yang Fann, her master, and she could even be said to worship him blindly, the one they were facing now was the legendary white tiger, the white tiger who was thousands of times stronger than Emperor Sovereign. This was the difference between a human and a god. No matter what kind of monster his master had, he was only a human. How could a human defeat a high and mighty god? Wu Chengkong, who was still full of pride just now, had completely collapsed to the ground. His eyes were dull and lifeless, like a fool. Right at this moment, an extremely miserable wail erupted and swept across the world. Ancestor, you have to seek justice for our children. This little brute has committed a heinous crime, and he has slaughtered your bloodline descendant. Ancestor, please help us kill this evil thief. The voice was so heart-wrenching and filled with hatred. It was Great Emperor Baihu. Ancestor, please kill this evil thief. Ancestor, please kill this evil thief. Ancestor, please kill this evil thief. In an instant, numerous alien experts' voices echoed from all directions. There was no other way out. Master Ancestor was white tiger. If he personally attacked, he would certainly be able to kill little brute. Rumble. In the sky, the huge and cold eyes of the white tiger and divine beast, which were even bigger than a water jar, covered Yang Fann's body. In an instant, a terrifying pressure that made countless quasi-emperor experts feel despair enveloped Yang Fann's body. Bitch it, this time, I was too arrogant. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled into a bitter smile. A trace of panic flickered in his eyes. The white tiger was the legendary divine beast. And amongst all the divine beasts, it could be said to be the king. It had the strength of a top-level king at birth, and had an emperor's power at a young age. Once he became an adult, even the legendary ancestor might not be a match for him. It was absolutely not something he could deal with now. It was not an exaggeration to say that white tiger could easily kill thousands of Yang Fann with just a sneeze. The two of them were on completely different levels, heaven and earth, cloud and muds. But at this moment, a strange light suddenly flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, and he was puzzled. Although the aura unleashed by white tiger was strong, it was still stronger than Great Emperor Baihu's quasi-emperor at peak aura. It was thousands of times scarier, but even so, at most, it could only be compared to Emperor Sovereign, and it was also the weakest of Emperor Sovereign, lower emperors. He was like a firefly and a bright moon compared to the legendary ancestor. One should know that in the legends, a sovereign could easily kill an emperor with just a slight burst of chi. Could it be that this white tiger is just a piece of trash? Suddenly, a hint of understanding appeared in Yang Fann's mind. If this White Tiger Empire really had White Tiger in charge, how could they be willing to stay in a corner? The huge heavenly desolate domain, and even the entire continent. It would be the world of the White Tiger Empire, and it would be a legend in this sovereign realm. In the era when Emperor claimed to be the Venerable, a white tiger would absolutely have the power to sweep across the entire continent. Humph, this gave me a fright. Today, I would like to see what kind of tricks this white tiger of yours has. With a cold laugh, the gloominess in his heart was swept away. In an instant, violent fighting intent erupted from Yang Fann's body like a great river, soaring into the sky. What? How dare this little brute? Looking at the frenzied Yang Fann, great Emperor Bai Hu's facial expression changed. The script shouldn't be like this. Facing the great ancestor, shouldn't this little brute immediately kneel on the ground, shake his head, beg for mercy, kowtow and beg for mercy? How could he still dare to resist? Didn't he know that he was facing the legendary White Tiger? At that moment White Tiger seemed to have been enraged by this ant in front of him. The cold shine in his huge eyes flashed and shot out explosively. He unleashed a frightening killing intent. The next moment, White Tiger waved his right claw, and as if he was swatting a fly, it pressed down on Yang Fann. This claw strike didn't have any profound mysteries to it. It was just a direct and straightforward claw strike. However, the power contained within it was far beyond the imagination of the world. A quasi-emperor at peak like great Emperor Bai Hu couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. He could easily kill more than 10 of them, or even more. Rumble, 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 rumble. In all directions, large patches of spatial crystal walls were shattered like glass. Everything was turned into nothingness. It was as if the sky and the earth had turned into chaos all of a sudden. Ha ha ha, this is Master Ancestor's power. It's terrifying, it's really too terrifying, little brute. No matter what kind of monster you have, in front of Master Ancestor, you are just an ant that can be easily killed for kekekekeki. Bitch, little brute, tremble despair next year, today will be your death anniversary. C527 Wounded by defeat. White Tiger was the legendary divine beast king, a supreme existence that could suppress the power of the ancestor. Even if it was just a tiny bit of the soul imprint, its combat strength was far beyond the quasi-emperor at peak, and it was comparable to the real emperor sovereign. This was the strongest enemy Yang Fann had encountered since his debut. At this moment, Yang Fann no longer dared to hold back. He used all of his trump cards and unleashed all of his combat strength. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The invincible saber chi burst out from Yang Fann's body and swept across the world. Yang Fann's aura began to rise steadily and crazily. The terrifying and invincible saber aura wreaked havoc in the world. The shiny knife light instantly cut through the sky, shattered the chaos, shattered the starry sky, and destroyed everything in the surroundings. At this moment, Yang Fann's temperament had changed drastically. He was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. He was so insufferably arrogant. He was high and mighty, making people submit to him from the depths of their souls. With just a thought, he could slaughter gods and deities. He could destroy the sun and moon, and he could also use the profound meanings of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. He could also devour and destroy seventh layer profound meanings. The profound meaning kept flashing and circulating. It was as if the god of profound meanings that controlled all kinds of profound meanings had unparalleled divine might. He was the only one who could reign supreme. Saber. Sabersman. This little brute is also a peerless sabersman. Gulp. Is he a human or a ghost? Is he a human or a ghost? Great Emperor Bai Hu's expression suddenly changed, and he turned pale with fright. He had seen abnormal beings before, but he had never seen such abnormal beings before. Not only did he have a dual body, not only did he cultivate, he had also comprehended the profound meaning of metal, wood, water, fire. He had also comprehended the profound meaning of devouring and destroying seventh-layer warriors. This was one thing, but he was also a peerless sabersman. How could there be such a monster in this world? The heavens are too biased towards this little brute. Can the ancestor really take down this little brute? At this moment, great Emperor Bai Hu's heart began to panic. It wasn't that he didn't believe in his ancestor, it was just that this little brute was too much of a monster. Anything could happen to him. In a split-second myriad waves absolute god / Yang Fann slashed out in shock. Rumble. The saber chi swept across 90,000 miles, as if the blade god had destroyed the world. This was Yang Fann's most powerful strike, and its terror far exceeded the imagination of the world. Half a month had passed, and he had relied on the terrifying soul power, which was far beyond the quasi-emperor at peak. Yang Fann had already completely refined the top-secret treasures of the king, the Nirvana Star Saber, even though his current combat strength was shocking. But a top-secret treasures of the king-grade divine weapon was enough to increase his attack power by more than 10 times. Furthermore, Yang Fann's current comprehension of the 10,000 wave sword meridian. Although he had yet to break through to the perfection transformation stage, although he couldn't use the 10,000 blade force with just a single slash, he could still unleash 3,500 blade force with a single slash. An extra 1,500 blade force wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The destructive force had increased exponentially. Even the real Emperor Sovereign would be frightened by this strike. If he wasn't careful, he might suffer a great loss. Wherever the saber chi passed, the clouds in all directions would move, and the world would be thrown into chaos. Everything in the world would turn into the most primitive nothingness. Rumble. When the blades and claws collided with each other, large tracts of space were completely destroyed, and countless spatial turbulence appeared. At this moment, even a quasi-emperor at peak wouldn't dare to approach 100 miles away from a human and a beast. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the terrifying spatial turbulence that would shred them to pieces. In just a breath's time, poochie, small cracks began to appear on the saber chi like a spider's web. In the end, it was completely shattered into pieces and turned into dust. PCHT. 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 However, White Tiger was also in a bad situation. The terrifying tiger claws, which were as big as several acres of farmland, were covered with crisscrossing fissured traces. The fist-sized, golden blood beads rained down like raindrops. They were as heavy as a mountain and created huge sinkholes on the ground. He actually hurt Master Ancestor. How is this possible? How is this possible? Great Emperor Baihu was extremely shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Master Ancestor was the true combat strength of Emperor Sovereign. Anyone below Emperor was just an ant. If he wanted to hurt Emperor Sovereign, he would have to do the same. Or maybe he had mastered the supreme treasure of the rules, but that saber. Although it was not bad, it was just a top-secret treasures of the king. It was not just a tiny bit inferior to a magic treasure. Difficult. Could it be that this little brute really has a emperor's power? Impossible. This is impossible. How old is he? How old is he? A emperor's power that wasn't even 20 years old, not to mention this cultivationless age where spiritual energy was completely depleted. Even in the ancient era where martial arts were running amok and the ancestor roamed freely, there wasn't a single person that could be found. Injured. Good master might really be able to create another miracle. Yu Nuo had a look of pleasant surprise. Her confidence instantly soared. Master, since he could hurt White Tiger, then, you can defeat this White Tiger, or even kill this White Tiger. It wasn't impossible. At this moment, White Tiger, divine beast. Killing intent burst out from the tiger's eyes. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a sword beam. The innate divine ability of the White Tiger clan, White Tiger, Zhengjin, Divine Sword 5. It was the same innate divine ability, but its power was like heaven and earth. Great Emperor Baihu was not even fit to carry its shoes. Its power had increased by more than 10 million times. This sword strike was like the legendary divine punishment of the heavenly Tao. It seemed to be able to judge anything and pierce through anything. Its speed was more than 10,000 times faster than the speed of sound, making it impossible for people to dodge it. Hiss, what a terrifying sword. Yang Fann's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Waves of deep and dangerous chi immediately enveloped his heart. Roar, break for me 10,000 waves, absolute god / rumble. The 10,000 feet saber chi was like a peerless evil dragon as it cut through the void once again. The 7 profound meanings of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, devouring and destruction flickered continuously, as if Devil God had annihilated the world. Everything in the world had been destroyed, and even the universe had fallen into oblivion. Rumble, White Tiger, Zhengjin Sword Chi. vs myriad waves, absolute God / the terrifying power overturned everything. In all directions, the entire imperial city seemed like it was going to explode in an instant. Large tracts of non-human martial artists were destroyed into ashes. At this moment, human lives were like grass. Within 1,000 miles, top-level king could barely survive. All those who were below the king level within 10,000 miles were killed in the time it takes to breathe. Kacha. The 30,000 Zhang saber chi was the first to collapse. It broke into pieces and completely collapsed. Although the power of Yang Fann's strike was comparable to Lower Emperor's all-out attack, there was still a huge gap between it and White Tiger's innate divine ability. Rumble. The shrinking White Tiger, the golden sword chi, didn't slow down at all. It slashed towards Yang Fann at a speed that was 10,000 times faster than the speed of sound. Even though Yang Fann used all of his skills and dodged with all his might, some of the sword chi still penetrated into his body. Puff. In an instant, Yang Fann spurted out a mouthful of blood. His entire body fell down from the sky like a tattered sack. Countless mushroom clouds rose from his broken body. Even though he crazily circulated the 5 elemental demon god battle body and the power of the 5 elements was rushing towards him, it was still unable to completely heal him in a short period of time. He kept coughing out blood. Defeated. Master. He still lost. Yu Nuo, who had already retreated thousands of miles away, staggered and almost fell to the ground. The greater the hope, the greater her disappointment. There was no other way than this. Ha. Good master ancestor is indeed the strongest. Great Emperor Baihu laughed wildly and said, good, 3 times. His heart was filled with the joy of getting revenge. Ha. Little brute, your end is here. Be obedient and repent in Hell. C528 Blood Escape. White Tiger, Holy Capital. Yang Fann vs. White Tiger. Although it had been more than half a month since the 5 elemental demon god battle body became a true small completion, Hong Long. Even the high and mighty Emperor Sovereign didn't dare to underestimate him. If he wasn't careful, he might suffer a great loss in his hands. However, he wasn't the real Emperor Sovereign after all. Between him and Emperor Sovereign. Besides, there was still a huge gap between them, let alone White Tiger. His combat strength wasn't as simple as the early Emperor stage, but amongst the many supreme beings of lower emperors, he could be considered an expert. An innate divine ability. The White Tiger, Zhengjin Divine Sword, had severely wounded Yang Fann. If it wasn't for the fact that his body defense was chasing after some top-level king treasures, this strike wouldn't have been as simple as a serious injury. Instead, it would have killed Yang Fann with a single strike. Rumble. Boundless 5 elemental divine light surged wildly and swept across the hideous wounds. However, even with his current recovery ability that far exceeded the imagination of a quasi-emperor at peak and was even stronger than an ordinary emperor sovereign, it was still difficult for him to fully recover in a short period of time. Cough. As expected of the legendary divine beast, even if it's just an ordinary divine beast. If this continues, I might really have to die here. Yang Fann coughed up blood repeatedly, and a trace of a desire to retreat faintly arose in his heart. Even though he still had the strength to fight back. With the 5 elemental demon god battle body's domineering characteristic, even if he was severely injured, he could still unleash 10 layers of his combat strength at the same time, and at the same time, continue to wear it out. It wasn't impossible for him to exhaust this White Tiger and Divine Beast to death. In the end, this White Tiger and Divine Beast was merely Great Emperor Baihu borrowing the power of his clan's treasure. It was something that had been summoned through a secret technique. As for any secret technique, there's always a time limit. However, he could exhaust 1 White Tiger, Divine Beast, or even more White Tiger and Divine Beasts to death. A quasi-emperor at peak like Great Emperor Baihu had not only condensed a drop of his origin blood, ordinary true core kings would usually have 2 drops of his origin blood. This Great Emperor Baihu would have to flip through at least 2, or even 3 drops. The next moment, Yang Fann's terrifying mental strength, which was not much weaker than Emperor Sovereign's, moved and said to Yu Nuo's sound transmitting thousands of miles away, Yu Nuo, bring Old Wu and leave this White Tiger holy city immediately. I will go and find you guys later. He had planted the water god seal in Yu Nuo and Wu Chengkong. Through the water god seal, he could easily find them no matter how they were still in sobbing blood continent. Yes, Master Yu Nuo, who had a look of despair on her face, was delighted when she heard him. The despair in her heart dissipated a lot. Since Master said so, he must have the confidence to escape unscathed. Elder Wu, let's go. Without waiting for Wu Zongkong to say anything, Yu Nuo lifted Wu Zongkong's collar. Her body flashed and disappeared from where she stood. Great Emperor Baihu's full attention was on Yang Fann, and he didn't pay any attention to Yu Nuo and Yu Nuo's whereabouts. As for the other alien expert, it was even more impossible for him to discover them. He really thought that her name, Ghost Apostles, had come for nothing, even if she had brought a person with her. Without a quasi-emperor cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to find her. However, there were no quasi-emperor experts in the vicinity. Quasi-emperor experts were not cabbages by the roadside. In the entire White Tiger Empire, there were only about a dozen quasi-emperor in the open and in the dark. And in the capital, there were even fewer. Furthermore, there were still 5 quasi-sovereigns who had fallen in Yang Fann's hands, and the remaining quasi-sovereigns. All of them were holed up in the imperial palace, guarding it. They didn't dare to leave without permission. Along the way, Yunuo and Yunuo did not encounter any obstructions at all. The scene changed. On the square of the White Tiger, the majestic and mighty White Tiger glared at the scene. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out another brilliant sword chi. It ripped apart the void and slashed at the severely injured Yang Fann. Little brute, die great emperor by whose expression was ferocious. He looked like a ferocious ghost from the nether hell. His eyes were shining with a scorching light, as if he had already seen the beautiful scene of Yang Fann's body and soul being destroyed. At that moment, HMPH, if you want to take my life, you're not qualified. Break it, myriad waves absolute god / the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. The Nirvana astral blade in his hand slashed out. 100,000 feet long blade light swept across 90,000 miles. How is this possible? How can little brute still have such strength? Looking at the divine severing saber chi, which didn't lose any of its power, great emperor Bai Hu's facial expression suddenly changed. After suffering such a serious injury, it was reasonable to say that Yang Fann wouldn't be able to maintain the peak combat power, but whether he could still exert half of his combat strength. It was still a big mystery. In the time it took to breathe, rumble, like a kite with a broken string, Yang Fann was once again sent flying backward. Golden blood poured down like it was free. Small mushroom clouds rose from his broken body. In an instant, Yang Fann's injuries were even more severe. Yunuo and the others are far away. It's time for me to leave. Yang Fann crazily circulated the 5 elements devil god battle art and washed the shocking wounds. He sensed the location of Yunuo, and a flash of determination appeared in his eyes. The next moment, the Green Mountain never changes. Today's gift, I will definitely return it 100 times in the future. Yang Fann's cold voice was like a bronze bell that swept across the heavens and the earth, resounding throughout the entire White Tiger holy city. Not good, this little brute wants to escape. Great Emperor Bai Hu's heart skipped a beat. An ominous omen swept across his heart, causing him to shout out urgently, "Ancestor, quickly attack, we must not let him leave holy capital alive." Their White Tiger Empire had already shed all pretenses of cordiality with this little brute. It wasn't his death. If he was allowed to leave holy capital alive, he would either die or die. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep well in the future. He would have to cultivate both his true body and 7th layer profound meaning. Unparalleled sabersman, his combat strength was comparable to Emperor Sovereign before he was 20 years old. Such a heaven-defying monster, it wouldn't take more than a few years. At that time, he would truly possess Emperor Sovereign's combat strength. What would be waiting for their White Tiger Empire? Just the thought alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. They had to kill Little Brute before he fully matured today. Little Brute had to die right at this moment. Rumble, Yang Fann's body moved and turned into a devilish blood-red light. In an instant, he tore through the boundless space. His speed was tens of thousands of times faster than the speed of sound. In an instant, he had already traveled tens of thousands of miles. Not good, this is the blood escape skill. Great Emperor Bai Hu's tiger body trembled as he said hatefully, "Bitch little brute, let him escape just like that." The blood escape was one of the forbidden arcane arts of human beings. In a short period of time, it had increased his speed by more than 10 times. It was a terrifying speed that was tens of thousands of times faster than the speed of sound. Even many middle greed, Emperor Supreme beings couldn't catch up to him. His ancestors' combat strength was only that of lower emperors, so he couldn't catch up to him at all. Unless Master Ancestor used a forbidden technique like the blood escape like Yang Fann did. If he forcefully increased his speed, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, even though he was the one who summoned the Ancestor, he wasn't able to control it at all. Furthermore, the Ancestor said that it was just a trace of the soul imprint left by White Tiger in this world. The blood in his body was merely an energy transformation. It wasn't the real blood, and he couldn't use those forbidden arcane art. HMPH little brute was lucky. He forcefully used the forbidden arts with his severely injured body. This little brute was definitely not in a good situation either. He shouldn't be able to stir up any waves in a short period of time. Although the power of the forbidden technique was unparalleled, it far surpassed ordinary secret techniques. However, its price is also frighteningly high, and it is often not a life and death situation. It could not be used lightly, like the blood escape. It was a technique that could burn the blood in one's heart and forcefully increase one's speed. Although the blood in one's heart wasn't as important as the lifeblood, it was still not a trivial matter. Once it was consumed in large quantities, his cultivation base would drop drastically. If he used up his potential, if he used up too much, his cultivation base would drop drastically. If his origin was directly damaged, his cultivation base would not be able to progress at all for the rest of his life. Great Emperor Baihu felt a little better when he thought of this. HMPH little brute, I'll let you live for a few more days. When I seize Golden Lion Emperor's inheritance, it will be the day of little brute's death. C529A Peerless Beauty 5 million miles away from the White Tiger Holy City, a spatial zone was forcefully torn apart like a curtain. A horrifying figure with blood stains all over his body and a height of 150 meters that looked like an ancient giant god walked out from the spatial zone. The next moment, the huge figure started to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. 130 feet, 150 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet, in the blink of an eye, he turned into a 1.8 meters tall young man with a handsome face. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes were slightly pale. It was as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, and he coughed up blood from time to time. This young man was none other than Yang Fann, who had just used the blood escape and fled far away from him. What a good White Tiger Empire, what a good golden crystal White Tiger clan is expected of White Tiger's descendant, his foundation is extraordinary. Yang Fann frowned slightly, he smiled bitterly. This time, he had suffered a great loss. Don't look at his body from top to bottom. It seemed that he was not injured, but his body was in a mess. A part of the White Tiger, the golden sword chi, was still in his body, destroying his internal organs. His meridians and bones, even with the power of the 5 elements. It constantly nourished his body and killed the remaining Zhengjin sword chi. Without a few days of rest, or even longer, he wouldn't even dream of being able to fully recover. Fortunately, the blood escape didn't bring him too much of a burden. Otherwise, his injuries would be several times more severe, and he wouldn't have a month or two to recuperate. This was also one of Yang Fann's biggest advantages. He could use the strength of original life in his body that he had yet to absorb to cast those forbidden techniques. However, because of this, the strength of original life that King White Tiger and the other 5 quasi-emperor experts from the White Tiger Empire were devoured. He did not know if the remaining strength of original life Yang Fann would be able to further improve his cultivation base. He had successfully broken through to the intermediate martial lord realm. Let's meet up with Yu Nuo and the rest first. After feeling Yu Nuo and the others' current location, Yang Fann prepared to meet up with Yu Nuo and the others. At this moment, Yang Fann felt a cloud of dust on the road in front of him. Then, he saw a huge caravan quickly approaching him. It was a huge fleet of carriages, and there were more than 100 of them. Compared to the human carriages, these carriages were more than 10 times bigger. They were like moving palaces, and the horses pulling the carriages were no ordinary objects. Not to mention the fact that each carriage was several times larger than an ordinary horse, but from top to bottom. They were all covered in a layer of black scales, and their bodies emitted an imposing aura. Compared to some Marquis stage martial artist, they were even stronger. A commander-tier exotic beast is used to pull the carriage. The owner of this carriage must have some background. Yang Fann looked at the carriage thoughtfully. To him, a commander-tier exotic beast was like an ant among ants. One sneeze could kill millions of people, but to ordinary people, that was already a very powerful great exotic beast. If it was placed in a lower realm like South Mountain Domain, each and every one of them could be called a sect ancestor and the ruler of a mountain. The owner of this convoy was able to take out hundreds of commander-tier exotic beasts to pull a carriage. It was not something that an ordinary small clan could do. Moreover, there was not a single weakling amongst the foreign cavalry that rode on the black-scaled horses. One must know that amongst the foreign tribes, Those who could transform into human form must at least be at the martial ancestor. The speed of the black-scaled horses was very fast. It was 10 times faster than the speed of sound. In just a breath's time, the carriage had already arrived several miles away from Yang Fann. The next moment, "Human, who are you? How dare you block the fleet of the Benno family? Tell me your background, or else, you will die." A black-armored young man with a green snake-scale face and a long snake spear in his hand arrived in front of Yang Fann and questioned him with a stern voice. Get lost! The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He didn't have a good impression of these foreign races from the White Tiger Empire. Lowly human, you are courting death. Hearing this, the snake-scaled young man's snake eyes immediately lit up with a fierce light. The Benno family was one of the 108 powerful families of the White Tiger, the Green Qilin snake clan. Since when could that lowly and cowardly human ride on the head of their noble Benno family? This was unforgivable. The voice of a lowly human ignited Yang Fann's killing intent. Rumble! A terrifying cold light burst out from Yang Fann's eyes. Like the axe light that split the sky and earth, it instantly minced the snake-scaled youth into pieces. He killed Ban Nuo Jia Ming. He killed Ban Nuo Jia Ming. One look, just one look. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Benno family's experts were in utter shock. Although this Ban Nuo wasn't a top-tier expert in their Benno family, he was still a peak-tier expert. However, he wasn't a nobody either. He could be considered one of the top 100 expert in the Benno family. He had already broken through to the sovereign realm a 60-year cycle ago. Even a top-level sovereign wouldn't be able to reach the sovereign lord realm with just a glance. He had killed Ban Nuo in an instant. Could this human be a half-step king? One should know that in the entire Ban Nuo family, such an expert could be found in their eyes. It's just more than the number of hands. However, very quickly, that wisp of shock was replaced by raging fury. As one of the 10 great clans of the Green Qilin Snake clan, not everyone could bully their Ban Nuo clan. Even if it was a half-step king, they would still have to pay the price of blood if they dared to harm their clansmen. Human, you're courting death. Kill him and avenge Ban Nuo's death. In an instant, the crowd was agitated. Horrifying killing intent erupted from the Ban Nuos of the Ban Nuo clan and surged towards Yang Fann like a surging river. You're courting death. 3 Yang Fann's eyes were flickering with killing intent. A group of ants who were only half a step away from the monarch Cultivation dared to challenge his dignity. They truly didn't know what death was. However, right at this moment, "Stop, don't be rude!" A clear and crisp voice rang out from within the convoy. In an instant, the faces of the Ban Nuo clan's expert changed slightly, and all of their ferociousness disappeared. In the next moment, one of them had long green hair, and a seductive figure. She was extremely attractive, emitting a seductive aura from her body. In between her eyebrows, a beautiful woman with the size of a fingernail walked out of the carriage, twisting her slender waist as she slowly walked toward Yang Fann. What a wonderful thing! Yang Fann's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw the beautiful girl slowly walking towards him. In these 2 years, he had seen quite a number of beautiful women. Putting aside everything else, just Yu Nuo, who was beside him. It was precisely that 1 in 100 million beauty that could topple the world. However, when compared to this peerlessly beautiful woman in front of him, she felt that she was slightly inferior, not because of the difference in appearance. Instead, it was a bit less of the allure that made men impulsive. 3 breaths later, that unparalleled existence, it arrived in front of Yang Fann and gave him a deep bow. Its snow-white skin caused Yang Fann's heart to beat faster. He even had the feeling that he was going to bow to the unparalleled existence in front of him. He hugged the object in his arms and had the impulse to love it for a while. At this moment, Ban Nuo Farong greets Sir. Our Ban Nuo clan has no intention of making Sir our enemy. All of this is the decision of Ban Nuo Jia Ming. Master, please forgive us this time. A charming and weak voice slowly rang in Yang Fann's ears, causing him to feel pity for her. What, eldest miss actually apologized to that human? How is this possible? How is this possible? The Benno families of the Benno family behind him bulged, as if they had seen a ghost from the legends. The eldest miss, Ban Nuo Farong, did not look weak, but that was just an illusion. As a matter of fact, that was famous for being powerful. She was called Iron Lady by many people. She was one of the top 10 royal families. Even the 10 great royal clans couldn't make her give in like this, let alone a human martial artist. Suddenly, many of the experts' facial expression changed slightly, as if they had thought of something. Could it be? Could it be that eldest miss? She has predicted something again. C530 Kill yourselves. There was a kind of person in Sobbing Blood continent who was born with special abilities and had some predictive abilities. He was able to predict the future and was revered by the world as a prophet. This Ban Nuo Hibiscus was one of them. With her ability to predict the future, she had helped Benno family survive the threat of extinction several times. It was also because of this that Hibiscus Ban Nuo had an extraordinary status in the entire Ban Nuo family. Sometimes, her importance even surpassed the only mid-king realm old ancestor in the family. Just now, Ban Nuo Hibiscus had predicted a terrifying scene. The young man waved his hand gently, causing a huge field of heaven sheltering big hands to descend from the sky. The power was beyond her imagination. Even the old ancestor of Ban Nuo's family, Mid-King, was far from being able to withstand it. It was like Devil God's palm, and these so-called Benno families of the Benno family were so weak and powerless. It was like the petty aphids on the ground had struck with their palm. The entire caravan, including her, the young lady of the Benno family. There was not even a trace of her body left. This scene was extremely absurd. Within the territory of the White Tiger Empire, even the entire 300 billion-mile region of the southwest had been swept clean by human expert. Not to mention this terrifying expert that resembled Devil God, even lower kings were extremely rare. It could be counted on one's fingers, but Ban Nuo Hibiscus still chose to believe everything. Her ability to predict the future had never made any mistakes, and it had even helped her get through more than one crisis. Otherwise, how could she, the dignified young lady of the Benno family, so easily admit defeat to a human youth? Did she really think that the Benno family was easy to bully? Of course, this prediction ability had a certain degree of random nature and was not under her control. Otherwise, she would have stopped that Ban Nuo, Jia Ming, a long time ago. Looking at the pitiful Ban Nuo Hibiscus, Yang Fann coldly snorted and slowly withdrew his killing intent. Everyone loved beauty. Yang Fann was not that stone-hearted wood, nor was he that special hobby of the broken back mountain. Naturally, he was not excluded. Beauty, especially a beauty like Ban Nuo Hibiscus, a peerless beauty, always had some special privileges. Of course, the main reason was that Ban Nuo Farong was wise enough to not choose to fight Yang Fann head-on. Otherwise, Yang Fann wouldn't care if she was a beauty that could topple cities and cities, or if she was ruthless enough to destroy flowers. It wasn't the first time that he had done it. Ban Nuo Hibiscus's chest felt like it was being bullied, and her heart slowly calmed down. She knew that their lives were saved. The next moment, Ban Nuo Hibiscus's beautiful eyes sparkled. This was a chance for the Benno family. A top-level king was enough to make all the families and forces fear him. If they could build a relationship with him, there would be no need to talk about the other powerful families. Even the 10 great royal families wouldn't dare to provoke the Benno family. Sir, you. Her red lips parted slightly. Ban Nuo Farong wanted to invite Yang Fann to their Benno family as a guest. As for the death of Ban Nuo Jia Ming, he had already thrown the matter tens of thousands of miles away. The most important thing was to benefit the family, not to mention a disciple of a branch family like Ban Nuo, even if it was a direct descendant of the family. It wasn't as if the family's elders couldn't be sacrificed. But right at this moment, Ban Nuo Hibiscus's expression changed. As if she had discovered something, she sternly ordered, "Enemy attack, activate the defensive barrier immediately." What? Enemy attack? The expressions of the Benno family's expert changed drastically, but no one doubted Ban Nuo Farong's words. Ban Nuo Hibiscus had been relying on her divine ability to predict the future. She had won the respect of everyone in the Benno family. Since the young lady said that there was an enemy attack, then there must be an enemy attack. Very quickly, the entire convoy formed a formation and started to defend the older sister. In an instant, a green defensive barrier appeared out of thin air, and enveloped the area within a few miles of the convoy. There's something strange about this foreign woman. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled as he looked at the enchanting and beautiful girl in front of him. In his senses, there was indeed a group of non-humans rushing towards the convoy. However, those non-humans were still 3,000 miles away. If this female was a quasi-emperor expert, there was naturally nothing special about it, even if she didn't release the spiritual sense. However, this female non-human, she had just reached the Sovereign Lord realm, so even if she used the spiritual sense, she would still be able to sense the movement within a few thousand miles. If she used the spiritual sense, she would be able to sense everything within 1,000 miles. That was the limit of what he could sense. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to know what was happening 3,000 miles away. And now that he thought about it, there was something wrong with what had happened just now. He had not revealed much of his strength just now, and the guards of this convoy were not weak at all. There were more than 100 martial lord warriors and a few half-stepped king warriors. With the combined strength of all the guards, they would be able to fight any king warrior. Logically speaking, even if they didn't kill him to avenge their people, they would still be able to kill him. There was no reason for him to give in so easily. Could it be that this foreign woman has the ability to predict danger? Vaguely, Yang Fann seemed to have understood something. The world was vast, and there were all kinds of strange things in it. It wasn't impossible for one to predict danger. According to the legends, there was a Tianji sect in ancient times. Everyone in the sect had the ability to deduce the secrets of heaven. Each and every one of them had the ability to predict the future for 500 years. 3 breaths later, rumble, 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 rumble. Numerous black arrows descended from the sky like meteors, bombarding the green-colored barrier in an instant. Only the explosion caused ripples to appear on the barrier. Enemy attack, prepare for battle. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from within the convoy. The powerful aura gathered together, and even the surrounding space seemed to distort. Faintly, traces of cracks could be seen. At this moment, it's rumored that the young lady of Benno family has the ability to predict the future. It seems like the rumor isn't false. A cold voice descended from the sky and swept across the entire convoy. It's actually the power to predict the future. Upon hearing this, Yang Fann gave Ban Nuo Hibiscus a deep look. Compared to predicting danger, predicting the future, it was thousands of times rarer. Among the 10,000 trillion living creatures, not even a single person could appear. However, he wasn't too envious. In his heart, strength was the most important. So what if he did not have the power to predict? With his own strength, he was confident that he could suppress everything and overcome any danger. In the blink of an eye, rumble, accompanied by Mid-King's terrifying aura, a middle-aged werewolf dressed in black armor and covered in black wolf fur tore through space and appeared in the sky above the convoy. Behind him were dozens of Wolfman experts wearing the same black armor and giving off ferocious auras. Black armored guards of the ferocious wolf clan. That's the black armored guard, Grand Commander, Black Wolf, Thousand Fury. Bitch, why is he here? What should we do? What should we do? In an instant, the entire convoy. The Fierce Wolf clan was one of the top 5 out of the 108 powerful races. Their strength was far above the Green Keelin Snake clans, while the Fierce Wolf clan's black armored guards were the Fierce Wolf clan's Patriarch's guards. The elite forces of the Fierce Wolf clan were all at the peak of the ruler level at the very least. The black armored guards, Grand Commander, Black Wolf King, and Lang Chenshong were even more infamous. They were one of the top expert of the Vicious Wolf clan. They had already stepped into the Mid-King realm 300 years ago. He was not someone these people could match. In the entire Green Keelin Snake clan, only the old ancestor, King Qin Sei, could suppress him. What was even more terrifying was, Lang Qinmeng's methods were cruel and bloodthirsty. No one had ever survived his attacks. Miss Farong, my young master invites you to come with me. Obediently. Black Wolf King and Lang Qinmeng looked down at the group of people from above. They were like the high and mighty fierce gods that were announcing the fate of everyone. As for you aphids, the king of Japan is in a good mood today. I'll give you a quick death. Kill yourselves. C531. The ambition to die in the womb. Self. Suicide. This. What should we do? What should we do? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Endless panic and despair spread within the Benno family's convoy. If there were only about 30 black armored guards of the ferocious wolf clan. If they gathered all their strength, they would still have the strength to fight. However, Black Wolf King, Lang Qian, and the ferocious wolf were like a huge mountain, pressing down on them and making them unable to breathe. This was the high and mighty Mid-King. All of them were in the same boat. It wasn't even enough for him to warm up. It was over. It's really over now. The group of Benno family expert who were filled with despair did not notice the gradually relaxing brows of their eldest miss. The scene that she had predicted earlier. She was captured alive by Lang Chenshong, and the entire caravan was slaughtered. The bloody scene of blood flowing like a river, however, following Lang Chenshong's words just now. The scene suddenly changed. A heaven-sheltering big hand that covered an unknown amount of land descended from the sky. It was like slapping a fly, smashing that Black Wolf King, Lang Chenshong, and the 30-plus black armored guards into meat paste. Right at this moment, evil creature, you want me to commit suicide? Yang Fann took a step forward. His cold gaze swept across that Black Wolf King Lang Chenmeng. Initially, he wasn't going to attack. Whether it was Lang Chenshong and the other ferocious wolves, expert, or the other foreign races from the Benno family. Yang Fann didn't have a favorable impression of them. Whoever lived or died would die. In his eyes, it was like a dog biting a dog. Even if all of them died, he wouldn't care about it at all. Never would he have thought that he wouldn't care about their stupid business. This ant was the first to pick a fight with him, and he even said that he would give them a quick death. He really did not know how the word, death, was written when he asked them to commit suicide. However, the others didn't know Yang Fann's true ability. When the group of Benno family's expert heard this, their eyes bulged, and they looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a madman. Gulp. Does this kid not want to live anymore? How dare he speak to Black Wolf King in such a manner? Crazy, this human must be crazy. Although Yang Fann had displayed extraordinary combat strength and killed Ban Nuo and Jia Ming with a single glance, it was highly possible that he possessed the strength of a quasi-king expert. However, Black Wolf King was a veteran mid-king, let alone a mere quasi-king expert. In his eyes, even a lower king was just a slightly stronger ant. As for the Black Wolf King, Lang Chenmeng, he was even more ferocious. Terrifying fiendish cheese burst out from his body in an instant. He was like an enraged beast, causing people to tremble in fear from the bottom of their hearts. Kekakik. What a reckless human scum. I will let you know that death is an extravagant hope. Noisy die-killing intent flashed across his eyes. He moved his right arm and casually struck out with his palm. A mere mid-king realm ant. Yang Fann did not have the time to waste with him. The next moment, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand that covered an unknown amount of land suddenly appeared. It shattered the endless voids and charged towards Black Wolf King, Lang Chenmeng and the group of black armored guards behind him. This palm strike was a casual strike from Yang Fann. He did not use any martial skill secret technique, nor did he use any chaotic true essence. He did not even use 1/10,000th of the power of the shell. But even so, the power contained in this palm strike was far beyond 100 million power of true Dans. It could easily kill a high-grade king rumble. Wherever the palm passed, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. In all directions, large tracts of space were like glass. All of them exploded, and endless air currents exploded, flowing in reverse. Even all the light rays seemed to be distorted all of a sudden. The area within dozens of miles was directly enveloped by the boundless darkness awe. An extremely uneasy ominous omen instantly enveloped the heart of Black Wolf King Lang Qianshong, causing him to let out a miserable cry before the beast died. Indistinctly, there was also an indescribable regret mixed within. This power was comparable to the old ancestor of the fierce wolf tribe, Shang Wolf King. If they had known earlier that the Benno family possessed such an expert, they would have been even stronger. Even if he had to offend the young master, he wouldn't have accepted this mission. The next moment, roar, even if I have to die, I will bite off a piece of your flesh, is expected of the vicious man who had killed countless people, who could stop his children from crying, seeing that his path of survival had been completely cut off. The ferocity of Black Wolf King Lang Qianshong had completely erupted. His entire body was crazily burning with demonic flames. He didn't hesitate to burn all of his potential and longevity to unleash a deadly strike. Just like what he had shouted, even if he had to die, he would bite off a piece of his opponent's flesh. Unfortunately, the huge gap between them was not something that could be made up for by fighting with his life on the line. Pucci. Black Wolf King Lang Qianshong's voice came to a halt. He was actually forcefully smashed into a bloody mist by that wild and violent strength. The heaven-sheltering big hand continued to fall, and those 30-plus black armored guards were similarly unable to escape. They were blasted into powder one after another, and not even their bones were left behind. Bang! Bang! It exploded. Black Wolf King and the rest of the black armored guards were really blown up. A trace of shock flashed across Ban Nuo Farong's beautiful face. Although she had already predicted this scene, when it really became reality, she still couldn't accept it. That was Black Wolf King, one of the top-grade experts of the Vicious Wolf clan, the dignified mid-king. Even the old ancestor of the Ban Nuo clan could barely suppress him. There was still a possibility of him winning, but if he wanted to keep his life, it was absolutely impossible, not to mention that it was as easy as slapping a fly. This power was simply invincible. Even that high-grade king was far from being able to match it. The other expert from the Benno family were even more shocked. Goo-goo-goo sounds burst out from their throats as they stared at Yang Fann. They wanted to say something, but it was as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed their necks, causing them to be unable to say a word. Black Wolf King Lang Qianshang died just like that. Was this really that weak human? The next moment, many of the Benno families from the Benno family felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They were actually thinking of causing trouble for him. This was totally courting death by lighting lanterns in the toilet. Fortunately, the young lady was here and didn't let us walk further on the road of seeking death. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we would be just like Black Wolf King. Phew. He took a deep breath and calmed the shock in his heart. Ban Nuo Hibiscus bowed to Yang Fann and thanked him. Thank you for saving my life. If it wasn't for you helping me in time, I'm afraid all of us have been killed by that Black Wolf King. He has done us a great favor. My Benno family will remember this in my heart. In the future, my lord, you will have your own orders. Our Benno family will do everything in our power to repay this kindness. Unfortunately, before Ban Nuo Farong could say anything, Yang Fann had already disappeared from her sight. Let's go, he left just like that. How could this be? Looking at the empty space in front of them, Ban Nuo Farong's eyes were blank and her face was blank. This script shouldn't be like this. The Benno family was the third largest family of the Green Qilin Snake clan. They were considered to have a small reputation in the entire White Tiger Empire, and they were able to become friends with the Benno family. That was something that many people could only hope for, and not ask for. In fact, as long as he was willing to, it was something that he couldn't ask for. It wasn't as if she, the number one beauty of the Green Qilin Snake clan, couldn't give herself to him and become his exclusive property. How could he not be tempted? In next to no time, Ban Nuo Hibiscus's unwilling shout resounded once more in the vast wilderness. Sir. Unwilling, extremely unwilling. This was a chance for the Benno family to rise. As long as they took the opportunity to build a good relationship with them. With their help, the Benno family would surpass the other families and become the number one family in the new generation of the Green Qilin Snake race. It was only a matter of time before the Benno family became the number one family in the Green Qilin Snake race. It was even possible to unify the entire Green Qilin Snake race. One should know that the strongest expert of the Green Qilin Snake race was only a high-grade King. Yang Fann didn't have a good impression of these foreign races. If he didn't kill them all, it would be considered his mercy. Besides, they were just a small family that was no stronger than Mid-King. How could they be worthy of Yang Fann's friendship? They really left. Half a day later, Ban Nuo Hibiscus could be considered to be completely selfish. That master really left. In an instant, all her unwillingness turned into a sigh of disappointment. She had missed this opportunity that was given to her by the heavens. I wonder when my Ban Nuo clan will have the chance to unify the entire Green Qilin Snake clan. C532 powerful warriors gathered one of the 10 great spiritual mountains in the southwest region of the heavenly desolate domain of the Heavenly Lion Mountain Range, located at the border of the White Tiger and Explosive Ape empires. It stretched for 90 million miles like a peerless true dragon. It had been lying dormant in the ground for an unknown period of time. It would soar into the sky. Legend has it that in the ancient era millions of years ago, this Heavenly Lion Mountain Range didn't exist in this world. It was just that he didn't know when. There was a divine beast, the three-eyed Heavenly Lion, sitting here. Its enormous body of divine beast. Finally, it transformed into the Heavenly Lion Mountain Range that stretched for 90 million miles. Of course, whether it was the truth or not, everything could no longer be determined. However, there was one thing that was true. Even if the Heavenly Lion Mountain Range was not formed from the body of the divine beast three-eyed Heavenly Lion, he must have some kind of connection with the divine beast, the three-eyed Heavenly Lion. One should know that the three-eyed Heavenly Lion bloodline descendant, the ancestral land of the red-eyed Golden Lion, was the Heavenly Lion Mountain Range. 500,000 years ago, when the red-eyed Golden Lion had dominated the southwest region, the enormous Heavenly Lion Mountain Range was one of the top forbidden areas in the Heavenly Desolate Domain, and it wasn't the red-eyed Golden Lion clan's territory. Or perhaps it was someone who had obtained the approval of the Crimson-Eyed Golden Lion clan and dared to barge into the Heavenly Lion mountain range. All of them would have to face certain death. There was even a Middle Greed Emperor Supreme who had been killed by the Heavenly Lion mountain range for violating this taboo. It was obvious how domineering the Crimson-Eyed Golden Lion clan was. However, after Golden Lion Emperor's disappearance, the 4 Golden Lion sovereigns became the Great Sovereigns. The 4 of them attacked each other, causing the entire Golden Lion Empire to fall apart. In particular, a world-shaking battle broke out between the 4 Golden Lion sovereigns in the Heavenly Lion mountain range, destroying most of the spiritual bloodline in the mountain range. As the spiritual energy fell, the Heavenly Lion mountain range, which used to be the holy land of the thousands of foreign races, gradually declined. Now, only a few weak foreign races had settled down here. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were only 2 or 3 of them in the enormous Heavenly Lion mountain range. Even a king couldn't be found, and the strongest amongst them was only a few half-step king warriors. However, the strange thing was that in the past few days, there were only a few half-step king warriors. The Heavenly Lion mountain range, which was usually deserted, seemed to have regained its brilliance. From time to time, escape lights would appear. They descended from the sky and landed on the Xianxia Peak on the main peak of the Heavenly Lion mountain range. Furthermore, almost no one who descended was weak. The weakest among them was a half-step king who had just broken through to the king stage, and many of them had even condensed their golden elixir of life. This scared all the small alien races in the Heavenly Lion mountain range into hiding in their own territories, and they didn't dare to casually walk around in the Heavenly Lion mountain range. They were afraid that they might offend someone they shouldn't have. It would bring a genocide to their clans. On the summit of Xianxia Peak, a huge square was created by someone. The area was no less than 10,000 acres of farmland. Even if it could accommodate hundreds of millions of people at once, it wouldn't feel crowded at all. However, the entire square was not so flat, full of bumps and hollows. Numerous dense and crisscrossing ravines. One could clearly see the traces left behind by the great battle back then. Even after 500,000 years, the traces of the great battle still could not be erased. It was not difficult to tell how intense and cruel the great battle back then was at this moment. There were a few figures scattered on the summit of Xianxia Peak. There were not many of them. There were less than 50,000 of them. The summit of the Xianxia Peak, which was tens of thousands of acres wide, seemed so empty. Looking at it from afar, they looked like insignificant ants in the field, but their strength could not be underestimated. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were nearly 50,000 people here. They were able to sweep away most of the top empires in Heavenly Desolate Domain. One should know that the weakest among them was a half-step king who had just stepped into the king stage. Furthermore, the number was less than half. The remaining half were true kings. There was no lack of top-level king warriors among them, and even the quasi-emperor expert. There were a few of them among these experts. There were some non-humans. And there were so many experts. The reason why they gathered here from all over the world was because the Xianxia Peak was the place where the Golden Lion Imperial Palace had descended. Golden Lion Emperor was the legendary highest emperor. Even Emperor Sovereign would be tempted by the inheritance. As the news of the Golden Lion Imperial Palace's opening was leaked out, not only the alien expert, but also the shark that smelled the scent of blood, swarmed over. Even human expert was no exception. However, in general, alien experts still had the advantage. Among the people present, most of the people present were alien expert. After all, the southwest region was the major power of the foreign race. Apart from a few mid-lower kings, there were almost no decent experts in the human race. As for human expert, he spent half a month in the outer region. It was still a little short, but it had only spread across half of the southern land. The number of people who could really make it here in time was even fewer. Rumble. At every moment, experts would cut through the voids and descend upon the peak plaza. Half a day later, the number of experts in the square had exceeded 60,000. When the Golden Lion Imperial Palace truly descends, the number of peak plazas that arrive at the peak plaza might very well exceed 70,000, or even more right at this moment. Ah, it's the Hongluan clan. The Hongluan clan's experts are here. A cry of alarm sounded from the square below. In the next moment, rumble, crimson clouds surged in the horizon, and raging flames overflowed into the heavens. A huge primordial Hongluan blotted out the sun, and scarlet flames curled between its wings as it flew over like a laser rumble. Very quickly, the primordial Hong Luan landed on the peak plaza. A terrifying middle-aged man wearing Hong Luan's armor and possessing an aura as deep as the ocean appeared. Behind him were over 100 people wearing Hong Luan's battle armor. A terrifying expert with an aura as blazing as the ocean appeared. Among these people, the weakest was an upper monarch Cultivation, a top-level king. There were more than 20 of them, and the middle-aged man in the lead. He was even more terrifying, and his aura wasn't any weaker than King White Tiger's. In fact, it was even stronger. Even if he wasn't a quasi-emperor at peak, he wouldn't be much weaker. Hong Luan's clan was rumored to be the descendant of the divine beast Phoenix. They possessed the bloodline of the Phoenix and were born with the ability to control fire. Although they hadn't established their own kingdom, the strength of the entire Hong Luan clan was so strong that even Golden Crystal White Tiger clan and the other 4 imperial clans had to be wary of them. It could be said that they were one of the top powerful clans under the 4 imperial clans in the southwest. Rumble. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire sky. Thump thump thump. Heavy footsteps sounded as they stepped on the void, shaking the space until it continuously trembled. A middle-aged man with a body length of more than 10 feet, wearing a beast skin battle robe, came from the eastern sky. His facial expression was extremely wild and unruly. Looking down at the sky from above, behind him were close to 100 terrifying experts. All of them were extremely arrogant. Each of them had an incomparably powerful aura, and they were not inferior to the Hong Luan clan's experts in the slightest. It's the Beast King sect. The Beast Kings of the Beast King sect are here. That's the Beast King's master Zong, Yuan Tuo. This time, it was human experts' turn to exclaim. The Beast King sect was one of the top sect in the southern region. Apart from the Divine Water Palace, which was able to suppress it, the other major sects were at most on par with it. Its sect master, Yuan Tuo, was already top quasi-emperor 3,000 years ago. It was rumored that he had already broken through to the quasi-emperor at peak and was one of the top southern lands in the southern land. In less than 10 breaths' time. Rumble. In the sky, a transcendent grade flying boat with dense ghost energy and seemingly countless vengeful spirits wailing miserably flew over. On that transcendent grade flying boat, stood several hundred ghastly ghost energy. Surrounded by devil cheese, terrifying experts dressed in black robes. 9 demonic yin sect. 9 demonic yin sect's experts are coming. Cries of alarm sounded from the square, faintly revealing traces of fear. One of the top demonic sects in the southern land of the 9 demonic yin sect. Its power wasn't any weaker than the Beast King sect. Each and every one of them was a great devil who killed without blinking his eyes. In order to refine a devil treasure, it was common for them to slaughter cities and offer blood sacrifices. Rumble. Another transcendent grade flying boat tore through the void, and it was filled with numerous people wearing blue full-body armor, with blue dragon horns on their heads, and lightning flashing all over their bodies. They were like the Thunder God's alien expert from the ancient legends. The Thunder Blue Serpent clan, one of the top clans among the myriad of alien races. It wasn't much weaker than Hong Luan's clan. It was the bloodline descendant of the great exotic beast, the lightning flood dragon. He was born with the ability to control the power of lightning. Rumble rumble rumble. The sky trembled unceasingly, and from time to time, a great power descended. Myriad Sword Villa, Divine Saber Sect, Tyrant Fist Sect, Diamond Battle Elephant Clan, Crimson Winged Flying Serpent Clan, Dolly Ox Devil Clan. In less than an hour, including Hong Luan Clan and Beast King Sect, 9 top-grade sect and 13 top-grade foreign races had descended. At this moment, in the entire Peak Plaza, just the number of quasi-emperor experts exceeded 50, and the number of top-level king experts below the first grade numbered in the hundreds or thousands. It was truly a gathering of experts. With a single sentence, a quasi-emperor could be seen walking on the ground, and a king could not be compared to a dog. At this point, out of all the top powers, only the White Tiger Empire, Divine Water Palace, and the other major powers in the south had yet to make their appearance. Right at this moment, an exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look, it's the Heavenly Fox Empire. The Heavenly Fox of the Heavenly Fox Empire are here. C533. The 4 great empires rumble. A transcendent grade flying boat that was 3,000 feet long and peerlessly beautiful cut through the void, descended from the sky, and stopped at the center of the Peak Plaza. On that transcendent grade flying boat, there were numerous beautiful women with bewitching figures standing tall. Especially the person in the lead, it made people's eyes blaze with passion, shining with boundless radiance. They wished that they could swallow it in one gulp. That was a beautiful woman in her early 20s who wore a crown on her head. She was peerlessly charming, and the space between her brows revealed a seductive charm. Her every move was so alluring and mesmerizing. What was even more peculiar was that, by chance, another extremely clear temperament appeared, making her look so pure. It was the perfect crystal between an angel and a fairy. That Ban Nuo Farong could also be called a peerless demon, but compared to this girl, she was much worse. This woman was none other than the current Empress Skyfox of the Heavenly Fox Empire. The Heavenly Fox, White Tiger, Explosive Ape, and Dragon Elephant empires were the four strongest foreign empires in the southwest. However, unlike the other three great empires, this was an empire with the highest female power. This could also be considered one of the specialties of the thousands of fox clans. It was unknown whether this was the Heavenly Dao's love or not. The fox girl not only had a beautiful face that made people jealous, but she also had a beautiful face. On the other hand, the male foxes, although they also had a handsome appearance that would make thousands of men envious, their cultivation talent was mediocre. They could hardly produce any decent experts. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the fox girl's vassals. For example, the people from the Heavenly Fox Empire this time were all fox girls, and not being able to see a male fox was a clear proof what a great descendant of the divine beast, the nine-tailed Heavenly Fox. His strength is truly terrifying. If the Heavenly Fox Empire has such strength, what about the other three great empires? On the square, many human experts' expressions were solemn. On the huge transcendent grade flying boat, there were thousands of Fox clan experts. No one's cultivation was below mid-king, a king. Above 300, top-level king. Nearly 50, except for Empress Skyfox, who was a quasi-emperor at peak. This strength, and in the four empires, Heavenly Fox Empire was the weakest. Amongst the four great emperor, Empress Skyfox was the only one who had just broken through to the quasi-emperor at peak after nearly 1,000 years. As for the other three, emperor, which one of them hadn't broken through to the quasi-emperor at peak for over 10,000 years? There was only one second-level top quasi-emperor in the Heavenly Fox Empire. There were at least two in the other three great empires. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a marriage alliance with the other three great empires, he might have already been destroyed by the other three great empires. The stronger the foreign forces were, the harder it would be for them to obtain benefits from the Golden Lion Empire. Fortunately, the thousands of foreign forces in the southwest weren't as united as iron. Especially between the White Tiger, Explosive Ape, and Dragon Elephant three great empires, there were even more conflicts. Otherwise, in the Golden Lion Imperial Palace, the tens of thousands of human forces wouldn't even have the qualifications to drink soup. It had to be said that in the southern part of the Heavenly Desolate Domain, the human forces were still a little weak. The strongest force was the Divine Water Palace. The other human forces were able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the four major foreign empires. Whether it was the Beast King sect or the Nine Yin sect. Compared to the four foreign empires, they were much weaker. However, it was understandable. It wasn't just the southern forces, but the Outlander race. Other than the countless outsiders in the southwest, in other places, there were almost no decent major powers, and most of them had been driven by human expert to the middle of the desolate mountains and rivers. Right at this moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure approached from afar. All the peak plazas in the peak plaza raised their heads and looked around. They saw a huge dark cloud rolling over from the southern horizon. Within this dark cloud, the chi of over 1,000 blades had gathered together, causing the void to crack, the space to shatter, and chaotic streams to flow out within the dark cloud. Violent roars could be heard from time to time vaguely. One could see that within the dark cloud, there were over 1,000 terrifying experts hidden. Every single one of them was like a mad devil, incomparably violent and violent. The body crushed everything, and in just a breath's time, the void would be shattered, and the sky would be destroyed in the next moment. Rumble, a 10 feet tall humanoid creature. Its body was covered in blood-red chain armors. Its entire body was covered in blood-red long fur. Its hairy face, Thunderlord's mouth, made it seem like an ancient ferocious ape had descended into the world. From all over its body, every pore and cell contained the dangers of stupidity and desire to move. Slaughter, savagery, violence, ruthlessness. The incomer was the Explosive Ape Empire, one of the four major foreign empires. The humanoid creature was the master of the Explosive Ape Empire, Archaeopterygium, the divine beast Berserk Ape bloodline descendant. He was born with the ability to go berserk. Once he went berserk, his combat strength would increase exponentially. It was the white tiger of the past. The great capital might not be his match. Half a cup of tea later. Dong, dong. Heavy footsteps suddenly sounded out, as though all things were galloping, trampling on the void, shaking the four-direction space until it continuously trembled. A man wearing a royal robe and a crown on his head. His body was more than 10 feet long, and he had dragon horns on his head. A middle-aged man with an elephant nose, from the northern skies. He strode over, his facial expression very proud, looking down from above. He looked down at the people. In every pore and cell of his body, he unleashed the terrifying aura of the ancient wilderness. With every step he took, all of them left behind a huge dent in the void. Every single move he made seemed to give birth to an inescapable fear. Behind him were 8 middle-aged generals wearing golden armor. Just like the middle-aged man, all of them had dragon horns and an elephant nose. All of them were extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone else, looking down on everyone else. Behind the 8 golden armored generals were thousands of alien experts. There were both men and women, but almost half of them had dragon horns and an elephant nose. Each of them released an incredible and terrifying aura, as if they were ferocious beasts from the ancient wilderness, causing people's souls to tremble. The expert of the Dragon Elephant Empire had finally arrived, and the person in the lead. It was none other than the Lord of the Dragon Elephant Empire, Dragon Elephant Emperor. He possessed the bloodline of an ancient true dragon and an ancient mammoth, and his bloodline was extremely noble. He was even stronger than Archaeopterygium and the White Tiger Sovereign, Emperor. Tens of thousands of years ago, he had already stepped into the quasi-emperor at peak, and he had the title of the strongest person in the southwest Great Land. As expected of the #1 empire of the non-humans, its strength is truly terrifying. The top-tier expert of the human race knitted their brows tightly. Other than Dragon Elephant Emperor, who was a quasi-emperor at peak, there were 3 other top quasi-emperor in the Dragon Elephant Empire's group. One of them had a powerful aura and was only slightly inferior to Empress Skyfox. He was almost infinitely close to the quasi-emperor at peak. Right at this moment, rumble, another transcendent grade flying boat tore through the void, speeding over from the western skies. It was a strange-looking flying boat that was shaped like a white tiger, and it was tens of thousands of feet long. It's the White Tiger Empire. The White Tiger Empire's expert has arrived very soon. There were people who recognized the origins of the transcendent grade flying boat. In the southwest Great Land, to dare use divine beasts and white tigers as boats, apart from the White Tiger Empire, which other faction was really not afraid of the Golden Crystal White Tiger clan? Thunder raged furiously. Attack and annihilate them. Strange, this White Tiger Empire is somewhat strange. And the White Tiger Emperor, according to the legends, he was already a quasi-emperor at peak 10,000 years ago, but the aura he was emitting was at most comparable to a peak top quasi-emperor. Could it be that the White Tiger Empire is hiding its true strength? Immediately, a hint of doubt surged up in the hearts of the top-tier experts of the human race. The power displayed by the White Tiger Empire could be considered extraordinary. Of the thousands of experts, the weakest was Mid-King. However, in terms of top-tier experts, quasi-emperor level, there was a huge gap. Apart from Great Emperor White Tiger, there were only 5 quasi-emperors keeping watch. Compared to the weakest Heavenly Fox Empire, the quality of the Heavenly Fox was much worse. There were 6 quasi-sovereigns in the Heavenly Fox Empire, and 2 median quasi-emperor. 3 of them were high quasi-sovereigns, and 1 of them was top quasi-emperor. As for the White Tiger Empire's 5 quasi-sovereigns, top quasi-emperor did not have any. There was only 1 high and quasi-sovereign, and there were only 4 left. 2 median quasi-emperor and 2 lower quasi-emperor. This was obviously not right. One should know that among the 4 major foreign empires, the White Tiger Empire was ranked second. Its strength was far above the Heavenly Fox Empire, and only the Dragon Elephant Empire could suppress it. Yang Fann had caused a huge ruckus in the White Tiger holy capital. Under the deliberate suppression of the White Tiger Emperor, the news of him killing 5 quasi-sovereigns in a row had not spread to the sphere of influence of the human race for a short period of time. Otherwise, Yuan Tuo and the other top-grade experts would not have such doubts. Right at this moment, Bai Shaoshan, you're not licking in your old nest licking your wounds, and you still dare to come to the Tianxi Peak? A mocking voice floated over from the southern sky. It was very soft, but it seemed to have a magical power, easily covering the entire Tianxi Peak. It was Archaeopterygium, the explosive ape, and the white tiger had never been on good terms with each other. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were mortal enemies. Everything that happened in the white tiger holy capital could be hidden from the others, but it was not a secret among the upper echelons of the various empires, bitched red-haired monkey. The white tiger emperor glared at Archaeopterygium and was about to fight back. Suddenly, his body shook and his eyes stared at the back of Archaeopterygium. Blood spurted out of his eyes and a gurgling sound came out of his throat. He was angry and angry. He bared his teeth as if he had lost his parents. It was as if he had seen his father's murderer C-534 compete rumble. A beam of light pierced through the southern sky, and the figure of the three paths stood on top of it. 2 men and 1 woman, the leader of the group. It was a young man in black who looked a little ridiculous. The chi around his body was average. He looked like an ordinary man who could not understand any martial arts, but by chance. The aura that he revealed gave people the feeling that he was a god descending to the mortal world. His eyes were like the starry sky of the universe. It was as if he was born with the ability to attract countless rays of light, and his back was straight. It was as if there was a peerless weapon in his body. It could pierce the sky and make people prostrate on the ground. He was prostrating himself in worship. The woman was around 20 years old, and she wore violet clothes. Her appearance was devastatingly beautiful, and she was a step behind the black-clothed youth. She had the appearance of a maid, and she was always by the side of the black-clothed youth. The other person was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, and he slightly bent his waist as if he were alive. These 3 people were none other than Yang Fann and master and servant. That day, after killing the Black Wolf King, Lang Chenshang, and the group of black armored guards with a single palm strike, Yang Fann had spent some effort. He found Yunuo and Wu Chungkong, then found a secret place. He began his seclusion to heal his injuries. This time, his injuries were not light. It took him nearly 10 days. Only then did he recover completely. Little brute, how is this possible? You, great Emperor Bai, who stared at Yang Fann, his eyes spurting out blood. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. However, there was also an indescribable shock in his voice. He had seen Yang Fann's injuries that day, especially when he used the blood escape to forcefully increase his speed. Even if he didn't die, he would lose most of his life. At this moment, he should still be recuperating somewhere. But looking at Yang Fann now, he didn't look like he was injured at all. Old dog, why are you barking? Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and shouted coldly, as if he was berating a domesticated dog. He didn't take Great Emperor Baihu seriously at all. But that was the truth. Great Emperor Baihu was never a match for him, not to mention the current him. Due to the loss of his natal blood, his cultivation base had fallen to top quasi-emperor's level. If Yang Fann was willing to, he could have killed him with a single strike. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of summoning White Tiger, Yang Fann would have already sent him to hell with a palm strike. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? He actually dared to speak to Great Emperor Baihu in such a manner. Where did this madman come from? Is he tired of living? However, most of the experts in the square didn't know that Yang Fann had wreaked havoc in the White Tiger's holy capital, especially the group of human expert. Their faces were filled with shock. They looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a madman. That was Great Emperor Baihu, one of the expert in the southern land. Even Palace Master of Divine Water, the #1 human in the southern land, wouldn't dare to speak to this Great Emperor Baihu in such a manner. He's dead for sure. This kid is definitely dead. Is this that Yang Fann? Interesting, truly interesting to dare speak to Bai Shaoshan like this. This Yang Fann is definitely the first. No wonder he was able to wreak havoc in the White Tiger holy capital. He is indeed not an ordinary person. Archaeopterygium and the others who knew the inside story were not too surprised. Yang Fann had caused havoc in the White Tiger holy city, and he had even killed several quasi-emperor White Tiger empires from the White Tiger Empire. It was nothing to scold Bai Shaoshan. Little brute, you are courting death. Upon hearing this, Great Emperor Baihu was so angry that he felt like a Buddha was born, and 2 Buddhas were born. His killing intent surged. Like a great river, his body burst out from his body. He wished he could cut Yang Fann into thousands of pieces. Great Emperor Baihu is going to go crazy. This little devil will die a miserable death. In all directions, all the expert looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. As for Dragon Elephant Emperor and the other non-humans, Emperor, their faces were burning with passion, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Especially Archaeopterygium, who didn't mind the big picture. He waved his arm at Yang Fann. He shouted, "Young man, I have high hopes for you, don't be afraid, go, fight him. Don't give this emperor face. Kill that sick cat. There are only so many treasures in the imperial palace. The fewer competitors, the better." Yang Fann did not disappoint them. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as they confronted each other. He said, "Old dog, do you want to make a move? Come on, whoever doesn't dare to fight is a coward, so what if he summoned White Tiger? Since he could escape from White Tiger once, he could escape twice, not to mention. The current him was different from half a month ago. Although he had used up a lot of the strength of original life of the 5 quasi-sovereigns because of the blood escape, however, the remaining strength of original life had pushed Yang Fann to the intermediate martial lord realm. His combat strength had more than doubled. Good, very good, we are about to fight, don't give me any face." In an instant, Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others were inexplicably excited. They shouted loudly in their hearts. Yang Fann had already said everything to this extent. With Bai Shaoshan's pride, how could he tolerate it? This battle was unavoidable. No matter who was defeated, they would lose a strong competitor. If both sides could suffer losses, it would be best if they were all eliminated. However, to Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others' disappointment, although Great Emperor Bai Hu was baring his teeth, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat someone. However, he didn't attack them directly. Archaeopterygium and the others were planning to. How could he not know that the snipe and the clam would benefit from the fight? If it was somewhere else, even if he knew that Archaeopterygium and the others were up to no good, the prestige of a great sovereign, divine and inviolable, but when the Golden Lion Imperial Palace was about to descend, he had to bear with it even if he didn't want to. He wanted to deal with that little brute. However, he had already lost a drop of his origin blood. If he lost another drop, it wouldn't be a small drop in cultivation base. It was very likely that he would fall below the median quasi-emperor. At that time, he would not have the qualifications to compete with Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others for the Emperor Palace treasure. Once he returned empty-handed, he would have to wait for the White Tiger Empire. Their Golden Crystal White Tiger clan might be in danger of being destroyed. Whether it was the Dragon Elephant Empire or the Explosive Ape Empire, they all wanted to annex the other empires and unify the Southwest. 5. This coward actually endured it. This sick cat has changed. It can even endure this. Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others cursed in anger. He even took off his father's pants. You just let me see this. On the Peak Plaza, the other experts who didn't know the truth were even more dumbfounded. They looked at Great Emperor Bai Hu, who was on the White Tiger flying boat, with disbelief on their faces. Endure it, this. How is this possible? How is this possible? I didn't see wrongly, right? Is this really Great Emperor Bai Hu? Could it be someone pretending to be him? Among the 4 Great Emperor, Dragon Elephant Emperor was the most mysterious. Empress Skyfox was the most attractive, while Archaeopterygium was the most irritable. The most overbearing one was none other than Great Emperor Bai Hu. There was once a foreign race who said that the number 1 person in the Southwest was Dragon Elephant Emperor. Even Great Emperor Bai Hu was no match for him. Finally, these words entered Great Emperor Bai Hu's ears. Immediately, his face became furious, and he razed the entire non-human race to the ground. Furthermore, this was an insult. How could Great Emperor Bai Hu tolerate it? If he didn't kill all of his family members, he wouldn't be Great Emperor Bai Hu anymore. What is the background of this young man? Even Great Emperor Bai Hu is afraid of him. All the people present were human beings who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and they quickly reacted. There was only one possibility that Great Emperor Bai Hu could be so tolerant, and that was that he had an extraordinary background. Even someone as overbearing as Great Emperor Bai Hu wouldn't dare to touch him. When did such a mysterious young man appear in Southern Land? Yang Fann let out a cold humph. He decided to stop provoking Great Emperor Bai Hu. If he really forced Great Emperor Bai Hu to summon White Tiger regardless of the cost, it would not be good. At that time, the injuries would be minor, but it would be great if he missed the opening of the palace. Opportunities like this were not something that could be encountered at any time. If he missed it, he would really miss it in the next moment. Yang Fann's figure moved and brought Yunuo and Wu Chungkong to the Peak Plaza. Time passed slowly and quickly. Another 2 hours passed. The total number of people in the huge peak plaza had already exceeded 80,000 and was approaching the 90,000 mark. At this moment, if someone could take this place down, all the major powers in the southern land would have to go through a major reshuffle. Suddenly, the lazy Yang Fann's eyes lit up. I never thought that I would be able to meet them here. C535 God Lord Sky Water Rumble. The void in the south rippled, and a 10,000 feet long supreme-grade flying boat tore through the air at a speed that was several hundred times faster than the speed of sound. The three of them stood proudly in front of the flying boat. Two men and a woman, dressed in golden robes. In his early 20s, he had an extremely handsome face. The sharpness of the saber and the chiseling of the axe was enough to make countless men jealous. His long black hair was casually hanging down, fluttering in the breeze. His hair was soft and light. It was like a pile of snow, but his gaze was like that of a high and mighty god. It was as if he was born with the ability to attract all light, causing people to be infatuated with him. Behind him were two young figures. The man was around 27 or 28 years old, and he wore embroidered clothes. His face seemed as if it was carved from jade, and his body emitted a faintly discernible pressure. He possessed great magic. It caused one to feel a sense of subservience in their hearts. The woman was around 20 years old. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her eyebrows were like a painting. She wore a fiery red dress, and her shoulders were slightly wider. Her aura was full of charm, and there was no lack of tenderness within her charm. Moreover, there was no lack of iron and blood dominance within her tenderness. She was like a high and mighty empress, and it caused one to unconsciously feel a slight desire to conquer her. Absolute God, Yuji, the descent of Golden Lion Imperial Palace this time is a chance for us. However, we must be careful and do our best. Remember, the most important thing is to live. Golden-robed man, who was leading the group, turned around and told the man and woman behind him. The young man and woman hurriedly replied, "Ancestor, we know." They had a cautious expression. Golden Lion Emperor was the legendary highest emperor. No one knew how many experts were attracted to his emperor palace. Not to mention top-level king, even quasi-emperor experts were common. Given their small cultivation base, they could only be careful, and even more careful. At this moment, the young woman's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had discovered something. She said in surprise, "Old ancestor, look, it's brother Yang Fann. Brother Yang Fann is there." "What?" Golden-robed man's body trembled. He followed the young lady's gaze and looked at her. His face was immediately filled with joy. "Ah, it really is young Master Yang. Quickly get closer." Rumble. The supreme-grade flying boat suddenly sped up, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on the peak plaza. Yan Lao, junior sister Yuji, brother Absolute God, long time no see. Looking at golden-robed man and the others who were walking towards him with joyful expressions, Yang Fann hurriedly brought Yunuo and the others to greet them. One had to admit that sometimes, the world was really small. He did not expect to meet Yan Zantian, Yan Yuji, and Yan Juishan here. But after thinking about it, it made sense. No matter what, the great Yan Imperial dynasty was one of the 10 great empires in the south. Especially after they had swallowed the Beacon Empire, their power had skyrocketed. They could barely squeeze into the top forces of the southern land and knew about the descent of the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. It was expected that they would be able to get a piece of the pie. "Greetings, young Master Yang, senior brother." "How are you, young Master Yang, senior brother?" Yan Zantian quickly returned the greeting with Yan Yuji and her sister. There was an indescribable surprise on his face. It was really luck. He was actually able to meet Yang Fann. This time, their safety had finally been guaranteed. In their line of work, their strength wasn't weak, just the top-level king. There were 15 of them, and they were all at the high-grade king. There were nearly 100 of them, but among all the major powers in Peak Plaza, those who were stronger than them, even without 50, there would still be 30 of them. However, with Yang Fann, things would be very different. It was those major powers who wanted to touch them. He had to think twice before making a move. "Congratulations, Yan Lao, for attaining the quasi-emperor realm. Emperor is ready." Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He congratulated Yan Zantian. The current Yan Zantian was no longer an invincible king, but a lower quasi-emperor. He had truly stepped into the ranks of the top expert in the heavenly desolate domain. "Young Master Yang, it was all thanks to you that I was able to break through." Yan Zantian's eyes were filled with gratitude. Even Yan Yuji and Yan Juishan, who were standing behind him, looked at Yang Fann with grateful expressions. What, me? Yang Fann was slightly stunned. He looked at Yan Zantian in confusion. When did he help Yan Lao break through to the quasi-sovereign realm? Why didn't he know anything about it? If it wasn't for you, young Master Yang, destroying the Beacon King, our great Yan imperial dynasty wouldn't have been able to annex the Beacon Empire, and our dynasty's luck wouldn't have increased so much. The power of luck was intangible, but one had to admit that. After swallowing the Beacon Empire, with the help of the sudden increase in luck, the bottleneck of the quasi-sovereign realm that had troubled Yan Zantian in the past had been broken so easily. Everything was so natural and natural. Not only Yan Zantian, but also the overall strength of all the higher-ups of great Yan imperial dynasty. All of them had made significant breakthroughs, such as Yan Juishan, the great Yan crown prince. He had broken through to the intermediate king stage, and was only a step away from the high-grade king. Yan Yuji had also successfully condensed the golden elixir of life and stepped into the lower king stage. All of this was because of Yang Fann. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, they would have been given another 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. They wouldn't be able to destroy the Beacon Empire. It was highly likely that they would be killed by the Beacon Empire instead at this moment. Rumble. In the southeastern horizon, multicolored propitious vapors surged. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses surged from the ground. A 10,000 feet long transcendent grade flying boat flew over with the wind. On top of the meat skewer, there were some young men and women walking around. All of them had extraordinary bearing and noble auras. A terrifying aura that was deep like an ocean instantly swept across the entire Tianxi Peak, and it seemed to have the power to crush tens of thousands of powers. This flying boat seemed to have descended from the Nine Heavens realm, causing the people on the boat to be hazy like fog and ethereal like clouds. It was as if an immortal had arrived, and it was so superior. And among the people, the most eye-catching one was the blue-clothed man standing on top of the ship. He looked to be around 30 years old, and his face was as clear as jade. His facial features were distinct, and he had a head of water-blue long hair that was different from ordinary people. He casually hung it around his waist, and streams of blue water profound radiated out of his body. It was beautiful and magnificent, as if it could be at any moment. It could turn a world into a world of water. His every move seemed to possess a kind of peerless dignity that could not be resisted. He was like a high and mighty god that descended to the world. The vastness of the world was under his control. Ah, it's the Divine Water Palace. The expert of the Divine Water Palace is here. That's the previous palace lord of the Divine Water Palace, God Lord Tian Shui. In an instant, the entire Peak Plaza boiled up once again. The Divine Water Palace was the #1 major power of the human race in the south. The depth of their foundation was comparable to the 4 major foreign empires. It wasn't any weaker than them. In fact, it was even better than them. Many of the human forces seemed to have gained a pillar of support in the blink of an eye. Their uneasy hearts, which had been disturbed by the arrival of the 4 great empires, immediately calmed down. You alien races have the 4 great royal families, and we humans also have the Divine Water Palace. In the time it takes to breathe, the Divine Water Palace's transcendent grade flying boat was already approaching the Peak Plaza. All of a sudden, the elegant and calm God Lord Tian Shui's expression suddenly changed. It was extremely distorted, as if it was a malicious ghost from the nether hell. He looked ferocious and terrifying, and his eyes were blood red. It looked like a boundless sea of blood, and it was emitting an incomparably violent aura. It was brewing the most terrifying and brutal killing intent. What's going on? What a terrifying killing intent. Who is it? Who exactly angered God Lord Tian Shui? On the Peak Plaza, countless experts revealed puzzled expressions. They didn't understand why God Lord Tian Shui seemed to have changed into a completely different person all of a sudden. Divine Water Palace. The previous palace lord, Lu Sufeng, Yang Fann, Dragon Elephant Emperor and the other emperors seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes flashed with ridicule. Hee, there's going to be a good show to watch now. At this moment, rumble, God Lord Tian Shui took a step forward, tearing the space apart. In an instant, he had arrived above Yang Fann. He looked down at Yang Fann from above, and blood spurted out from his eyes. He looked like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. The heavenly Ned never lets you off. Yang Fann, you are little brute. How dare you show up here? Very good today, I will do it for master. Avenge my grandson. Rumble. The word, death, rose from God Lord Tian Shui's head. It contained sharpness, holiness, decisiveness, and fury. It was like a dense cluster of volcanoes had erupted at the same time, causing the sky and the earth to be scorched. C536 One word: do it on the Peak Plaza. Divine Water Palace. The previous palace lord, God Lord Tian Shui, stood in the sky and stared at Yang Fann. His face was extremely twisted, like a ferocious ghost from hell. His eyes were blood red, like a boundless sea of blood, emitting the most terrifying and brutal killing intent. He had been raised by Lu Sufeng since he was a child. In his heart, Lu Sufeng was not only his master, but also his father. Shui Wusheng was also his most beloved disciple. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that these two were the closest people to him in his life. In the end, both of them died in the hands of Yang Fann, little brute. Even if he used all the water in the world, he wouldn't be able to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Die, this little brute must die today. Rumble. A huge word, death, which was boiling above his head and contained endless killing intent, was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes, spreading across the world. What? Yang Fann? He's Yang Fann, the Yang Fann who killed young master of divine water, Shui Wusheng and great elder Lu Sufeng. So it's him. No wonder God Lord Tian Shui went berserk. On the square, countless of human expert revealed a look of enlightenment. The news of Yang Fann killing young master of divine water and Shui Wusheng, the grand elder of divine water palace, had spread across the entire southern land. All the major powers had heard of it, but only its name. They had never seen it before. No wonder he had a tough fight with great Emperor Bai, who just now. Yang Fann was not afraid of the divine water palace, so it was normal that he was not afraid of the White Tiger Empire. Compared to the divine water palace, the White Tiger Empire was not even as good as the divine water palace. The next moment, countless Yang Fanns looked at Yang Fann at the same time, carefully sizing him up. Many of them were muttering to themselves, this Yang Fann did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, how could he be so heaven-defying? He had the combat strength of top quasi-emperor and even quasi-emperor at peak before he was 20 years old. A monster like this, not to mention the current era of the martial arts, where the spiritual energy was depleted. Even in the ancient era where emperor appeared frequently and great sovereigns ran amok, he probably wouldn't be able to find a single person right at this moment. Yang Fann gave Yan Zontian and the others a look of waiting for a moment. His body moved and he took a step forward. In an instant, he was 300 meters away from God Lord Tian Shui. His cold gaze swept across God Lord Tian Shui and said coldly, you want to take revenge for those 2 trash? I'm just afraid that you don't have the ability to do so. All right, just like that, young man, don't be cowardly. Just do it. Archaeopterygium and the other outsiders, Emperor, were once again excited. People who weren't part of their race would definitely have different hearts. The more intense the internal strife among the humans, the happier they would be. It would be best if human expert could be completely wiped out. Great Emperor Bai, who looked at Yang Fann with 2 eyes filled with killing intent, as if he was preparing for some kind of terrifying plot. Roar, little brute, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be stubborn. I want to see if your bones are as sharp as your tongue. God Lord Tian Shui's eyes were on the verge of popping out as he let out a roar. At the same time, the word death exploded above his head. Surging killing intent soared into the sky like a peerless evil dragon, destroying everything in the surroundings. Gulp gulp. God Lord Tian Shui couldn't really want to fight Yang Fann to the death here, right? I don't think he would be so reckless. This isn't a good time to start a war. Human expert swallowed his saliva with great difficulty as he looked at God Lord Tian Shui, who was like a god of slaughter. A sense of uneasiness flashed in his heart. The Divine Water Palace's team was not weak. Apart from Palace Master of Divine Water, who was recuperating in seclusion, they had also sent out all their forces. There were 10 quasi-emperor expert, and one of them was a quasi-emperor at peak. That was God Lord Tian Shui. It had to be said that Lu Sufeng's innate talent wasn't good enough. However, his ability to accept disciples was still very strong. Apart from that, there were also 2 great top quasi-emperor and 3 upper quasi-sovereigns. The remaining 4 were all median quasi-emperor warriors. Such a lineup, it had already surpassed the White Tiger, Heavenly Fox, and Explosive Ape, 3 great empires, and it seemed to be on par with the Dragon Elephant Empire. However, Yang Fann couldn't be underestimated either. To be able to kill a peak top quasi-emperor like Lu Sufeng, it was very likely that he had the combat strength of a quasi-emperor at peak warrior. Besides, How could such a heaven-defying monster not have some trump cards in his hands? If a war really broke out, even if the Divine Water Palace could suppress Yang Fann, they would still have to pay a heavy price. Human Expert was never a match for any of the other races. If the leader of the Divine Water Palace was crippled in order to suppress Yang Fann, as long as there was a chance, the other foreign races wouldn't mind suppressing them. Of course, it would be the opposite. Even if the foreign races didn't attack them, they would only be able to drink some soup and water for the upcoming trip to the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. With the current situation, the foreign races in the south might be able to completely crush the human race. At that time, the entire human race in the south would be in danger. God Lord Tian Shui, we have to take the bigger picture into consideration. You mustn't act rashly right at this moment. What a load of nonsense. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Killing intent flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, and the chaotic true essence in his body went berserk. Rumble, 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 rumble. Dazzling light of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire and earth burst out from Yang Fann's body. Yang Fann, who had an ordinary aura and looked like an ordinary person who could not get through the martial arts, suddenly felt like an ancient ferocious god had awakened. A terrifying pressure that made countless quasi-emperor expert tremble in fear suddenly burst out from his body. His thin and weak body also grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters, 800 meters, 120 meters. In an instant, it transformed into a triton that was 150 meters tall. The light around his body was resplendent, and his divine voice was faint. He was like a supreme god from the ancient god world, and he was ferocious and invincible. Bang bang. In all directions, large tracts of space were unable to withstand that berserk aura. Like glass, they completely exploded in the next moment. Yang Fann's body moved and crushed the void. He charged at God Lord Tian Shui and said, "Let's do it." He would do it. He was swift and decisive. What? It was Yang Fann who attacked first. How is this possible? How dare he? How dare he? The group of human expert were extremely shocked. However, they did not expect Yang Fann to take the initiative to attack first. Could it be that his brain was fried? He was obviously the one who was at a disadvantage right now. However, the group of alien expert was different. They cheered in an instant, just short of setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Ha ha ha, the battle has begun. Good good good, ha ha ha, that's more like it. What's there to be afraid of that old thing? If you don't accept it, then do it. Go, do it. Bitch, that old bastard. Hit him. Hit him hard. Don't give me any face. Die. Great 5 elemental godly fist. In an instant, Yang Fann threw out a punch. Even quasi-emperor at peak warriors were divided into different grades. Like Great Emperor Baihu, he seemed to have a portion of Emperor Sovereign's power. If Emperor Sovereign didn't appear, almost no one would be his match. However, this God Lord Tian Shui was different. He had just broken through to the quasi-emperor at peak. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the weakest of the quasi-emperor at peak. Compared to Great Emperor Baihu, he was at least 10 times weaker than Great Emperor Baihu. He had mastered the 5th level of profound meaning. He was already worthy of his attention, let alone being compared to half a month ago. Yang Fann, who had reached the layer 1 a day ago, had more than doubled his strength in an instant. Even if he only used the Upanishads of the 5 elements, the power of this punch was terrifying. It was a punch that was as powerful as hundreds of millions of trillion power of true Dans. It will shatter the sun and moon, destroy the stars. Roar, little brute, you are courting death. God Lord Tian Shui let out a roar like a wild beast. He had not even made a move yet. However, this little brute had taken the initiative to attack. This was unforgivable. 9 Empyrean Star Way Palm Seal. Boom boom boom. Starlight and sunflower waters. Profound meanings erupted crazily. The huge palm that blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun smashed violently at Yang Fann. Endless starlight converged into rivers of stars that passed through the endless space and converged within it. Absolute power surged violently, and the space in all directions collapsed and became extinct rumble. The 5 elements small world collided with the heaven sheltering big hand seal, and the violent energy overturned everything. In all directions, large tracts of space were obliterated into nothingness. Poochie poochie poochie. In less than half a breath's time, the astral river palm, which blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, was forcibly obliterated by the power of the 5 elements. It transformed into specks of starlight that danced in the sky. How is this possible? God Lord Tian Shui's face twisted in horror. This was his ultimate skill, that top quasi-emperor. If it wasn't for the protection of a top-grade defensive secret treasure, he would have been smashed into pieces by God Lord Tian Shui's attack. How could it be broken so easily by Yang Fann, this little brute? One should know that, during the battle with Master that day, Yang Fann, this little brute, had spent a lot of effort. He had even paid a heavy price to kill Master. How long has it been? At that moment rumble, the five elements small world continued to press down and crashed into God Lord Tian Shui's body. Rumble, God Lord Tian Shui's bones were all broken. He was like a broken sack as he was sent flying backwards. The sound of explosions kept coming out from his body. Clouds of mushroom rose from his broken body the next moment. A terrifying devouring black hole appeared behind God Lord Tian Shui and swallowed him in an instant. C537 Magical Weapon Water God Spear Silence at the top of the huge Tianxi Peak. It was so quiet that it was scary, like a grave. Whether it was human expert or the king of the foreign races, they looked up at the majestic figure in the sky as if they were looking at the legendary devil god. Bululu. What did they see? A punch. With just one punch, God Lord Tian Shui was easily he must be fooling a ghost. Could he be a little more fake? Did he really think that he was a country bumpkin who didn't know anything? God Lord Tian Shui, that was a quasi-emperor at peak. If Emperor Sovereign didn't come out, who would have the ability to instantly kill him with a single punch? Could Yang Fann be Emperor Sovereign? Don't joke around, he was only so young. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he shouldn't be so abnormal. On the supreme flying boat of the Divine Water Palace, the faces of all the quasi-sovereigns and kings of the Divine Water Palace turned pale. It was as if something in their hearts had collapsed. In their eyes, apart from disbelief, and even more disbelief, they could not accept what was happening in front of them. God Lord Tian Shui was the second person in Divine Water Palace, a peerless expert that was only second to Palace Lord and Shui Tianeng. How could an invincible existence in their hearts be unable to withstand a single punch from little brute, Yang Fann? This isn't real, it must not be real illusion, it must be an illusion. In the great Yan Imperial Dynasty team, Yan Yuji's beautiful eyes darkened slightly. She thought that after successfully forming the golden elixir of life and stepping into the king stage, she would be able to reduce the gap between her and Yang Fann. However, reality was cruel. Not only did the gap between them not shrink, it became bigger and bigger. If it was said that it was a magnificent river before, then it was now a boundless ocean. Quasi-Emperor at peak, that was a realm that was the highest level below Emperor Sovereign. She might not even be able to step into that realm after cultivating for her entire life, but in the end, she couldn't even withstand a single punch from Yang Fann. Didn't that mean, this was a huge blow to her? Sigh, what a good Yang Fann, that white tiger did not lose unjustly compared to the others who were shocked. Archaeopterygium and Dragon Elephant Emperor were not too shocked. They just looked at Yang Fann. It was just a little serious. They were both quasi-emperor at peak warriors. But with their strength, if they unleashed their full strength, it wasn't impossible to injure or even kill God Lord Tian Shui with a single strike. Yang Fann had forced Great Emperor Baihu to use his natal blood to summon the spirit of his ancestors. His combat strength was incredible. Not below them, however, the two of them who were focusing all their attention on Yang Fann didn't notice the look in Great Emperor Baihu's eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it, how could this be? Little brute's strength had made another breakthrough. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be possible? It wasn't like he had never seen a profound meaning of phagocytosis comprehender before. One of the generals under his command was the Teoti general. He possessed the legendary divine beast, Teoti bloodline. He was born with the ability to devour all things. However, he was far inferior to Yang Fann. No, we can't let little brute continue to grow. We must eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Empire will be in danger, and Golden Crystal White Tiger clan will be in danger. An ice-cold killing intent flickered in Great Emperor Baihu's eyes, faintly revealing a trace of anxiety. Suddenly, an exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Look, there's a situation. God Lord Tian Shui hasn't lost yet within the devouring black hole. Rumble, a brilliant golden light shot out from God Lord Tian Shui's body, bombarding the devouring black hole. Wherever the ray of golden light passed, the space distorted. With the help of the terrifying destructive force, it could easily destroy the sun and moon and hit the devouring black hole. Hong long, kacha crack crack. In an instant, the devouring black hole cracked open like glass. The next moment, God Lord Tian Shui's figure once again appeared above the void. The difference was, a golden spear that was nearly 10 feet long appeared in his hand. It was emitting a dazzling golden glow. It shot out from the golden spear and covered God Lord Tian Shui's entire body. In an instant, his entire body seemed to be cast from gold, as if the legendary golden warlord had arrived in the mortal world. Even his terrifying injuries seemed to have recovered by more than half under the dazzling golden light. Ah, this is a water god's war spear. Hiss. God Lord Tian Shui actually brought out this supreme treasure. God Lord Tian Shui hasn't lost yet, there's still suspense in this battle. Many of the human experts' body trembled. They instantly recognized the origin of the spear. The originally lifeless and dispirited kings and quasi-sovereigns of the Divine Water Palace were boiling with excitement. Ha ha ha, I knew that the Divine Master wouldn't be defeated so easily. It's just the beginning. Little son Yang Fann, your death has come. The Water God's War Spear was one of the ultimate treasures of the Divine Water Palace. It was a magic treasure-grade spear forged by the third-generation Palace Lord of the Divine Water Palace after consuming a large amount of natural treasures. Thinking back to the past, the third-generation Palace Lord had used this divine spear. Among them, there was no lack of true Emperor Sovereign, who was a quasi-emperor at peak Divine Master. With the benefits of the Water God's War Spear, he was able to fight against Emperor Sovereign, who had just broken through. It wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight. He was dead for sure. This little son Yang Fann was definitely dead. No wonder the Divine Water Palace only sent a God Lord Tian Shui. It turns out that they invited out the palace guarding magic treasure Water God's War Spear. Looking at the golden spear in God Lord Tian Shui's hand, a look of realization appeared on Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others' faces. To be honest, this God Lord Tian Shui really didn't have the qualifications to be their opponent, even if it was Great Emperor Bai Hu, whose cultivation base had fallen dramatically. If they were to fight with all their strength, they were confident that they would be able to crush this God Lord Tian Shui. As descendant of a divine beast, his combat strength was far greater than that of a martial artist human. In the huge Divine Water Palace, only Palace Master of Divine Water, Shui Tianeng, could make them attach importance to him. However, it was different with the Water God's War Spear. This was a true treasure of the laws. Although it was only a low-grade treasure, it was enough to increase God Lord Tian Shui's combat strength by tenfold. Even dozens of times, even if it was them, if they didn't use their clan's resources. They were afraid that they wouldn't be a match for God Lord Tian Shui. Little son Yang Fann, I'm afraid there will be big trouble this time. Good, this is interesting. What's there to see in a one-sided battle? Whether Yang Fann was easily crushed or God Lord Tian Shui was killed by Yang Fann, it didn't matter. This wasn't what they wanted to see the most. It was ideal to fight to the death and both sides would suffer heavy losses. God Lord Tian Shui, don't disappoint me. Great Emperor Bai Hu's heart was once again stirred. It was his last resort to deal with Yang Fann, little brute. He had no choice but to do it. It was thousands of times crueler than the human world. If he used a drop of his origin blood, even if he could kill Yang Fann, his position as the great sovereign had finally come to an end. The great Yan royal family team. Oh no, God Lord Tian Shui actually brought the Water God's War Spear. Brother Yang Fann, please don't let anything happen to you. Yan Zontian and the others felt their hearts in their throats, and their eyes were filled with worry. The ultimate treasure of the laws. It was a treasure used by Emperor Sovereign, a quasi-emperor at peak, with the power of the ultimate treasure of the laws. It even had the power to challenge Emperor Sovereign, no matter how strong Yang Fann was. However, compared to Emperor Sovereign, Hong Long, Emperor controlled the law. Every strike carried the power of the law. It was not something a quasi-emperor at peak could compare with. The two were two completely different concepts. Dozens of quasi-emperor at peak warriors joined forces. Hong Long, in the void, rumble, an ancient and majestic aura that was both epic and mythical burst out from the Water God's War Spear and merged into God Lord Tian Shui's body. In an instant, God Lord Tian Shui's aura rose steadily and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Countless ancient divine imprints and ancient talisman characters were unleashed. Boundless light covered God Lord Tian Shui's body, causing him to suddenly become taller and bigger in front of everyone's eyes, covering the sky and covering the earth. He was as majestic as a mountain, making it hard for anyone to summon any resistance thought. One little brute, You were able to force me to use the palace-suppressing godly spear. You deserve to die. C-538. It swallowed. God Lord Tianshui. Yang Fann and God Lord Tian Shui were really in high spirits. The tide kept rising. Just as everyone thought that God Lord Tian Shui was going to be mercilessly devoured by Yang Fann, he took out a trump card. It was the ultimate treasure of the Divine Water Palace, the ultimate treasure of the low-rank law, the Water God's War Spear. In an instant, it pierced through the devouring black hole and broke free. With the divine spear in hand, God Lord Tian Shui's aura crazily increased. The heavenly water vital spirit kept rising, and it was as vast as a vast ocean. It was violently moving within his body like a star shining down on him. The sun and the moon passed through the sky and the river flowed on the ground. The violent aura caused countless martial artist warriors to be terrified. At this moment, an ordinary top-level king warrior. There was only one possibility: if he dared to approach 10 miles away from them. He was instantly crushed into pieces by his terrifying aura. Even if a normal quasi-emperor expert did not have a supreme treasure protecting it. 300 meters. Rumble, 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 rumble. Countless mushroom clouds were rising in all directions. Large areas of space were completely shattered like tiles. There were traces of destruction everywhere. His terrifying, truly too terrifying. Just the dispersed aura alone is enough to crush me to the point where I can't even catch my breath. Is this the power of a supreme treasure of laws? It is truly terrifying. Compared to the top secret treasures of the king, it is tens of millions of times stronger. Looks like the one laughing in the end is still God Lord Tian Shui. Yang Fann, after all, is still a little young. Even if his combat strength exceeds quasi-emperor at peak, his foundation is still a little lacking. Above the peak plaza, countless experts drew a cold breath. They looked at Yang Fann with sympathy. The supreme treasure of the laws was too frightening. Unless Yang Fann also had a supreme treasure of the laws, otherwise. It was very difficult for him to fight God Lord Tian Shui, but how could a supreme treasure of the laws be so easily obtainable? Even many emperor sovereign didn't have a supreme treasure of law in his hands. As the greatest power of the human race in the south, the Divine Water Palace had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. They only had two supreme treasures of law. Above the void, God Lord Tian Shui's qi was still rising, and it even produced a terrifying qi that could turn the yin and yang upside down and shatter time and space. He smiled ferociously like a high and mighty god, looking down at Yang Fann from above. His eyes were filled with pride, and he didn't take Yang Fann seriously at all. It was as if Yang Fann was the fat piece of meat on the chopping board that could be casually trampled on. What a good Divine Water Palace! As expected of the greatest power in the south. Sure enough, they had some skills. Looking at the devil god like God Lord Tian Shui, Yang Fann's eyes slightly narrowed. A trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes. At this moment, God Lord Tian Shui gave him the feeling that, although it was not as good as White Tigers, it was still comparable to Great Emperor Baihu at his peak. He was much stronger than Great Emperor Baihu, and he had almost surpassed the realm of Quasi-Emperor at peak. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there was no one below Emperor who could defeat him. One breath later, God Lord Tian Shui's qi had finally reached its peak. In all directions, 1,000 miles of land had turned into a blue ocean world. Countless ocean storms were rolling and rippling, and the terrifying pressure was boundless. It was as if an ancient water god had descended from the heavens, making people prostrate themselves on the ground and worship him. The next moment, God Lord Tian Shui's face turned ferocious. All right, everything ends here. Little brute, go to hell and repent. Rumble. His right arm moved and a spear thrust out. This spear was simply one of the attacks of the gods. It was like the legendary spear of judgment. Endless water laws were contained within it. The terror of its power far exceeded the imagination of the world. It was unknown how many billions of power of true Dans there were. Even Great Emperor Baihu, who was at his peak, could be seriously injured or even killed by this spear if he was not careful. In all directions, the space collapsed and turned into the most primitive chaos. The sound of waves crashing against the shore could be heard everywhere. It was like the rage of a sea god. SSS's. This strength is simply invincible. Just a trace of aura is sufficient to annihilate me 1,000 times. It's over. Yang Fann was afraid that he would not be able to escape this time. A monster that defies the heavens has actually lost his life in the internal strife of the human race. This is definitely the greatest loss of the human race. In all directions, countless experts were looking at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. Almost no one had high hopes for Yang Fann. This strike was so terrifying that even if it wasn't as powerful as Emperor Sovereign's full-powered strike, it wouldn't be much weaker. Those expert from the Divine Water Palace were cheering loudly, as if they had already seen the beautiful scene of Yang Fann being torn apart by a spear. Kekekeka, little brute, how dare you kill the people of my Divine Water Palace? This is your retribution. Hiss, what a terrifying strike. It seemed like the one who won in the end was still God Lord Tian Shui Archaeopterygium, Dragon Elephant Emperor, and the rest's facial expression changed slightly. They could feel the thick chi of death from that strike. If they didn't use their family treasure, even they wouldn't be able to block that deadly spear. Yang Fann believed that this wouldn't be an exception. In the next moment, he couldn't help but feel slightly relieved, although this didn't match their expectations. However, it was still considered not bad. Yang Fann was really too much of a monster. He had the power to crush quasi-emperor at peak warriors before he was even 20 years old. If he was given dozens or hundreds of years, how strong would he become? Even Supreme Highest Emperor might not be able to suppress this monster. If he didn't die, it would definitely be the greatest misfortune for all of them. Now, this mortal threat was going to be eliminated, and the human race would have to do it themselves. One had to admit that this God Lord Tian Shui of Divine Water Palace was really a good man. The great Yan royal family team. Brother Yang Fann, be careful, Yan Yuji shouted anxiously. Her small hands were clenched into fists, and even her nails were inserted into her palms. She didn't know that although the other great Yan royal families of the great Yan royal family didn't say anything, however, the anxiety and worry in his eyes couldn't be hidden. He wasn't just worried about Yang Fann's safety. Their lives had long been in the same boat as Yang Fann's. Once Yang Fann was defeated, with the dominance of the Divine Water Palace, how could they let go of their comrades? In the blink of an eye, you're not qualified to take my life. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows. He drew out a thick cold shine. This strike of God Lord Tian Shui's was supported by a supreme treasure of laws, the Water God's War Spear. It could be said that it was strong. Killing quasi-emperor at peak warriors was like slaughtering chickens. However, the feeling he gave Yang Fann was completely incomparable to White Tiger's innate ability. Even the White Tiger claw was slightly weaker. No matter how powerful a magic treasure is, it depends on who uses it. Trash is just trash after all. Rumble. The void shook violently, and a terrifying demonic god phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Fann. It was no less than 3 kilometers tall, and in an instant, the imposing aura around Yang Fann's body surged madly, as if he was a legendary supreme god that had descended to the mortal world, and his divine might was unparalleled as it swept through the surroundings. In the sky and in the earth, he was the only one who reigned supreme, and everything in the world was subdued by him. Boom, boom, boom. One terrifying hurricane after another. Hong Long. They were like peerless evil dragons that rampaged across the heavens and the earth. Countless mushroom clouds were wreaking havoc in all directions. Break. Great 5 elemental destruction. Godly fist. Rumble. The 7 profound mysteries of metal, wood, water, fire and earth were raging crazily. Compared to half a month ago, the power of this punch was more than doubled. It already possessed the power to match Emperor Sovereign's. It was incomparably savage and brutal. What did I just see? A 7th layer profound meaning. This Yang Fann has actually comprehended a 7th layer profound meaning. Is he a human or a ghost? Is he a human or a ghost? Rumble. The fists and spears collided. It was as if Devil God had destroyed the world. Endless mushroom clouds kept rising in all directions. The area within 1,000 miles was in a state of great destruction. Many unlucky people were crushed by the violent force before they even had the chance to scream. Not even their bones were left. Apua. God Lord Tian Shui threw his head back and spurted out a huge mouthful of blood. His whole body crazily retreated backwards. Horrifying cracks appeared on his body like spider webs. The golden water god's war spear suddenly became dim, and one could even hear the faint sound of mourning. God Lord Tian Shui was once again severely injured in this exchange. If it was half a month ago, this great 5 elemental destruction godly fist would at most be a match for God Lord Tian Shui. The ultimate treasure of laws, the water god's war spear, was not a weakling. Unfortunately, Yang Fann was now. He was no longer the same as before. He was a martial lord 4th layer and a 3rd level martial lord. There was only a gap between the layer 1 and the 3rd level martial lord, but one of them was a low level martial lord. The other was an intermediate martial lord. There was a huge gap between them. Compared to the gap between the 3rd and 2nd layer, it was more than twice as big. How can I lose? How can this be? God Lord Tian Shui's eyes were wide open, and his eyes almost burst out from his sockets. His voice was hoarse and hoarse. With the water god's war spear in his hand, he could even fight lower emperors, who had just broken through to the emperor stage. How could he lose? Right at this moment, Hong Long, the terrifying five elements world continued to crush down and crashed into God Lord Tian Shui's body, forcefully swallowing him. In an instant, the incomparably terrifying power of devouring erupted crazily devouring God Lord Tian Shui's strength of original life. Hong Long, C539. There was nothing to be afraid of. The wind and clouds are changing. The battle between the two peak experts could be said to be full of ups and downs. They thought that the moment the supreme treasure of laws, the water god's war spear, appeared, God Lord Tian Shui would crush Yang Fann and sweep away everything in his path, sweeping away everything in his path. However, what shocked everyone was that Yang Fann also had a trump card. The profound meaning of seventh layer was simply shocking. Such a monster, let alone seeing it, they had never even heard of it before. Even if they looked at the entire history of Sobbing Blood Continent, they wouldn't be able to find a single person. Hong Long, a punch was thrown out. With the support of the profound meaning, the force was terrifying, comparable to lower emperors' all-out attack. Even though God Lord Tian Shui had the help of the water god's war spear, Hong Long. Within the five elements world, bitch it. God Lord Tian Shui cursed and finally recovered from his shock. At this moment, it wasn't the time to be shocked by why Yang Fann, little brute, had such heaven-defying strength. If he didn't break out of the five elements world, what awaited him would be his fate of being completely devoured. Roar. With a roar that sounded like a wounded beast, the vital spirit of sky water in God Lord Tian Shui's body surged towards the water god's war spear in his hand like a flood that had just opened a gate. Rumble. The dull water god's war spear once again emitted a bright golden light. It shone brightly in all directions, firmly blocking the surging power of devourings in all directions. Break for me. Rumble. The water god's war spear turned into a dazzling golden light, and with the terrifying power of tearing everything apart, it smashed towards the five elements world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The world shook violently. The world crystal wall was extremely distorted and cracked, as if it could collapse at any time. Right at this moment, bang bang boom, the metal, wood, water, fire and earth Upanishads of the five elements violently erupted. They complemented each other, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. They grew endlessly, turning into chains of rules. All of a sudden, they wrapped around God Lord Tian Shui and the water god's war spear in his hand, firmly sealing off his attack. At the same time, the profound meaning of destruction condensed into numerous terrifying destructive blades. Carrying the power of destruction, it was like a violent storm. It lunged at God Lord Tian Shui, giving him a hard time dealing with it. He couldn't focus on breaking through the seal of the Upanishads of the five elements. In the blink of an eye, rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying power of devouring instantly swelled up and turned into black long needles. They emerged from the devouring black hole in the world center and pierced into God Lord Tian Shui's body like raindrops. In an instant, they turned into a small square devouring black hole that crazily devoured God Lord Tian Shui's strength of original life. Roar, roar, roar. God Lord Tian Shui was unwilling to give up. He screamed and struggled with all his might, but it was only a struggle. His life force was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gulp. Suppress. God Lord Tian Shui, who was holding the ultimate treasure of the laws, was actually suppressed by him just like that. What kind of monster was he? Ferocious. It was truly brutal to the point of making one's hair stand on end. How could there be such a heaven-defying monster in this world? Seventh layer. Profound meaning. The heavens are too biased towards this Yang Fann. At the top of the Tianxi Peak, there were countless experts. Whether it was the king of the foreign races or the big shots of the human race. All of them widened their eyes as if they were looking up at the legendary devil god. They looked at the majestic figure that was tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. They had seen abnormal beings before, but they had never seen such abnormal beings. God Lord Tian Shui, who was holding the supreme treasure of laws, was a peerless expert that even Emperor Sovereign had to treat with caution. It could be said that there was no one below Emperor who could match him. In the end, he was actually suppressed by Yang Fann. This didn't mean that Yang Fann's actual combat strength was comparable to some Emperor Sovereign. How old was he? He didn't even seem to be 20 years old. What the fuck, was he still human? Compared to this little monster, They had practically lived their entire lives as dogs. To think that they were still called the Heaven's Pride evildoer of a generation in the past. Now that they thought about it, was it really that ridiculous? A genius, a monster, saying that he was a talent was just putting gold on their faces. The great Yan royal family team. Hiss. We won. We won. Brother Yang Fann is really too strong. He could even suppress God Lord Tian Shui, who was holding the supreme treasure of laws. He was a young man. Who else is his opponent? He is one of the 10 great true disciples of the Holy Ji Academy. Yan Yuji swallowed her saliva with some difficulty. The 10 great true disciples of the Holy Ji Academy. They were all peerless evildoer, the one who had always suppressed his generation. It was said that among them, the weakest one had a combat strength that far exceeded the top-level king. The strongest one, even a quasi-emperor expert, had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge of the blade. But compared to Yang Fann, they were nothing. It was simply a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. One should know that Yang Fann was not even 20 years old yet. As for the 10 great true disciples, the youngest was already over 100 years old. In the next moment, a wisp of self-ridicule appeared on Yan Yuji's pretty face, and she smiled bitterly. She really overestimated her own ability, and she actually dared to dream of being on par with brother Yang Fann. Even if her bloodline talent was 10 times, or even 100 times stronger, it would probably be difficult for her to look up to brother Yang Fann. Perhaps only that legendary transcendent grade bloodline person had the qualifications to compete with one of them. It was said that above the first grade profound veins user, there was an even more terrifying bloodline talent. That was a transcendent grade bloodline user. His talent was terrifying, several dozen to 100 times more terrifying than a first grade profound veins user. He was born with a great divine ability. In the future, he would at least be an ancestor, and he even had hopes of becoming the legendary indestructible saint. The troops of the 4 alien empires. What a good Yang Fann, what a good human, a monster that defies the heavens. Archaeopterygium and Dragon Elephant Emperor's eyes were filled with unprecedented seriousness. God Lord Tian Shui, who had used the ultimate treasure of the palace, was truly terrifying. They knew very well that they were no match for him. Unless they used the foundation of the empire, Yang Fann could actually suppress him. Didn't that mean that Yang Fann's combat strength had completely surpassed theirs? Perhaps only by using the clan treasure would they be able to fight him. Bitch, it what a waste. Even the emperor who made a loss had high hopes for you. Great Emperor Bai, who cursed in his heart. As expected, a piece of trash was a piece of trash that couldn't be relied on at all. The next moment, Great Emperor Bai, whose tiger eyes turned, flashing with a trace of horrifying cold light, as if he was borrowing some kind of terrifying plot. Roar, Yang Fann, let go of Master God Yang Fann, don't make a mistake. It's not too late to release the Master God now. If you continue to be stubborn, my divine water palace will not rest until you die. At this moment, the quasi-emperors and kings of the divine water palace finally recovered from their shock. They all shouted out loudly. A terrifying aura rose from the transcendent grade flying boat and tore apart a large area of space. Not stopping until one of us dies. Yang Fann looked at the expert of the divine water palace with amusement. Where did this joke come from? Weren't they already fighting to the death? Furthermore, with just these useless people, how could they be qualified to fight him to the death? The next moment, rumble, the sea of Yang Fanns within Yang Fann's body, which had already shrunk to 1,000,000 miles in radius, shook violently. The power of devouring within. The 5 elements world instantly increased by tenfold, and forcefully swallowed God Lord Tian Shui, turning him into a flying ash. Hiss. He really dared to make such a ruthless move. This is too savage. Uninhibited. This is a true uninhibited master, not to be provoked, absolutely not to be provoked. In all directions, countless human experts took a deep breath. Each of them felt a chill in their hearts. If it was them, even if they suppressed that God Lord Tian Shui, they wouldn't dare to kill him so decisively. As the largest power in the south, the Divine Water Palace was definitely not an easy target. Especially the current palace lord, Shui Tianeng. That was a peerless expert that was only a hair away from Emperor Sovereign. In addition to the Divine Water Palace's supreme treasure, the intermediate law, the Water God Pagoda, even Emperor Sovereign could be mercilessly killed by it. Roar Yang Fann, you little brute, you're going to die a horrible death. Little brute, you are going to die. My Divine Water Palace will never forgive you. Die. There is no place for you in this world. 4. Inside the transcendent grade flying boat, Numerous Divine Water Palace experts' eyes were crimson red as they stared fixedly at Yang Fann. Their eyes flickered with the most brutal killing intent. C540 stupid Yang Fann at the top of the Tianxi Peak. Blood spurted out from the eyes of the quasi-sovereigns and kings of Divine Water Palace. They were like tigers that had been completely enraged. They stared at Yang Fann and swore to eat him alive. Yang Fann coldly glanced at the expert of the Divine Water Palace. A cold killing intent flashed across his eyes, but he didn't say anything in response. They were all a group of people who were about to die. What was the point of talking so much nonsense with them? He would just send them on their way later in the next moment. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, a nearly 3 jong long golden spear fell into his hand. Ah, it's the water god's war spear in all directions, countless experts trembled. The golden spear in Yang Fann's hand was filled with the blazing light of greed. Even Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others had greedy expressions on their faces. They wished they could take that water god's war spear for themselves. A supreme treasure of laws was different from that king's secret treasure. Between the two, there were two completely different concepts. The heaven and earth cloud and mud was the same as some emperor sovereign. They might not even be able to possess a supreme treasure of the laws. There were hundreds of millions of powers and billions of martial artists. When all the supreme treasures of laws were combined, there were no more than 100 of them. In the entire southern land, there were even fewer. Whether or not they surpassed the number of hands was still a big unknown. No matter who it was or which faction it was, if they could obtain this water god's war spear, they would definitely be able to enter the ranks of the greatest and most powerful factions in the world, the expert. Boom boom boom. Greed flooded everyone's heart like a great river. Countless experts could not help but become restless, and their figures involuntarily moved closer to Yang Fann. Right at this moment, rumble, endless golden light erupted from within the water god's war spear. The 10-feet-long water god's war spear trembled crazily, erupting with a spear light that could destroy the heavens and earth. It shattered a large area of space in all directions, wanting to break free from Yang Fann's restraints and fly towards the Divine Water Palace's transcendent-grade flying boat. Some expert of various clans that were blinded by greed only had time to let out a miserable cry before being minced into pieces by the sharp spear light. These miserable cries were like a bucket of ice-cold water. It immediately poured into the hearts of everyone, causing them to shiver. It extinguished their restless hearts. Bitch, it, lousy has really fallen for the devil. He actually wanted to snatch the water god's war spear from that monster's hands, and didn't even take a piss to take a look at his own bare face. Even God Lord Tian Shui, who was holding the water god's war spear, was mercilessly suppressed by it. With just his little bit of skill, he actually dared to have designs on the water god's war spear. This was not like using lanterns in the restroom. Was he courting death? Furthermore, even if he was really lucky and managed to snatch the water god's war spear from that little monster, would he be able to subdue the water god's war spear? A supreme treasure of laws, even if it were to erupt out of instinct, would be enough to easily kill some of the middle-lower quasi-emperor. Phew. Fortunately, he was a step too slow. Otherwise, he would have followed the footsteps of those unlucky fellows. At that moment you still want to leave when you're in my hands. Be obedient and stay behind. Yang Fann smiled coldly. The chaotic true essence in his body surged, and his seventh layer profound meaning instantly erupted. It turned into numerous profound seals that were engraved into the water god's war spear. Woo 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 woo, woo woo woo, woo woo woo. Vaguely, one could hear the sorrowful cries of despair. It was the ultimate treasure of the laws. Although it had some spirituality, it wasn't the legendary spiritual treasure after all. With the existence of the artifact spirit and the loss of its owner, the power it could unleash was limited. In the time it took to breathe, rumble, the water god's war spear trembled. Streaks of bright golden light gradually collapsed. It only covered an inch of the divine spear, as if it would be completely suppressed by Yang Fann in the next second. Roar Yang Fann, how dare you let go the water god's war spear as the ultimate treasure of our water divine palace, how dare you do this? Let's attack together and kill that little brute. We will avenge Lord Divine Master and take back the palace's divine spear. Seeing that Yang Fann was about to seal the Divine Water Palace's supreme treasure, the group of Divine Water Palace's expert could no longer suppress the fury in their hearts. They had only two ultimate treasures of law in the entire Divine Water Palace. Each of them was extremely precious and indispensable. It was the true foundation of the Divine Water Palace. Even a quasi-emperor at peak like God Lord Tian Shui was far less important than it. Unless God Lord Tian Shui's cultivation base could improve further, verbal emperor no matter what, the water god's war spear must not suffer any mishaps. Otherwise, even if they returned to the divine water palace, they would be severely punished, or even sentenced to death. Kill him, die. Absolute ice seal. The green-robed man from the two great top quasi-emperor of divine water palace shouted. He opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying cold energy that could freeze everything in the world towards Yang Fann. Wherever he went, arg, kill god slaying saber. Almost at the same time, another top quasi-emperor struck out in shock. It was a peerless sabersman. As he slashed out with his saber, an invincible saber light appeared out of nowhere. It shattered the void and drew a beautiful picture in the sky that was beyond any ordinary beauty. Wherever this arc went, the space collapsed, the interior caved in, and the crystal wall system collapsed. The airflow in all directions was in chaos, collapsing, and withering. This was the death god saber, an ordinary top quasi-emperor. If one was careless, he might be killed by it. Sea god's finger, flood dragon, sea flipping palm, heavenly river, great palm imprint, 10,000 dragon overturning, sea sword formation. The remaining 7 quasi-emperor divine water palaces of the divine water palace also unleashed their trump cards. The thousands of kings of the divine water palace also formed a killing formation and attacked Yang Fann. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, it was as if the entire Tianxi Peak had been destroyed by Devil God. The world had collapsed, the furious ocean was raging, the sword chi was raging, the sun and the moon had fallen, the rivers had fallen, and the heaven and earth had been destroyed. This attack had merged with the 9 quasi-sovereigns. Thousands of power of the kings, it was simply shocking. Moreover, the power of these archaeopterygiums was combined with a mysterious force, causing the power of this strike to be doubled. Even Archaeopterygium and the other quasi-emperor at peak warriors had no choice but to dodge the attack. Hiss, all right, what a terrifying attack. Even a quasi-emperor at peak would be killed mercilessly if he wasn't careful. However, I'm afraid that it's still not enough to suppress this little monster, Yang Fann. Although the 4-direction expert was shocked, no one thought highly of them. Although this attack was powerful, it gave them the feeling that it was not as powerful as God Lord Tian Shui's ultimate attack. Right at this moment, suddenly, the countless experts' bodies trembled as if they had seen a ghost from the legends. Their eyes widened. How is this possible? How is this possible? In the void, Yang Fann allowed the saber light, sword chi, and cold chi to flow freely. He swallowed himself, showing no signs of resisting or fighting back. Hiss. Could it be that this little monster, Yang Fann, was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Using all of his strength to suppress that water god's war spear, he can't pull out any strength at all. Or is it to say that just now, in order to suppress God Lord Tian Shui, he used up too much energy, and now, he's almost at the end of his rope? Master, brother Yang Fann. Be careful. In the great Yan Imperial Dynasty's camp, Yunuo, Yan Yuji and the others were shouting anxiously. Such a terrifying attack was not something that a body of flesh and blood could withstand, even if it was a body cultivator. Even a quasi-emperor at peak would be blown apart. 5. Is this little brute really unable to pull out any more strength? Great Emperor Bai Hu rolled his eyes and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. No one present knew better than him how terrifying Yang Fann was. It was just a low-grade law treasure without an owner. Even the current him, he was confident that he could suppress it, let alone a little monster like Yang Fann. However, very quickly, the doubt in Great Emperor Bai Hu's eyes was replaced by a frightening killing intent. No matter what the reason was, the fact was that little brute had chosen to use the body to counter the deadly strike. It was enough as long as he knew this. Humph, little brute, how dare you be so arrogant? Good, you will pay for your stupidity. C541 Kill them all at the top of Tianxi Peak, within the Divine Water Palace's transcendent grade flying boat. The faces of all the quasi-sovereigns of the Divine Water Palace were hideous as they looked at the endless blade light, sword light, and cold air. Yang Fann, who was in the middle, kept sneering. Even the real Emperor Sovereign did not dare to face their deadly attack with his body of flesh and blood. He was dead for sure. This little son Yang Fann was definitely dead for sure. This time, Yang Fann is being too arrogant. If that's the case, a monster that defies the heavens will die here before he can fully shine. How sad, what a pity. Many human experts' eyes were filled with regret. Given Yang Fann's monster talent, it would only be a matter of time before he stepped into the Emperor-Sovereign stage, not to mention verbal Emperor. It was even possible for him to become the legendary Holy Sovereign. Unfortunately, everything would come to an end. This was definitely the greatest loss that the human race had suffered in the past tens of thousands of years. However, most of the human experts secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No one was willing to live under the shadow of others for the rest of their lives. Besides, these people, which one of them wasn't a big shot and the leader of a sect was even more unwilling to have someone riding on their heads for the rest of their lives. It was better for a freak like Yang Fann to enter the cycle of reincarnation as soon as possible. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Huge explosions could be heard without an end. Countless mushroom clouds were rising continuously. With Yang Fann as the center, all the voids within thousands of miles were completely destroyed. Endless reverse flow, collapse, reverse flow. At this moment, the time in the vast void seemed to have frozen and became extremely slow. This little brute, should be dead, right? Great Emperor Baihu stretched his neck and looked at the center of the explosion. At this moment, even someone as powerful as him, Hong Long, that violent energy wave wasn't a joke, it was just a simple attack. Bang right at this moment. Rumble, 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 rumble. Dazzling divine light of the five elements shot up from the core of the explosion, sweeping across the world. Very quickly, a gigantic figure stepped directly on that terrifying spatial turbulence, striding out in a dragon and tiger manner. It was Yang Fann. At this moment, Yang Fann was completely unharmed. Apart from the one Zhonglong golden spear in his hand, there was almost no change. It was as if he had never been hit by the fatal blow. The entire scene was dead silent. Gulp gulp. Meat. Body. This Yang Fann actually relied on just the body defense to withstand this fatal blow. How is this possible? How is this possible? The world. How can there be such a terrifying physical body in this world? Is this Yang Fann really a human? He isn't disguised as an ancient beast. Countless experts swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. The violent attack hit Yang Fann's body. Even a descendant of a divine beast like Dragon Elephant Emperor Hong Long. Besides, Yang Fann was a human. One should know that the human body was known for its weakness, even those bodies that specialized in body cultivation. It was rare for anyone to be on par with alien expert of the same level. Impossible. This isn't true. This isn't true. All the quasi-sovereigns of Divine Water Palace were on the verge of collapsing. This was a gathering of 9 quasi-sovereigns. It was the ultimate attack of over 1,000 kings. How could there be someone who could withstand it with just the body? This was no longer a form of contempt. It was a complete and utter trampling. If that was really the case, then their hundreds of thousands of years of bitter cultivation would be like a day's worth of hard work. What was it? They couldn't accept it. They really couldn't accept it. Looking at his mental breakdown, a bunch of country bumpkins. The power of the 5 elemental demon god battle body was beyond your imagination. The 5 elemental demon god battle body was a true small completion, and its cultivation base had broken through to the intermediate martial lord. Yang Fann's body defense had grown exponentially, and it was comparable to a quasi-supreme grade secret treasure. With the 5 elemental demon god battle body fully activated, the body defense had increased by more than 100 times. Its defense was so terrifying that it could surpass a quasi-supreme grade secret treasure in a matter of minutes. It was almost comparable to some top-grade secret treasures. The full-strength strike of the expert from the Divine Water Palace was indeed powerful. However, destroying a top-grade secret treasure with a single strike could only be said to be thinking too much. One should know that even Emperor Sovereign didn't have a magic treasure with him. It would take some effort to destroy a top-secret treasure the next moment. 3A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes as he brewed a boundless killing intent. His body moved and directly tore through the space, pouncing towards the Divine Water Palace's transcendent grade flying boat. In an instant, he was already 300 meters away from the transcendent grade flying boat. Die for me. Rumble. The profound meanings of metal, wood, water, fire and earth and the devouring and destruction 7th layer flashed crazily. The moment he attacked, the profound meanings of metal, wood, water, fire and earth and the destruction 7th layer flashed crazily. It was the ultimate skill, great 5 elemental destruction godly fist. Since he had already exposed his 7th layer profound meaning, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. Rumble, 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 rumble. The terrifying 5 elements world appeared out of nowhere and crushed everything. A sign of collapsing death enveloped the entire transcendent grade flying boat all of a sudden, causing the group of Divine Water Palace's experts to recover from collapsing. Roar quickly activate the water god barrier rumble. In an instant, a water blue barrier rose up and immediately enveloped the entire transcendent grade flying boat. Water god barrier, the strongest defensive barrier in the transcendent grade flying boat of water god. It was sufficient to resist a full-powered attack from a quasi-emperor at peak. Especially under the augmentation of the Divine Water Palace's experts that did not hesitate to use the vital spirit, the defensive strength increased by more than several times rumble. The five elements world collided with the water god barrier. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sound of planets colliding immediately erupted. Everything within several hundred kilometers was in a state of great destruction. In the time it took to breathe, Pucci, the water god barrier was crushed into pieces. Nearly 1,000 middle high-grade king warriors in the flying boat were directly shaken by the rebounding force, causing their bodies to collapse. They exploded into a gorgeous blood mist. The rest of the people were not in a good state either. They spat out blood and suffered heavy injuries. Roar Yang Fann, are you really going to kill us all? Top Quasi-Emperor, who was wearing a blue robe, roared at Yang Fann like a beast that had been forced into a desperate situation. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. What a joke, the one who wants to fight me to the death is your Divine Water Palace, isn't it? Now, you are asking me the exact same question. Don't tell me that only you are allowed to kill, and no one is allowed to hurt you. Who do you think you are? You have horns on your head, or what? Rumble. The five elements world didn't slow down at all. In an instant, it swallowed the thousands of feet long water god. In an instant, a terrifying power of devouring burst out, crazily devouring the Divine Water Palaces of the Divine Water Palace. Truly savage, he was merciless and killed them all. Ruthless man this is. The true ruthless man, you can't mess with him, you can't mess with him. In all directions, human expert felt a chill in his heart. His determination to not offend Yang Fann grew stronger and stronger. Many of the old ancestors had made up their minds. When they returned, they would immediately send a portrait of Yang Fann to prevent any of the shameless juniors from offending Dark Star and bringing disaster to Sect and their families. Very quickly, many of the human experts' heart began to stir again. His eyes lit up, as if he had just seen some delicious meat. 10 quasi-sovereigns, nearly 100 top-level king and over 1,000 high-grade king were killed in an instant. Even though the Divine Water Palace was the #1 major power of the human race in the southern region, it was still a pity that they had lost 10 quasi-sovereigns, nearly 100 top-level king and over 1,000 high-grade king. His foundation would surely be shaken by the loss of 10 quasi-sovereigns, nearly 100 top-level king warriors, and over 1,000 middle high-grade king warriors from now on. The southern land would be in deep trouble. It was unknown how many people would fall in this storm that was about to arrive. C542 They split up. Yang Fann rumble. Boundless power of devourings exploded within the five elements world, turning into divine needles that represented absolute darkness. Like raindrops, they pierced into the remaining hundreds of quasi-sovereigns of the Divine Water Palace. In less than a breath's time, more than half of the 100 top-level king warriors had their strength of original life devoured by Yang Fann, turning them into ashes. Not even a corpse was left. As his cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, a large amount of quasi-emperor experts had been devoured by him, and Yang Fann's heaven and earth devouring method had also improved by leaps and bounds. His cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was now only a step away from the great perfection stage. The profound meaning of phagocytosis. It had completely surpassed the profound meaning of destruction, and had finally stepped into the peak of the great perfection realm. The devouring speed had increased by more than 10 times, even without the help of the other 6th layer profound meanings. An ordinary top-level king wouldn't be able to last more than half a breath, and would be completely devoured and refined by him. 3 breaths later, not only was nearly 100 top-level king devoured, but the 4 median quasi-emperor with the weakest cultivation base among the 9 quasi-sovereigns had also turned into flying ashes, and their thousands of years of hard work had been wasted. Right at this moment, rumble, Yang Fann's body trembled slightly, and his body, which was 150 feet tall, suddenly grew several inches taller. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Boundless 5-elemental divine light burst out from every pore and cell in his body, shining brightly. It illuminated the 9 states, and vaguely, it was as if there was a divine voice attacking him. At this moment, Bathed in endless divine light, Yang Fann was like an ancient god from the 33 heavens. His divine might was like a prison that shook the world. People couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground and worship him. Honglong rumble rumble. Endless hurricanes erupted from Yang Fann's body. It was as if those ancient divine beast true dragons were tearing apart the voids, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earth and the 8 desolations. After breaking through, Yang Fann's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had broken through to the 4th layer mid-stage in one go. Furthermore, he was still advancing towards the late stage at a speed visible to the naked eye. To the current Yang Fann, a top-level king was like a drop in the bucket. However, it was different for nearly 100 top-level king, especially for Invincible King, who was only a step away from breaking through to the quasi-emperor stage realm. The sudden change in quantity had caused a qualitative change. The strength of original life. It was no less powerful than several lower quasi-emperor, 4 median quasi-emperor warriors, and God Lord Tian Shui, who was a quasi-emperor at peak warrior. It would be difficult for Yang Fann not to break through, and this was only the beginning of his absorption. A large amount of strength of original life was accumulated in Yang Fann's body, otherwise Yang Fann's cultivation base wouldn't be able to break through a small realm. At least, he would be able to break through to the 1st layer. However, even so, it still caused Yang Fann's strength to increase exponentially. The pure strength of body was nearly 100 trillion power of true Dans, and it was like ancient vicious beasts that had just been revived. With just a wave of his hand, he could suppress an Invincible King. Boom boom boom. The power of devouring exploded crazily, continuously devouring the remaining 5 quasi-emperor strength of original life. Its aura was like a great river, soaring into the sky, rising steadily and crazily, as if it would never be restrained. Hiss. I broke through again. Monster. Monster. What a monster. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The heavens are too fond of this Yang Fann. Countless experts in the surroundings were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They were all heroes of their generation, peerless and enchanting. However, when had they ever made a breakthrough in their cultivation base? They had not cultivated bitterly for dozens, hundreds of years, or even longer. However, this Yang Fann was different. How long had it been? He had made another breakthrough, and now he was comparing himself to someone else. This was really infuriating. Profound meaning of phagocytosis. What an enviable profound sigh. Why didn't I have such good luck to comprehend the profound meaning of phagocytosis? No, I can't allow this little brute to continue his breakthrough. Great Emperor Bai Hu's expression was as gloomy as a black cloth. His eyes were staring at Yang Fann with boundless killing intent. Yang Fann's speed of growth had far exceeded his imagination. If this continued, it wouldn't take more than a few days. Even if he used the ancestral altar to summon his ancestor's spirit, it would be very difficult for him to suppress this little brute. The next moment, Great Emperor Bai Hu moved his spiritual sense and began to contact Dragon Elephant Emperor, Archaeopterygium, and Empress Skyfox. Old Dragon Elephant, Red-Furred Monkey, Sister Xin Yao, all of you have seen little son Yang Fann's monster. I'm afraid it won't take long for him to continue growing. No one in my tribe will be able to cure him. At that time, we are in danger. The huge heavenly desolate domain. I'm afraid that there won't be any place for us to hide anymore. White-furred tiger, aren't you trying to scare us with your words? Archaeopterygium sneered and revealed a mocking expression. Amongst the 4 empires, the one who had a direct conflict with Yang Fann was the White Tiger Empire. If Yang Fann really wanted to cause trouble in the future, it would be the White Tiger Empire. Their explosive ape empire had never offended Yang Fann. Red Hair Monkey, have you never heard of anyone who isn't of my race? Their hearts must be different. The grudges between the human race and the Saint clan, do you need me to tell you again? Great Emperor Bai Hu's tiger eyes moved, and he looked at Archaeopterygium as if he was looking at an idiot. Human race and their alien race. Although they weren't enemies like the bloodthirsty the demonic clan, the relationship between them wasn't any better. For the sake of territory and resources, the war between the 2 races had never stopped. Archaeopterygium's eyes turned red with anger. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find a way to do so. If he switched places with them, he would never give up the opportunity to uproot the entire human race from the southern land. Right at this moment, Dragon Elephant Emperor moved his spiritual sense and said, "All right Bai Shaoshan, just say what you want to do, it's very simple." While little brute has yet to fully mature, we will attack together and kill him here." A terrifying killing intent flashed across Great Emperor Baihu's eyes, and he went straight to the point. "It's not impossible for me to make a move." Dragon Elephant Emperor pondered for a moment. He nodded. Their Longxiang Empire had an extraordinary foundation. It was even more powerful than the White Tiger Empire. It was Emperor Sovereign who wanted to take advantage of the Dragon Elephant Empire. All of them had to consider whether or not they had such good teeth. However, this young man, Yang Fann, was too much of a monster. It was hard to say when he would have the strength to crush the Dragon Elephant Empire. Judging from this young man's performance in the White Tiger Holy City, it wasn't difficult to tell that he didn't have a good impression of the people of Saint Clan. It could even be said that he hated them. Although the Sobbing Blood continent was vast and boundless, even if the Southwest was lost, at most, they would just migrate to another place. The continent was so large, there would always be a place for them to stay, but it was easy to say. It wasn't that easy to do. The Heavenly Desolate Domain was one of the 81 big domains in the North Wasteland. It was the only special domain. Compared to the other 80 big domains, whether it was the spirit of heaven and earth or all kinds of resources. Once they retreated to another large region, it would be very difficult for the Dragon Elephant clan to return to the Heavenly Desolate Domain in the future. Without sufficient resources, the Dragon Elephant clan would only become weaker and weaker. In the end, they would completely merge with the other large domains and become a part of the local powers. As for the other 4 continents, the South Cloud continent was too far away. He directly gave up on the Eastern Divine region and the Western Polar region. The situation was not as good as the North Wasteland, but the Middle Earth was a good place. Whether it was resources or spirit of heaven and earths, they were all far above the Heavenly Desolate Domain. It was a pity that they only had the strength of the Dragon Elephant clan. It would be difficult to reach the heavens if they wanted to establish a foothold in the Middle Earth. One should know that the sect, which had some of the more famous powers in the Middle Earth, usually had Emperor Sovereign in charge. Some major powers even had peerless half-step sovereign experts. In the next moment, Dragon Elephant Emperor changed the topic and said, "However, my Dragon Elephant Empire wants 3 levels of Yang Fann's collection. Furthermore, that Water God's War Spear must belong to my Dragon Elephant clan." Everything in the world came for the sake of profit, and everything else was for naught. The key was the actual benefits. Yang Fann was able to reach 20 years of age in such a short period of time. He was comparable to Emperor Sovereign, if he didn't have any great fortuitous encounters. He wouldn't believe such a big secret even if he was beaten to death. If he could obtain the secrets within, perhaps he would be able to take the last step immediately. Verbal Emperor had even broken through to the legendary Emperor Sovereign stage. It was not impossible, bitch it. A hint of unwillingness flashed across Great Emperor Baihu's eyes. That Water God's War Spear was also something he had taken a fancy to. The treasure of their golden crystal White Tiger clan, the ancestral altar, was incomparably mysterious. Its power was far above that of the Water God's War Spear. There were even many intermediate law treasures that were inferior to it. However, the price of using it was simply too great. Unless it was a matter of life or death, it couldn't be used lightly. It was far from being as convenient as those law treasures. If he had also possessed a supreme treasure of the laws that day, he wouldn't have had to pay the price of severing his own path, wasting his lifeblood to summon the spirit of his ancestors. Unfortunately, the situation was better than anyone else's. The Dragon Elephant Empire was the strongest of the 4 empires. Even the White Tiger Empire at its peak couldn't compare to it. My Explosive Ape clan also wants 3 layers of rewards. What? You? Great Emperor Baihu glared at him. The Dragon Elephant Empire was the strongest, so it wasn't a big deal for them to get 3 layers of rewards. But you, who was the 3rd, actually wanted to get 3 layers of rewards from me. White Tiger, what do you think? Don't forget that my Explosive Ape clan is stronger than you, Golden Crystal White Tiger clan Archaeopterygium said. Archaeopterygium's words immediately blocked the rest of Great Emperor Baihu's words. The White Tiger Empire, which had lost 5 quasi-queens in one fell swoop, was far weaker than the Explosive Ape Empire. Right at this moment, Empress Skyfox, who had been silent all this time, smiled charmingly. His voice was filled with a lewd tone that could tempt one's soul. "My eldest brother, I am not as strong as the 2 of you. I only need 2.5 levels." Puff. Great Emperor Baihu was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard that. He only needed 2.5 levels, and it sounded even better than singing. He had been busy for half a day, and now he only got 1.5 levels. This was too much. This was going too far. Even if my White Tiger Empire's strength is greatly reduced. However, it is still not something that a small Heavenly Fox Empire like you can compare with. Xianxia, do you have? Great Emperor Bai, who forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said. Even if it was not enough, he would still have to share the remaining 4 layers of benefits with the Heavenly Fox Empire. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Archaeopterygium. Although Sister Xianxiao's strength is not as strong as ours, she is still much stronger than someone else. Taking 2.5 levels of profit is something that should be done. Alright, it was decided then. My 3rd floor. The Water God's war spears belong to me, and Archaeopterygium has 3 levels as well. Sister Xianxiao has 2.5 levels. The rest will belong to you. Bai Shaoshan Dragon Elephant Emperor slapped the board and said. You. Bai Shaoshan, do you have any objections? Our Saint clan always uses our strength to speak. In this place, the White Tiger Empire is the weakest, and don't forget about it. Among the 4 empires, the one who has a grudge against Yang Fann is your White Tiger Empire. Dragon Elephant Emperor's last words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, suppressing all the dissatisfaction in Great Emperor Baihu's heart. The other 3 people were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, suppressing all the dissatisfaction in Great Emperor Baihu's heart. At most, it was to prevent future troubles, but he had a real life and death grudge with Yang Fann. Once Yang Fann truly grew up, the first person he would not let go of would be the White Tiger Empire, Golden Crystal White Tiger Clan. I don't have any objections, Old Dragon Elephant. We'll do as you say. C543. The swords were drawn. Dragon Elephant Emperor and the other 4 Emperor spiritual sense talked for a while, and then they took everything that Yang Fann had. It was as if Yang Fann was a fat piece of meat on the chopping board, and they could slaughter him as they wished. However, this was also what they really thought. They were all thinking about their own strength. They had absolute confidence in their own strength. Although Yang Fann was strong and had the strength to fight against an entire empire by himself, with the 4 empires joining forces, no matter what kind of monster Yang Fann used, he would still be doomed. One should know that the 4 empires had sent out all their elites this time. The strongest Dragon Elephant Empire had sent out a total of 12 quasi-emperor expert. Besides Dragon Elephant Emperor, who was a quasi-emperor at peak, there was also another quasi-emperor at peak. Top quasi-emperor, who was a grade lower than him, started flipping the pages. There were 4 of them, and the remaining 8 were quasi-sovereigns. The weakest of them was at the median quasi-emperor, and there were only 3 of them left. Although the Explosive Ape Empire was not as strong as the Dragon Elephant Empire, there were still 9 quasi-sovereign experts. 1 quasi-emperor at peak and 3 great top quasi-emperor. The remaining 5 were all upper-level quasi-emperors. Although the Heavenly Fox Empire and White Tiger Empire were slightly weaker, but there were also 7 quasi-sovereigns and 6 quasi-sovereigns. Together, they had a total of 34 quasi-sovereigns experts. And there were thousands of low-level kings. This force was too terrifying. Even the high and mighty Emperor Sovereign had to look at it. Besides, they all had their own trump cards. The White Tiger Empire had their ancestors' altar, so how could the other 3 great empires not have their own trump cards? Once it erupted, it would be the real Emperor Sovereign. They were all confident that they could suppress him, let alone Yang Fann. At most, they would have to pay some price. On the 10,000 Zhang Void. 3 miserable howls of wild beasts before they were on the brink of death sounded out. The 3 upper quasi-sovereigns of the Divine Water Palace collapsed into pieces almost at the same time, turning into flying ashes, burning away the last trace of their afterglow in the next moment. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura, which frightened even quasi-emperor at peak warriors, once again increased by a huge amount. In less than 3 breaths of time, Yang Fann's cultivation had broken through another small realm, reaching the 4th layer late stage. At this moment, without the strength of a quasi-sovereign, he wouldn't be able to get close to Yang Fann. Bitch it, how long has it been? Little Brute has made another breakthrough. Anxiety flashed across Great Emperor Baihu's eyes. Old Dragon Elephant, Monkey, Xianxiao, get ready to attack. He could not wait any longer. Every time Little Brute became stronger, the price they had to pay would be greater. Alright, Dragon Elephant Emperor nodded slightly, and killing intent flashed across his eyes. Then, He said solemnly to Empress Skyfox, Xianxia, use the heavenly fox god realm to seal off 4 directions space immediately. We must not let that Yang Fann have any chance of escaping since they had already decided to attack Yang Fann. They had to make thorough preparations to kill him with a single strike. They must not let him leave this place alive. Otherwise, with such a monster that defies the heavens by their side, they would not be able to sleep peacefully in the future. The Heavenly Fox Divine Mirror was one of the hidden forces of the Heavenly Fox Empire. It had the power to seal people. Although it was only a quasi-law supreme treasure, it wasn't any weaker than some law supreme treasures in the Tao of sealing. Once it sealed the space, even Emperor Sovereign wouldn't be able to easily break through the seal and leave this space. Little sister understands. Empress Skyfox cautiously nodded his head. This monster was either not offended or offended. Once offended, he absolutely couldn't give it any chance. In the next moment, rumble, a demonic arc of light flashed across Empress Skyfox's body and merged into the endless void. In an instant, a mysterious force covered an area of 10,000 miles. Bitch, someone has sealed the 4 directions space with this power. Who is it? Who is it? In an instant, the expressions of the countless experts changed. No one would seal the space for no reason. Not only would it not be a waste of energy, it would also easily incite public anger. There must be a motive behind this. Right at this moment, rumble, 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 rumble. In the north, south, east, and west of the 4 great empires, a terrifying aura that was as deep as the ocean erupted from the 4 great empires' camp. It was filled with killing intent, and it directly surrounded Yang Fann. It completely surrounded Yang Fann, and not even a drop of water could leak out. On top of the 10,000 zhong long void, Yang Fann's expression changed slightly. Finally, you can't hold it in anymore and want to attack me. There wasn't much surprise on his face. Everything was within his expectation. Those who weren't part of his race must have different intentions. It would be strange if those foreign races could watch him grow, not to mention Great Emperor Baihu's provocation. In the next moment, the chaotic true essence in Yang Fann's body started violently vibrating. The power of devouring in his 5 elements world increased by dozens of times in an instant. Not only that, in an instant, it had devoured the remaining 2 top quasi-emperor from the Divine Water Palace. The human camp. What? The 4 empires are going to attack Yang Fann. What should we do? Should we attack or not? The various major sects and factions were constantly communicating with each other about the quasi-emperor's spiritual sense of the human race. Whether they were going to save him or not, this was a huge problem. The 4 empires were not to be trifled with. Once they attacked, countless of them would be buried here forever. But if they didn't make their move, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be able to get rid of Yang Fann. It was the principle of turning the spearhead to deal with them instead. If the lips died, the teeth would turn cold. How could they, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, not know? Right at this moment, Great Emperor Baihu's voice echoed out in all directions. Fellow human friends, this is a personal grudge between us and little son Yang Fann. It has nothing to do with you. I guarantee that as long as you don't interfere in this matter, we won't make things difficult for you. They did not care about the individual forces, but when all the forces were united, they did not dare to look down on them. Just the quasi-emperor expert alone was more than 20. If they really stood on Yang Fann's side. Hong Long, what do you think? HMPH, those who are not of my race will definitely have different thoughts. If we can believe the words of the Outlander race, even pigs can fly into the sky. That's right. Anyway, I can't trust them. I'm afraid that once Yang Fann falls, these beasts will immediately turn their spearheads and attack us ruthlessly. I have no intention of giving my life to these foreign races. 4 directions space has already been sealed by them. If they really have any ill intentions towards us, we won't even have a place to run. Although some of the human expert wanted to stand by and watch, however, most of them still chose to stand by Yang Fann's side. Those from the other races were all ambitious people. They really wanted to take Great Emperor Baihu's words for real. Anyone would be a fool. The Divine Water Palace had already been destroyed by Yang Fann. Once Yang Fann fell into the hands of the 4 empires, none of them would be able to resist him. Although they had more than 20 quasi-sovereigns, most of them were lower quasi-emperor. They didn't even have a quasi-emperor at peak. They were on a completely different level from the 34 quasi-sovereigns of the 4 empires. Besides, there were also many other powers in the 4 empires. At that moment suddenly, a violent battle intent burst out from Yang Fann's body. His body moved slightly, as if the legendary warlord had descended from the ancient times. No one dared to look at him directly. Seniors, please help this junior guard the formation. Leave this group of chickens and dogs to this junior. His voice was so heroic and domineering that it soared to the sky. He did not put the experts of the four great empires in his eyes at all. The current him, he was no longer the him of the past. His combat strength had more than doubled. In particular, he had forcefully subdued the supreme treasure of the laws, the water god's war spear. Although he didn't have the time to refine it, he wasn't able to display the full power of the water god's war spear, but it was only a portion of its power. It was also far from what a top-secret treasure could compare to. It was enough to make his combat strength increase by several times. If he were to face that white tiger once again, the winner would be the loser. He would have to fight a battle first. Young Master Yang Fann, don't be careless. The strength of each of the four empires was not much weaker than the Divine Water Palace, especially the Dragon Elephant Empire, which was above the Divine Water Palace. The combined strength of the four empires was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Seniors, don't worry. A bunch of chickens and dogs can't do anything to me. Junior, you are courting death. Little brute, you will pay the price for what you just said. 3. Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others were instantly enraged. The fury in their hearts was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes. Their eyes were flashing with the most brutal killing intent. For tens of thousands of years, they had never been looked down upon by a single person. Die, this ignorant junior must die. C-544 The Emperor's Palace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Violent killing intent erupted from all four directions, crushing towards Yang Fann, who was standing in the center. In the past tens of thousands of years, they had never looked down on a group of chickens and dogs as much as they did now. This young man was truly audacious. Today, he had the audacity to do so. Hong Long, in the human camp, hiss. Okay, such a terrifying aura. Is this the aura of Emperor, one of the four great alien races? Powerful, truly too powerful. Both of them are quasi-emperor at peak, but God Lord Tian Shui is on a completely different level compared to them. Heaven and earth, cloud and mud. I'm afraid Yang Fann is being too arrogant this time. The numerous human expert inhaled a breath of cold air as they sensed the brutal aura that caused their hearts to tremble. Compared to the four great emperor, God Lord Tian Shui, who was a quasi-emperor at peak, was far weaker. Even great Emperor Bai Hu, whose cultivation base had fallen to top quasi-emperor's level, had a chi that was several times stronger than God Lord Tian Shui's. As for the strongest Dragon Elephant Emperor, his chi was terrifying. Compared to God Lord Tian Shui, who was holding the water god's war spear, he was only slightly weaker. However, they hadn't used their own resources yet. Once they unleashed their full power, how terrifying would it be? Besides, the four emperor weren't alone. Behind each of them was a large number of quasi-sovereigns and kings. In an instant, many of the human expert began to worry for Yang Fann. It was too difficult to fight the four empires alone. Even the high and mighty emperor sovereign wouldn't dare say that he could win against them. In the void, Yang Fann's face was calm, as if he didn't put the experts of the four great empires in his eyes at all. He treated them like worthless dogs, but in his heart, he was extremely cautious. He could look down on the enemy in terms of strategy, but he couldn't afford to be careless in terms of tactics. The four great empires had joined hands, and they had all kinds of trump cards. The real emperor sovereign might be killed by them if he wasn't careful. This was definitely the only formidable opponent he had encountered in his life. In an instant, all of Yang Fann's essence, energy, and spirit had been condensed into one. His entire body seemed to have fallen into a strange state. His brain had become crystal clear, and the sea of consciousness was shining brightly. The potential of his life had been stimulated to the maximum extent. His entire body was like a clear sky, and his mind was spotless. He was neither humble nor afraid. Under this strange state, Yang Fann's will began to sublimate. His mind had undergone a metamorphosis, and he had obtained an indescribable accumulation. Dangers usually coexisted with opportunities. This was not wrong at all. At this moment, Yang Fann had a feeling that if he could suppress these powerful enemies, his spirit and will would very likely break out of the cocoon and transform into butterflies, obtaining a qualitative transformation the next moment. Rumble! A bright blue light cut through the void and fell into Yang Fann's hand. It was a long spear engraved with endless divine imprints. It was not the ultimate treasure of the Divine Water Palace, the water god's war spear. As soon as the water god's war spear fell into Yang Fann's hands, it began to extend at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge spear that was nearly 2,000 feet long. Boundless golden divine light burst out, illuminating the 9 states and sweeping across the 8 directions. With the spear in hand, Yang Fann's aura suddenly changed. He looked like the legendary undefeatable warlord who had descended from the heavens. His invincible aura was boiling. He rushed out like a great river, forming a twisted and violent wave above Yang Fann's head. It contained boundless dominance and supreme fighting spirit. Rumble. The divine spear in his hand pointed forward. A huge word fight rose from Yang Fann's head. In an instant, there were fights everywhere. Fight, fight. The sound was like the roars of 10,000 beasts, the roars of 10,000 soldiers, the fury of the heavenly duke, and the mountains and seas that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Hiss. Good. Such a terrifying aura. Even from 1,000 miles away, it can actually suppress me until I can't breathe. The real Emperor Sovereign is probably only this much strange. Monster, what a monster. Maybe he can really create another miracle. The human expert gradually began to waver. This aura was too terrifying and terrifying. Even the strongest expert of the 4 empires, Dragon Elephant Emperor, was far from being able to do it. It was the heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Also, his refining speed is too fast. It has only been a short period of time, but he has already begun refining the water god's war spear change. Abnormal, it's really too abnormal. A supreme law treasure like the water god's war spear, even an ordinary supreme lower emperors would need to put in a lot of effort in order to refine it. However, Yang Fann had been suppressed for less than 10 breaths of time. Could it be that Yang Fann's strength of soul is above mine, Emperor Sovereign? Bululu. This is too. In the northern sky, a trace of seriousness flashed across Dragon Elephant Emperor's eyes as he said, "The 3 of you, don't hide anymore. Use your clan's resources and send this junior on his way in the next moment." Rumble. Dragon Elephant Emperor took a step forward, and his 3-meter-tall body. In the blink of an eye, his body grew longer and longer as the wind blew against him. He turned into a 300-meter-tall Triton, and he pointed his finger at the sky and stamped on the ground. He was as tall as a mountain, and there were terrifying golden ancient divine imprints around him. His body flickered, as if he was wearing a layer of golden divine imprints armor. In all directions, it was as if he could hear the roars of dragons and elephants, as if an ancient beast god had descended to the world. He was the ruler of the world, invincible spear, come. Dragon Elephant Emperor waved his hand, and his voice sounded like a bronze bell. Rumble. A brilliant golden light cut through the void and fell into Dragon Elephant Emperor's hand. It was a terrifying divine spear with countless divine imprints engraved on it, as if it could pierce through anything. Elephant King Spear, Diamond Dragon Elephant Clan's clan-suppressing treasure, a low-grade law treasure. It was refined by Emperor Sovereign of the Diamond Dragon Elephant Clan 100,000 years ago using his ivory tusks. It contained the power of 2 great laws, strength and sharpness. Among the many low-grade laws, it could be called a high grade. With the spear in hand, Dragon Elephant Emperor's aura rose steadily once again, as if it would never be restrained. Southern Void. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Astonishingly, a strong wind blew wildly from Archaeopterygium's entire body. In every pore and cell of his body, there was a terrifying wind that blew out. In an instant, Archaeopterygium's body could be seen. It began to expand and expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh and blood became purer, and his breathing became more condensed. His aura became even more violent, and the power of his body, explosiveness, endurance, defense, all increased exponentially and crazily. Berserk. The innate ability of the explosive ape clan. With Archaeopterygium's quasi-emperor at peak cultivation base, once he went berserk, his combat strength would catch up to Emperor Sovereign. Even Dragon Elephant Emperor wouldn't be a match for him even if he didn't use the supreme treasure of the laws. Rumble. With a flash of the dark shine, a black long staff over 1,000 feet long fell into Archaeopterygium's hand. It was the explosive ape clan's clan-suppressing treasure, the quasi-magic treasure, the Staff of Thoughtfulness. Western Void. White Tiger Battle Array, kill 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 rumble 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 rumble. The strength of over 1,000 kings and 5 quasi-sovereigns of the White Tiger Empire crazily surged into Great Emperor by whose body. Waves of terrifying aura from the archaic wilderness continuously erupted from Great Emperor by whose body, wreaking havoc in the sky. The White Tiger Combat Formation, Golden Crystal White Tiger Clan's clan suppressing's great formation could gather all the strength and body of his clansmen within a short period of time. Not only that, it could also increase the strength of his clan by several folds. Half a month ago, if Great Emperor Baihu hadn't been so careless and came here alone to deal with Yang Fann, he wouldn't have been forced to do so. He had no choice but to cut off his path and use his natal blood to summon the spirit of his ancestors. To come out Heavenly Fox Divine Pearl. Almost at the same time, Empress Skyfox summoned clan-suppressing treasure of the Heavenly Fox clan, Heavenly Fox Divine Pearl. Unlike the Heavenly Fox Divine Mirror, this Heavenly Fox Divine Pearl was a true supreme treasure of the laws. With Empress Skyfox's quasi-emperor at peak cultivation base and the numerous Heavenly Fox of the Heavenly Fox clan, once he used the Heavenly Fox Divine Pearl, even if Emperor Sovereign was careless, he might fall into the illusion realm and be unable to extricate himself from it. Hiss, is this the foundation of the four great empires? Truly terrifying. I wonder if Yang Fann can survive this tribulation. The hearts of the human expert, who had just calmed down, were once again lifted. Right at this moment, rumble 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 rumble. All of a sudden, the entire Tianxi peak began to tremble. Immediately, the void began to distort, and the space around it shattered. It was as if something had passed through countless spaces and descended from the sky. What is that? It seems like, it's a palace. C545, a terrifying stone statue of the palace at the top of the Tianxi peak. A great battle was about to break out. At this critical moment, the void was twisted and the space was shattered. An incomparably huge palace passed through countless spatial zones and descended from the sky. It was unknown what kind of material the palace was made of. Its entire body was golden and it was glittering with golden light. It looked like the legendary divine hall where the gods lived. It was more than 10,000 feet tall. It was huge and ancient, elegant and magnificent. Its area was probably no less than 10,000 acres of farmland. Countless mysterious ancient runes flickered around him. Radiating toward the Skylian mountain range. It's the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. It must be the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. All of a sudden, cries of surprise could be heard from the top of the Tianxi peak. Apart from the legendary Golden Lion Imperial Palace that Golden Lion Emperor had meticulously built, there was nothing else that could be so powerful. Right at this moment, Argpu, Empress Skyfox's beautiful face suddenly turned pale. He threw his head back and spurted out a huge mouthful of blood. His chi fell rapidly. Soon after, he saw a bronze mirror the size of a human head with countless ancient beast marks engraved on it. It burst out from the void. It appeared in Empress Skyfox's hand in the blink of an eye. The copper mirror was covered in cracks. The hand caressed the cracks on the copper mirror. Empress Skyfox's eyes flickered with a hint of heartache. This bronze mirror was no ordinary item. It was the Heavenly Fox clan's suppressing treasure of their clan, the Heavenly Fox Divine Mirror. At this moment, the Heavenly Fox Divine Mirror was clearly under the pressure of the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. It was a serious injury. It was unknown if it could be repaired in the future. Even if it was repaired, its grade would drop drastically. His power would be greatly damaged. This time, their Heavenly Fox clan had suffered a great loss. A supreme treasure like the Heavenly Fox Divine Mirror, a sealing treasure. It was extremely rare to begin with, even though it was only a first-grade quasi-magical treasure. But the true value is no less than some low-grade law treasure. It was truly like trying to steal a chicken but failing to gain the rice. Bitchet Golden Lion Imperial Palace won't be born sooner or later. Why did it appear at this time? Great Emperor Baihu cursed in his heart. He looked at Yang Fann with the enmity in his eyes. He was filled with an indescribable unwillingness. His plan could not keep up with the changes. As the Golden Lion Imperial Palace suddenly descended, he knew. All of his previous plans were going to be ruined in an instant. Sure enough, after Dragon Elephant Emperor and Archaeopterygium pondered for a moment, the killing intent on their bodies was restrained. It was obvious that they were not ready to fight with Yang Fann. They weren't the only four major powers here. Once they continued fighting with Yang Fann, if they missed the opportunity because of this, and let the other major powers take the lead and obtain Golden Lion Emperor's inheritance, they would really have nowhere to cry. Not to mention, the Heavenly Fox Divine Mirror's severe damage had caused the surrounding spatial seals to become useless. Even if they could defeat Yang Fann, if Yang Fann really wanted to leave, they weren't confident that they could keep Yang Fann alive. It seems like we won't be able to continue this battle. Yang Fann, who was surrounded by the crowd, raised his brows slightly. At this moment, the Golden Lion Imperial Palace was naturally the most important place. He wasn't that great yet. He had rushed forward to fight to the death with Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others, and it was all for the sake of others. The next moment, the cold shine flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Although this matter had been resolved, it didn't mean that it was already too late. There would be a battle between him and the 4 major foreign empires sooner or later. What a pity, what a pity. Yang Fann and the 4 emperor were about to stop fighting. In all directions, many big shots, outsiders, and humans were sighing in their hearts. Why did the Golden Lion Imperial Palace appear a little late? Why couldn't they wait until they fought to the death and returned to the world after both sides suffered great losses? Now, they had changed. Their attitudes were still there. It's not our turn to get the truly good stuff in this Emperor Palace. At most, we'll just have a sip of the soup. In the blink of an eye rumble, the mountains shook and the earth shook. The Golden Lion Imperial Palace, which was more than 10,000 feet tall, suddenly landed on the Heavenly Lion Peak Plaza, causing dust and dirt to fly everywhere. Hiss, what a great place! He didn't feel anything when he looked at it from afar. Now that he was so close to it, he could feel a vast and mighty energy rushing toward him. It made people respect him, especially some of the weaker martial artist warriors. It was as if they were on a pilgrimage as they dropped to their knees and kowtowed. It was like the vast Golden Lion Imperial Palace. It was the origin of their civilization, the origin of their bloodline. At this moment, the main doors of the Imperial Palace were tightly shut. 2 magnificent stone statues that were hundreds of meters tall stood on both sides of the main doors. One of them had a tiger head and a human body, while the other had a huge bear head. They looked vivid and lifelike. Vaguely, they seemed to exude a majestic aura that was above all living beings in the Ling family, making people tremble from the depths of their soul. At this moment, rumble, with a loud rumble, the magnificent entrance of the Emperor Palace, which was several hundred zhang tall, slowly opened. Unparalleled radiance, brilliance, holiness, mysteriousness and profoundness were emitted from the entrance. The majestic aura of the archaic wilderness was unleashed to its heart's content. It made people yearn for it, it made people worship it, it made people hesitate. For a moment, the entire Tianxi Peak was silent. Countless experts were hesitating, but no one dared to take a step forward and enter the Golden Lion Imperial Palace first. 3 breaths later, ha ha ha, Golden Lion Imperial Palace, here I come. A long laugh sounded like a sudden clap of thunder, waking up countless experts. In an instant, countless experts turned into dazzling rays of light and shot toward the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. They were deeply afraid that the treasures and inheritance of the Emperor Palace would be taken by someone else at night. The Emperor Palace's inheritance is mine. I'll kill whoever dares to snatch it from me. Bullshit. My Crimson Fire Lion clan is a direct descendant of the Crimson Eye Golden Lion clan. This emperor's inheritance belongs to me. In the great Yan royal family's camp, seeing the numerous experts flying towards the Golden Lion Imperial Palace's main gate, Yan Zantian couldn't help but feel anxious. He said anxiously to Yang Fann, who had just returned, "Young Master Yang, look, shouldn't we? One step was slow, every step was slow. If they continued to wait, they might even steal all the good stuff. Yan Lao, don't be anxious. This Golden Lion Imperial Palace is not that simple." Yang Fann took a deep look at the 2 huge stone statues, and a mysterious smile emerged on his face. He could sense a faint trace of danger from the 2 stone statues. He had a feeling. These 2 stone statues were definitely not simple, they might not be dead. "Young Master Yang, this. Yan Lao, it should be ours. No one can snatch it away. It shouldn't be ours. No matter how anxious you are, it's useless." Yang Fann chuckled. "And Yan Lao, look around." Although there were thousands or tens of thousands of experts flying towards the Emperor Palace's forces, if one looked closely, one would notice that the ones attacking were all small and medium-sized forces. For example, the 4 great empires of the mutated tribe, the 2nd-grade human beast king sect, the mutated tribe's primordial Hongluan clan, and the other major powers were still standing in their original spots, not a single one of them lunging towards the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. In an instant, Yan Zantian's old face turned red. Greed could indeed deceive everything. At this moment, if he still couldn't find out that something was wrong, he would have lived in vain for so many years. 1 breath later, the hundreds of experts at the front were already 1,000 feet away from the entrance. Suddenly, Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and a bright light flashed in his eyes. "It's here. This is the place where Golden Lion Emperor sleeps." Who are you people? How dare you trespass into the Emperor Palace without permission? Kneel down and accept your death. Do you want to have all of your family and friends killed? The bear statue on the left opened its eyes. Countless strange runes emerged and shouted loudly. The voice sounded like devil god's roar. Some of the expert with weak cultivation instantly exploded into blood mist, blooming with the last brilliance of their lives. In the next moment, kacha crack kacha, countless rocks fell off the stone statue. A terrifying giant with a bare head and a human body, several hundred meters tall, slowly walked out of the stone statue. It seemed to have crossed the long river of time and returned to the modern world. In an instant, a terrifying chi that came from the ancient era burst out from his body. The chi was thousands of times stronger than God Lord Tian Shui, who was a quasi-emperor at peak Rumble Rumble. In an instant, the experts of the various forces within a 100-mile radius, be it the humans or the non-humans, exploded in midair. They were as bright as fireworks, burning away the last chapter of their lives. Dead, dead, all dead, Bululu. How could this be? 3C546 joined forces at the top of the Tianxi Peak. Countless experts' eyes were wide open as they stared blankly at the terrifying giant bear that looked like an ancient prehistoric berserk beast. They gasped in shock. Dead, dead, all dead, how could this be? How is this possible? At this moment, even Dragon Elephant Emperor and the other 4 Great Emperor were no exception. Their faces were filled with shock. One should know that among those people, there was no lack of experts, just quasi-emperor experts. There were 5 of them, and there was even an upper quasi-emperor. Even a quasi-emperor at peak like them wouldn't be able to rely solely on their aura. The stone statue with the head of a bear, whose origin was unknown. Its strength had definitely surpassed Emperor Sovereigns, and it was very likely that it was the real Emperor Sovereign. On the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty's side, phew, it's alright. It was just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Yan Zantian felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Yang Fann hadn't stopped him in time, he would have exploded into a mist of blood just like those unlucky bastards. Even an upper quasi-sovereign had fallen, let alone a newbie like him who had just broken through to the quasi-emperor stage. The next moment, Yan Zantian turned his eyes and looked at Yang Fann with a grateful expression. The Yan family owed Yang Fann too much. He was afraid that they wouldn't be able to pay him back in this lifetime. However, Yang Fann didn't seem to notice Yan Zantian's gaze at all. He stared at the giant bear with a serious expression that he had never seen before. Although the giant bear gave him a feeling that it wasn't as strong as the white tiger summoned by Great Emperor Bai Hu, its chi was just as terrifying. It was definitely Emperor Sovereign. Suddenly, Yang Fann widened his eyes as if he had discovered a big secret. He stared at the giant bear and said, "Hiss, puppet, it's just a puppet." As master of phagocytosis, he was the most sensitive to life force. However, he didn't feel any life force from the giant bear. It was lifeless, like a dead creature. But soon, a hint of understanding climbed onto Yang Fann's face. A human quasi-sovereign could live for about 50,000 years at most. Verbal Emperor's longevity had doubled. If an ordinary lower Emperor's supreme being couldn't make a breakthrough. Alien expert. Although the longevity was several times stronger than a martial artist, Golden Lion Emperor was a figure from 500,000 years ago. If this giant bear hadn't been refined into a puppet, the longevity would have dried up and died long ago. Hiss. This Golden Lion Emperor is worthy of being highest Emperor, one of the strongest men in the recent ancient era. He is really generous. Even in the ancient era where Emperor Sovereigns were abundant, Emperor Sovereign was classified as a top-tier expert. He was the foundation of a major power, but he was able to refine him into a guardian spirit puppet. This was not something that anyone could do. At that moment rumble, the giant bear moved and once again retreated to its original position. Countless profound and strange runes appeared once again. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a stone statue once again, as if the shocking scene just now had never happened. Young Master Yang, what should we do next? No one knew when, but Yuan Tuo and the other leaders of the major powers had already arrived in front of Yang Fann. They surrounded Yang Fann like stars surrounding the moon. The one who asked the question was Yuan Tuo. He left just like that. They were unwilling to accept this. Highest Emperor's palace. Many of them would never be able to meet such a person in their lifetime. If they missed this opportunity, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. However, the 2 stone statues that guarded the palace were like a bottomless abyss, making them not dare to take a step forward without permission. Although the tiger head stone statue on the right did not have any unusual movements, as long as one had some discerning eyes, they could see that he was able to stand side by side with the giant bear stone statue. It was very likely that he was also an emperor sovereign. Although they were all top-grade heavenly desolate domains in the heavenly desolate domain, each of them was at least one of the best among the upper quasi-sovereigns. A few of them were even top quasi-emperor. However, compared to the real emperor sovereign, the gap between them was not small, even if emperor sovereign had already been refined into a combat puppet. His combat strength was far from what they could handle when they were still alive. A hint of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. For a moment, he did not have a good idea. It was impossible to give up just like that. It was the treasure of a highest emperor. It was also a great help to him. It could save him a lot of hard work. Putting aside everything else, as long as he could obtain one or two supreme treasures of the laws. However, those two emperor dummies were also a huge problem. If there was only one emperor dummies, he still had the confidence to fight them. However, Yang Fann didn't have much confidence in fighting two of them at the same time. Furthermore, they weren't the only major power in this place. He couldn't guarantee that the outsiders wouldn't attack him while he was fighting the two emperor dummies. At the same time, on the other side of the foreign races, they were also in a dilemma. If it was just an emperor puppet, with the strength of the four empires and the help of their lesser powers. However, there was still hope for them to suppress the two emperor puppets. That was a huge difference. This danger wasn't 1 + 1 = 2. It was several times greater than before, and Yang Fann was worried that they would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. How could they not be worried about secretly causing trouble between the two of them? However, they had already completely fallen out with each other. If it wasn't for the sudden descent of the Golden Lion Imperial Palace, both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. For the sake of today's plan, we can only temporarily shake hands and make peace with that little son Yang Fann. After a round of quarreling, the four great emperor finally had a unanimous decision. They would temporarily abandon their former enmity and shake hands with Yang Fann to make peace. They couldn't just remain in a stalemate like this. Moreover, no one could guarantee that the Golden Lion Imperial Palace would once again escape from their side after a long period of time. In the next moment, Dragon Elephant Emperor cleared his throat. He said to Yang Fann, let's temporarily get rid of our old grudges and work together to get rid of these two evil creatures. What do you think? Yang Fann's eyes moved slightly. This was indeed a way. It was better than wasting time like this, but as for the credibility of these foreign races, especially Great Emperor Baihu, he couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. If there was a chance, Yang Fann was sure he would never mind breaking his promise and giving himself a vicious blow. You can stop for now, but how can you guarantee that you won't attack me while I'm gone? Yang Fann, as the ruler of a country, our words carry weight. How can we do something that goes back on our word? Dragon Elephant Emperor glared at Yang Fann. Who did they think they were? Did they know what it meant to be a king without any lies? Yang Fann smiled coldly. He did not take Dragon Elephant Emperor's words seriously at all. So what if he was the king of a country? As long as he had enough orders, going back on his word was just a common thing. Good, I swear on the ancestral spirit of my Dragon Elephant clan that before I take care of these two guardian puppets. I swear on the ancestral spirit of my Dragon Elephant clan that before I take care of these two guardian puppets, I will never do anything that goes against my word. If I violate this oath, I will be hated by the ancestral spirits. Heaven and earth judge. Looking at Yang Fann's stoic face, Dragon Elephant Emperor glared at him fiercely. But in the end, he still swore a heavy oath. Yang Fann nodded slightly, agreeing with Dragon Elephant Emperor's words. To the outsiders, ancestral spirits were the source of their bloodline. In their hearts, they were like gods. Swearing in the name of ancestral spirits was the most sincere vow. Once they broke it, they would be hated and abandoned by the ancestral spirits. At that time, there would be no place for them in the Dragon Elephant clan. In the next moment, Yang Fann's gaze shifted to the other three people. It's your turn, Although Great Emperor Baihu and the other two were extremely unwilling, in the end, they still attached great importance to it. I, the sovereign, swear on the ancestor soul of my White Tiger clan, Heavenly Fox clan, Explosive Ape clan. Before dealing with these two guardian puppets, they would absolutely not commit such a treacherous act. If I attack you, Yang Fann, then I will break this oath. I, the Emperor, will be hated by the ancestor soul, and the heavens and earth will judge me good. You are sincere enough your request, I agree HMPH little son Yang Fann, we have already sworn a heavy oath. Now, it's your turn that's right. Yang Fann, you also have to make a heavy oath. Great Emperor Bai Hu's words reminded the three of them. This oath could not only be made by the four of them, but also by little son Yang Fann. Alright I, Yang Fann, swear with my Tao heart that I will not attack the four of you first before I deal with these two puppets. If I break this oath, my heart will be filled with inner demons, and my cultivation base will not improve at all. Yang Fann pondered for a moment. He knew that if he did not swear this oath, the four of them would not be able to rest assured about him. Alright I also swore the oath. Tell me, how do we work together? C547 A large sum of money with no other choice, Emperor finally decided to temporarily let go of all the grudges he had with Yang Fann. The two stone statues were just too powerful. Whether it was the four great Emperor or Yang Fann, neither of them had the confidence to suppress them alone. Furthermore, they had to be wary of their opponent's possible sneak attack, so they didn't dare to go all out. In order to ensure that both sides could attack with ease, both sides swore a heavy oath that they wouldn't turn against each other until the two stone statues were taken care of. Very quickly, Yang Fann raised another big question. They could temporarily abandon their old grudges and join forces to fight. However, how to work together was a big problem. If he simply rushed forward to fight the two emperor dummies like a swarm of bees. Yang Fann had no interest in fighting them. Who would have thought that? Would these guys take the opportunity to plot against him? They had only promised that they would cooperate with him during this period of time. They weren't allowed to attack him, but they didn't say that they couldn't use the power of Emperor's dummies to deal with him. Besides, even if they didn't play dirty tricks, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't play dirty tricks on him. Yang Fann didn't want to be used by them. How about this, Yang Fann? There are two palace stone statues in total. You humans deal with one. What do you think about handing the other stone statue to us, the Saint Clan? He pondered for a moment. Yang Fann had all kinds of concerns. They had the same intention of guarding against Yang Fann. They were even more afraid that Yang Fann would play tricks on them. In terms of combat strength, Yang Fann was the strongest amongst them. Are you two going to fight one of them alone? Yang Fann muttered and nodded. Alright, it's settled then. This method was fairly fair, and each of them fought their own battles. They did not have to worry about the other party making any small moves or scheming. That's good. That bear monster will be handed over to you humans, and the other tiger will be dealt with by us. The Saint Clan Dragon Elephant Emperor pretended to be generous when he heard this. Yang Fann frowned slightly and rolled his eyes slightly. He vaguely understood Dragon Elephant Emperor's plan. That giant bear was very powerful. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. It had killed 5 quasi-sovereigns with its aura alone. Thousands of kings were definitely Emperor's combat strength. And amongst the numerous lower emperors, he wasn't considered too weak. As for the tiger head statue on the right, although he guessed that it might also be an emperor puppet. If his guess was wrong, what if it was just a quasi-emperor puppet? That would be a huge profit. However, Yang Fann didn't refute it. Instead, he nodded slightly, agreeing with Dragon Elephant Emperor's suggestion. It was hard to say whether fortune and misfortune were interdependent or not. The tiger head statue might not be as strong as the giant bear as Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others had expected, but it was not impossible for it to be stronger than the giant bear. They would need to fight to know everything. After reaching a temporary agreement with Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others, Yang Fann turned his eyes and looked at Yuan Tuo and the other human expert. He said slowly, "Seniors, you have no objections to this cooperation, right?" "No objections. Young Master Yang, you have done very well. The clan is responsible for a palace guardian puppet. It's fair and just. Bitch it, you've made up your mind. Why are you asking me? Do I have an opinion? Could it be that I can change anything?" In the martial artist, experts were respected. Whoever had the bigger fist was the truth. Yang Fann called them senior. That was giving them face, but that didn't mean they had the right to take advantage of Yang Fann's seniority. Each and every one of them was an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. How could they not know what was going on? It's good that seniors don't have any objections. Then let's discuss how to deal with that giant bear puppet. Now what? You still need us to take action. Wouldn't it be fine if you took action alone? There's no need to go through so much trouble. Many of the big shots' expressions changed slightly when they heard that. Their eyes flashed with a hint of resentment. They had just seen Yang Fann making such a big decision. They thought that Yang Fann was going to take over the giant bear puppet by himself. Who would have thought that? They were actually the ones who had to do it. Seniors, don't tell me you want me to do it alone. Yang Fann rolled his eyes and was speechless. These old men were really daring. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Or did Yang Fann look like a big fool? Young Master Yang, you have misunderstood. How could we let you do it alone? Seeing that the atmosphere was a little stiff, Beast King Master Zong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. That's right, young Master Yang, you must have misunderstood. Young Master Yang, don't worry. I, Old Meng, will be the first to disagree with anyone who doesn't contribute. Hearing this, the other big shots of the other families also reacted and voiced their agreement. They couldn't let Yang Fann misunderstand. The tragic ending of the expert in Divine Water Palace was still vivid in their minds. This was a true master who had no inhibitions. If they really angered him, they definitely wouldn't have any good ending. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's get this straight. I wonder how many experts are going to follow me and kill that giant bear puppet. Yang Fann didn't expose them, he just smiled and said. There was a trace of playfulness in his eyes. This. In an instant, the voices of the clan leaders froze. Many of them even started to shrink back like turtles. They were deeply afraid that Yang Fann would point out the scariness of the giant bear puppet. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. It was merely an imposing manner. It had crushed the body of an upper quasi-emperor and killed him. Among them, many of them were only slightly stronger than that upper quasi-emperor. If they were to really go up and fight, it was very likely that they would be just like that upper quasi-emperor, who had yet to make a move. They were already crushed by that violent aura. Seniors, could it be that you want to go back on your words? Yang Fann's expression turned cold instantly. Young Master Yang, no, we definitely didn't mean that. It's just that our strength is limited. If we go up, we will only drag you down. Yuan Tuo secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. He hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, please don't get angry. Please listen to me. Although we are not strong enough, we can still do logistics. If you need anything, you can tell us. Yang Fann's expression changed dramatically when he saw Yang Fann's expression. Yuan Tuo was truly afraid. This monster, they were really serious about it. He couldn't afford to offend it. Even if all the major powers present were to join together, they would still be afraid. Hong Long. That's right, young Master Yang, what resources do you need? Just say it. As long as we have it, we will do anything. The eyes of the sect leaders of the other major powers lit up. Since they didn't want to send anyone, they would use resources to compensate for it. Everything in the world was for the sake of profit. There was nothing in this world that couldn't be solved with spirit stones. If 10 billion wasn't enough, then 100 billion. There must be a price that could make Yang Fann's heart move. It seems like this junior really misunderstood. Seniors, please don't take this to heart. Yang Fann's lips cracked. He had made up his mind. Regarding these sects from the sect, Yang Fann didn't have much hope in the first place. The strongest beast king, Zong, was only able to step into the quasi-emperor at peak with a single step. Even if he used the sect's foundation, he might not be as strong as King White Tiger, who had fallen in his hands. With such strength, if he surrounded and killed an ordinary quasi-emperor at peak. However, to the true emperor sovereign, even the aftermath of the battle wasn't something he could withstand, not to mention the fact that he had participated in the battle. The reason why he said that earlier was because he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to earn a huge sum of money. Each of these major powers was one of the top powers in the southern land. They were all extremely wealthy. If he didn't knock on their door, they would be able to make a huge fortune. Did they really think that Yang Fann was that selfless great saint? Yuan Tuo's words were exactly what he wanted. In the next moment, Yang Fann suddenly changed the topic and said, but to be honest, Junior does have some resources that I need the help of seniors. Young Master Yang, please don't stand on ceremony with us. If you have any requests, just tell us. That's right, if young Master Yang needs anything, just say it. Alright, Junior will be bold. Junior needs some spiritual items of the 5 elements. As long as each sect gives me a spiritual item of the 7th rank, this evil creature will be handed over to me. C548. The battle sovereign Yang Fann said it lightly, as if he was talking about an inconspicuous first-class spiritual object. However, when Yuan Tuo and the others heard it, it was like a bolt from the blue. The explosion almost made them jump on their feet. If it wasn't for their reason, they would have been dead by now. They were far from being Yang Fann's match. At this moment, they just didn't want to give Yang Fann 2 slaps. They had already started cursing. "Bitch it, you little brat, you really dared to say it out loud. A 7th grade spiritual object give back one of his mother's spiritual items to each of his forces. Why don't you go and rob them?" One should know that a normal grade 5 spiritual object was rarely seen in 100 years. It was worth tens of billions of highest grade spiritual stones. A grade 7 spiritual object was worth 100 times more than a grade 5 spiritual object. It was almost comparable to a top secret treasures of the king. Even if the sect behind them was one of the top powers in the heavenly desolate domain, a grade 7 spiritual object was enough to hurt them greatly. "Young Master Yang, a grade 7 spiritual item is there, a little." Before Yuan Tuo could finish, Yang Fann interrupted, "Senior, is a grade 7 spiritual object a lot? This is Golden Lion Emperor's Imperial Palace. There are all kinds of treasures inside, and there are even many supreme treasures of the laws. A mere grade 7 spiritual item to buy a qualification to enter the palace, it can't be any cheaper." This. Yuan Tuo and the others were still a little hesitant. There was no doubt about it. Golden Lion Emperor was one of the few great highest emperor in the heavenly desolate domain in the recent ancient times, and his life's collection. It was absolutely beyond their imagination. Within the huge Golden Lion Imperial Palace, a supreme treasure of laws, grade 8. It was not even possible to find a level 9 spiritual object. They could just casually take one of them. It was enough to earn a bowl full of alms bowl, but even so, he was still reluctant to part with it. It was a grade 7 spiritual object. It wasn't a weed on the side of the road, it could get as much as it wanted. Every single one of them was a treasure of the sect. There's no such thing as that. If you don't want to hand over a grade 7 spiritual object, that's fine too. Then pray that you don't meet me in the Emperor Palace. Otherwise, don't blame me for not minding the friendship of my own kind. Yang Fann's voice suddenly turned cold. There was a trace of impatience in his voice, and he gradually lost the patience to continue arguing with these people. Although he had taken advantage of the situation and demanded an exorbitant price, however, he felt that he was still giving them face. He did not really do things to the extreme. At most, he would let them injure some vital energies, which would make them feel pain for a while. These people were actually still dawdling. Did they really think that by calling them senior, they would have the qualifications to put on airs in front of him? If they really made him angry, they were all dead. "What a good little son, Yang Fann. Do you really think you can take me down?" Anger flashed across the eyes of many sect masters. Which one of them wasn't a big shot that stood at the peak of all living beings? Every word and action of theirs could decide the fate of all living beings. When had they ever been threatened like this? Just as they were about to get angry, the bloody scene of the Divine Water Palace's expert was like a bucket of bone-piercing cold water, completely extinguishing the raging anger in their hearts. Even someone as strong as the Divine Water Palace was easily defeated by this little monster, Tu Mie. Even with their tiny arms and legs, they still wanted to wrestle with him. This was truly the life of an old man who ate arsenic. He was tired of living. Huff. Impulse is indeed the devil. The next moment, Yuan Tuo was the first to speak and said, "Young Master Yang, don't be angry. That's not what we meant. You're right. Compared to the qualification to enter the palace, a mere grade 7 spiritual object is nothing. Young Master Yang, this is a grade 7 fire spiritual object, the true meteorite flame. Please accept it." As he spoke, a crystal box covered with Yuan Tuo's appeared in Yuan Tuo's hand. Vaguely, one could even see a ball of bewitching flames jumping about. The true flame of the falling star, the legendary divine fire that descended from the sky, was born from the heart of the stars. It had the power to incinerate mountains and boil seas. Receiving the true meteorite flame from Yuan Tuo, a hint of surprise flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. They were both 7th grade spiritual items, but they were also divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. He did not specify the specific grade of the spiritual item, but he had already tacitly agreed. Each major power only needed to take out a low-grade spiritual item of the 7th grade. No one would have thought that Yuan Tuo would be so generous. After giving out the true meteorite, one must know that the true meteorite was a medium grade 7 spirit item. Moreover, it could be considered a top grade spiritual object among the many medium grade 7th grade spiritual objects. Its value was comparable to some of the 7th grade high grade spiritual objects. It could be said to be several times more valuable than the low 7th grade spiritual items. One had to admit that the Beast King sect was indeed worthy of being the second biggest tycoon in the human race in the south, second only to the Divine Water Palace. Young Master Yang, this is our sect's greatest treasure, the great Yin True Lotus. This is our sect's Earth Spirit God Stone. This is our clan's most precious treasure, the heart of the Divine Tree. With Yuan Tuo taking the lead, the 9 demonic Yin sect and the other 8 great sects also chose to compromise. They each handed in a grade 7 spiritual object, and even the Beast King sect chose to lower their heads. What were they waiting for? Were they really going to wait for this fearless little dark star to kill them in the Imperial Palace? As for not entering the Imperial Palace, it was just a thought. That was Highest Emperor's Imperial Palace. Once they missed it, he probably wouldn't have to think about meeting it a second time in his life. Soon, another 11 pieces of grade 7 spiritual items appeared in Yang Fann's hands. Regretfully, these 11 pieces of grade 7 spiritual items were the most ordinary of grade 7 spiritual items. There were even 2 of them that had just stepped into the threshold of grade 7 spiritual items. They were far from being comparable to Yuan Tuo's meteorite True Flame. However, Yang Fann was not dissatisfied. This result was within his expectations. Adding on the Holy King seal that he had obtained from the Divine Martial Plane, the number of level 7 spiritual items in his hands had already reached 13. Among them, there were at least 2 metal-type spiritual objects. There were 4 fire-type spiritual objects at most. The other wood, water, and earth-type spiritual objects were the same. There were 3 types of spiritual objects. If he could refine all 13 spiritual objects of the 7th rank. At that time, even if he couldn't break through to the Great Perfection stage at once, he would still be able to use the 5 elemental demon god battle body. However, he wouldn't be able to escape from the Great Perfection of 5 elements. Thinking about it, he was a little excited. He couldn't wait to find a place to break through. A mere small completion was already so powerful. Once the combat physique was fully mastered, how terrifying would it be? Perhaps even an ordinary middle grade emperor might not be able to suppress him right at this moment. Yuan Tuo suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Young Master Yang, what should we do with the martial artist from the other major powers?" In the vast Tianxi Peak, it wasn't just them, the major powers. There are also many smaller powers. Of course, most of them are rogue cultivators who work alone. They were like the major powers, taking out a grade 7 spiritual object. That was completely overthinking, not to mention a grade 7 spiritual object. Even a rank 6 spiritual object, or even a rank 5 spiritual object. The number of spiritual items that could be taken out could be counted on one's fingers. Seniors, I'll leave them to you. Yang Fann laughed lightly and threw the bag back. He was not interested in these rogue cultivator in the martial arts worlds. Except for a few, most of them were poor. Even if they were plundered clean, they would not be able to get much profit. Furthermore, Yang Fann believed that Yuan Tuo and the others wouldn't let them enter the Golden Lion Imperial Palace so easily. At least, they would be skinned alive. It was the same for all of them. They had to spend a huge amount of money to obtain the qualification to enter the palace. How could all of you enter the palace for nothing? Did you have a horn on your head, or was your father the heavenly Tao? Leave this evil man to these big sects. Muttering in his heart, Yang Fann's figure moved. He lunged at the main entrance of the Imperial Palace. Just now, the group of foreign races had decided to send out their final candidate. Compared to the lonely Yang Fann, there are far too many alien fighters. Not only Dragon Elephant Emperor and the other 3, but also the other 13 top-grade non-humans such as the primordial Hong Luan. They all sent Dragon Elephant Emperors to fight the battle. Those who trespass the Emperor Palace will die. Yang Fann and the rest of the alien expert had just arrived at the entrance of the palace when a loud roar sounded like the roar of Devil God, sweeping across the sky and earth. The next moment, rumble, countless profound and strange seals appeared once again. Countless stones fell off the stone statue's body. The giant bear puppet once again crossed the long river and came back to life. In an instant, a terrifying chi that was 1,000 times stronger than a quasi-emperor at peak burst out, sweeping across everything. Not only that, the tiger statue on the right also opened its eyes. Countless strange seals appeared, and a terrifying aura that was not any weaker than the giant bear puppet, and even more powerful than that, soared into the sky. C549 stomp on the ground, undying and indestructible. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The wind blew and the clouds moved. The roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger, terrifying auras that came from the archaic wilderness, soared into the sky and swept across the entire world in all directions. At the top of the huge Xianxia peak, large areas of space exploded like tiles. Countless spatial vortices wreaked havoc in the sky. It was as if 3 calamities and 9 calamities had arrived, and the end of the world had descended. One after another, the humans and alien expert turned into rays of light and fled 10,000 miles away. However, there were still many experts that were slower by a beat, and were crushed into pieces by that terrifying aura. Terrifying, it was truly too terrifying. The 2 great Emperor Sovereign unleashed their joint attacks, resonating with each other from afar. That terrifying aura was completely not 1 and 1 equals 2. Sensing the savage aura that was even more terrifying than the giant bears, Dragon Elephant Emperor and alien experts' facial expression changed. They wanted to curse. If they had known this would happen, they would have chosen the giant bear. Now, not only did they not get any advantage, they even tricked them right at this moment. Congratulations on making a correct choice. I'll leave that tiger to you, Yang Fann chuckled. Sometimes, it was a blessing to be at a disadvantage. Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others felt so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood, but who could they blame? Everything was their own choice. Sigh, the path they chose, even if they had tears in their eyes, they still had to walk on it. In the next moment, attack together and kill this vile creature, Dragon Elephant Emperor shouted coldly. The supreme law treasure in his hand, the Elephant King spear, trembled. Then, he took the lead and charged towards the Tigerman King, as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction towards Yang Fann. He thrust his spear forward. The law of strength and sharpness erupted crazily, turning into a destructive spear light. It was as if Devil God's attack had destroyed the heaven and earth, shattered the world, and killed everything in its path. Kill thousand thoughts. Rod technique. Kill white tiger, extinguishing, bewitching all living beings. The fire phoenix can destroy the world. Golden winged Pung King. Kill. At almost the same time, the other foreign races attacked as well. All sorts of killing moves and divine abilities blasted wildly at the tiger-headed emperor. Anyone who offends the emperor palace must die. The cold shine in the tiger-headed emperor's eyes flickered. At some point, his entire person soared into the sky and rushed towards Dragon Elephant Emperor. At some point, a black halberd had appeared in his hand. Terrifying law of destruction aura flickered on it. Clearly, this was also a supreme law treasure. Supreme treasure of laws. Bitch it. Dragon Elephant Emperor's facial expression changed once more. The emperor was already very difficult to deal with, and with the addition of a supreme treasure of law, the danger level of emperor would increase exponentially. Not only that, after this battle, no one knew how many of them would die. Even he was in danger of dying. However, there was no turning back. Since he had already made his move, he could only brace himself and continue to fight. Kill. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying energy collided unceasingly. The Tigerman Emperor was incomparably terrifying. In addition to the supreme treasure of laws in his hand, the divine halberd of destruction. His combat strength was on par with White Tiger, who was fighting Yang Fann the other day. He was one of Emperor's men. His combat strength could be said to be first class. Every strike, it was just like how Devil God destroyed the world and destroyed everything. However, Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others weren't weak either. Each of them was at least one of the top existences amongst top quasi-emperor. After using the resources of their respective clans, each and every one of their combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. Most of their combat strength was infinitely close to lower emperors', and the strongest one was Dragon Elephant Emperor. His combat strength wasn't any weaker than any of the ordinary lower emperors'. A dozen peerless experts had joined forces. The terrifying combat strength was simply astonishing. For a moment, both sides had the feeling that they were about to meet a worthy opponent. They were locked in a fierce battle. Rumble, 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 rumble. At the top of the huge Xianxia peak, laws were everywhere, profound mysteries were wreaking havoc. It was like the end of the world in a radius of 10,000 miles. Not a single place was intact. Countless mushroom clouds were rising continuously. Large areas of space had turned into the most primitive chaos, and the center of the battle had turned into nothingness at this moment. Even ordinary quasi-emperor experts did not dare to approach 10,000 miles of the Xianxia peak, lest they were caught in the crossfire. However, the the strange thing was that the huge Tianxi peak was not damaged at all. It was as if there was a mysterious force protecting the entire Tianxi peak. 2 flowers bloomed. When Dragon Elephant Emperor waited for alien expert to surround and kill the Tiger Man Emperor, Yang Fann also went to find the Bear Man Emperor. Rumble, 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 rumble. Rays of brilliant light of metal, wood, water, fire and 5 elements burst out from Yang Fann's body. It was as if an ancient ferocious god had awoken. His body expanded crazily, rising steadily. His whole body was growing at a visible speed. 3 meters, 30 meters, 80 meters, 120 meters. In an instant, he turned into a 150-meter tall trident. His body was surrounded by a dazzling radiance and his divine voice was faint. He was invincible. Rumble. The void shook violently, and a terrifying demonic god phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Fann. It was no less than 10,000 feet tall. In an instant, the aura around Yang Fann's body increased crazily once again. He was like a legendary supreme god that had descended to the mortal world. His divine might was unparalleled, and he swept across the world. He was the only one in the heavens and the earth, and everything in the world was under his control. Boom, boom, boom. One terrifying hurricane after another. Hong Long. They were like peerless evil dragons that rampaged across the heavens and the earth. Countless mushroom clouds were wreaking havoc in all directions. It was not too late. A blue light flashed in his hand. The low-grade Law Supreme Treasure, the Divine Water Battle Spear, fell into his hand. Facing Emperor Sovereign, Yang Fann did not dare to hold back even if Emperor had been refined into a puppet with a secret technique. His combat strength was far from his peak. He still couldn't afford to underestimate him. You aphid, you do have some skills. A trace of solemnity flashed across Emperor's huge eyes. The strength that Yang Fann displayed was enough to make him pay attention to him. But soon, that grim look was replaced by a terrifying ferocity. But if you dare to offend the Emperor Palace, you will only die the next moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless wind burst out from the pores of Emperor. His huge body, which was hundreds of meters tall, began to expand and expand at a visible speed. His hands and feet gradually turned into bare paws. The hair on his body also became dense at a terrifying speed, covering his entire body. Crazy power was growing inside his body like a tsunami. In an instant, his aura started to rise again at a terrifying speed, as if it would never stop. Roar. With a terrifying roar that sounded like a dragon's roar, Emperor finally transformed into a terrifying giant beast. A giant bear that was more than 10,000 feet tall stood on the ground at most. It was like a legendary ancient ferocious beast had descended into the world, and it covered its entire body. It exuded a terrifying murderous aura of brutality, and it was also so high and mighty. It represented nobility and arrogance. It ignored all lives and was the sole ruler of all lives. It possessed a terrifying dignity that surpassed all life. Hiss. This is actually a trident. How is this possible? The Trident clan was not in the ancient era a million years ago. Will it be extinct? 10,000 miles away, the Beast King Master, Zong, glared at him. He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the giant bear that was more than 10,000 feet long. Their Beast King sect. They had been working with beasts all day long. If one were to talk about their understanding of exotic beast, there were hundreds of thousands of human forces in the south, and even the entire heavenly desolate domain. Their Beast King sect recognized the second, and none of them dared to claim the first place. As for Golden Lion Emperor, he was a figure from the ancient era 500,000 years ago. Suddenly, Yuan Tuo seemed to have thought of something, and he shouted at Yang Fann, "Young Master Yang, this is the Trident, the king of the earth, we can't let him step on the ground." The Trident was the descendant of the legendary Divine Beast King, the Great Earth Divine Bear. It was said that as long as the Great Earth Divine Bear stepped on the ground, its power was limitless. On the ground, the Great Earth Divine Bear even had the power to challenge the indestructible Holy Sovereign. Although the Trident was not as powerful as its ancestor, the Great Earth Divine Bear, who had stepped on the ground, it was still indestructible. As long as one stepped on the ground, the power was endless, almost immortal. His combat strength would increase exponentially. C550 Suppression of the Emperor Trident, King of the Earth, the legendary Divine Beast King, King of the Earth, King of the Earth, King of the Earth, bloodline descendant. Looking at the massive creature in front of him that was thousands of feet tall, Yang Fann's eyes were wide open. At this moment, the aura that erupted from this giant bear was terrifying. It was even scarier than before it transformed. It was more than 10 times more terrifying, and it was more than half a month ago when it heavily injured him. White Tiger, who had forced him to use the blood escape to escape, was not much weaker than it the next moment. Yang Fann waved his hand at the Triton. His entire body soared into the sky, wanting to lure the Triton into the void to fight. However, what made Yang Fann depressed was that the Triton seemed to have seen through his plan. It just stood in front of the Emperor Palace without moving. Helpless, Yang Fann could only lower his body. If he wanted to enter the Golden Lion Imperial Palace, he had to defeat this Triton. Even if he knew that this way, the Triton would take up an advantageous position. As for destroying the Xianxia Peak by force, to create an advantageous situation for himself, he didn't even need to think about it. Under the suppression of the Golden Lion Imperial Palace, the entire Xianxia Peak was impregnable. Dragon Elephant Emperor waited for Alien Expert and Emperor to fight for a long time, but it only caused a few inconspicuous holes to appear in the Peak Plaza. He was attacking with all his strength, and the most he could do was create a few big holes. If he wanted to destroy the Xianxia Peak, he would have to wait a long time right at this moment. Offending the Emperor Palace, the Triton opened its bloody mouth and let out rumbling noises. Ancient and mysterious seals appeared under its feet. In an instant, its entire body began to glow with a yellow color like the earth, emitting an extremely rich aura of the earth law. Its strength began to rise rapidly. The word, die, had just been used as a curse. The Triton slapped down on Yang Fann's head under the support of the endless power of the earth. This palm strike was simply astounding. It far exceeded the trillion power of true Dans, and it was like a strike from an ancient god of strength. Its power was terrifying, like an epic. It was like a myth. As the palm was struck out, the wind and clouds surged. The earth was everywhere, and the laws of earth spread in all directions. Absolute power surged violently. In an area of 1,000 miles, all of a sudden, it collapsed and went extinct. Hiss. Okay, such a terrifying power, just a trace of power would be enough to kill all of us. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. Yang Fann, you must hold on, don't let us down. Thousands of miles away, the human expert were in utter shock. Their hearts were in their throats. All their hopes were placed on Yang Fann. If Yang Fann wasn't a match for the Triton, then they would have even less hope. In a split second, you're not qualified to take my life. Break! Yang Fann shouted and thrust out the water god's war spear in his hand. Rumble, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, destruction, swallowing the profound meaning of seventh layer, it was as if Devil God had created the world. He thrust out his spear, destroying the chaos. Although Yang Fann was only at the initial stage of refining the water god's war spear, the cycle of reincarnation between the heavens and the earth was still ongoing. But the ultimate treasure of the laws is the ultimate treasure of the laws, far from the ultimate treasure. In an instant, Yang Fann's strength increased by more than 10 times. This was one of the attacks of the true Emperor Sovereign. Its power was so great that it was comparable to the deadly palm of the Triton. Both of them were stronger than each other. Rumble, the water god's war spear stabbed into the terrifying bear's paw, and a terrifying force swept across the heavens and the earth. It was as if the world had been destroyed, and the surroundings were in a state of great destruction. Puff. Yang Fann threw his head back and spat out a huge mouthful of blood. His body, which was over 150 meters long, violently smashed into the Peak Plaza, leaving a human-shaped hole that was 10 meters deep on the ground. On his body, which was comparable to a top-grade secret treasure, there were faint cracks on it. Bean-sized drops of blood kept dripping down through the cracks. This time, Yang Fann suffered a minor injury. However, the Triton was also not in a good condition. In fact, it was even more miserable. That right palm, which was like a small mountain, was penetrated by the sharp water god's war spear, and the entire palm exploded into a bloody mist. However, the Triton was the Triton. It was the undefeatable king on the ground. When it stepped on the ground, it was almost as if it had an undying body. Streams of pure earth energy crazily surged into its body. The punctured palm began to heal at a visible rate. In an instant, it was as good as before. If he hadn't witnessed the hole in its palm with his own eyes, he wouldn't have known that it had been injured before. What a good Triton, what a strong self-healing ability. A solemn expression flashed across Yang Fann's face. In terms of self-healing ability, the Triton that was stepping on the ground was much stronger than the current him. Perhaps, he could only wait until his 5-elemental demon god battle body was fully formed. Only then would he be able to suppress Yang Fann. Rumble, metal, wood, water, fire and earth. 5 elements. Divine light gushed out. In the blink of an eye, the small wound on his body recovered to its original state. With a wave of his left arm, a small world of the 5 elements, fused with the 2 profound mysteries of destruction and devour, crashed into the Triton's body. It was instantly devoured rumble. In an instant, the 7 profound mysteries went berserk, transforming into profound chains that tore through space, wanting to pierce through the Triton's body. Right at this moment, 5 rumble, the Triton's body shook, and the laws of the earth enveloped his entire body, easily shattering the profound chains. Then, he struck out with his palm, and an invincible force surged out. Poochie poochie poochie. In less than half a breath's time, the world crystal wall exploded like glass, shattering into powder. Indeed, the 5 elements world is still far from enough to seal an emperor in one go. A hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The 5 elements world was still not perfect enough, even though it had merged the 2 profound meanings of destruction and devouring. Hong Long. Perhaps, he would have to wait until he cultivated all 7 profound meanings to the mastery. Perhaps, he would be able to suppress an emperor sovereign in one fell swoop. Since I can't completely isolate the force of the earth, I'll defeat you face to face. My 5 elemental demon god battle body isn't something to be trifled with. Let's see who can outlast who. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. In an instant, his violent fighting spirit was like a great river. The 150 feet 5 elemental demon god battle body flew up from his head, and it seemed like it had grown a lot taller all of a sudden. It became incomparably tall, lofty and steep. It blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, giving people an undefeatable feeling. In the next moment, Yang Fann raised the water god's war spear in his hand and crushed the space in front of him, then he lunged at the Triton. Yang Fann had absolute confidence in the 5 elemental demon god battle body. In terms of consumption, he had never been afraid of anyone. Rumble rumble rumble. A man and a bear once again engaged in battle. One relied on the bloodline talent and stepped on the ground. Their strength was endless, while the other had the 5 elemental demon god battle body. The power of the 5 elements complemented each other and grew endlessly. For a moment, it was truly a battle of chess against an opponent. It would be hard to determine who would be the victor if they met a good talent. 2 hours later. Hiss. Scary, it's really too scary. This. Is this Yang Fann really a human? This physique is simply heaven-defying in all directions. Countless experts were horrified. The Triton possessed the bloodline of the divine beast king, the divine earth bear. When one stepped on the ground, it was nearly indestructible. There were no exceptions, but what about Yang Fann? He had lost count of how many times he had been here in 2 hours. His body exploded, but in the end, it didn't even take a few breaths' time. He was as good as before, still full of vigor and vitality. His aura didn't decrease in the slightest. He was simply a vicious beast that came even more than an ancient vicious beast. 6 hours later, the experts in the crowd became somewhat numb as they watched. Many people even yawned lazily. Just how long was this man and bear going to fight for? Especially those kings. This was a battle at the peak. It was extremely boring. With their eyesight, they couldn't see the details of the battle at all. They could only see the scene on the peak plaza. 2 huge figures were colliding continuously. Suddenly, a quasi-emperor expert let out a surprised cry. Strange, it said, why are the surrounding wood and stones all withered and shattered? Even the spiritual energy seems to have dropped by more than a level. Their spiritual energy is depleted, their plants are withered, their rocks are soft, and their rocks are soft. This is a sign of the depletion of the power of the earth veins. Hiss, difficult. Could it be that the power of the earth vein within a 10,000-mile radius has been completely absorbed by the Triton? How long has it been? Hiss, brutal, it's really too savage. Countless experts sucked in a breath of cold air. The ability to extract the power of the earth vein was completely different from the ability to destroy mountains and rivers and destroy the earth vein. Even if it was the law of the earth, to extract the power of the earth vein within a 10,000-mile radius, it would usually take 10 to 15 days, or even longer. It was at this moment. Beast King Master Zong, Yuan Tuo, his expression suddenly changed, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Good, young Master Yang is indeed powerful. The Triton's defeat is already decided. C551 breaking through to the 6th rank of the Martial Lord realm. What? The Triton's defeat is already decided. Are you for real? What kind of international joke is this, Brother Stephen? I'm afraid you missed it this time. Countless human experts widened their eyes in all directions. Their eyes were full of doubt as they looked at Yuan Tuo. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew that they couldn't afford to offend Yuan Tuo and the Beast King sect behind him. Are you trying to fool me? Which eye of yours saw that the defeat was already set? The man and the beast were clearly in the middle of an intense battle. They were evenly matched. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Yuan Tuo did not get angry. He smiled lightly, showing the demeanor of a grandmaster. Everyone, you might not know, but the Trident has inherited the bloodline talent of the Divine Beast King, the Great Earth Divine Bear. It was born with the ability to control the power of the earth, and has the reputation of being the Earth King. However, the power of the earth that they can control isn't unlimited. An ordinary Supreme Being level Trident can control an area with a radius of 10,000 miles. Brother Yuan, what you mean is, the Nine Yin Zong, the Master of the Nine Yin Sect, 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 and the others heard this. Each and every one of them was a smart person. After thinking for a moment, they realized what was going on. The reason why the Trident was able to fight Yang Fann evenly was because of the endless energy of the earth. Once he lost the energy of the earth, he would be like a rootless duckweed. How could he continue fighting with Yang Fann? Right at this moment, look, that Trident's aura is gradually weakening. A cry of alarm rang out. It immediately confirmed everyone's guess that it had lost the power of the earth. The injuries of the Trident were no longer the same as before. To be able to recover in an instant was a situation where they were evenly matched. Gradually, they fell to Yang Fann's side. As long as he was a man with bright eyes, it could be seen that the Trident's defeat was only a matter of time. In an instant, gasps were heard. His ferocious. This Yang Fann is truly savage to the point of making one's hair stand on end. This physique, this recovery ability, it's simply heaven-defying. Even an ancient ferocious beast can't compare to one in 10,000. The Trident stood on the ground and possessed an almost undying body. Unless one used absolute strength to blow up his body, annihilate his soul, and kill him in one go, no one would be able to outlast him. Now, this record was broken by Yang Fann just like that. How terrifying, incomparably terrifying. If he didn't have absolute confidence that he could kill this Yang Fann in one fell swoop, even if he offended Emperor Sovereign, he absolutely couldn't afford to offend this little monster. Alien Camp. Dragon Elephant Emperor's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Vaguely, there was also a hint of regret. He shouldn't have agreed to the suggestion of the White Tiger so easily. He had already fallen out with the little monster, Yang Fann. With the little monster's nature-defying physique, even if he had sealed off the four-direction space and cut off his escape route, they might not even be able to keep him alive. Unlike the Trident, the tiger-faced emperor, who was holding the divine halberd of destruction, in a short period of time, his combat strength might be above the Trident, but it was not like the Trident. He had an indestructible body, and both sides had been fighting for less than 2 hours. Their bodies had been completely destroyed by them. Of course, that was why. The group of alien experts had also paid a heavy price. The four Great Emperor were all wounded. Especially Great Emperor Bai Hu, his foundation was unstable because of the loss of a drop of his origin blood. At this moment, his injuries had increased, and his cultivation base had fallen once again. He had almost fallen out of the ranks of top quasi-emperor, and even if he recovered from his injuries, I don't know if I can make any progress in my cultivation. Of course, the one who suffered the most was Hong Luan and the other 13 top-grade alien expert. Not to mention the fact that more than half of them had fallen, the remaining few were all heavily injured and suffered heavy losses during this period of time. It wasn't as if they didn't have any ideas about Yang Fann. Especially Great Emperor Bai Hu, who constantly wanted to get rid of Yang Fann and then get rid of him as soon as possible. Unfortunately, with the constraints of the oath, they could only stare blankly. As for the other top alien expert, he didn't have the restraint of the oath. However, they didn't even have the time to lick their wounds. How could they have the leisure to cause trouble for Yang Fann? To put it bluntly, even if they wanted to interfere, no power. An hour later, a small world of the 5 elements came crashing down, instantly engulfing the heavily wounded and dying Trident. In an instant, the profound meaning of 7th layer went berserk. It crazily devoured the Trident's energy. Waves of pure bloodline spiritual energies passed through the devouring black hole. The energy continuously flowed into Yang Fann's body, causing his cultivation base to rise at a visible rate. Peak late 4th layer. Peak 4th layer. 4th layer huge perfection. Hong Long. Yang Fann's body shook slightly, and the 150-meter-tall five-elemental demon god battle body seemed to suddenly grow several meters taller. The strength in his body was like a landslide or a tsunami, crazily soaring. He had made a breakthrough. Yang Fann had successfully broken through the bottleneck of the fourth layer and entered the martial lord Fifth Empyrean. The sea of chaotic true essences within a 10-million-mile radius had been compressed by 100 times, and this was not the end. Under the continuous accumulation of bloodline spiritual energies, Yang Fann's cultivation base continued to advance by leaps and bounds. Peak early period of 5th layer 5th mid-stage. Peak 5th level mid-stage. Late period of 5th layer. Emperor Sovereign was Emperor Sovereign. Even though he had already been refined into a palace-guarding puppet, the energy in his body was far from what a quasi-emperor at peak could compare with. Devouring and refining this Triton was definitely not inferior to absorbing over 100 quasi-emperor at peak like God Lord Tian Shui. In fact, it might even surpass him. This little brute has broken through again. Great Emperor Bai Hu's eyes turned red as he stared at Yang Fann. He wanted to send Yang Fann to hell, but because of the restraint of the oath, he had no choice but to suppress the surging killing intent in his heart. Although the Triton had been completely suppressed by Yang Fann, it had yet to truly fall. Attacking it was equivalent to violating the oath. Let this little brute live for a while longer. Finally, he gave Yang Fann a fierce glare. Great Emperor Bai Hu immediately activated the White Tiger Divine Boat. It turned into a ray of white light and sped towards the open Golden Lion Imperial Palace. The tiger-faced emperor was dead, and the Triton had been suppressed by Yang Fann. At this moment, the Golden Lion Imperial Palace was completely defenseless, like a beauty who had just escaped from her restraints. She was waiting for them to spoil her. What a cunning tiger with white fur! Dragon Elephant Emperor and the others also reacted. Now was not the time to foolishly watch Yang Fann break through. If they had the time, they might as well enter the Golden Lion Imperial Palace as soon as possible and snatch a few more treasures. The next moment, rumble, 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 rumble. In all directions, countless forces were in a frenzy. Some of them were outsiders, while others were humans. All of them turned into streaks of flowing light and flew toward the Emperor Palace's main entrance. Brother Yuan, what should we do? Should we enter or not? The 9th level Yin and the other great master of power weren't as reckless as those martial artist experts. Without Yang Fann, a monster that defies the heavens, the human race could only be compared with those other races. There was still a big gap between them and the human race. If that foreign race had any evil intentions towards them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yuan Tuo hesitated slightly. It seemed like Yang Fann wouldn't be able to stop his cultivation without the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. However, if he entered the Golden Lion Imperial Palace recklessly, he might be schemed against by the alien race. After thinking for a while, his greed finally gained the upper hand. He fell one step behind and fell one step at a time. It couldn't be said that it was precisely this momentary difference. All the good things had been plundered by the group of foreign races, and after the battle with the tiger-faced emperor, it could be said that the alien races had suffered great losses. On the other hand, they had only gotten a grade 7 spiritual item, but they had not suffered any losses. As long as they were careful, the outsiders wouldn't dare to start a fight. Most importantly, even though it was safe to travel with Yang Fann, they wouldn't have to worry about anything good the next moment. The Beast King sect and the other major powers, including the expert, no longer hesitated. They advanced one after another and quickly entered the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. Very quickly, in the huge Tianxi Peak, only Yang Fann, master and servant, and Yan Zontian were left, along with the rest of the great Yan royal family's expert. Old ancestor, what should we do? A top-level king from the great Yan royal family looked at the open Golden Lion Imperial Palace with a burning face. His eyes were filled with anxiety, and he wished he could enter the Golden Lion Imperial Palace immediately. In fact, there was more than one person who was like this. Time was money. If he entered the Imperial Palace late, he would lose countless heavenly treasures. But this time, Yan Zontian was obviously much more rational. He was not blinded by greed. They were different from other forces. Yang Fann's brand had already been engraved on their bodies. The four major powers would never let go of the other major powers. However, they would never let go of the great Yan imperial dynasty without Yang Fann's protection. Any one of the four major powers could send an upper quasi-sovereign to eliminate all of them. A quarter of an hour later. Rumble. Yang Fann's majestic body shook once more. His aura soared into the sky like a great river. It rose crazily and steadily, as if it would never stop. C552 killing intent from the starry sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth. The five elements' divine light suddenly increased by several points, soaring into the sky and charging straight towards Niu Do. It contained an indescribable life force and strength. Boom, boom, boom. Endless hurricanes swept out from Yang Fann's pores. In an instant, whirlpools appeared in all directions within a radius of thousands of miles. Large tracts of space shattered like tiles, turning into powder. Rumble. Yang Fann's five elemental demon god battle body shook. After that, it began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it had broken through the 160 Zhong mark. Rumble. The violent aura once again soared wildly. Looking from afar, it immediately gave people a feeling that it blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, as if it was invincible. It was as if the legendary ancient devil god had been revived. It was so invincible, as if they were looking up to a high mountain after absorbing a large amount of Triton and bloodline spiritual energies. Yang Fann's cultivation finally broke through the bottleneck of the 5th Empyrean, and he stepped into the martial lord's 6th layer in one go. The chaotic true essence C within a 10 million mile radius was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was now 8 million miles. 5 million miles. 3 million miles. At the same time, the pure strength of body also rose steadily and crazily. In an instant, it broke through 150 trillion power of true dans and rapidly advanced to the 200 trillion mark. Soon, another half an incense stick of time passed. Yang Fann's cultivation base had stabilized at the 6th Empyrean early stage, and the chaotic true essence C had shrunk by 100 times. It had stabilized at a radius of 1,000,000 miles, but its quality had increased by more than 100 times. The purity of the vital spirit was something that even many quasi-emperor experts could not match up to. A random fist-sized drop contained the energy contained within. It was comparable to the vital spirit of a lower king. As for the pure strength of body, it was close to 300 trillion power of true dans. Even without using any martial skill secret technique, just the power of the shell alone was enough to blow up an invincible king, a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus dragon in the next moment. Rumble. The devouring black hole went berserk, and the power of devouring suddenly increased tenfold. It wasn't just that, in a short period of less than 3 breaths of time, the Triton that had already lost a few corpses had been completely swallowed up, and it had turned into ash. Rumble. Yang Fann opened his eyes. A golden light burst out from his eyes. It was as if Devil God had created the world. Wherever he went, the world would be thrown into chaos and the space would collapse. At this moment, even if top quasi-emperor dared to stand in his way, he would be mercilessly killed. Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air and smiled with satisfaction. Emperor was emperor, and there was a qualitative difference between him and a quasi-emperor. This time, he had made a huge profit. After breaking through 2 heavens in a row, his combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, this was only the initial stage of devouring. There was still quite a bit of origin energy accumulated within his body. Once he completely refined it, even if he couldn't break through to the martial lord immediately, he would still be able to do so. He was afraid that there wouldn't be much difference between this and the trip to the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. This trip wasn't in vain even if he didn't gain much from it the next moment. The divine light on Yang Fann's body faded, and his 660-meter-tall body rapidly shrunk. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the appearance of a harmless rich man. With a single movement of his body, he shattered the space and arrived at the group of great Yan royal family. Congratulations, young master, for making a great progress in your cultivation. Yan Zontian congratulated him one after another. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Yang Fann. Comparisons between people really pissed them off. Every bit of progress they made was filled with difficulties, but Yang Fann had already made a 3rd-grade jump in such a short period of time. I was just lucky. Yang Fann smiled modestly and changed the topic. Alright, let's hurry up and enter the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. It was too late. All the good stuff will be taken away by them. Yang Fann's words were exactly what Yan Zontian and the others were thinking. Compared to the others, they were nearly half an hour late. If it wasn't because they were too embarrassed to urge Yang Fann, they would have pulled him into Golden Lion Imperial Palace a long time ago. Soon, the group arrived in front of the main gate of Golden Lion Imperial Palace. Golden Lion Imperial Palace, don't disappoint me. Looking at the grand entrance of the palace, Yang Fann's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he took a step forward and stepped through the entrance of the palace. Astonishingly, Yang Fann felt a strong pulling force. It affected his body all of a sudden. It wrapped around his body and brought him somewhere. That was a very powerful force. With his current strength alone, one had to know that the current him. Even if he didn't use all of his strength to unleash the 5 elemental demon god battle body and the 7 great profound meanings, he still wouldn't be able to break free. He could only use the vital spirit power of the shell, and that was how terrifying his strength was. He was no weaker than an ordinary lower quasi-emperor. Yang Fann frowned and wanted to unleash an even stronger force. At this moment, the front of the line lit up. The powerful pulling force that wrapped around his body disappeared without a trace. Yang Fann's feet were steady and he immediately looked around. He found himself standing on a boundless ancient path that was dozens of meters wide. It was unknown how many miles long it was, but he couldn't see the end of it. He did not know where it led to, but the entire ancient path was emitting a thick aura of history. It had a feeling that time was like water, and that time was like a song. It was extremely desolate, with an endless amount of vicissitudes. The vicissitudes of time were all within it. On both sides of the ancient path, there was a starry sky, and the starlight was dazzling. Not far behind Yang Fann, there was a blue vortex with a diameter of more than 30 meters. At that moment, rumble, the blue vortex suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue light that shone in all directions. The next moment, boom boom boom, one figure after another flew out from the blue vortex. These people were none other than Yan Zantian and the others who had followed Yang Fann into the palace. Obviously, this blue vortex was a transportation array that was connected to the entrance of the palace. Brother Yang Fann, where is this place? What about the others? Why haven't we seen any of them? Yan Yuji shook her head and asked Yang Fann. I am not sure about that either. Yang Fann shook his head lightly and shrugged helplessly. He had only arrived earlier than them. It was only a breath's time. He wasn't much stronger than them. As for the others, they might be ahead of the ancient path. At this moment, a high-grade king from the great Yan imperial dynasty curiously looked at the vast starry sky. His body moved, and with a single step, he stepped out of the ancient starry sky path. At that moment, rumble, one after another, dazzling and terrifying starlight burst out from the endless starry sky and shot towards the upper venerable of great Yan imperial dynasty. Wherever the starlight passed, it was as bright as a pillar. The space exploded inch by inch, and the life force in the area withered. The airflow was in chaos. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions that sounded like thunder in the 9 heavens rose and fell. Moreover, it was so fast that it was terrifying. The others did not even have time to rescue them before they were swallowed up by the endless starlight. They would be reduced to ashes, and not even their bones would be left behind. Everyone, be careful. Do not leave the ancient path. Yang Fann frowned. He reminded everyone that there was a single ray of starlight. Its power was only comparable to lower quasi-emperor's attack, but thousands and thousands of starlight had gathered together. It was top quasi-emperor. If he wasn't careful, the most important thing was that speed was too fast. Even he couldn't react in time. Young Master Yang, what should we do now? Yan Zantian's voice was trembling. He could feel the deep aura of death from the terrifying starlight. Even he couldn't escape death under the thousands of starlight. At this moment, he finally realized that Golden Lion Emperor's treasure wasn't that easy to obtain. If he wasn't careful, he might die here forever. Yan Lao, in this Emperor Palace, there were countless treasures, but there's also great danger ahead. Therefore, Yan Lao, you all better think about it carefully and leave immediately. Let's go deeper, Yang Fann said to Yan Zantian with a serious expression. Of course, this was also said to all the great Yan royal families of the great Yan royal family. He wasn't their nanny, so he couldn't protect them all the time. At most, he could give them a hand when it was within his ability, and to be honest, in this place, Yang Fann did not have much confidence. The high-grade king who could save them just now was a great example. C553, the strange fog of the ancient path of death. Golden Lion Imperial Palace, Starry Sky Ancient Road. All the great Yan royal families from the great Yan royal family looked at each other with hesitation in their eyes. It wasn't easy for them to enter the palace of highest emperor, but they were forced to retreat without getting anything. He would regret it for the rest of his life, but he would continue to venture deeper into the palace. He felt a little sad. The miserable fate of that high-grade king was still fresh in his mind. This Golden Lion Imperial Palace was definitely not a good place. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every step of the Golden Lion Imperial Palace was filled with killing intent. If he was not careful, his body and soul might be destroyed. Retreating, he was extremely unwilling. Advancing, and his life was in danger. It was truly a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat unknowingly. All the eyes of the great Yan royal family were focused on the old ancestor, Yan Zantian. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. They hoped that the old ancestor, Yan Zantian, could come up with an idea for them. You all can make your own decision about this matter, whether you want to fight or not. You have to ask your own heart. Yan Zantian's expression became serious and his face became serious. Don't worry, even if you withdraw now, I won't blame you. Yan Zantian didn't lie about what he said after that. Since Yang Fann was here, it wouldn't matter if there were a few more of them. If anything were to happen to them, they would be able to return to some of the higher-ups and top-level king, which would leave a part of the royal family's foundation. The next moment, a resolute look flashed across Yan Zantian's eyes. He said to Yang Fann resolutely, "Young Master Yang, they will do what they want. I will definitely continue forward. Even if I die, I have no regrets." It was difficult to have a few struggles in one's life. He had lived for nearly 20,000 years. He could be considered to have lived his life to its fullest. He had already entered the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. If he didn't encounter an opportunity, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to feel at ease for the rest of his life. Furthermore, he was well aware of his own talent. Even if he used all of his power in the country, it would only push his bloodline into the quasi-second-grade profound veins rank. If he didn't have any fortuitous encounters, lower quasi-emperor would be his limit. Instead of wasting the rest of his life, why not take the risk? Ancestor, I'm also willing to continue forward. I've already entered the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. If I don't give it my all, I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life. What His Highness the Crown Prince said is true. We have already reached this place. If we were to retreat dejectedly like this, I will feel uneasy for the rest of my life. That's right, the path of martial arts required one to be brave and diligent. If we retreat when we are in danger, I'm afraid the martial arts will stop here. Ancestor, I'm willing to give it a try. At most, I'll just die and lose my head. It's just a big bowl of rice, what's there to be afraid of? Finally, all the great Yan royal families from the great Yan royal family spoke with determination. Their voices were firm and forceful, like the wind blowing and the water turning cold. Once a warrior left, he would no longer have the momentum to return it. He would be able to condense golden elixir of lives, corroborating kings. Which one of them didn't have a clear path? If he withdrew now, he would definitely have a knot in his heart. From now on, it would be difficult for them to break through at the least. If it was serious, they might even go crazy. Besides, even those rogue cultivator in the martial arts worlds would dare to take the risk. Could it be that they, the dignified imperial family disciples, were inferior to those rogue cultivator in the martial arts worlds? Furthermore, compared to the martial artist of the other major powers, with the care of Yang Fann, their safety was obviously much higher. Since no one is backing out, then let's continue our journey. However, we still have to be careful along the way. Yang Fann reminded everyone once again. He did not try to persuade them anymore. He had already reminded them everything that needed to be reminded. What happened next would be their own business. Each and every one of them wasn't an ignorant child. They were all responsible for their own decisions. If they dared to take the risk, they would have to be prepared to die in the next moment. Yang Fann strode forward and took the lead. He advanced towards the depths of the ancient path. His speed wasn't very fast, it was only a few dozen times faster than the speed of sound. On this mysterious ancient starry path, there was always an inexplicable sense of danger in his heart, forcing him to act cautiously. He did not know how long this starry sky path was, even if it was only 10 times faster than the speed of sound. However, after the time it took to make a cup of tea, they had already walked tens of thousands of miles. However, they still couldn't see the end of the ancient path. What was even stranger was that, after such a long time, they had yet to see a single person. This was obviously not right. One should know that those who had swarmed into the Golden Lion Imperial Palace earlier, not only the expert of the top powers, but also those rogue cultivator in the martial arts worlds. Some of the weaker ones were not even half-stepped king warriors. With their speed, they were still ahead of them. They shouldn't be too far away from each other. Soon, another 10 minutes passed. The ancient path still had no end in sight. Yang Fann's brows unknowingly knitted together tightly. It was as if they were the only ones in the entire ancient path. What surprised him even more was that on the ancient path in the starry sky, it seemed like there was a mysterious force suppressing their spiritual sense and strength of soul. Furthermore, it didn't go too deep, but the stronger the force was. After breaking through to the martial lord's 6th layer, even if he didn't release the spiritual sense, with just the spiritual sense, he could easily sense everything that was happening thousands of miles away. Once he unleashed the spiritual sense, the area within 1,000,000 miles would be under his control. But now, even if he used all of his strength, the spiritual sense could only cover an area of 10,000 miles. And that area was still shrinking. As for the team, they were even more miserable. Even Yan Zantian, this lower quasi-emperor, could only cover a 10-mile radius with his spiritual sense. Suddenly, Yang Fann stopped in his tracks, and a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. What happened to brother Yang Fann? Yan Yuji looked at Yang Fann with some doubt. Why did he suddenly stop? Everyone, be careful. There is a situation. Yang Fann's voice was a little heavy. 100 miles away, a huge fog suddenly filled the air. And it was spreading towards them at a speed that was dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. What shocked Yang Fann the most was that he actually didn't know how this fog came from. One should know that he had been on guard ever since he found out about the strangeness of this ancient path. The spiritual sense had been covering an area with a circumference of 3,000 miles. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to hide anything from him. What? Hearing this, everyone's heart tightened immediately. It was definitely not a small matter for Yang Fann to be so cautious. Suddenly, Yang Fann's expression changed once again. This strange fog actually had the ability to devour spiritual energy. In just a breath's time, a trace of his spiritual sense had been swallowed. 5 Right at this moment, the rolling fog had already arrived in front of them. In the blink of an eye, it had completely enveloped Yang Fann and his group. Arg, why can't I see anything anymore? Ancestor, where are you? Where are you? In an instant, waves of exclamations rang out. This caused Yang Fann to frown. This strange fog could not only devour spiritual sense, it could also devour spiritual sense. What? Even he, in this strange fog, he could only see 100 feet of land. It was imaginable what others could do. It was basically the same as opening one's eyes and going blind. Even Yan Zantian, the lower quasi-emperor, was no exception. In an instant, wails that sounded like the cries of a dying beast rose and fell one after another, causing one to feel extremely terrified and horrified. Not good. Yang Fann's expression suddenly changed as he thought of something. This strange fog had the power to devour spiritual sense, although it had only devoured a tiny bit of his spiritual sense. However, who was Yang Fann? Especially after he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. The scariness of the strength of soul was something that even some lower emperors had to admit his inferiority. One of the lines of the spiritual sense was the total mental strength of a top-level king. It was not much weaker than the other. That strange secret could devour a trace of the spiritual sense in just a breath's time. If it was any other high-grade king warrior, they would have been sucked dry in an instant. Spiritual force was the source of soul. Once it was devoured, the soul would be destroyed in an instant. Be careful, this fog can devour spiritual force. Everyone, don't release the spiritual sense. Unfortunately, Yang Fann's words were a little too late. There were a few more despairing wails that resounded through the heavens and earth. Clearly, all of the spiritual force had been devoured by the strange fog, and the soul had been destroyed. The hearts of the remaining people trembled. They hurriedly withdrew their spiritual sense. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, another mournful wail swept across everyone's ears. What's that? No, it hurts. Save me, ancestor. Save me. C554. His soul was soaring on. No, don't kill me. Save me, ancestor. Save me, I don't want to die. His Excellency Yang Fann, save me. Wails of agony kept bursting out from the strange mist, causing the remaining great Yan royal family experts to tremble from the depths of their souls. Great light illumination technique. Whirlwind fire dragon shocks the heavens. How could this be? My vital spirit, why can't I use my vital spirit? Yan Zantian and the other great Yan royal families prepared to use the arcane art to dispel the thick fog. However, what frightened them was that the golden elixir of life in their dantian seemed to have been sealed by someone. They could not use any other power except the power of the shell. They weren't bodies that specialized in body cultivation. With just the power of the shell alone, their combat strength would be reduced to less than 1 in 10,000. They were afraid that they wouldn't be much stronger than ordinary top martial lords' warriors. The cries of help rose and fell, but the crowd could only panic. Their dantian had been sealed, and all of their powerful martial skill secret techniques had been turned into decorations, unable to dispel the strange mist. They were completely blind, and even their senses had been sealed. The spiritual sense was unleashed and they were dead. There was nothing they could do about it. There was nothing they could do about it. In the next moment, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness swept across their hearts, making them feel like they were going crazy. Don't tell me all of us have to die in humiliation. As they heard the continuous wails of despair ringing in their ears, the expert roared with unwillingness in their hearts. Which one of them wasn't a hero of their generation, the king that was revered by the people? Even if they were to die, they would die in a spectacular manner. But now, they didn't even see the shadow of the enemy. He died in such a muddle-headed way. He didn't want to die. He really wasn't willing to accept that many people felt even more regret in their hearts. If they had known this earlier, they would not have continued forward. Even if there was a knot in their hearts in the future, it would still be 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than such an aggrieved death. So terrifying. What a strange mist. Yang Fann's eyes had never been so serious before. Even his sea of chaotic true essence seemed to have turned into a pool of stagnant water, and he couldn't even use the vital spirit. It was so frightening that it made people's hair stand on end. With his strength, even if the middle greed emperor descended, he wouldn't be able to easily seal his dantian. Without the power of true essence, the power of all the profound mysteries would drop dramatically. His combat strength would drop by more than 100 times in an instant. Fortunately, he wasn't a pure true cultivator. The 5-elemental demon god battle body wasn't affected at all. Once it was fully unleashed, the body defense was even more powerful than a top-secret treasure. If it wasn't for Emperor Sovereign, the ultimate treasure would be in his hand. Adding the sharpness of the water god's war spear. Hong Long. In the next moment, a decisive glint flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. His vast and mighty mental energy swept out in an instant. However, he was prepared to exhaust some of his mental energy to probe everything within this dense fog. At that moment, PCHT. Yang Fann's face suddenly turned red, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, as if he had fallen ill. Bitch it, how could this be? He thought that as long as he was fast enough, this strange fog would at most devour a trace of his spiritual energy. He could recover after a few minutes of rest. Never would he have thought that after he was in the fog. His power of devouring suddenly increased by more than 100 times, and in less than half a breath's time. It had devoured nearly 1/10,000th of his mental energy, causing him to suffer a great loss. If it wasn't for his timely reaction, perhaps his mind would have been severely injured. At this moment, Yang Fann didn't dare to casually release his spiritual energy anymore. In the end, his relationship with the great Yan royal family was just like that. Apart from Yan Yuji and the other two people that he was slightly concerned about, the relationship between the other great Yan royal families of the great Yan royal family and him was. He was only slightly better than the stranger, but he could do whatever he could. Yang Fann did not mind pulling them along to save them, but if he had to pay a heavy price, he would forget about it. He wasn't their nanny. Spiritual force was the source of souls. Even if Yang Fann possessed the 5-elemental demon god battle body, it would not be easy for him to recover. In just 3 breaths' time, there were already no less than 100 miserable cries. In other words, at least 100 experts had died in the strange fog. Woo woo woo. Someone save me, save me. I'm still young. I haven't broken through to the top-level king yet, I don't want to die. Fear continued to spread among the crowd. Some of them even broke down completely and wailed loudly, woo woo woo. I regret not entering the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. If time could be reversed, I would definitely turn around and leave without saying a word. 1. Bitch it. Yang Fann clenched his fists and veins popped out. Ever since he rose to power, he had never felt so powerless before. What the hell is it that is playing tricks on me? His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, but the 30-meter radius was too small for him to see anything unusual. He didn't know if it was because he knew how powerful Yang Fann was and didn't dare to provoke him, or if it was because everyone in the group was behind him. One should know that the people at the back were very far away from him. They were dozens of miles away from him. Of course, under normal circumstances, such a small distance was nothing. Witch King, he wasn't the ruler of dozens of miles in a blink of an eye, but with Yang Fann's cultivation base. Not to mention dozens of miles, even hundreds of miles. Thousands of miles was a matter of a single thought. But now, dozens of miles. It was like a heavenly chasm that separated man and man forever. This won't do, I can't continue staying here. In just a few breaths of time, more than 100 people had already fallen and continued to stay here. It wouldn't be long before all the great Yan royal families in the great Yan royal family were slaughtered. Very quickly, a thought flashed across Yang Fann's mind. Why don't we go all out regardless of the consequences? I'll just run out of this foggy land in one breath. The strange fog only covered several hundred kilometers of the ancient road. As long as they ran at full speed, even if the golden elixir of life is sealed, just the body alone, their speed would not be lower than 10 times the speed of sound. In just a few breaths' time, it would be able to cross 100 miles, but it was quickly denied by Yang Fann. The ancient starry sky path was not a straight path, but a winding path of snakes. He didn't have anything to do with himself, and his 30-meter-long eyes were also his eyes. However, the others were blind with their eyes wide open, and they were able to move at full speed. They kept rushing forward, and they had no choice but to break out of the ancient starry sky path. The outcome of the high-grade king was still fresh in their minds. Besides him, the terrifying destructive starlight. No one on the scene could withstand it. Even Yu Nuo, who possessed the netherworld's sacred body, could not withstand a round of attack. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Yang Fann's mind, as if he had thought of something. Next, it all depends on your luck. He wasn't that pedantic person. He couldn't do anything serious. He could only break his wrist and bring a few people with him to rush out of this foggy land. In the next moment, rumble, 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 rumble. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth. The light of the 5 elements burst out from Yang Fann's pores. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 160 feet tall Triton. However, the divine light of the 5 elements that could illuminate everything was suppressed the moment it came into contact with the strange fog. It barely covered the surface of Yang Fann's body. Yang Fann was slightly disappointed, but it was also within his expectation. This fog was extremely strange. Not only could it devour mind power and suppress vision, but it could also seal the vital spirit. So what if it could suppress the divine light of the 5 elements? Roar. Suddenly, Yang Fann let out a loud roar, and the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great art started circulating crazily in his body. Although the vital spirit was sealed, Yang Fann still had the energy of his cells. The surging power of the 5 elements devil god was also able to use the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great art. The technique rumble. Yang Fann's entire body seemed to have turned into the most terrifying black hole. Endless power of devourings burst out with him as the center. Large amounts of dense fog swarmed over and was swallowed by him. This was the method Yang Fann had thought of, to devour the heavens and devour the earth. The method to devour and refine this strange fog was to devour the heavens and devour the earth. The method was incomparably profound. There was nothing in the world that could not be devoured. It was not impossible to devour this strange fog. Suddenly, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's brows. He had made the right bet. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique had indeed not disappointed him. Suddenly, Yang Fann glared at him. It was hard to conceal the excitement in his heart. This strange fog could actually strengthen his mental strength. In just a breath's time, his damaged mental strength had recovered by more than half. The strange fog did not change much, as if it had never been swallowed by Yang Fann. The next moment, Yang Fann's heart was pounding. His eyes were filled with blazing light, and even his breathing started to quicken. If I can devour all of these hundreds of miles of misty land. Then, what realm will my spiritual energy increase to? It's completely unimaginable. C555 10 times the power of the soul. Dangers always coexist with opportunities, which is not wrong at all. The strange fog was extremely terrifying and filled with endless killing intent. He had never thought that. It's a great tonic, and it's a very precious spirit tonic. The strange fog that was less than 1 in a million had already restored most of Yang Fann's damaged mental energy. If he could devour all the strange fog that covered hundreds of miles, his mental energy would increase to another level, and perhaps even some middle greed Emperor Supreme beings wouldn't be able to compare to him. Ha ha ha. As expected, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. It has happened. Yang Fann could no longer suppress the joy in his heart when he thought about how his strength of soul was going to surpass middle greed Emperor Supreme realm in one go. I'm really going to make a big fortune this time. Yang Fann could no longer suppress the joy in his heart when he thought about how his strength of soul was going to surpass middle greed Emperor Supreme realm in one go. He burst into laughter. As long as his strength of soul could reach the middle greed Emperor, with the few great mental energy secret techniques he had mastered, if lower emperors didn't have the soul defense, he would be able to break through to the next level. With just the soul alone, he could easily kill them all. However, when Yan Yuji and the others heard this voice, it immediately changed into another meaning. They all looked towards Yang Fann. Although there was only a dense fog in front of them, their eyes were filled with worry. Could it be that brother Yang Fann, young master, couldn't bear the blow and his mind had collapsed? Otherwise, at this moment of life and death, as long as it was a normal person, how could he still laugh? Brother Yang Fann, young master, you have to hold on. We are waiting for you to lead us out of danger, and you are going to collapse. What should we do? Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the joy in his heart. He circulated the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring technique with all his might, like a giant whale swallowing water. He crazily swallowed that strange fog, but Yang Fann did not forget Yan Yuji and the others. He turned his gaze and looked at them. He did not want them to be harmed. In the end, he saw their worried eyes and thought that they were worried about his safety. He immediately comforted them. Yan Lao, Junior Yuji, don't worry. I have found a solution. What? Brother Yang Fann, young master, has found a solution. Yan Yuji and the others were shocked at first, but then they were delighted. A hint of understanding emerged in their hearts. The reason why brother Yang Fann, young master, laughed so loudly just now was probably because he thought of a way to free us. Very quickly, the panic in the entire team was alleviated. Although many of them still had doubts about it, they still had doubts about it. They believed that Yang Fann had only said that because he had calmed the people down. However, most of them still chose to believe Yang Fann. This was the most powerful monster in the history of the human race. It was a synonym for miracles. Anything could happen to him. One breath later, not only had Yang Fann fully recovered his damaged mental strength, he had also made some progress. Suddenly, Yang Fann's body shook slightly. The sealed world in his Dantian region started to loosen a little. Pure chaotic true essences gushed out of his Dantian. Not only that, but also, even his suppressed perception had improved significantly. He was able to sense everything within a 30-meter radius, and as he continued to devour and refine the strange fog, his senses continued to expand. 500 meters, 300 meters, 300 meters, 6,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters. When Yang Fann's senses reached 8,000 meters, a cold shine suddenly flashed in his eyes. Evil creature, you're courting death. A black shadow could be seen. It was as fast as lightning, lunging towards the great Yan Imperial Dynasty's mid-king who was 80,000 feet away. It was a huge black mantis, about 3 meters long. Its pincers were like two divine weapons, capable of tearing everything apart. In a flash, the huge praying mantis was already 3 meters away from mid-king. However, under the suppression of the strange fog, the mid-king didn't know that danger had arrived. He was still anxiously looking around. There was no sound. He looked like the most perfect assassin in the dark night. A long pincer cut through the void and went straight for mid-king's head. Right at this moment, rumble, a devouring black hole suddenly appeared above mid-king's head and swallowed the huge praying mantis into the black hole. The power of devouring erupted and instantly devoured the huge praying mantis. The next moment, a strange expression appeared on Yang Fann's face. The huge praying mantis was extremely strange. Even he couldn't see through their cultivation base and strength. Their means were even more ferocious. The expert of the great Yan Imperial Dynasty had completely collapsed. He thought that it was some kind of terrifying ferocious beast. Never had he thought that they would be the same thing. The strength of original life provided by it was actually slightly weaker than the strength of original life provided by one of the top martial lord's warriors. In other words, the true strength of this giant mantis was only at the first-grade sovereign realm, and its combat strength was at most at the half-step king. It was a pity that many of the king warriors had fallen in its hands. If it wasn't for the suppression of this strange mist, any one of them would have been able to slaughter 1,000 of these giant mantises. The mutated Tribe Emperor Palace is indeed the mutated Tribe Emperor Palace. It's really disadvantageous to our human race. Suddenly, a hint of understanding emerged in Yang Fann's mind. The mysterious mist that Golden Lion Emperor had set up in the palace was specifically targeted at human expert. One must know that the human race had always been known for their weak bodies, except for a few body cultivator sect. Most of them were far inferior to alien expert. Especially under the suppression of this strange fog, they had lost the protection of the power of true essence. An ordinary king warrior, a pure body defense could be considered pretty good if it could be compared to a earth organ. On the other hand, those non-humans, even if the vital spirit was sealed, their physique was also incomparably strong. Some of them were even stronger than descendant of a divine beast. The body was comparable to a top-grade or even a top-grade secret treasure. In this misty land, towards human expert, however, to those alien expert, it was just a little bit troublesome and not dangerous at all. With the strength of these giant mantises, even if alien expert stood there and let them attack, they wouldn't be able to break through their defense. I wonder how many people will die on this ancient path. Yang Fann sighed in his heart. He stopped thinking about it and focused on refining the strange fog. They had chosen their own path, so they should be prepared for the consequences. 5 breaths later, Yang Fann's senses had already expanded to a radius of 200,000 feet. All the great Yan imperial dynasties of the great Yan imperial dynasty were enveloped by his senses. They could be considered to be completely safe. However, it was a pity that in that short period of 5 breaths, dozens of great Yan imperial dynasty kings were killed by the giant mantises before Yang Fann could rescue them. 10 breaths later, "Ah, eldest brother, I can see you now." A sudden cry of surprise came from Yan Yuji's mouth. Yan Juishan, who was 30 feet away, was still a little hazy. He could not see what she looked like clearly, but compared to her, he was still a little hazy. His eyes were filled with dense fog. It was much better. "Look, the fog seems to be much thinner. What His Excellency Yang Fann said is true. It's all true. We are saved, we are saved." Soon, the huge foggy area began to boil. Everything indicated that Yang Fann had found a solution. Rumble. Ignoring the cheers of the crowd, Yang Fann continued to circulate the heaven and earth devouring method and devour the fog in all directions. As his dantian was unsealed, more and more chaotic true essences were pouring out of it. The power of devouring suddenly rose to a higher level, and a large amount of fog was absorbed by Yang Fann's body. With Yang Fann as the center, the fog was constantly cleared out. 3 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, 300 yards. Suddenly, Yang Fann's spirit shook. A bright golden light shot out from his eyes. It was like the first ray of light since the creation of the world. It shone brightly and illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earth. After clearing the fog in a radius of 3,000 feet, Yang Fann's strength of soul. It was simply unimaginable. One should know that the mind was different from the vital spirit. Every bit of improvement was made. It was especially difficult when it was at Emperor Sovereign's level. It was extremely difficult to increase one's cultivation by 1 level. However, Yang Fann was different. In just a few minutes, if this was spread out, countless emperor would be jealous to death. Blessed land. This starry sky ancient road was truly Yang Fann's blessed land. 15 minutes later, with Yang Fann as the center, all the layers of fog in the surrounding area had been devoured by him. Yang Fann's strength of soul had successfully increased by 3 times, and it had already surpassed most of the lower emperors' strength of soul. An hour later, more than half of the fog in the area was cleared out. Yang Fann's strength of soul had increased by more than 9 times and was advancing towards the strength of soul in an orderly manner. C556 Calamity of Stars Rumble. Yang Fann circulated the heaven and earth devouring method to the maximum. The chaotic true essence ocean started violently surging, causing huge waves to surge. The power of devouring instantly increased by more than 10 times. In just a breath's time, it had devoured all the remaining fog that was thin to the extreme. In the next moment, rumble, Yang Fann's eyes moved and a bright golden light shot out. It was as if Devil God had created a world, and wherever he went, in all directions, countless spatial zones exploded like mirrors. Terrifying unparalleled scariness. One should know that this was the Golden Lion Imperial Palace, and the spatial barrier was extremely solid. Compared to the outside world, it was more than thousands of times stronger. A lower quasi-emperor like Yan Zontian was just using all his strength. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, if an ordinary top quasi-emperor dared to stand in front of Yang Fann's eyes. Hong Long, who, after exhaling a mouthful of foul air, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This time, he had really made a huge profit. After absorbing all the mist, his strength of soul instantly increased by more than 10 times. Almost 11 times. At this moment, the scariness of his soul had already far exceeded the scope of lower emperors. It was afraid that it would not be much weaker than those middle-grade emperor paragons if he had such a terrifying strength of soul before. How could he let the 4 great emperor be so arrogant? A single soul arrow was enough to teach them how to behave. But now, it was not the end. They could run away from the monk, but not the temple. He believed that it would not be long before they met again. At that time, right at this moment, the noise caused Yang Fann's good mood, which had skyrocketed, to dissipate. However, many of the great Yan imperial dynasty's kings didn't dare to go any further. They kept shouting and wanting to turn around and go back. They were really scared. How long had it been? They didn't even see the shadow of the treasure, but they had already lost nearly 300 experts. One must know that when all of them were together, it was only a few thousand. If this continued, who knew how many more people would be lost? It might even be possible for all of them to be wiped out. Of course, it was nothing much if they just went back. From the beginning, Yan Zantian had told them to go or stay. It was all up to them to decide. Now that they were in danger, it was fine if they did not want to continue walking. However, they wanted to push their luck. They actually wanted Yang Fann and the others to escort them back. It had to be said that they were truly scared out of their wits. Although they didn't encounter any danger when they came here, they weren't afraid of 10,000, but what if that terrifying fog of death appeared on the road? One had to know that the appearance of the fog of death just now was without any warning at all. It suddenly appeared on the ancient path. You actually want me to escort them back? Yang Fann sneered. Look at how spoiled they are. Do you really think I'm their nanny? The next moment, Yang Fann coldly glanced at those kings of great Yan royal family who were arguing about going back. His voice was somewhat cold as he said, those who are willing to continue forward, come with me. Those who are unwilling, go back by yourself. As soon as his voice faded, Yang Fann didn't even look at them. He took a step forward and strode forward. Yu Nuo and Wu Chengkong looked at those people who were shouting the loudest with amusement. What kind of public coercion was this? What a joke. After that, they moved and caught up with Yang Fann's pace. Old ancestor, let's hurry up and leave as well. Yan Yuji smiled helplessly. These uncles were really good. They didn't even look at who brother Yang Fann was. Can you do whatever you want with him? Hey, you guys, forget it, I don't care about you guys. Those who are willing to continue on the road, follow me. Yan Zantian shook his head in disappointment. Why didn't these people know his position? Did they really think that Yang Fann owes you all? If they really owe you, it would be our royal family who owes Yang Fann. The next moment, Yan Zantian couldn't be bothered with these unworthy descendants. He led Yan Yuji, and a portion of the royal family's kings, who were willing to continue forward, and chased after Yang Fann with large strides. How could this be? How could this be? The hundreds of great Yan royal family experts who were shouting and wanting to return were instantly dumbfounded. This shouldn't be the script. As the saying goes, good. It was hard to go against the will of the masses, and the minority would obey the majority. There were more than 500 of them here, and they took up more than 7 levels of the remaining people. Shouldn't Yang Fann obediently compromise and escort them back? Third Imperial Uncle, if that Yang Fann doesn't escort us, what should we do now? That's right, Third Imperial Uncle, can you make a decision? Should we continue to leave, or should we return immediately? Very quickly, all the gazes of the great Yan royal family were focused on a middle-aged man. He was a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe. He looked to be in his mid-30s. His face was as clear as jade, and his facial lines were very gentle. His hands were empty, but every move he made was emitting a magical charm that could capture one's soul. It made people believe in him. The Flaming Dragon King, Yan Yunlong, was the third uncle of the great Yan Imperial Dynasty's emperor. He was one of the top expert in the royal family. 1,000 years ago, he was already a top-level king, and he was also the fiercest person who had shouted just now. This. Yan Yunlong opened his mouth, and hesitated for a moment. If he continued forward, he might encounter some danger, and it would definitely be a narrow escape. However, if he went back now, without Yang Fann's protection, if he encountered that death mists again, it was very likely that he would be completely wiped out. After a long silence, a ruthless look flashed across Yan Yunlong's eyes. HMPH, I don't believe that our luck will be that bad. The next moment, Yan Yunlong's expression changed, and he said with a righteous expression, the Golden Lion Imperial Palace is filled with danger. If we are not careful, we will most likely die. My royal family has left enough blood today. We must leave behind the vital energy for my royal family. Let's go back. Yes, we must leave behind useful bodies to repay the royal family's kindness. Third Imperial Uncle, we'll listen to you, we'll go back immediately. After finding a good reason for their cowardice, the group of great Yan royal family kings didn't stay any longer. They turned around and left, not knowing if it was their luck or not. On their way back, they didn't encounter the death mists again. However, they encountered a terrifying hurricane. Apart from a few dozens of people who were lucky enough to survive, the rest of them were torn into pieces by the hurricane. As a result, they might as well follow Yang Fann on his journey. Of course, this was a matter of the future. Let's not talk about it for now. After Yang Fann and the others continued on their way, they were obviously more vigilant than before. None of them dared to leave 100 meters away from Yang Fann in case they encountered the fog of death again, and Yang Fann would not be able to save them in time. Regarding this, Yang Fann shook his head with a bitter smile. There was really no need for this. The fog of death was his best spiritual food. It was no longer a threat to them. One should know that after devouring a large amount of the fog of death, Yang Fann found that he seemed to have become immune to the fog of death. It had all kinds of strange effects. It had no effect on him anymore. Unfortunately, his words did not have much effect. As usual, no one dared to leave 100 meters away from Yang Fann. It seemed that this was the only way to give them a sense of security. Soon, another half an hour passed. Yang Fann and his group advanced tens of thousands of miles on the ancient starry sky path once again. However, the ancient starry sky path seemed to be endless, and they still couldn't see anything from afar. During this period of time, they had also encountered an attack. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that it wasn't the death mists that he was looking forward to. As for the others, whether they were humans or non-humans, they still hadn't encountered them. It was unknown whether they had already fallen on the ancient path, or they had already passed through the ancient path. Suddenly, Yang Fann's figure paused for a moment. The hearts of the people behind him tightened. Every time Yang Fann stopped in his tracks, nothing good would happen. Right at this moment, rumble. In the southwestern direction, an unknown distance away in the distant void, a star suddenly burst forth with a brilliant light. Precious light shot out in all directions. It was a marvelous sight, and endless starlight flickered. It was unimaginably beautiful. It could not be described with words at that moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The starry sky in front of them seemed to be torn apart as the bright star exploded with a terrifying sound. Countless starlight and dust shot out in all directions. It was as if the world had gone extinct, the world had fallen, and all living things had gone extinct. It was as if a supreme voice had descended from the sky, like the judgment of the heavenly Tao. Devastating star tribulation. C557 Suppress a clan starry path, endless starry sky. Rumble, 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 rumble. A countless number of bright stars exploded with a terrifying sound. Countless stars exploded and dust flew in all directions. It was as if the world had gone extinct, the world had fallen, and all living things had gone extinct. It was as if a supreme voice had descended from the sky, like the judgment of the heavenly Tao. Devastating star tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. The stars were split apart, and a terrifying destructive starlight burst out. It was dense and dense, like raindrops, as it passed through the endless voids. It shot towards Yang Fann and his group. Wherever the starlight passed, the void would explode inch by inch. The world would be thrown into chaos, the life force would wither, the airflow would be chaotic, and the surroundings would be filled with the traces of destruction. It was like the end of the world had descended, and the universe had collapsed. Its speed was so fast that it was unknown how many tens of thousands of times faster than the speed of sound. It arrived in an instant, and it was impossible to guard against it. Hiss. Good. What a terrifying annihilation. Starlight, terrifying. It's truly too terrifying. Yan Zontian couldn't help but suck in a breath of fame as he felt the terrifying power contained within the starlight. Each of the destructive starlight was no less than a full-powered strike from him. It could easily destroy a mountain. With his cultivation base and strength, even if he used all the resources of great Yan royal family, the most he could do was to receive 10 rays of starlight. However, there were more than 10 streams of starlight that came from the sky. There were more than 100 of them. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were all ordinary quasi-emperor at peak warriors. Under the endless starlight, the only thing that could be done was to die. Young Master Yang Fann, senior brother, all of this is up to you. Unknowingly, everyone's eyes were focused on the slightly thin body in front of them. This was their hope. If even he couldn't block the endless starlight, then only death awaited them. At that moment the annihilation heavenly starred tribulation is perfect to test my soaring strength of soul. A bright light flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Although he had encountered an attack earlier, his strength was slightly weaker. It was comparable to a full-powered attack from lower quasi-emperor, but it was broken by him with a wave of his hand. The next moment, Yang Fann's eyes focused. The terrifying strength of soul that frightened countless lower emperors pierced through his body and turned into spiritual arrows that could slaughter gods and devils. The arrows flew towards the starlight. Spiritual arrows, a spiritual secret skill that Yang Fann had obtained from the Li Huo Zong's elder, Zhe Changtian. Although it was only a low-grade profound rank secret skill, it was still a low-grade profound rank secret skill. As for the current Yang Fann, he didn't have much of an increase in strength. Even so, with Yang Fann's current terrifying soul power, which was comparable to a middle-grade Emperor Supreme, every single spiritual arrow was aimed at the median quasi-emperor. With ease, he was able to severely injure a lower quasi-emperor. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void shattered. Large tracts of space collapsed and turned into dust. Countless mushroom clouds continuously rose up, as if 3 calamities and 9 calamities had occurred. All of the perishing starlight was blocked by the spiritual arrow in the void. There was not a single bit that was left out. Young Master Yang Fann, this strength of soul is really. Yan Zantian took a long time to find a suitable adjective, but he still couldn't find a suitable adjective. As a lower quasi-emperor, his strength of soul was considered powerful. However, even if he tried his best, he could at most form a spiritual arrow like that. However, the mental arrow released by Yang Fann, more than 100, 1,000. That was tens of thousands of spiritual arrows. In other words, Yang Fann's strength of soul was tens of thousands of times more powerful than his. It was simply unimaginable powerful. Brother Yang Fann was really too strong. No one has ever come before. Yan Yuji looked at Yang Fann with admiration, as if she was looking up to the divine light in her heart. There was also a faint trace of strange light. A strange blush appeared on her perfect and flawless face. No one knew what she was thinking about. 3 breaths later, the shattered galaxy and the destroyed space were all restored to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Just like the sturdy spatial barrier, the spatial adjustment speed within the Emperor Palace also increased by several hundred times in the next moment. Yang Fann waved at the people behind him and continued to advance toward the depths of the ancient path. However, his speed had slightly increased. The sudden increase of the strength of soul had given him a qualitative leap in his combat strength. He was no longer afraid of the dangers on the ancient path. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Fann and the others once again traveled 100,000 miles into the ancient path of stars. Suddenly, Yang Fann's body trembled slightly, and an indescribable surprise flashed across his eyes. He saw the death mists once again. 3,000 miles ahead of them was an ancient path covered by a large number of death mists. Although it was much less than the number of death mists they had encountered before, it still covered over 100 miles of the ancient path. His strength of soul would at least increase by 2 or 3 levels. At that time, he would be able to match up to some middle-grade emperor warriors. Suddenly, a trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. From the death mists that appeared last time, he could tell that this death mists could move. Moreover, its speed wasn't slow, it was dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. However, the death mists in front of him seemed to have nailed itself onto the ancient path, showing no signs of moving. Could it be? A light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. There was a hint of understanding in his eyes. The next moment, rumble, the terrifying spiritual sense that was as vast as the starry sky of the universe instantly penetrated into the death mists. In an instant, everything within the death mists was displayed within his sea of consciousness. Very quickly, a look of understanding flashed across Yang Fann's face. It was just as he had guessed. As long as a living creature fell into the fog, it would stop in the center of the fog, thousands of people were slowly moving forward. Although they were in human form, behind their butts, they all had a long, blue crocodile tail. It was one of the 13 great clans, the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan, which was second only to the 4 great imperial clans. They had the bloodline of the divine beast, the item 2 dragon, and were born at the sovereign realm. When they reached adulthood, they would be kings, and their bloodline would be noble. He was definitely not any weaker than the 4 great imperial clans. According to the legends, he was originally a major power in Middle-earth. For some unknown reason, 80,000 years ago, he arrived in the southwest region of the heavenly desolate domain. He had planted his roots here compared to the chaotic and despairing Great Yan imperial dynasties of the Great Yan imperial dynasty. These thousands of blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan experts were much, much better. There was not a trace of panic in their eyes. In fact, there were quite a number of them. They were still talking and letting the giant mantis attack them. For these body defenses, the body defense was at least comparable to the lower secret treasure, the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan's expert. The attack of the giant mantis was no different from a mosquito bite. Even if they stood there and let them slash for a day, they wouldn't be able to harm even a single hair of theirs. HMPH. It's your bad luck to meet me. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed and he sneered. If it was a human force, as long as they didn't come and cause trouble for him, he wouldn't take the initiative to deal with them. However, he would kill every single one of these foreign races in Golden Lion Imperial Palace. 10 breaths later, Yang Fann and the rest arrived 10 miles away from the death mists. Initially, they were worried that the death mists would move when they arrived. However, it seemed like he was overthinking things. The death mists remained in its original position and did not show any signs of moving. Ah, mist of death, it's this mist of death again, bitch, why is it still here? Looking at the dense fog 10 miles away, the faces of the group of Great Yan Imperial Dynasty's experts changed abruptly. Their faces were filled with fear. It was the fog of death that caused them to lose over 300 kings in a short period of time. It was also this fog that had caused their team to fall apart. However, when they saw Yang Fann in front of them, all of them couldn't help but blush. They were truly like a cup of tea that had just been shot by a snake. With Yang Fann around, what were they afraid of? Right at this moment, rumble, 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 endless 5 elemental divine light burst out from Yang Fann's body, illuminating the whole world. The aura around his body increased crazily and steadily. His 1.8 meters body also became 1.8 meters tall. His body was growing at a visible speed. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a 16-meter tall triton. He pointed his finger at the sky and stepped on the ground, covering the sky and covering the sun the next moment. Rumble, a punch was thrown out. The profound meanings of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, devour and destruction 7th layer erupted crazily. A 5 elements world directly smashed down towards the mist of death. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to a radius of 100 miles, as if it was going to wipe out the mist of death along with the thousands of blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan experts within it. 2C 558 enemies meet on a narrow road, the ancient path of stars, in the fog of death. The blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan's experts slowly advanced. From time to time, they would mutter a few words in a loud voice. They did not put the hidden death mantises in their hearts at all. They did not even know that they were about to become turtles in a jar, birds in a cage. Rumble, the brilliant 5 elements world descended from the sky and silently enveloped the entire foggy area. It didn't startle the thousands of blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan experts in the fog at all. Good, seeing that everything was covered by the 5 elements world, Yang Fann couldn't help but say, good. It had to be said that the death mists was his lucky star. Not only could it increase his soul's strength by leaps and bounds, it could also increase his strength by leaps and bounds. If it wasn't for this fog of death, it was easy for him to defeat the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan, but he wanted to capture all of them. However, it would be very difficult. As a top-class outsider who was second only to the 4 great imperial clans, their reserve power was not something that ordinary outsiders could compare to. If they wanted to flee, then Yang Fann wasn't confident that he would be able to take all of them down. In the next moment, Yang Fann's eyes turned, and they shone with a scorching light. None of these thousands of blue-tail ancient crocodile expert were weak. The weakest among them was the top mid-king. There were dozens of top-level king experts, and there were even 5 quasi-emperor experts. The strongest person had even stepped into the quasi-emperor at peak. Each of them possessed the bloodline of the divine beast dragon, and the source of their bloodline was extremely strong. They were far from being comparable to descendant of a divine beast. If they were able to devour all of them at once, adding the strength of original life in his body that he had yet to fully refine, he had broken through to the martial lord's 7th layer. That was an absolute certainty. Not only that, but also, there was a high possibility that his bloodline could improve by leaps and bounds. Advancing to middle grade rank 2 profound veins. Rumble. A round of devouring black holes appeared above the heads of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan's experts. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying power of devouring erupted and swept in all directions, crazily devouring the experts of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan. Over 200 peak mid-king. He didn't even have the chance to cry out in pain before he was completely swallowed up and turned into ashes. The 800 high-grade king warriors were slightly better, but they could only let out a miserable cry before they died. They had just followed the footsteps of the group of mid-king bitch. It's the profound meaning of phagocytosis. Yang Fann. It must be that little monster Yang Fann. In an instant, endless panic swept across the hearts of the remaining blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan's expert. They had seen how terrifying Yang Fann was. He was a terrifying existence that could suppress Emperor Sovereign with his own strength. Even if they used all of their strength, they wouldn't be able to fight him. At the same time, all of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan's expert unleashed all of their potential, trying their best to resist the devouring black hole's devouring. Many of the experts were even willing to burn their bloodline potential to fight against the frenzied power of devouring. However, all of this was just a last-ditch struggle within the death mists. Yang Fann was like the heavens. It was the earth. They were the ones who had their natal beast core sealed. Even if they weren't like the humans, their combat strength would drop by at least 1,000 times. However, their combat strength would still be reduced by less than 1/10, even if it was the strongest half-step quasi-emperor at peak of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan. The strength he could unleash at this moment wouldn't be much stronger than that of an upper quasi-emperor. The other experts of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan were even worse, not to mention. The current Yang Fann was no longer the same as before. The strength of soul had increased by tenfold. The power of the profound meaning of phagocytosis had also increased by several folds. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly stand a chance against it? One breath later, rumble, 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 rumble. Dozens of top-level king warriors of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan followed the footsteps of those middle high-grade king warriors and turned into ashes. They turned into the purest strength of original life and flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole. Yang Fann, stop, stop! The one who has a grudge with you is the White Tiger Empire, the 4 great imperial clans, and not our blue-tail ancient crocodile clan. Why are you killing us all? The blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan's patriarch howled in grief. It's because I'm a human, and all of you are alien races. A cold light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, and he laughed coldly. In that instant, the chaotic true essence in his body went berserk, and the power of devouring in his body instantly increased by more than 10 times in less than half a breath's time. A wild beast that was on the brink of death let out a cry of despair and unwillingness from the death mists, which swept in all directions. A quasi-emperor of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan finally could not hold on any longer, and was completely swallowed by the terrifying power of devouring, turning into a flying ash third elder. The blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan's patriarch was on the verge of exploding. Their blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan only had a total of 8 quasi-emperor experts. Every single one of them was the backbone of their clan, no matter which one they lost. Not to mention, those who had followed him into Golden Lion Imperial Palace were the strongest quasi-sovereigns of their blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan. The weakest amongst them was at the median quasi-emperor. All of a sudden, the expression of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan's patriarch changed once again. His face was filled with terror, and his eyes were split open. Bean-sized drops of blood kept dripping down from his eyes. Even the third elder, who was a median quasi-emperor, had fallen. What about the sons and daughters who weren't even quasi-sovereigns? In the next moment, Zero Yang Fann, you little brute, you will die a horrible death. You're going to die a horrible death. The patriarch of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan let out a heart-wrenching cry, as if he had lost his parents. Those thousands of children were the backbone of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan. They were the hope and future of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan. Now, all of them had fallen under Yang Fann's hands. This was directly cutting off the roots of their blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan. One had to know that the more powerful the creature, the more difficult it was to reproduce. This was the eternal truth, like the divine beast true dragon. It was impossible to produce a single descendant even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Even though the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan wasn't as serious as it was before, however, as a descendant of the divine beast, the difficulty of it was thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary foreign race. Up until now, their blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan only had less than 3,000 people. These thousands of people were almost the fourth level of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were enemies of their clan being exterminated. HMPH, there are many people who want me dead, but who do you think you are? He sneered disdainfully. He had never taken the curse of a weakling to heart rumble. The power of devouring shrunk, and all of the power of devourings gathered on the remaining 4 quasi-sovereigns of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan. In an instant, another median quasi-emperor of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan was completely refined. Roar! Stop! Yang Fann, stop! At this moment, the patriarch of the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan no longer cared about hating Yang Fann. He let out a mournful wail. Although there were still 3 quasi-sovereigns in the territory of their blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan, they were all the weakest of the 3, lower quasi-emperor, and nearly 2,000 remaining clan members. There were still several hundred that hadn't grown up yet, and their battle prowess was limited. If the 3 of them died, then their blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan would truly be wiped out. In these tens of thousands of years, their blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan had offended quite a few powers. At that time, they definitely wouldn't let go of this heaven-sent opportunity. 5 stocks. Yang Fann, as long as you let us go, I will give you 5 spiritual items of the 7th grade. 5 stocks of grade 7 spiritual object, what a generous offer, but you better go to hell. Obediently, Yang Fann smiled coldly. Letting the tiger return to the mountain, he was not that stupid. Besides, killing them all would not be his. 3 breaths later, little son Yang Fann, you are unpardonable. You deserve to die. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. With a wail filled with enmities, the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan's patriarch turned into ashes. A half-step quasi-emperor at peak didn't die in the hands of Emperor's puppet, but was swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. It was truly pitiful. What a pity. If it was any other place, with his cultivation base and the resources of their blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan, he would definitely die at any cost. In this battle, it would take Yang Fann some effort to kill him. There was even a possibility that he might have to pay a price. These major powers had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, but none of them were simple. Half an hour later, Yang Fann had completely refined the death mists. The strength of soul had increased by more than 2 levels. It didn't seem like much, but it was terrifying just by looking at the huge amount of Yang Fann had. 2 levels of the strength of soul had definitely surpassed most of lower emperors'. Soon, another 6 hours passed. No one knew how long the starry sky ancient path was. Yang Fann and his group had already advanced for more than 1,000,000 miles, but they still couldn't see the end of the ancient path. During this time, Yang Fann and his group encountered many dangers. They had encountered many major powers and human clans. There were also outsiders who had come to deal with those outsiders. They had nothing to say to the outsiders. Kill in just 6 hours, more than 10,000 alien expert had died in Yang Fann's hands. Among them, there was a top-grade alien race, the Zon-winged golden crane race. The Zon-winged golden crane clan was only slightly weaker than the blue-tailed ancient crocodile clan. With 4 quasi-emperor experts overseeing the clan, it was a pity that they ran into Yang Fann. All of this was a tragedy. As for the humans, as long as they didn't take the initiative to provoke him. As for saving them, apart from the human forces that were coincidentally trapped in the death mists, he also devoured the death mists. He had saved them along the way. As for the rest, he was simply watching from the sidelines. He was not their nanny. There was no need, and there was no obligation to save them. Furthermore, both sides were competitors at this moment. Yang Fann's figure suddenly paused, and a terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. Enemies really cross paths. C559. His soul showed its power. Ah, save me, don't kill me, I don't want to die. On an ancient path in the starry sky, numerous martial artist humans let out miserable wails of despair and begged for mercy. They hoped that Dark Star would show them his conscience and let them live. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. Kill them all, die, all humans deserve to die, all of them deserve to die. Great Emperor Baihu's expression was ferocious, as if he was the evil ghost from the nether hell. His voice was filled with indescribable pleasure and hatred. Great Emperor Baihu, on the other hand, had given all the humans a sense of hatred. He had been walking all the way here. All the martial artist humans that appeared in front of him, including those rogue cultivator in the martial arts worlds. All the disciples of the sect were slaughtered by him. In less than half a day's time, the number of martial artists that died in his and Golden Crystal White Tiger clan's hands had reached 5,000. It was as if he wanted to vent his anger and killing intent on these martial artist humans. Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all, Jia. Great Emperor Baihu let out a strange laugh. His voice was like the howl of a ghost, causing people's hair to stand on end. Roar Great Emperor Baihu, you all will die a horrible death, you will all die a horrible death. Roar beasts, I curse all of you. I curse all of you, Golden Crystal White Tiger clan, to go to the 18 layers of hell and never be reincarnated again. Struggle, tremble, lowly human aphids, this is offending me. The consequences of offending me, Golden Crystal White Tiger clan. Not only did the enmity's curse not make Great Emperor Baihu angry, instead, they made him even more excited. It was an intoxicated feeling. It was a helpless wail before death. The thick scent of blood around him was absolutely wonderful. It was indescribably wonderful. Ah. The wails of despair grew weaker and weaker until they could no longer hear a single sound. Hundreds of human experts had already been slaughtered, and none of them survived. Looking at the broken limbs and remains on the ground, the ferocious smile on Great Emperor Baihu's face grew even wider. This is only interest, little son Yang Fann, just you wait. Sooner or later, a Japanese emperor will make you pay with blood. At this moment, Great Emperor Baihu, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. A terrifying voice that was so cold that it could freeze one's soul descended from the sky and rang in everyone's ears. In less than a breath's time, rumble, a brilliant dark shine flashed behind him, and in the blink of an eye, a young man appeared in front of Great Emperor Baihu and the others. He was a black-clothed young man, and his aura was ordinary. He looked like an ordinary man who could not understand any martial arts, but by chance. The aura that he revealed gave people the feeling that he was a god that had descended to the mortal world. His eyes were like the starry sky of the universe. It was as if he was born with the ability to attract countless rays of light, and his back was straight. It was as if there was a peerless weapon in his body. It could pierce the sky and make people prostrate on the ground. He was prostrating himself in worship. Who else could it be if it wasn't that Yang Fann who Great Emperor Baihu hated to the bone? However, the current Yang Fann no longer had his usual calm. His face was as cold as ice. He was like the ice god from the polar region of ice. With just a glance, he could completely freeze a person's soul. Rumble. Looking at the corpses on the ground, killing intent surged like a great river in Yang Fann's heart. See. These people had all died because of him. Yang Fann, swear that none of these beasts who killed you will be able to escape. Not only will they die, even Golden Crystal White Tiger clan will be buried with you. Bitch it, why would this little brute come? Looking at Yang Fann in front of him, Great Emperor Baihu frowned slightly. Although he kept shouting that he wanted to cut Yang Fann into pieces and shred him into pieces, but in his heart, he didn't want to meet Yang Fann so early. Besides the endless calamities on the ancient starry sky path, not to mention the supreme treasures of the laws, he didn't even obtain a top-secret treasure, so his strength didn't increase at all. If he fought to the death with Yang Fann at this moment, even if he could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. And if Yang Fann really wanted to leave, they weren't confident that they could make him stay. Right at this moment, rumble, a terrifying killing intent flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. After that, he saw Yang Fann's cold voice, Great Emperor Baihu, all of you bastards will die today. No one will be able to save all of you, little brute. You really don't want to walk down the path of heaven. You have to break through the gates of hell. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Great Emperor Baihu was extremely fearful, but he said in a tough tone, White Tiger killing formation, rise in an instant. Thousands of White Tiger Empire's experts were arranged in a profound formation. Waves of profound aura rose from their bodies, gathering towards Great Emperor Baihu who was at the front. Rumble, 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 rumble. In an instant, Great Emperor Baihu's aura rose steadily. It rose crazily, and in the blink of an eye, Hong Long. His body, which was nearly 3 meters tall, was also growing inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had turned into a terrifying giant spirit that was nearly 1,000 feet tall, and the quality of his entire body was. Power erupted. Endurance, defense, even the spiritual power was rising steadily. It increased exponentially. Sword, come rumble. A snow-white tiger-headed sword that was engraved with countless ancient runes and faintly emitted the aura of laws cut through the void and appeared in his hand. White Tiger Divine Sword, Golden Crystal White Tiger Clan's suppressing divine sword was a supreme treasure of the quasi-laws. Moreover, it was one of the top quasi-law treasures. Its power was terrifying, and it was able to catch up to some low-grade law treasures. If he had this White Tiger Divine Sword in his hand that day, Yang Fann would not have been able to defeat him so easily. White Tiger Divine Sword in his hand. With the White Tiger and Divine Sword in his hand, Great Emperor Bai Hu's aura instantly rose to another level. He had truly stepped into the first level of lower emperors. Vaguely, one could see white tigers and divine beasts appearing behind his back. It was as if white tigers and divine beasts had descended from the heavens, and he was invincible. Little brute, hand over your life-killing intent flashed in Great Emperor Bai Hu's eyes. The white tiger and divine sword in his hand moved, and he was about to slash out with his ultimate sword. In the blink of an eye, how dare you be so impudent! Yang Fann's eyes flashed. A terrifying strength of soul surged and condensed into a spiritual arrow, aiming at Great Emperor Bai Hu's soul. Although it was just an ordinary low-grade profound rank attack, when combined with Yang Fann's invincible strength of soul, one should know that in these 6 hours, Yang Fann had still absorbed 3 death mists, the largest of them all. In fact, it had even surpassed the fog of death that he had absorbed for the first time. It had covered an area of 800 kilometers, which was the ancient path of the starry sky. The smallest of them had covered an area of 50 kilometers. Compared to 6 hours ago, his strength of soul had increased by more than 2 times. At this moment, the scariness of Yang Fann's soul was among the many middle-grade emperor warriors. It wasn't a weak soul. It was just an ordinary lower emperor's. Without the defensive treasure patron saint's soul, he would have been severely injured by the arrow. He might even have been killed. However, the soul defense supreme treasure wasn't something that could be found on the street, it was extremely valuable. It was much more powerful than a defensive supreme treasure of the same level. A low-grade soul defense supreme treasure could be compared to an intermediate supreme treasure, or even more. Among the 10 lower emperors, not even one of them could possess a soul defense supreme treasure. Not to mention Great Emperor Bai Hu, who was a quasi-sovereign. Arg! An extremely mournful wail was heard. Great Emperor Bai Hu, who was nearly 1,000 feet tall, collapsed with a loud bang. He was immediately beaten back to his original form. A line of blood flowed down from his 7 orifices. The heads of the thousands of kings behind him exploded with a loud bang, and they were instantly destroyed by the soul with just a single strike. The White Tiger Empire was almost completely wiped out. Apart from Great Emperor Bai Hu and the other 6 quasi-sovereigns, no one survived. Furthermore, the 6 quasi-sovereigns were severely injured by the soul, and the 2 weakest ones, lower quasi-emperor, were almost destroyed by the soul. There was only the chi that came out, not the chi that came close. Arg! Little brute, you, how is it possible? Who? This sentence exhausted Great Emperor Bai Hu's strength and he laid on the ground. Panting with great difficulty, bean-sized beads of sweat kept dripping down. It was painful. The pain on the soul was more than 10 times greater than the pain on the body. 100 times. You want to know? Go to hell and ask Hell King. C560 Battle Divine Beast White Tiger. After setting up the White Tiger battle formation, Great Emperor Bai Hu, who had gathered all the energy of Golden Crystal White Tiger clans, kings and quasi-sovereigns, could be said to be very strong. In addition to clan-suppressing treasure, Great Emperor Bai Hu was also very strong. A supreme treasure of the quasi-laws, the White Tiger Divine Sword. The terrifying combat strength had risen to lower emperors' level. He had thought that with his current strength, he would have the qualifications to fight a little monster like Yang Fann. Never would he have thought that Yang Fann, who had swallowed 5 mists of death, would be so terrifying. That strength of soul was simply heaven-defying. With just a single strike, it had broken the formation of Golden Crystal White Tiger clan-suppressing, the White Tiger formation. Great Emperor Bai Hu and the other quasi-sovereigns were severely injured and were on the verge of death. Over 1,000 kings had their soul shattered, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Roar! Little brute, don't be complacent. It's you who deserves to die. Blood spurted out from Great Emperor Baihu's 7 orifices as he let out a shrill roar. The next moment, rumble, a demonic blood-red light soared into the sky and passed through countless spatial zones. Finally, it turned into an ancient altar that was engraved with countless ancient divine characters. It was completely blood-red and ancient, and it emitted an ancient aura that was filled with the vicissitudes of history. It was the true foundation of their golden crystal white tiger clan, the ancestral altar. At this moment, Great Emperor Baihu couldn't care less. With his severely injured body, forcefully using the ancestral altar might cause him to fall to the quasi-emperor stage. However, if he didn't use the ancestral altar, the only thing that awaited them was death. It's the ancestral altar again. It seems like you're really at your wits' end. Yang Fann glanced coldly at Great Emperor Baihu from above. He paused his attack and allowed Great Emperor Baihu to summon the spirit of his ancestors. He had been reborn a long time ago and his combat strength had increased by more than 100 times. He was not afraid of anyone unless he was at the middle Greed Emperor. He would use White Tiger to test the results of his cultivation during these past few days. However, Yang Fann didn't stay idle. With a wave of his hand, a devouring black hole appeared out of thin air and swallowed the thousands of kings of the White Tiger Empire who had shattered the soul. Even a mosquito could be considered as meat. Over 1,000 kings were more than enough to fight against a few quasi-sovereigns. Little brute, you will die a horrible death. Great Emperor Baihu watched helplessly as the corpses of his descendants disappeared. The fury in his heart was like a billion volcanoes erupting. His voice was so heart-wrenching that it made one's heart bleed. His hatred was overflowing to the heavens. In the next moment, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across Great Emperor Baihu's eyes as he spurted out blood. He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of origin blood. This wasn't too late as he spat out another 2 mouthfuls of origin blood in a row. 3 drops. He had used 3 drops of lifeblood essence. Great Emperor Baihu had truly put his life on the line. He had used up all of the lifeblood essence he could use with his severely injured body. Either he died, or he died in an instant. Great Emperor Baihu's chi began to weaken at a visible rate. In an instant, he fell from the quasi-emperor stage and continued to fall. His entire body began to age at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into an old man with wrinkles all over his face, and was on the verge of death right at this moment. 3 drops of origin blood cut through the void and entered the ancestral altar. Rumble, 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 rumble. Boundless blood-red light erupted from the mysterious altar. Countless runic divine imprints flickered as they emitted an incomparably mysterious radiance in the next moment. Rumble, a terrifying aura that was ancient and majestic, epic and physical rushed out from the mysterious altar. It was as if there was a great existence that was about to come back to life from the time-long river. Poochie poochie poochie. In all directions, large tracts of space began to violently tremble. Layer after layer of world barriers were extremely distorted before finally completely exploding apart. Endless streams of air were flowing in reverse and raging. It was collapsing. It was like the end of the world, the cycle of reincarnation between heaven and earth. Little brute, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Cough, cough, cough. Great Emperor Baihu coughed out blood as he stared at Yang Fann. His eyes were filled with enmities. At that moment 3 rumble. The endless blood-red light transformed into a brilliant pillar of light that pierced through the world crystal wall and into the clouds. In an instant, it was as if a door of fate had been opened. In the next moment, an incomparably mysterious long river appeared in the void. Suddenly, the entire mysterious long river set off tempestuous waves. It was as if a terrifying monster was about to be born from that river. This aura. Yang Fann's eyes narrowed slightly. Compared to half a month ago, the aura from the ancestral altar was twice as strong as before. Not only that, it seemed like the strength of White Tiger summoned by the altar was proportionate to the amount of origin blood that was poured into it. Right at this moment, a shocking tiger roar that could shake the heavens and earth erupted from the mysterious river. In an instant, a giant figure broke through the mysterious river and descended into this world. White Tiger broke through the river of time once again and appeared in front of Yang Fann. However, compared to before, the current White Tiger of Shenhu had obviously expanded by more than a circle in an instant. An extremely dangerous aura burst out from White Tiger's body. This aura was incomparably violent, and it exuded a ferocious killing intent. It was so high and mighty that it represented nobility, arrogance, and disregard all lives. It was the supreme existence that stood above all living things in the world. When a man is separated from another person for 3 days, he will be treated differently. Evil creature, I am no longer the me of the past. The cold shine in his eyes flashed, and a raging battle intent burst out from Yang Fann's body like a great river. It soared into the sky and stirred the endless voids. It contained a peerless domineering intent. The next moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rays of brilliant light of metal, wood, water, fire and 5 elements burst out from Yang Fann's body. It was as if an ancient ferocious god had awakened, and a terrifying pressure that caused countless quasi-emperor experts to tremble in fear suddenly erupted from Yang Fann's body. That thin and weak body was also growing inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was 30 meters, 30 meters, 30 meters, 300 meters. In an instant, it turned into a trident that was 160 meters tall. The light around his body was bright, and his divine voice was faint, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. This was not the end of it. Rumble. The void shook violently. A terrifying demonic god phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Fann. It was no less than 3,000 meters tall. In an instant, Yang Fann's aura skyrocketed crazily, and his divine might swept across all directions. In the sky and in the earth, there was only one ruler, and everything in the world could be subdued. Rumble. A brilliant blue light cut through the void. The supreme treasure of laws, the water god's war spear, fell into Yang Fann's hands. He absolutely didn't dare to underestimate this white tiger. Great Emperor Bai, who had used up 3 drops of his natal blood essence in one go. This wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. It had directly increased White Tiger's combat strength by several times. It was likely that he was at the top of the many lower emperors. More importantly, this White Tiger had only condensed a wisp of the mental energy mark that White Tiger had left in the ancestral altar. It wasn't a living thing at all. There was no soul to speak of, which made the attack of Yang Fann's strongest soul become a mere decoration. It could be said that his combat strength had dropped by a notch. As time went by, this battle would definitely not be easy. If he was not careful, he might really be defeated by White Tiger. Right at this moment, Great Emperor Bai, whose cultivation base was on the verge of falling to the top-level king, started to wail in pain. Woo. Please help us, Master Ancestor. My boys died a horrible death. Woo. The voice belonged to the weeping ape. It was filled with indescribable sorrow. Anyone who heard it would shed tears. C561 Devouring Divine Beast. White Tiger in the ancient starry sky path. Yang Fann was going to fight White Tiger again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The aura of a man and a beast was like a great river. The raging waves beat against the shore, but also like cosmic storms. They swept across the myriad of worlds in the starry sky and collided madly. The clash was like the collision of 2 terrifying ancient beasts. With them as the center, the area within a 100-mile radius was filled with the power of the heavens and earth, the power of the heavens and earth, the power of the heavens and earth, and the power of the heavens and earth. A large area of space was like glass. All of them exploded in all directions. Endless mushroom clouds kept rising, and there were traces of destruction everywhere. At this moment, if a martial artist dared to step into their territory, even a quasi-emperor at peak would be torn into pieces by that violent aura if he didn't have a supreme treasure protecting him. If Great Emperor Bai and the other 3 hadn't sent them 100 miles away with their White Tiger and divine beasts, with their severely wounded and crippled bodies, they would have died a long time ago. 10 breaths later, roar the roar of a tiger that could subdue 10,000 beasts was the first that White Tiger could not hold back. With a move of his tiger claw, he crushed the void with his claw and pressed down on Yang Fann. This claw was incomparable to the one he had used half a month ago. Its strength had increased by more than 10 times, far exceeding the trillion power of true Dans. It could easily destroy the ages, destroy the sun and moon, and slaughter the immortals and gods. If lower emperors didn't have a supreme treasure to protect him, he would have been severely injured by this claw, or even blown to pieces. Hong long, rumble, wherever the tiger claw passed, the world is in chaos, all things are destroyed, everything is destroyed into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, evil creature this time is different from the past. Watch how I slaughter you. A cold light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. His body directly cut through the void and charged towards White Tiger. Break for me. The water god's war spear was thrust out. The law of water erupted, and with the support of the 7th layer profound meaning, the power of this spear far exceeded the imagination of the world. It was like a god that had opened the sky, looking down on everything in its path. Not even the middle greed emperor dared to look down on it. Rumble. A terrifying explosion sounded. 2 rays of light flew out from the center of the explosion under the impact of 2 terrifying shockwaves. Drip, drip, drip. Yang Fann's right arm trembled slightly. Droplets of bean-sized blood dripped down from his tiger's mouth. Small holes were created on the starry sky ancient path. No one knew what kind of material was used to build this ancient path. It was unbelievably sturdy. One should know that every drop of blood was as heavy as a mountain when one reached Yang Fann's level. It could easily kill a top-level king, but it only left a thumb-sized hole on it. It was unbelievable in the next moment. It seems like I have overestimated you, beast. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his confidence instantly soared. In this exchange, his jaw had only cracked. However, White Tiger, his entire right claw exploded into pieces. One should know that this was only a probing attack. At most, his strength had only broken through 3 layers. Bitch it, how could this be? How could this be? How could the old ancestor be at a disadvantage? Great Emperor Bai Hu's aged face was filled with disbelief. Last time, he had only used up a drop of his origin blood. The old ancestor had completely crushed little brute. Now, he had used 3 drops of his natal blood essence at once. This wasn't supposed to be the script. At that moment, rumble, a brilliant white light enveloped the White Tiger in an instant. The damaged right claw instantly regrew. It was almost the same as the tiger claw from before. This was the horror of Emperor Sovereign. As long as his broken limb wasn't destroyed in an instant, he would be able to recover quickly. Of course, all of this required a huge amount of energy. Vaguely, White Tiger's aura seemed to have weakened a little. Right at this moment, rumble, the energy of the 5 elements circulated, and the area between his thumb and index finger instantly recovered to its original state. His body moved, and tore through space as he pounced towards the White Tiger and Divine Beast. Die rumble. Yang Fann didn't hold back anymore. The strength of soul that was even scarier than many middle greed emperors was violently unleashed, and it was instantly boosted onto the water god's war spear. In an instant, the 7th layer profound meaning was rising steadily. The power of this spear had increased by more than 10 times, and it was almost on par with the full force strike of a middle greed emperor supreme being. Rumble Hong Long, rumble, wherever the divine spear passed, the heavens collapsed and the earth collapsed. The void collapsed and everything turned into powder roar. An extremely dangerous and terrifying aura instantly enveloped White Tiger. At this moment, the cold eyes of the White Tiger seemed to have a hint of solemnity as it opened its mouth wide. A brilliant sword light shot out with a brilliant heavenly might. It was as if a large part of the sky was pressing down on Yang Fann, as if it could suppress everything. The speed was so fast that it seemed to have surpassed everyone's imagination. Innate divine ability, White Tiger, Zhengjin Divine Sword, Puchi the Divine Sword and the Divine Spear collided with each other. In an instant, it was as if a comet had crashed into each other. A terrifying energy wave seemed to be able to overturn the entire starry sky. Countless stars exploded into dust, turning into the most dazzling sparks in less than a breath's time. Kacha crack crack, the brilliant Zhengjin Divine Sword shattered into bits and pieces, scattering all over the ground. A strike comparable to a middle greed emperor was not something that the current White Tiger could defeat. Perhaps Great Emperor Bai Hu would not hesitate to sacrifice himself to summon White Tiger at the cost of his entire body's origin blood. There was still a possibility. A ferocious expression flashed across Yang Fann's face. The water god's war spear in his hand did not slow down at all. In an instant, he slashed down with his spear. In an instant, the profound meanings of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, devour and 7th layer of destruction went berserk, completely locking down the 4 directions space roar. White Tiger's expression was unprecedentedly serious. He let out an angry roar, and the power of the laws in his body went berserk. His chi was boiling, and the newly restored right claw tore open the space and clawed at the water god's war spear. Rumble. The tiger claw and divine spear collided once again. Violent energy surged like a tide and countless mushroom clouds rose. Bang! The sharp tiger claw was once again smashed into pieces by the water god's war spear. The divine spear followed the momentum and hacked the White Tiger and divine beast in half. Rumble. Rays of bright white light burst out from White Tiger's broken body, wanting to merge back into one at that moment. Rumble. Yang Fann stretched out his hand and grabbed. A 5 elements world suddenly appeared and sucked White Tiger, who was split in half, into it. In an instant, the profound meaning of phagocytosis erupted and devoured White Tiger with all its power. Although White Tiger didn't have any bloodline in his soul, which was the purest form of energy, the energy in his body was so vast that it was even bigger than many lower emperors. After absorbing and refining him, it would definitely be no less powerful than refining a lower emperor's. The only difference was that it wouldn't be able to improve his bloodline and soul. How is this possible? How could the old ancestor lose? How could he possibly lose? This was not true. This is definitely not true. C562 7th Sky of the Martial Lord Realm Starry Ancient Road. With a head full of white hair and a face full of wrinkles. Great Emperor Baihu, who looked like an old man on the verge of death, was extremely shocked. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Apart from disbelief, there was also disbelief in his eyes. How could this be possible? How could the old ancestor be defeated? How could he be defeated? He couldn't believe it, and he couldn't accept it either. The old ancestor was a divine beast. Even if it was just a tiny bit of the spiritual brand, it could still crush many. Lower the power of the emperors. How could Yang Fann, that little brute, be a match for the old ancestor? At that moment rumble, a devouring black hole descended from the sky and swallowed great Emperor Baihu, who was on the verge of death, along with the other 5 quasi-sovereigns. In an instant, an extremely terrifying power of devouring erupted, crazily devouring great Emperor Baihu and the 5 quasi-sovereigns, strength of original life. Ah, little brute, you won't be arrogant for long. The terrifying power of devouring finally made great Emperor Baihu react. He had accepted the cruel reality that his old ancestor had been defeated. In an instant, numerous desperate curses of the enmity emerged from his mouth. Even the Saint Clan of the White Tiger won't let you go, you beast. I'll wait for you down there. Hee. You still dare to threaten me in the face of death? Don't worry, even if they don't find trouble with me, I won't let them go. It won't be long before you, Golden Crystal White Tiger Clan, will be removed from this world. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and let out a disdainful sneer. The next moment, rumble, the profound meaning of phagocytosis went berserk, and the power of devouring instantly increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, it had completely devoured great Emperor Baihu, who was on the verge of dying, along with the 5 quasi-sovereigns of the White Tiger Empire who were on the verge of death, and turned them into flying ashes. Rumble, Yang Fann's body trembled slightly, and his aura rose by a large margin. He had broken through another small realm, and his cultivation had reached the 6th Empyrean Great Perfection stage. All the way here, he had killed more than 10,000 foreign races for nothing. The weakest of those who could enter the Golden Lion Imperial Palace was a half-step king who had just broken through to the king stage. Among the 10,000 alien expert, there were more than 5,000 kings. There were nearly 300 top-level king warriors, and there were even 11 quasi-sovereigns. The change in quantity had caused a qualitative change. It was normal for Yang Fann to break through several small realms in a row. This was still not completely refined, or else. Hong Long. Of course, this was also Yang Fann. The 5-elemental demon god battle body was an extremely abnormal skill, and it had made his physique even stronger than that of an ancient ferocious beast. If it was any other martial artist who didn't refine it after accumulating so much energy, they would have exploded by now. However, Yang Fann's breakthrough wasn't far away. Besides great Emperor Baihu and the other 6 great expert, there was also White Tiger who had asked him to absorb and refine it. Although this White Tiger was a little weak, he was still much stronger than an ordinary lower emperors. 30 breaths later, the White Tiger and Divine Beast had shrunk to a size that was less than 1,000 feet tall. Even its body gave off an illusory feeling. It was at this moment. Rumble, 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 rumble. Endless hurricanes erupted from Yang Fann's body. Like peerless evil dragons, they tore apart the void and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Rumble. 160 feet tall body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Endless 5-elemental divine light burst out from every pore and cell in his body. It contained an indescribable strength and life force. It shone brightly and illuminated the 9 states. The strength in his entire body grew crazily like a landslide or a tsunami. The sea of chaotic true essences within a million miles of his Dantean world shook violently. Waves surged and surged. Horrifying tsunamis surged continuously like the fury of a sea god in the next moment. Rumble. The entire sea of chaotic true essences began to condense at a terrifying speed. 1 million miles, 900,000 miles, 750,000 miles, 500,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 80,000 miles. Finally, it shrunk to a radius of 50,000 li before it stopped. It compressed to 400 times in an instant, but the vital spirit was 1,000 times purer. Not only that, the quality was so high that even many quasi-emperor at peak warriors could not match it. It was truly terrifying. Another 10 breaths passed quickly. Rumble, White Tiger, who was almost transparent, was completely destroyed by Yang Fann, and his last bit of energy was devoured by Yang Fann the next moment. Rumble, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant golden light shot out. There was an unconcealable excitement on his face. Power. This was the power he currently possessed. Powerful. He was truly too powerful. Although Martial Lord's 6th layer and 7th layer were only slightly weaker than 1st layer, between the two of them. At this moment, Yang Fann's pure strength of body alone had surpassed 1,000 trillion power of true Dans. If he used the vital spirit, Hong Long, even without using all kinds of profound meanings in the martial skill secret technique, he could also severely injure or even blow up a lower quasi-emperor once he unleashed his full strength. Even Yang Fann wouldn't be able to determine where his limit was. He might even be able to fight a middle-grade emperor warrior in this cultivationless age. He had almost reached the peak of the heavenly desolate domain. He recalled the bitter days 3 years ago. He felt as if he had fallen into a dream. It was so surreal. A quarter of an hour later, Yan Zontian and the others had just arrived late. After discovering Great Emperor Baihu and the others, Yang Fann temporarily let them stay thousands of miles away to avoid being affected. If the dogs were anxious, they would jump over the wall. Very quickly, Yang Fann and the others set off once again. They left for 7 days. No one knew what Golden Lion Emperor was thinking. How could he build such an ancient path in the starry sky? Even though they hadn't been moving at full speed for such a long time, without 100 million miles, it should be at least 80 million miles. Yet, they still did not see the end of the ancient path. If this continued, if he really suspected that this was a road of no return, it would never end. During this period of time, Yang Fann encountered all the major powers. He killed all the non-humans he encountered. As long as they didn't seek death, he wouldn't bother with them. In the past 7 days, many of the major powers had been wiped out. They had spent tens of millions of years in cultivation, helping Yang Fann to break through 2 more minor realms. What disappointed Yang Fann was that other than the death mists that covered the 300 miles of ancient path 5 days ago, he didn't encounter any more death mists. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of Yang Fann, or perhaps it was because all the Yang Fanns had been devoured by him during this period of time. It was not as if he did not encounter any tribulation. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were 7 minor tribulations in a day, and 2.5 major tribulations. However, with the presence of a monster like Yang Fann, it didn't matter whether it was a major tribulation or not. It's a little hiccup, it's all crap. They were easily destroyed by Yang Fann, except for a dead poisonous insect that was unlucky enough to step on. The soul was destroyed because they couldn't save him in time. Not a single person was killed. Another 6 hours passed. Yang Fann and the others were already standing in front of a huge light door. The light door was dozens of meters wide. It was unknown how many feet tall it was. Through the light door, everyone could see that there was an independent small world behind it. The sky was so blue, and the clouds were as soft as silk. They were white as cotton. The water was so clear that one could see the fish swimming in the water. One by one, the legendary heaven and earth spiritual medicines were faintly discernible, one treasure after another. The dazzling treasure lights were dazzling. In the world, there were also many magnificent palaces, which were decorated with dragons and phoenixes. Countless palaces were stacked on top of each other in a magnificent manner, as if they were a maze that had existed for thousands of years. This world was as beautiful as a painting, mesmerizing everyone. They could not help but be fascinated by it, unable to extricate themselves from it. Ha ha ha, this is where the real Emperor Palace is. Treasure, so many treasures, any one of them is worth a fortune. I'm rich, I'm really rich now, ha ha ha. As expected, after surviving a great disaster, there will always be fortune in the future. Treasure, I'm coming. Countless experts cheered and exclaimed. Their figures did not stop as they turned into rays of light and shot into the illusion light door. C563 random teleportation. Rumble rumble rumble. Human expert turned into rays of light one after another. His speed soared to the extreme, shooting into the illusory light door. He was afraid that if he was even a beat slower, all the treasures would become his. As for those alien expert, Yang Fann was there. How could there be any other foreign races in the vicinity? He had already slaughtered them all. To the current Yang Fann, within the Imperial Palace, there were only 4 major foreign races in the Imperial Palace. Oh, no, the 3 great Imperial clans should be able to bring him some trouble. Let him pay a bit more attention to the other outsiders. That included the top-class outsiders, who could be killed at any time. Yang Fann was simply too powerful. If a middle grade emperor did not appear, then almost no one would be a match for him. Yan Lao, junior sister Yuji, let's go in as well, he called out. Yang Fann took the lead and stepped into the dreamy light door. Yan Yuji and the others were already impatient, but Yang Fann did not say anything, so they could only bear with it. When they heard him, they immediately ran at full speed like wild horses, shooting into the illusion light door. Rumble. As soon as Yang Fann stepped into the illusory light door, he immediately felt a mysterious force wrap around him and gradually permeate into his sea of consciousness. It was as if it wanted to seal his soul, and his entire body suddenly became as light as a feather. Yang Fann frowned. That terrifying mental energy that was even more terrifying than a middle grade emperor moved, and it wanted to shatter the mysterious force that was pouring into the sea of consciousness. But very quickly, Yang Fann seemed to have thought of something. The spiritual force that had already condensed into an arrow slowly dispersed, allowing the mysterious force to seal his own spiritual force. 10 breaths later. Rumble. The space shook slightly. After that, Yang Fann immediately felt that his feet were steady and he was standing firmly on the ground. The next moment, Yang Fann opened his eyes and a strange light flashed across his eyes. Hiss, what a huge gravity he felt, as if he was carrying a huge mountain that was tens of thousands of meters tall. The gravity here was so great that it was more than 1,000,000 times greater than the heavenly desolate domain, and it was the same for ordinary martial lord warriors. He was afraid that the moment he entered this place, he would be pressed to the ground, unable to move. A high-ranked martial lord would be able to move freely. According to the legends, one of the major laws that Golden Lion Emperor mastered was the gravity law. It seemed like the rumors were not necessary to those martial artists who had mastered the profound meaning of gravity. This place was simply a blessed land, a place where they could easily challenge those who had a higher cultivation base than them. Yang Fann muttered in his heart. Then, he started to size up his surroundings. He discovered that he had fallen into a vast wasteland. In all directions, there were unknown ancient trees everywhere. Each of them was incomparably huge, and it was difficult for dozens of people to hug them. Their height was more than 3,000 meters, and they pierced through the clouds like heavenly pillars. When he raised his head and looked at the void, he saw that it was above the void. Mysterious runes crisscrossed on top of each other. They were thin and dense, faintly discernible, as if they had formed an invisible net. Is this a no-fly formation? Yang Fann muttered to himself as he soared into the sky. He had just been 300 meters away from the ground, but he was no longer able to rise by an inch. With the combination of the forbidden space array and the terrifying gravity, there is simply no way to solve this. Yang Fann's heart slightly tightened. Although he did not use his full strength, he only used the chaotic true essence and power of the shell. Even so, his strength was no longer below the median quasi-emperor. He was only able to fly 30 meters in the air. An ordinary lower quasi-emperor, being able to fly 30 meters above the ground was probably the limit. As for a king, even if it was invincible king, he would only be able to fly 30 meters above the ground. Being able to jump 30 meters was already considered not bad. He wasn't much stronger than the pulse opening stage minor martial artist. He had worked so hard for millions of years, and now, he had returned to the time of liberation. Not only does this formation have the effect of restricting the air, it can also suppress the spiritual sense. With Yang Fann's current terrifying strength of soul, with his full strength, he could easily cover an area with a radius of 10 million miles. But now, it could only cover an area with a radius of 1,000 miles. In an instant, he was suppressed by 100 million times. If it was any other martial artist, the spiritual sense was basically crippled, even if it was a quasi-emperor at peak. Being able to cover an area with a radius of 10 miles was considered a pretty powerful skill. All of a sudden, Yang Fann's facial expression changed dramatically. Why am I the only one here? Where are you, Nuo, and the others? They had entered the gate of illusion almost at the same time. Logically speaking, they should have arrived a long time ago. Not only that, there wasn't a single person in a 1,000-mile radius other than him. This was obviously not right. Could it be that the portal was random? Suddenly, Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. The next moment, a faint trace of worry climbed onto Yang Fann's face. If it was really a random teleportation, Yan Zontian and Yu Nuo were still alright. One was the real lower quasi-emperor. Among all the experts in the Imperial Palace, he was ranked in the top 100, and the other one possessed the saint body of the Netherworld. He was also proficient in the Tao of concealment. As long as he didn't run into those few top and quasi-emperor at peak warriors, even an upper quasi-emperor would have a hard time dealing with her. As long as she was careful, her safety was guaranteed, but the others were in a very bad situation. Especially his fellow junior sister, Yan Yuji, even though her talent was extraordinary. However, she had just condensed the golden elixir of life. Her combat strength was at most comparable to some high-grade king warriors. Such strength, he was considered pretty good in Heavenly Desolate Domain, and he was the strongest warrior in many dynasties. However, in the Golden Lion Imperial Palace where kings were everywhere, it could not even be considered an average person. If one was not careful, that would be the end of one's life. Good people have their own fortune. I hope everyone can be safe. Yang Fann sighed. For a moment, he had no good idea. The Golden Lion Imperial Palace had become a spatial zone that was tens of thousands of miles wide, and his spiritual sense was greatly suppressed. He wanted to find Yan Yuji and the others in a short period of time. It was hard to find them in a single word. As for destroying the formation net in the sky, it was better to wash up and sleep early. He had opened 9 of his 10 apertures and knew nothing at all. He could only set up a few simple low-level formations. If that formation was set up by a quasi-emperor at peak, he still had the confidence to use brute force to break the formation. However, Golden Lion Emperor was highest emperor, and Yang Fann was 10 times stronger than him. It was useless. Let's find Yunuo and Old Wu first. Both of them had Yang Fann's spiritual brand on them. Even though there was a lot of space in this imperial palace, he could still vaguely sense their approximate location. In the next moment, Yang Fann identified a direction and turned into a ray of light. He began to shuttle through the dense forest. It was impossible to fly in the sky. He was only 30 meters tall. It was not even a fraction of the surrounding ancient trees. Moreover, under the millions of times gravity, he was flying in the air. It would only be slower, but even so, without the 5 elemental demon god battle body, Yang Fann's speed wouldn't be that fast. It wasn't even 10 times faster than the speed of sound. 1,000,000 times gravity was not an ordinary kind of terrifying force. Time passed by slowly. Yang Fann moved forward quickly, but he was a little disappointed. Along the way, he didn't see a single ghost besides the towering ancient trees. It was as if there wasn't any living creature here. 2 hours later, Yang Fann arrived in front of a lake. The lake had a radius of no less than 300 miles, and it was calm and tranquil. It was like a mirror, and one could clearly see his own reflection. Did Yunuo teleport to the bottom of the lake? Looking at the calm surface of the water below, Yang Fann frowned slightly. The vague feeling of the soul was coming from below. At this moment, rumble, a terrifying aura erupted from the lake, engulfing the entire world. In the next moment, rumble, 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 the calm surface of the lake shattered with a loud bang, causing huge waves that were tens of thousands of meters wide. It was as if a terrifying ferocious beast was about to break out of the water. C564 Jr. put that treasure down. Rumble. The surface of the lake exploded, and a terrifying clear shadow shot out from the lake in an instant. It was actually a terrifying green dragon that was over 3 kilometers long, and it coiled above the surface of the lake. This green dragon was very similar to the legendary Azure Dragon. It had scales and horns. It had the head of a Qilin, the tail of a carp, and only one dragon horn. Moreover, it was not like a deer horn. It had a fork. There was no long beard on the surface. His body clearly carried the terrifying power of an ancient species. An extremely dangerous aura covered an area of 100 li, and it emitted a savage killing intent. Even the surrounding space began to distort under the pressure of that terrifying aura. Vaguely, there seemed to be a trace of cracks. One had to know that the interior space of this Emperor Palace was extremely sturdy. It was more than 100 times stronger than the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Even a full-force attack from an upper quasi-emperor would not be able to shatter the space. The terror of this green dragon could be seen from this. Even an ordinary top quasi-emperor would not be a match for it. Something is wrong with this green dragon. Yang Fann frowned slightly. The green dragon was only a branch of the Flood Dragon clan. It was far inferior to the divine beast True Dragon, but it was born with intelligence. However, the green dragon in front of him was different. There was no trace of intelligence in its eyes. There was only brutality and beast in its eyes. His nature was like a beast that only knew how to kill at this moment. Awu. Dragon roars resounded. The green flood dragon waved its right claw and aimed it at Yang Fann's head. This dragon claw was violently crushed. The power contained within it far exceeded 10 million trillion power of true Dans. It could easily injure an upper quasi-emperor and explode out in an instant in all directions. Large patches of voids could be seen. Like glass, they were completely shattered. Even the space itself was covered with cracks that were as dense as spider webs. Evil creature, you're courting death. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. The soul moved and condensed into a spiritual arrow. It tore through the space and struck the green dragon's soul. Arg! A shrill dragon roar was heard. The body of the green dragon, which was thousands of meters long, fell down and created huge waves. A ferocious beast like this that hadn't even opened its sagacity, although its strength was unparalleled, far surpassing the martial artist humans of the same level, its weakness was also obvious. That was the strength of soul. Not to mention comparing it to a martial artist of the same level, even a martial artist who was one great secret stage lower than it, or even two great secret stage martial artists, was inferior to it. The one with the best mental energy skill was their natural enemy. In the next moment, rumble, a devouring black hole descended from the sky and swallowed the 10,000 feet long green dragon. In an instant, a terrifying power of devouring erupted and crazily devoured the dragon's strength of original life. As expected of the descendant of a true dragon, the abundance of life force is so abundant that even many quasi-emperor at peak warriors can't compare with it. Yang Fann smiled. Even though he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation base, this green dragon was still a rare tonic. 10 breaths later, bang! The body of the 10,000 feet long green dragon exploded with a loud bang, turning into fine powder that fell into the devouring black hole. Yang Fann's cultivation improved once again. He was only one step away from the peak of 7th layer in the next moment. Yang Fann's figure moved, and he took a step into the lake. In an instant, a water blue shield appeared around his body and wrapped him up. The surrounding lake water was isolated outside. The 5 elemental demon god battle body wasn't for nothing. There was nothing Yang Fann couldn't go in the water, fire, and sky. The lake didn't seem to be big. It only had a radius of 300 miles. He could see to the end with just one look. He didn't expect there to be another world inside. The further down it went, the bigger the space within it became. 3,000 meters later, with just Yang Fann's suppressed spiritual sense, Hong Long. It was difficult to cover the entire lake, and the bottom of the lake was a completely different world. There were all kinds of aquatic creatures, weak ones. There were also some who were at the Lord tier, and the strong ones. They were even stronger than the green flood dragon, and they were almost comparable to quasi-emperor at peak warriors. However, just like the green flood dragon, these aquatic creatures, no matter how powerful they didn't have a single sagacity to speak of. They were beasts that only knew how to prey on instinct. 1 hour later, Yang Fann stopped in front of a stone wall at the bottom of the lake. On the way, he met all the aquatic creatures. All of them had their souls destroyed by a mental arrow from Yang Fann. After that, a devouring black hole was devoured into pieces. This caused his cultivation base to rise to a whole new level. He had entered the peak of the 7th layer, and was only a step away from the huge perfection. There was nothing unusual on the surface of the stone wall. It was just an ordinary huge rock. However, under the senses of Yang Fann's soul, which was even stronger than a middle greed emperor, nothing could be hidden from him. Bang! He pointed his finger out, and a powerful power of the shell burst forth. Rumble! The stone wall violently trembled, and the stone fragments kept falling off. Finally, a 10 feet tall stone door was revealed. Rumble! He pushed with all his might. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a long stone path. The stone path had clearly been set up by someone with a rune. The lake water outside the door was completely blocked, and not a trace of it could penetrate through. The next moment, Yang Fann's figure moved and entered the stone path. The stone path was very long, no less than 10,000 miles. No one knew what Golden Lion Emperor was thinking, or perhaps he was only interested in things that were long. The starry sky ancient Tao path could extend for hundreds of millions of miles, but this was a small stone path at the bottom of the lake. To be able to make it this long was truly intoxicating. A quarter of an hour later, another stone door appeared in front of Yang Fann. When he pushed the door open, he saw a stone hall. It was not a small stone hall. It was the size of several acres of farmland. However, the decoration inside was simple and crude. There was only a stone table that was 3 feet tall and 1.5 feet in diameter. There were 3 stone stools placed around the stone table. In addition, on the stone table, there was a purple gourd about a foot long. It looked like jade, but at the same time, it also looked somewhat different. With a flash, Yang Fann arrived at the stone table. He casually held the purple gourd in his hand and carefully sized it up. It seems to be a treasure. Yang Fann vaguely felt a trace of nomological force flash across the purple gourd. The next moment, rumble, the terrifying strength of soul penetrated through his body and entered the purple gourd. 500,000 years of time was simply too long. Even Emperor could reincarnate a few times. The soul imprint of the original owner of the purple gourd had already disappeared. Yang Fann easily left his soul imprint on the purple gourd. Very quickly, a message appeared in Yang Fann's sea of consciousness. It's actually a soul attack treasure. Yang Fann couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect this. As soon as he entered the palace, he got such a treasure. Although it was only a quasi-law treasure, it was extremely precious. It was even more precious than many low-grade law supreme treasures. With his terrifying strength of soul, adding this soul catcher gourd, if a middle-grade emperor warrior didn't have the supreme treasure of the soul defense, Patron Saint's soul, it was very likely that Patron Saint would die in his hands. However, it was a pity that under the erosion of the power of time, the power of the soul catcher was greatly reduced. It needed a large amount of souls to fully recover its power. Right at this moment, Kacha, a secret door behind Yang Fann was suddenly pushed open. A man wearing a black robe and surrounded by devil cheese walked in. He was an emaciated old man with a sinister face. When the old man saw the soul catcher gourd in Yang Fann's hand, he was immediately delighted. He shouted in a stern voice, "Junior, put down that treasure and I will spare your life." C565 9 turns through divine pill. Ha ha ha. Luck, what great luck. The black-robed emaciated old man stared fixedly at the soul catcher gourd. His eyes, which were constantly flickering with the sun, moon, and stars, were filled with blazing light and the power of the laws. He could actually feel a weak power of the laws from the purple gourd. Although the power of the laws disappeared in a flash, he was 100% sure that he wasn't wrong. That purple gourd was definitely a supreme treasure. At the very least, it was a quasi-law supreme treasure. It might even be a true supreme treasure of laws. Thinking about how he was about to control a supreme treasure of laws, the black-robed old man's heart raced. The little deer crazily crashed into him, as if it would jump out of his chest at any time. As long as he had the purple gourd, top quasi-emperor and even the quasi-emperor at peak would be able to fight him. As for Yang Fann, who had his back to him, he had already ignored him. How much strength could a junior with a bone age of less than 100 years have? He was the great elder of the Nine Yin sect, a mighty invincible king. If this young man obediently handed over the supreme treasure, perhaps he would be able to leave a complete corpse behind. Otherwise, he would definitely regret coming to this world. Rumble, an icy cold killing intent flashed within his eyes, and as for sparing his life. What kind of joke was this? He was just joking. The principle of an innocent man having a treasure would lead to his crime was something that even the 3-year-old kids knew. Not to mention an old monster like him, who was about to slaughter his way out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, was a supreme treasure of quasi-laws. It was even a supreme treasure of law, and it wasn't something that Invincible King could protect. Once this news spread, even those quasi-emperor supreme elders of the Nine Yin sect wouldn't let him go. Unless he could give up his greed and give the supreme treasure to the sect. It's true that any Tom, Dick, and Harry would dare to have designs on me. Yang Fann, whose back was facing the old man, had a strange smile on his face. At this moment, "Junior, do you want to die? Hurry up and give me that treasured gourd." The black-robed old man's expression instantly turned cold. His voice was filled with a hint of impatience. There was still a trace of uneasiness in his heart the day he did not obtain the treasure gourd. The fact that he was able to find the secret door in this stone palace. It wasn't impossible for others. "What's wrong? You want this gourd?" Yang Fann waved the soul-catching gourd in his hand and smiled playfully. "Quick, Junior, quickly give me the treasure gourd. I will keep my word and I will not harm you." The black-robed old man's breathing became heavier. His eyes lit up as he threw himself at Yang Fann. His speed was 10 times faster than the speed of sound. At this moment, it was as if the gravitational force of 1,000,000 times had been weakened by more than one level. In a split second, Yang Fann suddenly turned around and looked at the black-robed old man with a playful expression. Are you sure? Of course, Junior, quick. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man felt as if he had been struck by the heavenly lightning. He was stunned on the spot, and the burning desire in his eyes faded away, replaced by endless fear. That face, yes, 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 drip drip drip. Bean-sized beads of sweat fell from his forehead like raindrops. Even his heart seemed to have suddenly stopped. I set my sights on that monster. It's over. This time, it's really over. The next moment, bang, the black-robed old man's entire heart was filled with endless fear. His legs could no longer stand, and like a pile of mud, he collapsed onto the ground. His entire head was like garlic as it smashed towards the limestone floor. His mouth was even wailing in pain. Sir, please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life. This old man didn't do it on purpose. Just treat this old man like a fart and let him go. As for resistance, what kind of joke was this? Even the number one power in Southern Land, the Divine Water Palace, was completely annihilated by him. With his old arms and legs, resistance was simply courting death. This monster could probably crush him thousands of times with just a finger. What? You don't want it anymore? Yang Fann waved the soul catcher in his hand. No, I don't dare. The old man shook his head like a rattle drum. If I knew it was you, I would have known it was you. Even if I had thousands of guts, I wouldn't dare to take any notice of that gourd. I can lend it to you to test the power of the soul catcher gourd. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He slowly pulled out the cork of the soul catcher gourd and pointed it at the old man in black. Ard, no, my lord, spare me. An extremely ominous sense of danger enveloped the black-robed old man's heart, as if the grim reaper of hell was waving at him again. Withdraw. Yang Fann's strength of soul moved and said coldly. In an instant, a terrifying suction force erupted from the soul catcher. Ah, no, I want. Before he could finish his sentence, an illusionary figure appeared from the black-robed old man's body. In an instant, it was sucked into the soul catcher. It was the black-robed old man's soul. Not bad. Yang Fann slowly stuffed the cork into the gourd and nodded his head in satisfaction. Just now, he had only used a wisp of strength of soul to easily grab a soul from Invincible King. If the strength of soul was unleashed at full force, perhaps even lower emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Furthermore, this was only the initial stage of the ritual. Once it was fully refined. Hong Long. 3 breaths later, the black-robed old man's soul was completely destroyed, turning into the most primitive of spiritual energy that was absorbed by the soul catcher gourd, nourishing its origin. Soul catcher gourd. Not only did it have the ability to absorb strength of soul, it also had the ability to refine souls, and could even be used to assist in cultivation. It could be said to be a very comprehensive quasi-magic treasure. It has almost recovered 1% of its original source. Looks like if I want to completely restore the soul catcher gourd, I will need to devour 100 Invincible King souls, or refine around 10 quasi-emperor souls. The next moment, a devouring black hole suddenly appeared. In an instant, it swallowed the black-robed old man's body. No matter how small the mosquito was, it was still meat. As for Invincible King, he was at least a level 1 mantis. Within the Golden Lion Imperial Palace, in a glorious palace, a golden crystal furnace engraved with countless ancient divine imprints was floating in the middle of the hall. Within the crystal furnace, a bright pill was spinning gently, faintly visible. 9 mysterious Tao marks were attached to it, as if it only needed a glance. It would open up one's mind and allow one to comprehend the supreme great Tao. If one listened carefully, one would be able to faintly hear traces of obscure and ancient Tao voices. It was like the mantra of the Grand Tao. At this moment, rumble, the tightly shut doors of the palace were forcefully pushed open. In the next moment, a middle-aged man, who was nearly 10 feet tall and wore black armor, walked in from the outside. He walked with powerful steps and his aura was incomparably powerful. His entire body was filled with a murderous and fierce aura, as if he was a ferocious beast from the ancient wilderness, causing people to feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This is good. It seems to be the legendary 9 Revolutions Spirit Pill. The 9 Revolutions Spirit Pill has 9 revolutions and 9 patterns surround it. Hidden Tao sound. It's really the legendary 9 Revolutions Spirit Pill. Ha ha ha. Good. The middle-aged man's body suddenly shook. His eyes stared intently at the divine pill in the crystal gourd, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. 9 Revolution Spirit Pill, the legendary rank 9 Golden Core. It was a top golden core that even Emperor Sovereign had to fight for. With just one 9 Revolution Spirit Pill, it could match the 1,000 years of hard work of a highest emperor, and it could even give people a chance to encounter it once. And a chance to obtain an enlightenment that couldn't be sought. With top quasi-emperor's cultivation, as long as he successfully refined this 9 Revolution Spirit Pill, even if he couldn't guarantee that verbal emperor would succeed, he would at least have a 9-layered chance luck Dao. It was truly the fortune Dao at this moment. Suddenly, another cry of surprise came from outside the hall. 9 Revolution Spirit Pill, it's actually the legendary rank 9 Golden Core 9 Revolution Spirit Pill, ha ha ha. I am indeed a man with great luck. C566. The swords were drawn. Rumble. The space in the hall shook as a panicked fiery light shot out from outside the hall. A terrifying mighty figure was revealed. It was a muscular middle-aged man. He was in his 40s, and his hair was as red as fire. Even his eyebrows were fiery red, and his eyes seemed to be flickering with the light of flame world. Countless divine imprints were burning around his body. It was as if the ancient fire god had descended from the heavens, and the terrifying pressure was as deep as the ocean. It was as if the entire great hall was going to be overturned. The robust middle-aged man seemed to have a kind of powerful aura that he was born with. It was as if everything in the world was under his control. He stood there casually. He gave off a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain, from head to toe. It was as if he had brewed the scent of a fiery kingdom of heaven. It was as if with a single thought, it had buried the entire world in an endless sea of flames. Divine Flame Sect, Kai Fire God. Looking at the red-haired middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared, the mighty middle-aged man dressed in black armor could not help but frown. The Divine Flame Sect wasn't simple. It was one of the top sect in the heavenly desolate domain's southern land. Among the tens of millions of sect in the south, it was ranked in the top 10. The experts in the sect were as numerous as the clouds, and the expert rained down like rain. Just the quasi-emperor expert alone was already as big as 5 fire gods, and Kai Fire God was the Divine Flame Sect's Grand Elder. He was also the number 1 person in the Divine Flame Sect, 5,000 years ago. He had already entered the ranks of top quasi-emperor, and had cultivated bitterly for 5,000 years. Although he hadn't truly entered the quasi-emperor at peak, he was definitely one of top quasi-emperors. Even the sect master of Beast King, Tuo Bahong, had to be wary of him. However, in the next moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across the eyes of the man in black armor. Could he really fight Verbal Emperor? He had to rely on this 9 Revolution Spirit Pill to stop people from becoming Dao World. It was like killing his parents. No matter who it was, they would be his mortal enemies if they dared to have any designs on this 9 Revolution Spirit Pill. In the space of a single breath, the middle-aged man in black armor suppressed the surging killing intent in his heart. He cupped his hands towards Kai Fire God and said, "Brother Kai, I discovered this 9 Revolution Spirit Pill first. Brother Kai, please give me some face. In the future, I, the War King Sect, will definitely repay you handsomely." If that Kai Fire God could retreat just like that, it would naturally be for the best. If it wasn't a last resort, he really didn't want to have a falling out with Kai Fire God and the charcoal steel in the banquet behind him. "Brother Zan, you're wrong. The treasure is obtained by those who are fated to obtain it. Since I've come across it, it means that it's fated to be with me." Kai Fire God's red brows twitched, and he said with a fake smile. If it was the other 7 or rank 8 Golden Core cultivators, then he would give way for the sake of the War King Sect and Zan Wuji. Just like their Divine Flame Sect, the War King Sect was also one of the 10 great sect in southern land. Their strength was definitely not weaker than their Divine Flame Sect, and Zan Wuji was the sect master of the War King Sect. As the sect master of the War King Sect, Zan Wuji was also not someone to be trifled with. However, this 9 Revolution Spirit Pill was the legendary rank 9 Golden Core. With him, he would be able to break through to the Emperor stage. This was a matter that was set in stone. Zan Wuji. Also, their Combat King Sect didn't have that much face. "Kai Fire God, are you really going to make things difficult for my War King Sect?" Zan Wuji's eyes instantly turned cold. His killing intent surged like a surging river in his heart, causing a disaster. HMPH Zan Wuji, you two, there was no need to talk about that shoo. He wanted the 9 Revolution Spirit Pill. You and I will depend on our own methods. Kai Fire God let out a cold snort and did not continue to feign civility with Zan Wuji. There was no way he would give up on the 9 revolution spirit pill. There was definitely going to be a battle between the two of them. What a good tactic, Kai Fire God. Let me see how you have improved over the years. A cold killing intent flashed across Zan Wuji's eyes. The next moment, bang bang boom, a hurricane was blowing all over Zan Wuji's body. In every cell of his pores, a 3-meter-tall body shot out from Zan Wuji's body. Boundless blood evil chi. The blood evil chi gathered around the body, covering a radius of 1,000 feet. It directly turned into a terrifying baleful chi world, a terrifying baleful chi world. It was almost solid, and those who had yet to break through to the quasi-emperor stage. Those who dared to approach it were instantly corroded by the soul. They would be reduced to a devil that didn't have any sagacity, and only knew how to kill. I'm not afraid of you. My divine fire art is not something to be trifled with. Crimson Fire God sneered. Flames were burning all over his body, and magma was rolling in his body. It flowed around him and kept roaring. It was as if billions of volcanoes had erupted. In an instant, nearly half of the hall had turned into a flame world. Fire dragons, fire phoenix, fire drakes, fire keelins. Countless flame divine beasts flickered continuously, and they were incomparably divine. Kai Fire God, who was in the center of the sea of fire, was like the ancient fire god who had been reborn and controlled the myriad of flames in the world. With a single thought, he could shake the primeval fire world and send down a supreme heavenly flame that could burn the heavens and extinguish the world right at this moment. Rumble! A brilliant bolt of lightning broke through the door and shot toward the crystal crucible in the middle of the hall. The expressions of Zan Wuji and Zan Wuji, who were ready to fight, suddenly changed. They no longer cared about competing with the other party in terms of momentum. They attacked together and blocked the brilliant bolt of lightning. In the next moment, the lightning dissipated and revealed a figure. It was a middle-aged man wearing a blue lightning battle robe, on the surface of his body. There was a lonely glow of lightning, and his eyes seemed to contain all the lightning in this world. He could vaguely hear waves of lightning. The hymn from the ancient times, especially the space between his eyebrows. The blue lightning mark added some dignity to it. It was as if the high and mighty ancient thunder god had descended, making people unable to help but prostrate on the ground. Kneel down in worship. Divine Thunder Heavenly Palace, Divine Dark Night Thunder Master. Looking at the sudden appearance of the Thunder Man, Zan Wuji and the other man's expressions immediately became serious. Divine Lightning Heavenly Palace was a top power second only to the Divine Water Palace and Beast King Sect. Among the hundreds of thousands of powers in the south, they even had a chance to break into the top 3. Each of the 9 great Thunder Masters was a peerless quasi-emperor realm expert. And the strongest among them was the Divine Dark Night Thunder Master, who had the Divine Dark Night Thunder Law. He had reached the acme of perfection, which meant that he was fighting a quasi-emperor at peak. He wouldn't lose the ability to fight. In a flash rumble, another terrifying aura that was as powerful as an ocean came from outside the hall, engulfing the entire hall. Soon, an old man was seen. He slowly stepped into the hall, which was an old man. Black robe, tall and thin. His temperament was extremely cold, and the devil cheese around him were dense. He looked like a devil from the deep abyss of the devil domain, and in his eyes, thousands of devils were flickering, and his hair and beard were all white. Endless ancient devil talismans were rolling around his body. They looked extremely evil, and each and every move they made. It was a terrifying concept that was filled with the withering of all living things and the withering of life force. Zero. The Grand Elder of the 9 Yin Sect, Zhou Juyu. Zan Wuji frowned. Zhou Juyu's cultivation base, although it was far from being comparable to the Divine Dark Night Thunder Master, even if compared to him and Kai Fire God. However, he had just stepped into top quasi-emperor's realm. However, it didn't mean that Zhou Juyu was weaker. It was a mental energy secret technique. It was mysterious and unpredictable, making it impossible to guard against. The 9 Yin sect was famous for their powerful mental energy secret techniques, and the Table 9 Yin was one of the best. He was a quasi-emperor at peak, if he wasn't careful. The 9 Yin sect was famous for its powerful mental energy secret technique, and Table 9 Yin was one of the best amongst them. On the opposite side, Kai Fire God's facial expression didn't look too good either. One Zan Wuji was already troublesome enough. Adding on Zhou Juyu and the Divine Dark Night Thunder Lord, who were not any weaker than them, his chances of obtaining the 9 Revolution Spirit Pill had plummeted. The four of them stood in four directions and looked at each other from afar. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Very quickly, 10 breaths past the eyes of the four people faintly carried a trace of anxiety. If they were late, there would be a change. It was not just the four of them who entered the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. No one could guarantee that there would be people who would discover this pill hall. However, no one dared to make the first move. All of their vital energies had already been locked onto. Once there was any unusual movement, they would surely suffer a thunderous strike from the other three right at this moment. The sudden change occurred, and an extremely arrogant and overbearing voice sounded out from outside the hall. It sounded like Devil God's voice was unending. All of you, disperse. I want this 9 revolution spirit pill. C567 birds die for food, people die for money. Who is it? Zhang Wuji and the other three couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Who had the guts to speak such arrogant words? Immediately, raging flames of fury surged within their heart seas. They weren't the supreme elders of a sect, but the masters of a palace. As dignified top quasi-emperor, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? Almost at the same time, the four of them turned their eyes to the main gate of the hall. In an instant, their facial expression changed drastically, turning incomparably pale, as if they had just seen a legendary devil from hell. Their eyes were filled with fear. How could this be? It could be him. A person walked in from outside the hall. It was a black-robed young man with a young face. He had an angular face and an ordinary aura. He looked like an ordinary man who could not understand any martial arts, and his lips curled up slightly. With a faint evil smile, it made his whole body. It added a trace of a strange evil feeling. The hint of an aura that was revealed gave people the feeling of a god descending to the mortal world. It had a peerless prestige that was above all living things in the world, causing people to prostrate themselves on the ground. Submit to him. His steps were very slow. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, but his speed was quite extraordinary. He took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the main door of the hall. The person who had come was none other than Yang Fann, who had been searching for the trace of the soul and the traces of Yunuo. Looking at the mysterious golden core in the crystal furnace, the sound of the Tao was faintly discernible, and Yang Fann's eyes faintly revealed a trace of blazing light. Although the 9 revolution spirit pill couldn't allow him to break through to the emperor stage like Zhang Wuji and the others, but it's still possible to push his cultivation base to the golden core king stage. If he could raise his cultivation base to the top martial lords before swallowing this 9 revolution spirit pill, advancing to the king realm was a matter of course. In the next moment, Yang Fann's gaze turned and swept across Zhang Wuji and the others. He said indifferently, "This 9 revolution spirit pill is mine. You all have no objections, right?" His voice was so casual, as if he was announcing a trivial matter. Anger flashed across Zhang Wuji and the others' eyes. Yang Fann had gone too far. They had found this 9 revolution spirit pill first. Luckily, he wanted to take it for himself with just a few words. He really didn't put the 4 overlords in his eyes at all. However, when the words were about to come out of his mouth, each and every one of them swallowed them down. Everything that had happened 7 days ago was still vivid in their minds. The terror of this little monster was definitely something that they had never seen before in their entire lives. It was not something that they could afford to offend. He said in his heart, "At least these people know what's good for them." Yang Fann slowly walked towards the crystal pill furnace. 9 revolution spirit pill was enough to save him a lot of hard work. As for whether there was anything wrong with forcefully snatching away his fellow clan members, what kind of joke was that? The Tao of martial artist was the Tao of plunder. Too many soft-hearted people, no matter how great of a fortuitous encounter they had, not to mention that the 9 revolution spirit pill was not theirs to begin with. Even if it was theirs, as long as it helped their cultivation base, Yang Fann would not hesitate in the slightest. At most, he would give them some compensation. Bitch it. Looking at Yang Fann, who was slowly walking towards the crystal furnace, Zhang Wuji's heart was filled with strong unwillingness. Without this 9 revolution spirit pill, with his talent and potential, if there was no miracle, he would never dream of being able to become verbal emperor in his lifetime. Even if he could step into the quasi-emperor at peak, it was still unknown. Zhang Wuji was unwilling to accept it, but the other 3 also gritted their teeth with hatred. 9 revolution spirit pill could only be found by chance, but not by chance. Countless martial artists could not find even one 9 revolution spirit pill in their lifetime. Once they passed this village, there would be no more shops. It could be said that this was their only chance to get verbal emperor. Unknowingly, the gazes of the four people intertwined. They were all clearly aware of the deep unwillingness in each other's eyes should they fight or not. They had all witnessed Yang Fann's scariness with their own eyes. His combat strength was comparable to some of Emperor Sovereign's. The four of them, even if they joined forces, it would be very difficult for them to be a match for Yang Fann. However, they were really unwilling to give it their all, especially Zhou Juyu, because he had once injured his origin in his early years. It had severely affected his longevity and potential. Now, his longevity had not been here for more than 100 years. This time, he had entered the Golden Lion Imperial Palace. He had already made up his mind to die. If he did not succeed, he would become a hero the next moment. A hint of determination flashed across Zhou Juyu's eyes. A top-grade rank 9 golden core like the 9 Revolution Spirit Pill was extremely precious to Highest Emperor. He would be extremely lucky if he could find one. If he wanted to find a second 9 Revolution Spirit Pill, his hope of breaking through to the Emperor stage wouldn't be much better, and it would be infinitely close to zero. However, Zhou Juyu didn't attack immediately. Instead, he communicated with the other three secretly. With just him alone, even if he risked his life to fight Yang Fann, he would still have no chance of winning. Only by gathering the strength of the four great expert would he have a slim chance of winning. Yes, I'll give it my all with the combined strength of the four of us. It's not like we don't have the strength to fight. I'm determined to obtain the 9 Revolution Spirit Pill. No one can snatch it away from my hands. All right, it's settled. Then Yang Fann retreated first. As for the final ownership of the 9 Revolution Spirit Pill, we'll rely on our own methods. In the end, greed overcame their fear of Yang Fann. It was a rare chance to encounter a 9 Revolution Spirit Pill. If they missed it, it would be gone forever. Furthermore, the combined strength of the four of them was more than enough to crush most quasi-emperor at peak warriors. It wasn't that they didn't have the strength to fight Yang Fann. In the time it takes to breathe, Yang Fann had already reached a distance of 30 meters away from the crystal furnace. With a wave of his hand, he kept the crystal furnace into his universe ring. At that moment Zhang Wuji and the other three men looked at each other, their eyes filled with killing intent. Attack rumble. Zhang Wuji took a step forward and instantly crushed the void. He then struck Yang Fann's head with his palm. This was Zhang Wuji's most powerful palm strike. It had condensed all of his essence, energy, and spirit. The power of this palm strike was terrifying. It had exceeded 1 trillion power of true Dans. As he struck out with his palm, an endless amount of killing intent filled the air. It was like the ultimate strike of the Grim Reaper from hell, suppressing the heavens. He had shattered the void and obtained the truth. In all directions, large tracts of space collapsed. It was as if there was an eye of wind in his palm. It sucked in all the air in the hall, forming a terrifying vacuum zone. Die 10,000 flames burning heaven. Rumble rumble rumble. Kai Fire God roared furiously and transformed into an ancient fire god. Boundless heavenly fire surged out from his body and covered half of the hall in an instant. His body moved and lunged at Yang Fann. He was like a peerless king that was about to emerge from the bright sun and suppress everything. Hong Long. The space exploded. Boundless divine fire turned into terrifying fiery dragons that burned the sky and boiled the sea, destroying everything. Thunder God descends. 9 heavens lightning punishment rumble. A brilliant pillar of lightning passed through the endless space and descended from the sky, entering the body of the divine Dark Knight Thunder Master. In an instant, the lightning around the body of the divine Dark Knight Thunder Master boiled, and his body was even more so. He began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in an instant, he turned into a peerless thunder god that was over 1,000 feet tall. His divine might was unparalleled, and he was enforcing the law on behalf of the heaven's divine eyes. Activate the lightning mark between his brows erupted with dazzling lightning, and it transformed into a mysterious vertical eye. Rumble. Bolts of lightning dragons shot out from the vertical eye. They were incomparably ferocious, carrying the might to destroy the heavens and earth as they charged towards Yang Fann. Die Extreme Yin Annihilation Sword Chi Swish Shoo Swish. A strange sword chi that was as black as ink, as if it was the origin of darkness, suddenly rose from Zhou Juyu's head. In an instant, it split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. It was densely packed, and like a spider web, it shot towards Yang Fann. Each of these sword lights seemed to be extremely tiny, and they didn't have any powerful attack power. In fact, they were silent, but they were the 9 Yin Sect secret technique, a supreme soul attack secret technique. It directly avoided the opponent's body defense and killed the opponent's soul. It was impossible to guard against its c568 kill them all money moves the heart. Greed was a sin under the temptation of verbal emperor. Zhang Wuji and the other three had completely abandoned their fear of Yang Fann. They had forgotten about the terrifying scene of Yang Fann killing the expert in the Divine Water Palace and destroying Emperor's puppet. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to snatch the 9 Revolution Spirit Pill from Yang Fann. They had no intention of holding back. The 4 Great Expert were their strongest killing move. The peerless War Emperor of the War King Sect, Zhang Wuji, struck out with his palm. It was as if the ancient warlord had descended from the heavens. His strength could split the sky, shatter the heavens, and destroy all worlds. The terror of his strength far exceeded the trillions of power of true Dans. The Great Elder of the Divine Flame Sect, the Crimson Fire God, was just like his name. He was like the god of the sun that was born from the bright sun in the 9 heavens. His divine might was unparalleled. With a single punch, a fire dragon could burn the sky and destroy the heaven and earth. The number 1 divine master of 9 Empyrean's palace, the divine Dark Knight Thunder Master, was like a thunder god that had descended from the heavens to enforce the law on behalf of the heavens. When his vertical eye opened, 10,000 lightning bolts would destroy the world, and both ghosts and gods would be destroyed. The 9 Yin Sect's Grand Elder, Zhou Juyu, used the extreme Yin extinguishing sword Qi to attack the soul. It was impossible to guard against it, and it was filled with endless killing intent. This was the attack of the body and the soul in all directions. The power of this attack was definitely not 1 and 1 equals 2, and it had increased exponentially. Even a quasi-emperor at peak like Dragon Elephant Emperor wouldn't dare to underestimate this attack. If he wasn't careful, he might suffer a great loss in their hands. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wherever the violent energy passed, large swaths of space within the Great Hall would completely collapse. Endless streams of air were collapsing, flowing in reverse, raging. All of the light rays seemed to be distorting all of a sudden. Yang Fann, if you want the 9 Revolution Spirit Pill, you have to ask us first. The terrifying cold shine kept blinking in Zhang Wuji and the other three's eyes. There was a faint trace of anticipation in their eyes. They hoped that their attack could severely injure Yang Fann and create a chance for them to seize the 9 Revolution Spirit Pill. At that moment a bunch of chickens and dogs dared to be impudent in front of me. A look of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The next moment, rumble, 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 rumble. Boundless divine light of the 5 elements burst out from his body, illuminating the 9 prefectures. The aura around his body soared wildly, rising steadily. Break for me, rumble. Yang Fann's body shook slightly. The Upanishads of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire and earth circulated around his body. With his body as the center, a terrifying power that was both desolate and mighty erupted from his body. Wherever this power went, the void would shatter, the space would collapse, and the terrifying human-shaped Realhu would sweep across all directions. In an instant, it shattered the Zhang Wujis of Zhang Wuji and the others, completely disintegrating them. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? How is this possible? How is this possible? Is he a human or a ghost? Is he a human or a ghost? Zhang Wuji and the other 3 men instantly widened their eyes in shock. They had thought that Yang Fann would be able to block their joint attack. After all, Yang Fann's battle record was still there. He was a monster that defies the heavens, who was comparable to Emperor Sovereign, but they had never expected him to be so powerful. It was a terrifying attack. It was a roar. With a loud roar, their ultimate skill was broken. Can this be? Can it be a little more abnormal? In the middle of the pill hall, Yang Fann had a calm expression. He kept the crystal pill furnace into the universe ring in an orderly manner, as if it was a trivial matter. However, it was true. After so many days, Yang Fann wasn't just hurrying on his way. He was constantly refining the massive amount of life source energy that had accumulated in his body. At this moment, the massive amount of life source energy had already refined more than half of it. His cultivation base had once again broken through to the first layer, and had reached the Martial Lord level 8. At this moment, Yang Fann's pure strength of body alone had surpassed 1,000 trillion power of true Dans. He unleashed his 5 elemental demon god battle body with all his might, and with the support of the chaotic true essence, as well as the Upanishads of the 5 elements. The power of this roar wasn't much weaker than Emperor Sovereign's full power attack. It was normal for him to destroy 4 expert at the same time. One in the next moment, killing intent flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. I have the intention to let you go. Since you don't know how to cherish it, Don't blame me for being ruthless, not good. This kid has the intention to kill us. Zhang Wuji, who was the closest to Yang Fann, had a sudden change in expression. An extremely dangerous omen swept across his mind. In an instant, he couldn't care less about anything else. The vital spirit on his body erupted crazily. He turned into a ray of light and flew out of the hall. At this moment, Zhang Wuji couldn't care less about the 9 transformation divine pill. The world was big, and he had the biggest life. If he lost his life, everything would be over. HMPH trying to escape. Yang Fann sneered. He moved his right hand and struck out with his palm. There were no tricks or techniques in this palm strike. It was as if he was slapping a fly. However, the power contained in this palm strike was far beyond 10 billion trillion power of true Dan's. Wherever it went, everything would be destroyed. Rumble. Yang Fann's palm struck Zhang Wuji's body, causing Zhang Wuji's body to explode like a piece of jade. Blood filled the sky, and his bones splashed in all directions. Almost at the same time, a devouring black hole appeared out of thin air and swallowed Zhang Wuji's flesh, blood, and bones. It was not deep, and no matter how small the mosquito was, it was still flesh. Ah, not good. Hurry up and leave, hurry up and leave. Zhang Wuji's death instantly made the 3 of them react. All of them were overwhelmed with fear, and their minds were in a state of complete collapse. They couldn't even summon a single resistance thought. Zhang Wuji. That was a peerless expert of the same level as them, and yet it was killed by Yang Fann's palm like a fly. The scariness of his strength was not something they could imagine. In the blink of an eye, each and every one of them increased their speed to the maximum. They even used the forbidden arts to burn their bloodline potential. To forcefully increase their speed, they really hated their parents for giving them 2 legs. Die. He coldly swept his eyes across the 3 men who were running away. His cold and emotionless voice suddenly came out of Yang Fann's mouth. He sounded like the 10 Yama kings of the underworld, announcing the fate of Zhou Juyu and the other 2 men. The next moment, rumble, a terrifying spiritual force that was not weaker than a middle greed emperor swept out. In less than half a breath's time, Puchi Puchi Puchi, Zhou Juyu, the 3 of them fell down from the sky. Even great Emperor Baihu, who had condensed thousands of spiritual power of Golden Crystal White Tiger Clan and Quasi-Emperor, couldn't withstand Yang Fann's spiritual attack, let alone Zhou Juyu and the other 2 men. Before the 3 of them fell to the ground, a devouring black hole appeared below them and swallowed their bodies. The terrifying power of devouring exploded in an instant, and in a breath's time, it devoured all 3 of their bodies. In the next moment, Yang Fann beckoned with his hand, and 4 rings of different colors fell into his hand. These were the Zhang Wujis that Zhang Wuji and the others carried with them. These 4 people, they deserved to be called the top experts of Heavenly Desolate Domain. Each and every one of them had a high social status. They weren't much weaker than the Grand Elder of Divine Water Palace, Lu Sufeng. The 4 of them joined together. Just the extra quality spirit stone alone was worth nearly 60 billion. The highest grade spiritual stone was as high as 20 trillion. Including the other treasures and spiritual medicines, the total value was 70 billion. The difference was not much. This wealth was enough to make any quasi-emperor at peak go crazy. However, to Yang Fann, it was just a pleasant surprise. Along the way, he had killed many different races. Even great Emperor Baihu and the others had fallen in his hands, along with the expert of the Divine Water Palace. Yang Fann's net worth was so high that he didn't even have a billion highest grade spiritual stones. This amount of Yang Fann's wouldn't be able to cause much of a stir in Yang Fann's collection. Casually putting away the death-extinguishing universe ring, Yang Fann's figure flashed out of the main hall. C569 Pack up the spiritual herb garden Golden Lion Imperial Palace. Rumble. A brilliant dark shine cut through the void from the south to the north and landed in front of a huge grand hall, revealing a young figure. It was a black-robed young man with a very young face. He had an angular face and an ordinary aura. He looked like an ordinary man who could not understand any martial arts, and his lips curled up slightly. With a faint evil smile, it made his whole body. It added a trace of a strange evil feeling. The hint of an aura that was revealed gave people the feeling of a god descending to the mortal world. It had a peerless prestige that was above all living things in the world, causing people to prostrate themselves on the ground. Submit to him. Who else could it be other than Yang Fann? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After casually killing the 4 reckless ants, Yang Fann relied on the faint spiritual connection he had with Yu Nuo and the others to continue his journey. Along the way, Yang Fann met a lot of people. As usual, as long as it was a foreign race. No matter which race it was, there was only one word. That was death, and as for humans, as long as they didn't seek death themselves, Yang Fann wouldn't bother with them. Of course, Yang Fann didn't miss any of the buildings he encountered along the way. During this period of time, he also obtained a lot of treasures. However, it seemed like his luck had been exhausted all of a sudden. He didn't find any treasure that could be compared to the 9 Revolution Spirit Pill. He hadn't even found a treasure on the level of the Soul Catcher. The best treasure was an ordinary quasi-law treasure, and its source was severely damaged. The laws within it had almost been destroyed, and there wasn't even a tenth of its power left. In fact, it was even worse than some top-secret treasures of the kings. 500,000 years was truly too long a time, and it was simply like a vast expanse of time. Even Emperor Sovereign was able to reincarnate for a few lifetimes, and without the power of true essence to nourish it, it was perfectly normal for treasures to be covered in dust, and many kings' secret treasures even lost their spirituality, and they were completely reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Yang Fann's figure moved, and he had already arrived in the hall. The space within wasn't small, and it was over 100 acres of farmland in size. It was filled with swords, spears, swords and halberds, and all of them were of high quality. It had reached the first level of celestial artifact, but unfortunately, all of these ice spirits had lost their spirituality, and their power had been reduced to less than 1 in 10,000. It wasn't much stronger than the treasure weapon used by a bone-forging stage. Martial Master. To Yang Fann, it was just a bunch of scrap metal. What a pity. Yang Fann shook his head in disappointment. It was a heavenly weapon. It was nothing. It was only worth 1,800,000 highest-grade spiritual stones. The better ones were only worth tens of millions of highest-grade spiritual stones. However, he couldn't resist the massive amount of heaven weapons in the hall. However, they were piled up like a mountain, and there were more than 1 million of them. If they were intact, even if they were not worth trillions of highest-grade spiritual stones. It's almost there. Yang Fann turned around and left the hall. There was a large valley in the inner area of Golden Lion Imperial Palace. It was so large that it didn't seem like a 10,000-mile radius. It was steaming with propitious vapors. The clouds were moving. Looking at it from afar, one could vaguely tell that it was a large medicinal garden. In the distance, the divine radiance was dazzling and brilliant. Boundless wood essence was rolling like a tide. If an ordinary person took a deep breath, they would be able to live another life. It was incomparably divine right at this moment. Bang bang boom. Streaks of light rushed over from all directions, revealing terrifying figures with powerful auras. Humans and outsiders. Each of them had the cultivation base of top high king at the very least. There were even a few quasi-emperor experts in the imperial palace. The gravity was more than 1 million times stronger than normal lower kings. Their speed was not much faster than bone forging stage martial master, and the imperial palace was tens of thousands of miles wide. An ordinary mid-lower king would only need 3 days to reach the imperial palace. It would be extremely difficult to get close to the inner area of the Emperor Palace. This is Golden Lion Emperor's spiritual medicinal garden. This place was filled with spiritual energies. Cultivating here for a day was more than enough. 1 month in the outside world, perhaps even longer. Gulp. Okay, so many spiritual medicines, ha ha ha. We're rich, we're really rich now. In an instant, the experts in all 4 directions erupted with heaven-shaking cheers. The spiritual medicines in the spiritual medicine garden that had not been picked for 500,000 years were simply a disaster. Furthermore, every single one of them was a rare treasure of the heavens and earth. One had to know that even those ungraded spiritual medicines such as ginseng that did not enter the grade. If one were to plant them for 500,000 years, their medicinal effects would be comparable to some tier 1 or 2 natural spiritual medicines. Moreover, how could there be any low-grade Golden Lion Emperors that could be taken into medicinal garden by Golden Lion Emperor? The lowest grade was usually 3rd grade spiritual medicine. After 500,000 years, the medicinal effects were almost comparable to some 4th grade spiritual medicines. Although some 7th or 8th grade high-grade spiritual medicines could not be directly increased by 1 grade, they could at least be increased by 1 grade. Compared to the spiritual medicines of the same kind in the outside world, the medicinal effects were more than several times stronger. It was rich this time. He really earned a lot. It had to be known that any single 4th grade spiritual medicine was worth no less than 1 billion top grade spirit stones. As for those 7th or 8th grade high-grade spiritual medicines, they were worth at least trillions of highest-grade spiritual stones. Usually, they were priceless in the next moment. Regardless of whether it was human expert or the foreign experts, all of them transformed into flowing light, and used the force of drinking milk to fly towards the spiritual medicinal garden. They hated their parents for giving them 2 legs. Ha 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 ha. This is a 4th grade high-grade spiritual medicine, extreme yin true fruit. Low-grade 5th grade spiritual medicine, sunflower. Low-grade tier 6 spiritual medicine, divine wood fruit. Single quote. Mine, all mine. This trip was not in vain. This trip was truly not in vain. As they gradually approached the spiritual medicinal garden, everything in the herb garden gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Even those quasi-emperor experts couldn't help but cheer. This was only the outer region. A grade 6 spiritual medicine had already appeared in the center of the spiritual medicinal garden. What kind of scene would it be? It was likely that there were not only grade 7 or 8 high-grade spiritual medicines. Even the legendary level 9 medicinal gardens had a lot of them at this moment. Rumble. The heavens shook and the earth shook, the mountains collapsed and the earth split apart one under everyone's horrified gazes, the ground cracked open, and the enormous spirit medicinal garden suddenly rose up from the ground and soared into the sky. Ah, what was going on? Why can the medicinal garden fly? The next moment, the expert couldn't help but raise their heads and look over. Instantly, their hearts shook. Ah, what is that? At some unknown time, a huge golden pagoda that was more than 10,000 feet tall appeared in the sky. It was over 10,000 feet tall and was glittering with golden light. It was like the legendary Heavenly King exquisite pagoda that could suppress thousands of demons in the world. On the other hand, the spiritual medicinal garden was flying towards the golden pagoda at a speed that was faster than the speed of sound. Furthermore, the closer they got to the golden pagoda, the smaller the huge spiritual medicinal garden started to shrink at a terrifying speed. 10,000 miles in radius. 8,000 miles. 5,000 miles. 800 miles. 500 miles. 100 miles. 30 miles. Roar, return my spiritual medicine, bitch it, come back quickly, come back, no, no. In an instant, the expert let out furious roars of unwillingness. They wanted to stop it, but the no-fly formation and the terrifying gravitational force were like a heavenly chasm. They could only watch helplessly as medicinal garden flew towards the golden pagoda. 3 breaths later, rumble, the golden pagoda shook slightly, and the golden light around its body suddenly expanded by several times. Not only that, the suction force instantly increased by several times, and in an instant, it sucked the shrunk spiritual medicinal garden into the pagoda. Woo 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 woo, my spiritual medicine, my spiritual medicine. The cooked duck flew away just like that. Many experts could not suppress the grief in their hearts and started to wail. At this moment, rumble, the golden pagoda violently shook. It began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ray of golden light that tore through the void and shot towards a high ground in the southeast. Vaguely, one could see a blurry figure on the high ground. Ah, what was that? It seems to be a person. Could it be that he is the owner of the golden pagoda, the one who took over the medicinal garden? Bitch it, how dare he take everything for himself? He deserves to die 10,000 times over. I absolutely can't spare him. Kill him, I must kill him. C570, the ignorant or fearless. Rumble rumble rumble. Endless fury surged in everyone's hearts like a torrential river. They were furious, they were truly furious. Their killing intent was like a surging river, rising from the top of their heads. In this huge spiritual medicinal garden, there were countless spiritual medicines. It would be fine if you just picked some of them. But now, they actually wanted to kill all of them in one go. This was an unforgivable crime. They should be cut into thousands of pieces and cut into thousands of pieces. Die, that bastard must die. If he didn't kill them, it wouldn't be enough to appease the public in the next moment. Rumble 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 rumble. In all directions, countless experts. All of them turned into streams of light, and their speed soared to the extreme. They were speeding towards the southeast. At this moment, even the gravity seemed to be unable to suppress the anger in their hearts, and their speed kept increasing. In the blink of an eye, many people had already arrived at the southeastern highlands. The blurry figure gradually became clear in their sight. Suddenly, the expressions of the countless experts changed. With a swoosh, their faces turned frighteningly white. Their speed instantly stagnated, and their eyes widened in anger. It was as if they had seen a ghost from the legends. Bitch it, how could it be him? How could it be him? On the high ground stood a black-robed young man. He had a very young face, with sharp edges. His aura was ordinary, like an ordinary man who could not sense any martial arts. However, there was a trace of aura that was revealed by chance. It gave people the feeling of a god descending to the mortal world, a peerless dignity that was above all living beings in the world. It made people kneel on the ground and bow to it. The person who had forcefully seized the entire medicinal garden was Yang Fann. Of course, he had to thank a quasi-emperor of Divine Water Palace for all of this. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a quasi-emperor of the Divine Water Palace, if he didn't have a top-secret treasures of the king that was specially used to cultivate top-secret treasures of the kings, the Divine Herb Tower, that was the Golden Pagoda. It was simply impossible for Yang Fann to obtain the entire medicinal garden. Although universe rings could also be stored within spiritual medicines, they could only be stored within spiritual medicines that were sealed after being plucked. If it was like before, hurriedly putting a portion of spirit medicinal garden into a storage ring, the medicinal properties would be lost. If it was light, and if it was heavy, it would be directly reduced to useless medicine. It's over, my spiritual medicine, woo 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 woo. In an instant, countless experts turned deathly pale. Sorrow came from the bottom of their hearts, and they let out cries of despair. If the spiritual medicinal garden fell into the hands of someone else, even if it was a quasi-emperor at peak, with the combined strength of all of them, he would still be able to cut off a piece of flesh. However, the person in front of them didn't have a shred of confidence. This was the monster that easily destroyed the Divine Water Palace and Emperor Sovereign, the #1 monster in history. Not to mention these people, it was twice as many as them. Hong Long. However, not everyone was so tactful and obediently chose to give up. Under the incredulous gazes of the others, the dozens of people didn't slow down at all. They continued to rush towards Yang Fann's location. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived 1,000 feet away from Yang Fann, surrounding him tightly. Hiss. How dare they, how dare they? In all directions, countless martial artists were shocked. Who did they think they were? All of them were Emperor Sovereign. Not only the 4 martial artists were shocked, even Yang Fann was stunned. No matter what, Zhang Wuji and the other 3 were all top quasi-emperor. If the 4 of them joined forces, they would be able to suppress a quasi-emperor at peak warrior. However, most of the people in front of them were only top-level king warriors. The strongest one among them was only an upper quasi-sovereign. Where did they get their confidence from to dare attack me? At that moment, rumble among the crowd, the only high-ranked quasi-emperor took a step forward and looked down at Yang Fann from above. His voice was like the voice of a high and mighty god. Junior, hand over the pagoda and the spiritual medicinal garden and I will spare your life. I didn't hear it wrong, right? How dare he speak to Yang Fann like that? He's crazy, this old man must be crazy. Countless martial artists from all directions looked at the upper quasi-emperor like he was looking at a madman. As long as he was a normal person, he wouldn't dare to speak to Yang Fann, this dark star, in such a manner. Spare my life, with just you. Yang Fann raised his brows, and a deep disdain flashed across his face. Stubborn. The spiritual medicinal garden isn't something a junior like you can covet. Hand over the golden pagoda and the spiritual medicinal garden as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming to this world. Where did this country bumpkin come from? This is not the way to seek death. He's dead for sure. This old fellow is definitely dead for sure. The gazes of the martial artists from all directions changed once again as they looked at the upper quasi-emperor. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. Yang Fann, this little dark star. He was a man who had no inhibitions, and his means were no worse than those devil cultivators. Right at this moment, the cold shine flashed across Yang Fann's eyes, and he said coldly, "Old thing, I gave you face, didn't I?" You. Rumble. Raging flames of fury erupted in the upper quasi-emperor's heart like billions of volcanoes. He thought that he was an upper quasi-emperor. He was one of the top heavenly desolate domains in the heavenly desolate domain. Even the Divine Water Palace and other major powers treated him as a distinguished guest. When had he ever been insulted like this? And he was just a little kid who hadn't even grown a strand of hair. What are you talking about? Remember to be more careful in your next life, so as to avoid offending people you shouldn't offend. However, before he could finish his words, Yang Fann interrupted him coldly, and said, "Die rumble." Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Fann slammed his palm down. Yang Fann didn't use much strength in this palm strike, not even using the 5 elemental demon god battle body. He only used the chaotic true essence and Upanishads of the 5 elements in his body, but even so, the power of this palm strike was far beyond the power of an upper-level quasi-sovereign. Wherever the palm strike passed, the void collapsed and turned into chaos in all directions. A large amount of space was vaporized. An extremely ominous sense of danger swept across the soul of the upper quasi-emperor, causing him to let out a miserable cry before he died. In an instant, the vital spirit in his body went berserk. It was as if there were countless divine imprints flickering in every pore and cell of his body. His hands were like dragons, and he struck out with his claws. This attack was his strongest attack. It had gathered all of his essence, energy, and spirit. Even if top quasi-emperor was careless, he might suffer a great loss from this attack. Unfortunately, Yang Fann was not top quasi-emperor, but a monster that defies the heavens, who was even more terrifying than many emperor sovereign. All of this was just a last-ditch struggle in less than a breath's time. Poochie poochie poochie. The upper quasi-emperor's arms were first torn apart before his entire body exploded into a bloody mist, which was then swallowed by a devouring black hole that had suddenly appeared. One palm, just one palm. He will kill. He killed an upper quasi-emperor. How is this possible? How is this possible? How old is he? The martial artists surrounding Yang Fann widened their eyes in disbelief. That was an upper quasi-emperor, one of the top heavenly desolate domains in the heavenly desolate domain. How could he die so easily? What's so strange about that? This is Yang Fann. Even a quasi-emperor at peak couldn't stop him. What's the big deal about a mere upper quasi-emperor? It would be strange if he didn't kill him in an instant. Don't tell me these guys didn't see Yang Fann's heaven-defying battle record at all. Unknowingly, the faces of the martial artist warriors around him started to show a strange smile. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was the case. The portal to the Golden Lion Imperial Palace was just open. After so many days, there might be some other expert from other major powers that had arrived at the top of the Tianxi Peak. They entered the Imperial Palace through the teleportation portal. It was the Great Hall of the highest Emperor Imperial Palace. It was no joke. Those who know nothing are truly fearless. However, these people are too blind. They don't even look around. If that Yang Fann is really that easy to deal with, how can we stop moving forward? One breath later, rumble. 3. That upper quasi-emperor was completely swallowed up, turning into dust. In the next moment, Yang Fann's gaze shifted, and his cold gaze swept across the group of martial artists as he said coldly, "Next, it's your turn." C571 Great Harvest. Not good. When they saw Yang Fann's cold and emotionless eyes, the hearts of the surrounding people and martial artist warriors trembled. An extremely dangerous and ominous feeling enveloped their souls. They no longer had the time to be shocked by Yang Fann's terrifying strength. All of them unleashed all of their abilities, pushing their speed to the limit and fleeing in all directions. As for resistance, what kind of joke was that? Not even an upper quasi-emperor could withstand a single palm strike from that monster. All of them were courting death. HMPH want to escape. Do you think I'll agree to it? The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and a cruel sneer flashed across his face. In the next moment, rumble, an incomparably violent spiritual energy burst forth and swept through everything. Poochie poochie poochie. In an instant, the bodies of nearly 100 experts that were besieging Yang Fann exploded one by one. They were as bright as fireworks, burning away the most interesting chapter in their lives. After that, they were instantly swallowed by the devouring black hole and disappeared without a trace. It was as if they did not exist in this world at all. Killing someone with a thought was no different from this. Hiss. As expected of a fierce man who can blow Emperor Sovereign up. His mental energy is simply invincible in all directions. All the expert who had stopped moving couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They thought that Yang Fann's strength was unparalleled. The strength of soul of the vicious barbarian that came even more powerful than the ancient savage beast. It shouldn't be too strong. Never would they have thought that. Its soul was also incomparably terrifying. Just now, Yang Fann didn't use any of his mental energy secret techniques. He completely relied on his powerful mental energy to tyrannically crush his opponent. His mental energy was so terrifying. He was probably not much weaker than the real Emperor Sovereign. One should know that there were nearly 100 martial artists, warriors. However, none of them were weak. Most of them were top-level king warriors. Even the quasi-sovereign warriors had 3 strongest warriors, and one of them had just stepped into the upper quasi-emperor stage. Even the best quasi-emperor at peak warriors like Dragon Elephant Emperor would find it hard to rely solely on their primitive spiritual energy. He would kill them all with brute force without using some spiritual secret techniques. Most martial artist warriors would not even be able to exert 1% of their spiritual energy. What a monster spirit and bodies are developing in all aspects. There is no weakness to speak of at all. At this moment, Yang Fann turned his gaze around and scanned his surroundings. All of a sudden, the faces of the alien expert changed once again. As if they had just recalled something terrifying, they retreated frantically. Bitchit, how could I forget that this little brute is famous for being ruthless to us? He never left us alive. There was no wall in this world that was impenetrable by wind. Furthermore, Yang Fann had no intention of hiding anything. He had been massacring all the other races along the way. Although it wasn't widely known in Golden Lion Imperial Palace, it was still a hot topic. However, many alien experts had heard about it. At that moment, you want to leave now. Too late. A cold light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes and he smiled coldly. The next moment, rumble, a terrifying strength of soul that was even more terrifying than Emperor Sovereign emerged from his body and swept across the surroundings. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of alien experts, from upper-level quasi-sovereigns to ordinary kings, turned into a bloody mist and were swallowed by the devouring black hole, turning into the purest strength of original life that flowed into Yang Fann's body. Hiss. Dead. All of them are dead. Gulp. Although human expert had heard about Yang Fann massacring alien expert, he was still shocked. What? They were extremely shocked. This was not a single clan. Nearly 1,000 alien expert included almost all of the top and first-rate foreign races in the southwest. Kill them. It could be said that he had offended all the foreign races in the southwest. Even Emperor Sovereign had to think twice. One should know that among the many foreign races, there was no lack of descendants of beast kings. These were the ancient inheritances of Supreme Beast King. Even if they couldn't find a Supreme Beast King anymore, the prestige of the tiger was still there. Once they used the resources of their race, even Emperor Sovereign wouldn't lose the ability to fight. There is nothing to be afraid of truly unrestricted. One breath later, Yang Fann had completely devoured the surging strength of original life. He looked around and saw the remaining hundreds of human expert. He said impatiently, "Why aren't you guys leaving yet?" Yang Fann did not have a very good impression of these people. Essentially, they were not much different from the people who had attacked him previously. They also wanted to snatch his spiritual medicine. However, they had recognized him in the end, and that was why they had come to a halt. If not for the fact that they were of the same race, Yang Fann would have sent them off a long time ago. "Sir, please calm your anger. Sir, please calm your anger. We are leaving now. We're leaving." Upon hearing this, the group of human experts shuddered and hurriedly said. In the next moment, each and every one of them practically exerted all their strength and transformed into streams of light that fled in all directions. They were deeply afraid that Yang Fann would change his mind after a single moment of hesitation, just like how he treated those alien experts. He would mercilessly kill all of them. Here at least they know what's good for them, Yang Fann muttered casually. With a flip of his hand, a half-foot-tall golden pagoda appeared in his hand. It was the top-grade auxiliary treasure, the Divine Herb Pagoda. This pagoda did not have any attack power. It only had one function, and that was to plant spiritual medicines. In just a breath's time, Yang Fann's soul moved, and the spiritual sense immediately rushed into the pagoda. He began to carefully count the rewards he had obtained this time. Very quickly, a satisfied smile climbed onto Yang Fann's face. In the end, even his heart started beating faster. He had finally struck the jackpot this time. It really had gone haywire within the spiritual medicine garden. There were the most number of level 3 and 4 spiritual medicines. There were more than 100,000 of them, and the number of level 5 and 6 spiritual medicines was the lowest. There were thousands of them. Level 7 and level 8 high-grade spiritual medicines. There were a lot fewer, but there were also more than 100 of them. There was even a legendary level 9 spiritual medicine, the Law True Fruit, also known as Emperor True Fruit. This was a peerless spirit fruit that could make countless quasi-emperors fight for it, regardless of whether it was a quasi-emperor at peak. As long as they could refine this Law True Fruit, they would immediately comprehend a law and break through to the Emperor Sovereign realm. However, to Yang Fann, this Law Fruit was of little value. His soul had already surpassed the Middle Greed Emperor. As for the other quasi-emperor expert, it was an extremely difficult bottleneck for Emperor. He didn't even exist. As long as he absorbed enough life source, he would naturally break through to the Emperor stage, and he wouldn't need this law fruit. What really made Yang Fann happy was the hundreds of level 7 or 8 top-grade spiritual medicines. They had the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. Adding the 5 elemental essences that he had accumulated, if he could refine them all, there was hope for the perfection 5 elemental demon god battle body, a mere small success stage 5 elemental demon god battle body. It was already so powerful. Once he reached the perfection, the power of the pure strength of body was unimaginable. It was very likely that the pure strength of body would surpass billions of power of true Dans, even if it didn't use any other means. With just the power of the shell alone, he could easily suppress a quasi-emperor at peak warrior. The body defense would be at least 1,000 times more powerful. It was afraid that an ordinary lower emperors would have a low-grade law treasure in his hand. Hong Long, if he used all of his trump cards, just the thought of his combat strength would cause Yang Fann's heart to pound wildly. At that time, it would be highest emperor. The winner and the loser would have to fight a battle before they knew it. Furthermore, with so many high-level spiritual medicines, if he brought them back to the South Mountain domain, the Seven Stars Sect would be more than enough to make his parents and friends. The sect would be able to grow by leaps and bounds. It was hard to say who would become a quasi-emperor, but it wouldn't be a problem for them to create a group of kings in a short period of time after we leave Golden Lion Imperial Palace and deal with those trivial matters. Let's return to South Mountain domain. It has been almost 3 years since I last saw my parents. As my son, I am truly a little unfilial. In a wasteland 10,000 miles northwest of the large valley where the Spirit Medicinal Garden was located, a purple light suddenly descended from the sky, bringing along a dazzling, fiery light as it smashed onto the ground. Rumble. The ground shook and dust flew everywhere. Countless broken stones flew in all directions. Vaguely, a human-shaped crater could be seen in the middle of the smoke and dust.